Chapter 1. Traversing the Dragon Ball, the Grand Universe System. Where am I? When Zhou-Yi awakened, he found himself curled up in a confined space, clad in garments that were evidently not his own, yet they bore a striking familiarity. By the heavens, is this a battle suit from Dragon Ball? Upon realizing this, Zhou-Yi was instantly taken aback, his mind a swirling haze. What transpired? He distinctly recalled playing a mini-game based on Dragon Ball, and in a moment of excitement, he accidentally knocked over his cup, spilling water onto his laptop's keyboard. Perhaps due to a disruption in the circuitry, a character in the game suddenly unleashed a devastating ultimate move, causing the entire screen to flash brilliantly. Before he could comprehend the situation, his head spun, and he lost consciousness. When he finally came to, he was already here. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He lowered his gaze and saw a furry appendage wrapped around his waist. A tail. I've transformed into a Saiyan. Zhou-Yi stood in stunned silence for a moment, before an exhilarating rush surged through him. He was an ardent fan of Dragon Ball, having watched it countless times throughout his life, with every character etched into his memory. From the formidable Demon King Piccolo, to Vegeta, Frieza, Cell, Majin Buu, and even the god of destruction Beerus, he had never missed a single episode. I wonder if planet Vegeta has been destroyed yet? Zhou-Yi pondered, unable to see his own appearance, thus unable to ascertain whether he had become one of the fortunate Saiyans who survived, or if he had assumed the identity of another Saiyan prior to the destruction of planet Vegeta. One thing was certain: he was definitely not Kakarot, Vegeta, Raditz, or Nappa. This distinction could be made simply by examining his hair. Could it be that he was the legendary Super Saiyan Broly? Zhou-Yi clenched his fist, feeling an immense surge of power coursing through him, far exceeding the frail body he once possessed on Earth. Yet it paled in comparison to Broly's overwhelming might. Who am I? As this thought crossed his mind, a torrent of brutal and indifferent memories surged into his consciousness, causing a splitting headache. Fortunately, the pain subsided swiftly, and Zhou-Yi comprehended his identity. Rex, a 12-year-old, low-class warrior, currently possessing a battle power exceeding 500, en route to a lowly planet known as Saral, with a singular purpose: Shalu. Of course, he was not alone. He was part of a combat team comprised of 4 low-class warriors, with him being the strongest among them, while the others boasted battle powers no higher than 400. This placed them among the weakest of the 10-year-olds, with even some teams of 7 or 8-year-olds surpassing them in strength. Thus, their small squad was derisively dubbed the Trash Squad. It seems that although planet Vegeta has yet to meet its demise, its end is nigh. Currently, Vegeta had been born for 2 years, and according to the storyline, in 3 more years, Frieza would commence the slaughter of the Saiyans. Gazing through the transparent section of the spacecraft, Zhou-Yi beheld the starry sky for the first time, marveling at its beauty, far surpassing anything he had witnessed on Earth. Is the spectacle of a planet's explosion truly so splendid? This thought inexplicably lodged itself in his mind, refusing to dissipate. As a Saiyan, combat was not just a gift, but a source of joy. Though Zhou-Yi's soul was not that of a Saiyan, having absorbed Rex's memories just moments ago, coupled with the innate combative blood coursing through his Saiyan's veins, he found himself yearning for the thrill of battle. Suddenly, a wave of intense drowsiness enveloped him. Zhou-Yi shook his head vigorously, yet he could not resist the urge to close his eyes. Zhou-Yi discovered himself standing amidst a void of darkness, surrounded by countless swirling cosmic whirlpools, their beauty unparalleled. Occasionally, a distant whirlpool would explode, dazzling beyond compare, more radiant than any fireworks he had ever seen. Where's this place? Zhou-Yi gazed around in confusion. He should have been within the aircraft, yet he had inexplicably materialized in such a realm. If his eyes did not deceive him, those swirling cosmic whirlpools appeared to be galaxies within the universe. Esteemed Master, greetings. The Grand Universe System is at your service. A voice suddenly resonated from all directions, startling Zhou-Yi. Yet, having already encountered the bizarre nature of his circumstances, he was prepared to accept even the most peculiar occurrences. Reflecting on the preceding statement, Zhou Yi's expression brightened. This was evidently a sign of extraordinary fortune. He quickly inquired, "What functionalities do you possess? Pray, enlighten me." This system can currently provide the function of refining. The voice of the Grand Universe system was mechanical, akin to that of a fixed machine. Refining function? Zhou Yi was taken aback, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, it can convert all matter into elixirs, which, when consumed, can enhance battle power or physical strength. The Grand Universe system clarified. Or, is it random? Zhou Yi frowned. No. In order to prevent the Master from causing excessive destructive harm to this world, if the battle power is below half of the Master's current normal battle power, consumption post-refinement will yield no increase in strength. Oh, well, that's manageable. Zhou Yi nodded. It was merely an added restriction, nothing too concerning. By the way, can you assist me in transforming into a Super Saiyan? Zhou Yi suddenly recalled this possibility and inquired. I regret to inform you that the Super Saiyan transformation is an unconventional metamorphosis. This system cannot grant such abilities to the Master, who must rely on personal comprehension instead. Very well. As expected, he could not directly obtain divine powers. However, Zhou Yi was not disappointed, having anticipated this outcome. He scanned his surroundings and asked, "How do I exit now?" No sooner had he spoken than he felt a shift before his eyes, and he found himself back inside the spacecraft. After finally calming his exhilarated heart, Zhou Yi pondered for a moment and smiled. Since I have arrived here, I shall no longer bear the name Zhou Yi. From now on, I shall be known as Rex. Zhou Yi, or rather Rex now, turned his gaze towards the increasingly approaching Soral, the corners of his mouth twisting into a cold smirk. The metamorphosis shall commence from here. Chapter 2. Refining. Devouring chi and blood elixirs. Boom! The spacecraft landed on the ground, creating several craters several dozen meters wide. Rex slowly floated up, touching down on the surface, surveying his surroundings. Upon activating his battle power detector, his brow furrowed immediately. To the northwest, a distance of 1,300, battle power 137. To the east, 2,500 miles away, battle power 258. To the southeast, 560 miles, battle power 109. To the southwest, 100 miles. Why is the battle power on this planet so low? Rex felt a twinge of disappointment. The highest was merely 276, a level he could easily obliterate with a flick of his wrist. There's no helping it, our weakness compels us to undertake menial tasks on such lowly planets. A resigned voice emerged from beside him, and Rex turned to see a short-haired Saiyan gradually drifting closer, landing beside him. According to his memories, this Saiyan was named Gary, whose battle power was pitifully low, making him the weakest among their quartet, with only 358. Yet, on this planet, he was considered invincible. All right, the usual routine. Each take a direction, and let's not waste time. Another voice chimed in, melodious yet filled with indifference. This was a female Saiyan, possessing stunning beauty, named Betty. However, contrary to her sweet appearance, she was fiercely combative and possessed an insatiable thirst for bloodshed, making her the second strongest in their group, with a battle power of 475, surpassed only by Rex. With that, Betty executed the art of flight, transforming into a streak of light as she departed. The remaining male Saiyan said nothing, merely nodding at Rex before casually selecting a direction. She is certainly one of my preferred types. As Rex gazed in the direction Betty had vanished, a wicked smile crept across his lips. Well then, Rex, I shall head towards the southeast. Gary addressed Rex, instinctively opting for the weakest among them. This was customary. The remaining adversary was typically the one ranked second in combat prowess, as the strongest would invariably be claimed by Betty first. 258, is it? How fortuitous. Rex murmured, casually unleashing a ki blast that obliterated a rather pitiful Sarah alien gazing blankly at him from a short distance away. Fortunately, this Sarah alien bore no resemblance to the humans of Earth. It looked akin to an ordinary bench. As they swept through, the Scions annihilated every inhabitant of a planet during their conquests, subsequently selling the barren world to other races in exchange for advanced technology. Rex bore no psychological burden in his killings. It was merely an instinct embedded within his very being. However, for the majority of the Sarah aliens, he couldn't be bothered to refine them. A single key blast would suffice to erase them, as most were utterly devoid of any combat capability. At last I've arrived. Rex suddenly halted, gazing down at a Sarah alien on the ground. Seemingly sensing his presence, the alien abruptly looked up, its tiny green eyes reflecting profound terror. "Umph." Rex scoffed coldly, his form flickering before he materialized in front of the Sarah alien, grasping its neck firmly and lifting it off the ground. Crack! With a sharp sound, the alien succumbed without a trace of resistance. Refine. The words slipped from Rex's lips. A nebulous, starry glow emanated from his fingertips, swiftly enveloping the alien's entire body, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a blood-red pill before Rex's astonished gaze. For some reason, he was reminded of Majin Buu, who seemed capable of transforming beings into various forms. Should I just consume it? The color seems rather peculiar. Does this pill have a name? Rex contemplated the blood-red pill resting in his palm. Oral consumption. Nameless. The universe's language was succinct. Then let's call it the blood chi pill. Rex grinned broadly. In the realm of Dragon Ball, combat power was categorized by ki, and this pill promised to enhance physical strength. Blood chi pillet was the perfect name. Without hesitation, he swallowed a whole. It tastes quite pleasant. Rex smacked his lips, relieved it lacked a metallic taste, and was rather delectable. In the next instant, boom! A faint crimson aura enveloped Rex entirely, his long hair billowing with the wind, and within his pitch-black eyes, a nearly imperceptible red glimmer flickered. This transformation was fleeting. The blood-red aura dissipated, as though everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. Yet, Rex felt his change with startling clarity. His combat power had surged from a baseline of 512 to 641, an impressive increase of 129 points. Though the enhancement of his physical strength did not manifest in numerical form, he could certainly perceive a significant improvement. Simultaneously, Betty and the others, scattered in 3 different directions, froze midair, turning their gazes toward Rex. This is impossible. Gary and another male scion stood agape. 641? This guy Rex. Betty bit her pink lip, a look of dissatisfaction etched across her face. Her relentless efforts had been aimed at surpassing Rex and assuming the role of captain for their team, striving to shed the derogatory title of trash. Just when she thought she was closing the gap, Rex had inexplicably grown stronger, directly augmenting his combat power by 129. To Betty, this seemed almost unattainable. Rex, Betty murmured to herself, extending her hand as a key blast shot forth, obliterating a nearby gathering of Sarah aliens beneath her feet. Chapter 3. Great Ape Transformation, Decimation in an Instant. From a position where the spacecraft had landed, Rex swept through the eastern direction, completing a circuit around the Sarah planet before promptly returning to his original spot. Before long, Betty returned second. Casting a cold snort upon seeing Rex, she said nothing and silently stood atop a massive rock. Soon after, Gary and another scion returned as well, their gazes toward Rex filled with envy. Especially Gary, who had only just achieved a combat power of 358. And in that brief period, Rex had managed to elevate his power by 129, a figure that represented over a third of Gary's total combat capability. Rex, how did your combat power suddenly increase so rapidly? Gary couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Betty's gaze involuntarily shifted over, clearly intrigued by the question. I flew, and then it just suddenly increased. Rex shrugged nonchalantly. Gary, Betty, if it weren't for the fact that I couldn't overpower that bastard, I swear I would have pounded his face until even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Humph, arrogant fool, let's move on to the next planet. With a frosty expression, Betty strode directly into the spacecraft. Rex raised an eyebrow slightly as he watched Betty's craft descend into the skies. Arrogant? He truly couldn't fathom where this girl derived her conclusion. It was utterly nonsensical. Conquering her like this would only heighten the sense of achievement. Rex chuckled softly, his figure gliding into the spacecraft, following closely behind Betty. For an entire month, Rex's small team of 4 swept through 5 lower-tier planets. They were now on their 6th and final mission, Marcus Planet. Rex's combat power had surged to 1250. However, due to the presence of the Grand Cosmic System, Betty and the others could only detect prior data. Upon landing, the combat power detector began to sound urgently, and Rex's expression shifted dramatically. To the northwest, 15,000 miles away, combat power reading 1800. To the southeast, 34,000 miles away, combat power reading 2200. Due south, 50,000 miles away, combat power reading 2750, and directly ahead, just 100 miles away, combat power reading 3500. As Betty and the others emerged from the spacecraft, their faces paled. The 3 clearly displayed combat power levels exceeded the realm of lower-tier planets, far beyond their capability to handle. Damn it, which bastard gathered this intel? This is a mid-tier planet. Quick, back to the spacecraft. Rex, we must leave this place. Betty's face turned ashen as she shouted angrily at Rex, who stood on the ground. It's too late. I'm transforming into a giant ape. The individual with combat power of 3,500 was rapidly approaching, mere moments away, and without a second thought, Rex hurled a sphere of light into the sky. Artificial moon. Seeing this, Betty and the others hurriedly ducked and swiftly climbed into the spacecraft. They knew that as the most basic warriors, transforming into a giant ape would render them indiscriminate between friend and foe. Becoming exceedingly ferocious, whoosh, the 3 spacecraft raced toward the heavens. Stay back, a booming voice echoed from afar, and simultaneously, 3 energy blasts hurtled toward the 3 spacecraft. They were doomed. This was the singular thought in Betty's mind. With a combat power of 3,500, a single strike could obliterate them, especially since they were trapped inside the spacecraft with no place to evade. Roar. On the ground, Rex felt a tremendous force brewing within him. His black fur began to sprout all over, and a powerful tugging sensation coursed through his body as he visibly grew larger. Almost simultaneously, a chaotic surge of rage and fury flooded his mind, as if all the negative emotions of the world had converged within him. Boom! In an instant, Rex became lost, all his emotions coalescing into a singular thought. Kill. Detecting cosmic negative energy intrusion, commencing purification and absorption. The cold voice of the Grand Cosmic System echoed abruptly, and in that moment, the negative emotional thoughts vanished from Rex's mind. However, in Rex's perception, it felt as if his head had spun momentarily. And just like that, he returned to normal. Yet, his blood-red eyes remained unchanged. Rex abruptly looked up, witnessing one of the spacecraft being struck, exploding into fragments, while the other 2 were on the brink of destruction. Whoosh! 2 beams of light shot from his eyes, directly striking the 2 energy blasts, causing them to detonate midair. As he watched the 2 spacecraft vanish into the horizon, he pondered who the unfortunate soul was that had just perished. He hoped it wasn't Betty, the girl he had already begun to consider as one of his potential future wives. In the vastness of the starry sky, Betty curled up inside the spacecraft, still wearing a face of terror, her heart racing. Just moments ago, had Rex's attack been delayed even slightly, that energy blast would have struck her craft. She had truly brushed against death. But why did it seem that Rex maintained control after transforming into a giant ape? This question perplexed Betty. Regardless, it was Rex who had saved her this time. If that guy managed to survive. Betty's face flushed slightly, an unusual occurrence for her. Chapter 4. Betty returns. To kill or not to kill? Seeking collections, Lizard Man. Rex gazed down at the diminutive figure on the ground, a fierce glint evident in his crimson eyes as he brought his hand crashing down. Damn monster. Marcus Planet is not a place for you. The Lizard Man swiftly dodged the blow with a flash, then roared in anger, hurling dozens of energy blasts. Rex stood his ground, allowing the energy blast to strike him, yet not a single hair fell from his body. Transformed into a giant ape, Rex's combat power had reached a terrifying 12,500, making the Lizardman's 3,500 combat power feel like a mere tickle. Unfortunately, he lacked agility. Rex grinned, unwilling to waste any more time lest the artificial moon vanish, and he revert to his original form. Boom! He opened his massive jaws, unleashing a beam of light directly at the Lizard Man. Whoosh! The Lizard Man, surprisingly agile, vanished from sight. A futile struggle. Without moving an inch, Rex reached behind him and seized the Lizard Man in his grasp. Squeezing tightly, crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed as the Lizard Man, despite his 3,500 combat power, met his demise within mere seconds under Rex's overwhelming strength. Can't squeeze any harder, or I won't be able to refine him. Rex murmured to himself, a hazy starry light enveloping the lizard man. Suddenly, he looked up sharply, and two beams shot from his eyes, obliterating the artificial moon above. Moments later, his gigantic form began to shrink, swiftly returning to his original state. As he slowly descended from the sky, a wave of intense weakness washed over him, nearly causing Rex to collapse to the ground. Tossing a blood essence pill into his mouth, he chewed vigorously before swallowing. Phew! The feeling of weakness vanished in an instant, a crimson aura erupting around him. This time, it was the longest duration he had experienced since consuming the blood essence pill, yet it lasted only a few seconds. Combat power, 3000. Rex's inherent combat power of 1250 surged by 1750 after consuming the blood essence pill. Not only that, with his current physical robustness, he could easily surpass his former self. The overwhelming power coursing through his flesh and blood made him feel as if he could effortlessly shatter anything. Hee. Let this all become my experience. Rex emitted a low chuckle, reattaching the power level detector, and after scanning his surroundings, he silently calculated in his mind before transforming into a streak of light. Darting towards the lizard man with a power level of 1800, shortly after Rex departed, a circular spacecraft descended from the sky. Subsequently, a graceful figure emerged from within, though her features still bore a hint of youth. She was already strikingly beautiful, her enchanting eyes radiating a cold yet subtly alluring charm. It was Betty. After her departure, the image of Rex transforming into a giant ape lingered in her mind, compelling her to return despite her better judgment. Humph, I merely wish to ascertain whether that fellow is still alive, Betty murmured, her gaze sweeping across the area. The ground bore the footprints of the giant ape. Yet the signs of battle were minimal, merely some scattered bloodstains. But what puzzled her was the conspicuous absence of any corpses. Could it be that the lizard man fled in the face of Rex's might? At this thought, Betty's heart raced with anxiety. It is known that when a Saiyan transforms into a giant ape, it is not without its vulnerabilities, whether through severing the tail, the absence of the moon, or sheer exhaustion. They revert to their original form. During that vulnerable period, the Saiyan is at their weakest. The artificial moon in the sky had vanished, indicating that Rex had reverted to his original state. But where could he be now? Suddenly recalling something, Betty hastily activated the power level detector. To the northwest, 3,000 miles away, a power level of 3,000. Betty was taken aback, as this reading had not been detected before. And most incredulously, Rex's power level detector was now affixed to this person. Could it possibly be Rex? But how could that be? His power level was clearly only 641. Rex, is that you? Her voice quivered slightly as she connected to the communication of the power level detector. Betty? Why has she returned? Rex's swift movement faltered, his brow furrowing in surprise. This was unexpected. He had considered Betty and the others' departure and had refrained from concealing his power level, but he never anticipated Betty would come back. In this turn of events, the secret of his power level would likely be compromised unless he dealt with Betty. At this thought, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Rex's eyes. It's you. Betty, why have you returned? Suppressing the urge to eliminate her, Rex spoke coolly. It's really Rex. Upon hearing his voice, Betty was engulfed in confusion. What on earth is happening in such a short span? Rex's power level had skyrocketed from 641 to 3,000. Exceeding her wildest imagination, such a terrifying rate of increase was beyond the capabilities of even mid-level warriors, let alone high-level ones, even Vegeta. The prince, renowned as a genius warrior with over 700 power points from birth, would find it impossible to achieve such a feat in less than an hour, wouldn't he, Betty? Rex's indifferent voice broke her reverie. I was merely concerned about your safety after your giant ape form disappeared. So I returned to check on you. Betty, still slightly dazed, unintentionally revealed her true thoughts. Is that so? Rex responded noncommittally, as he no longer had any intention of pursuing the remaining lizard men that could not escape. Regardless, the most pressing question now was how to handle Betty. To kill or not to kill. Chapter 5, Confessions of the Heart. Betty's resolve. Rex, could you teach me a method to rapidly become stronger? Betty's voice emanated from the power level detector, lacking confidence yet brimming with hope. Oh, you wish to grow stronger? Rex replied with a detached smile. Indeed, I am utterly fed up with the insults from those so-called high-level warriors. Betty's tone was filled with indignation and fury. From the moment I was born, I was labeled as trash. All my relentless efforts are aimed at the day I can trample those wretched fools beneath my feet. Rex, I know you can help me realize this dream. can't you? Of course, a fleeting glint of coldness crossed Rex's eyes as he changed direction, transforming into a streak of light heading towards Betty. However, why should I assist you? You must understand, the fewer who know a secret, the better. This question evidently caught Betty off guard, plunging her into silence, from the distance displayed on the power level detector. She knew Rex was approaching and understood that danger was drawing ever closer. Does he intend to kill me? Betty pondered silently. If she were to board her spacecraft and leave immediately, she could escape this planet and preserve her life. To leave? No. I refuse to endure that humiliating existence any longer. As a disposable asset, the number of low-level warriors is vast, and death looms at any moment. Even their parents would not mourn excessively because this is the fate of low-level warriors. Better to die. At this thought, a smile graced Betty's lips, the first genuine smile she had shown in her life. Rex, I will wait here for you, no matter what decision you make. Betty's cool voice reached Rex's ears, causing him to pause, sensing a tranquility that seemed to transcend life and death. In that moment, he hesitated. Initially, Rex's intentions were clear, to eliminate Betty. After all, such a rapid increase in power level, if it were to spread, would surely draw the ire of Frieza, not to mention King Vegeta. As he contemplated, he could already see Betty's figure. There she stood alone atop a high peak, quietly gazing at the sky, as if awaiting the arrival of death. With a swift motion, Rex halted before Betty, crossing his arms and gazing at her with a detached demeanor. You've arrived. Betty smiled radiantly, as if the ice had melted. To be truthful, Rex had never encountered a woman as exquisitely beautiful as Betty on Earth, nor anyone with such an unpretentious, ethereal grace. Yet, this smile stirred something within Rex's cold heart. Why not leave? Rex inquired with a furrowed brow. If I leave, I will entirely forfeit my chance to grow stronger. Betty bit her lip, her gaze fixed on him, unwavering. Even if there were only a sliver of opportunity, I would not abandon it. Rex sneered. Are you not afraid I will kill you? Not afraid. Betty shook her head. Oh, not afraid. Rex scoffed, swiftly gathering a key blast in his right hand. Yet, I do not believe you. Betty smiled softly, remaining silent, her gaze fixed upon him, her emotions inscrutable, defiance, resignation, sorrow, yet devoid of fear. The two locked eyes. After a moment, Rex casually flung the key blast aside, obliterating a mountain into rubble. Follow me. Coldly uttering that phrase, Rex turned and transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the lizard man with a power level of 1800. Did he feel a pang of compassion? No. Rex simply realized that being alone, even if ultimately invincible in the universe, would be dreadfully dull. How regrettable it would be to lack a few companions capable of keeping pace with him. However, regarding Betty's appearance and physique, she is simply exquisite. To slay her would indeed be a tremendous waste. One can awaken to the dominion of the world, revel in the embrace of beauty, and when boredom strikes, one may indulge in the spectacular sight of exploding planets, or summon a few deities to toil for oneself. This is the essence of a truly fulfilling life. Initially prepared to greet death, Betty was taken aback, but soon her expression transformed into one of sheer delight as she hastily sprang up, following closely behind Rex. Too slow. Rex cast a sidelong glance, his brow slightly furrowed, before a wicked smile crept upon his lips. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing beside Betty, effortlessly enveloping her in his arms. The sensation was overwhelmingly soft, accompanied by a delightful fragrance unique to maidenhood that wafted to his nostrils, utterly enchanting. Betty gasped, her cheeks instantly flushed crimson, yet she offered no resistance. Instead, her beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. The tactile experience was undeniably exquisite. Rex could not restrain himself from giving her a few gentle squeezes. Though Betty was still quite young, her figure was nothing short of perfection, the curves in all the right places. It was hard to fathom just how alluring she would become once she fully matured. Rex inhaled deeply, his right hand unreservedly covering the enticing contours. Betty murmured softly, her face blushing as if it might bleed. Rex laughed heartily, clutching Betty as they transformed into a streak of light racing across the sky towards the remaining experience pills. Chapter 6. The cultivation plan. Half a day later, the Marcus planet had been ravaged clean. Every lizard man with a battle power exceeding 500 had been refined by Rex into vitality pills. He had discovered a not-so-obvious loophole within the grand cosmic system. If one's battle power were to fall below half of their current normal level, refining and consuming the pill would yield no benefit. Indeed, this was only applicable to Rex. For instance, Betty, with her battle power barely exceeding 400, could still effectively consume vitality pills as long as her target's power was not greater than hers. Thus, Rex could potentially create an army capable of sweeping through the universe. Returning his thoughts to the present, Rex glanced at Betty, who was consuming a vitality pill at that moment. She was enveloped in a faint crimson aura, indicating her battle power was gradually increasing. Soon, the blood-red glow dissipated 800 battle power. Betty opened her beautiful eyes, her little face flushed with excitement. Indeed, Rex nodded, having refrained from allowing Betty to consume a higher-grade vitality pill. This was not due to a lack of trust. Rather, it was because Betty, unlike him, lacked the grand cosmic system to suppress her own energy. For both of them to have achieved such significant increases in battle power in such a short time would indeed be peculiar. Although their current battle power would not attract Frieza's attention, it was better to be cautious. Should Frieza take notice, Rex's current power would only lead to his swift demise. It seemed a trip to Earth was in order. Rex turned his gaze towards the starry sky, which pointed towards Earth, a place of Dragon Balls, Senza beans, and Bulma, an android 1/8. In terms of beauty, Bulma might not be the most extraordinary, yet her astounding scientific genius was invaluable. In fact, Rex had always believed that the scientists within the Dragon Balls were the most formidable, creating androids that were increasingly more extraordinary. Take Cell, for example. His absorption abilities were nothing short of miraculous. If Rex could harness that for himself, it would surpass the benefits of vitality pills. Of course, there was also the time machine. This device was essentially a superpowered cheat, was it not? However, it seemed Bulma was still just a child. No matter, he could nurture her slowly. Rex was quite patient as for Android 18. That would take a bit longer. The only consolation was that Android 18 was born a perfect goddess, the kind one could directly. Regardless, she would not fall into the hands of that little bald head. Rex, what are you thinking about? Betty finally emerged from her excitement, observing Rex's peculiar smile, prompting her curiosity. Nothing much. Rex snapped back to reality, his gaze wandering over Betty before breaking into a grin. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly paused. Beep, beep. The battle power detector blared urgently, a warning signal. To the north, 50,000 miles away. Battle power at 5,800. Rex's expression hardened. This was clearly not a native of Marcus, but an outsider. 5,800 battle power was indeed formidable for his past self, yet now it was sufficient to counter or even defeat. After consuming the vitality pill, Rex's battle power had now approached 6,000. The individual was rapidly closing in. 49,000, 45,000. His speed was astonishing. Betty's expression turned grave as she scrutinized the information displayed on the detector. But soon her face morphed into one of incredulity. Two individuals with merely a few hundred points of battle power dare to come to a mid-tier planet. A cold voice emanated from the detector, laced with disdain. Then came a voice filled with suspicion. Where are the inhabitants of this planet? Have they been preempted? Are they Saiyans? Rex raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. 100 battle power. This was nearly the pinnacle of a mid-tier warrior. Judging by the timeline, Gary should not have returned to Vegeta yet, meaning this Saiyan was not reinforcements. How to respond? Betty looked at Rex, her gaze filled with inquiry. Rex pondered for a moment, drawing from previous experience. He decided to project only a few hundred points of battle power, ensuring that the Saiyan arriving on Marcus would be unable to detect his true strength. To kill. That could lead to a fierce battle. And Betty's safety was also a concern. After a moment of silence, Rex removed the battle power detector and calmly instructed Betty, "Tell him we are unaware. This is how it was upon our arrival." Betty nodded, promptly conveying Rex's message. Instantly, the other side fell silent. The detector indicated that the newcomer had ceased their approach, seemingly contemplating something. After a while, a haughty remark echoed. "Dare to steal my Delaya's mission? I will find out which scoundrel did this." With that indifferent voice, the Saiyan began to depart, and soon it was confirmed that he had left the planet. Evidently, a mere low-tier warrior was beneath his notice. Not even worth a glance. Rex's lips twitched in response. Delay, that name was quite memorable. He must make it a point to meet this individual someday. All right, let us depart and continue our hunt on other planets. Shaking his head to cast aside the peculiar thoughts, Rex's gaze turned icy once more. In this world of Dragon Balls, where battle power reigns supreme, the only way to survive better is to grow stronger. Ever stronger. Chapter 7. Return to planet Vegeta. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and soon, half a year had passed out on planet Vegeta. Rex and Betty had just returned. The reason for their prolonged absence from the alien world was twofold: to enhance their combat abilities and to render Betty's strength more justifiable. As soon as they touched down on the ground, Rex sensed several piercing gazes directed at him. Isn't that Rex, the infamous leader of the trash squad? I thought he was dead due to a misinformation. Wait, his power level is 1888. This is astonishing. If memory serves me right, he should have only been around 500. Look at that woman who returned with him. Hiss, 1666. All the nearby Saiyans were left dumbstruck. They were well acquainted with the trash squad, notorious for their utter incompetence, making them a frequent target of ridicule. Yet, how was it possible that these two, presumed dead in battle, had seen such a meteoric rise in power in just over 6 months? What had transpired? A faint smirk curled at the corners of Rex's mouth, presenting a chilling smile. 1888. Humph, if it weren't for my apprehension of Frieza, you insignificant pests wouldn't stand a chance, not even King Vegeta himself. After all, in this span of 6 months, my power level has surged to 15,000, achieved only after the annihilation of several planets. And if Betty weren't so conspicuous, her power level would merely be 1666. With a distant nod toward Betty, Rex turned and made his way to his humble abode. Indeed, it was a humble abode. Lower-class warriors were regarded as mere cannon fodder among the Saiyans, often referred to as disposable commodities, which speaks volumes about their status. Their living quarters could barely accommodate a single person for sleep, so minuscule that it resembled the confines of a spacecraft, albeit slightly larger. As for his parents, Rex grimaced. From his recollections, they had perished shortly after his birth. Otherwise, with their combat prowess, he would not have been subjected to constant bullying on planet Vegeta, leading a woeful existence. Yet, he did have an elder sister who was a mid-tier warrior, albeit one who had always neglected him. From a distance, Rex noticed that his dwelling had vanished, replaced by a considerably more formidable structure. How dare they make alterations above my head? A cold glint flashed in Rex's eyes. He was not so naive as to believe this was a proactive renovation in anticipation of his return. Undoubtedly, it was Gary who had reported the demise of himself and Betty, leading to the destruction of his humble abode. Of course, according to the customs of planet Vegeta, such actions were entirely commonplace. Striding boldly to the front of the new residence, Rex looked up to see a nameplate hanging on the door. Terrell. A brief search of his memory reminded him of that individual. Although also a lower-class warrior, Terrell had thrived due to his living parents and a combat level exceeding 1,000, allowing him a far more prosperous existence. He was also one of Rex's most frequent tormentors. Terrell chuckled mockingly. Rex offered a faint smile before suddenly striking the door with a powerful punch. Bang! A thunderous noise erupted as the high-tech door shattered into fragments upon impact. Thanks to the refinement of his physique through chi blood pills, Rex could easily overpower those with combat levels in the thousands, even without utilizing his energy. Even Terrell's parents would be no match for him with a single blow. Who dares to destroy my door? A furious roar echoed from within the house, and in the next moment, a figure shot out. Bang! Rex, devoid of expression, raised his foot and kicked the intruder back with a speed that exceeded that of his arrival. He then stepped inside the dwelling. Why you are Rex? Terrell, clutching his chest, stood up, glaring at Rex, his eyes ablaze with fury, mixed with a hint of disbelief that no, Rex cannot be this strong. Many lower-class warriors look similar. Who are you? Rex paid him no mind, instead surveying the decor of the room with keen interest, nodding occasionally, appearing quite satisfied. Indeed, this house shall belong to me from now on. You insolent fool, what did you just say? Terrell fumed, yet he was wary of Rex's evident strength and dared not advance. This is my residence. Only then did Rex shift his gaze to Terrell, his eyes suddenly ablaze with murderous intent. This was a visceral reaction of his body, born from enduring countless humiliations, leaving an indelible mark of hatred that could not be erased. Terrell, Rex murmured, swiftly gathering a ball of energy in his palm. What do you intend to do? This is planet Vegeta. Terrell's face paled, his words hurried as he scanned for an escape route. Saiyans were naturally combative, yet they were not reckless enough to court death. Even in the face of overwhelming strength, such as Frieza's, Saiyans would yield. This was evident. Humph! Rex scoffed disdainfully, dispersing the energy ball in his hand as he leisurely approached the bed. I hope you never leave planet Vegeta. Terrell's expression shifted from pale to flush, his gaze fixed on Rex's back, and suddenly, a vicious glint flashed in his eyes as he quickly gathered energy in his hand, launching it toward Rex. Chapter 8. The ability to traverse dimensions, otherworld, a self-destructive path. Rex turned around, unflinching, allowing the energy blast to strike him. Boom, the ground shattered, engulfing his figure in a cloud of dust. Haha, Rex, even if you've grown stronger. What does it matter? You will still perish at my hands, Terrell cackled, his face contorted in malice as he conjured another energy blast. That you've destroyed my home. Now, tell me how you intend to compensate. Rex's cold voice emerged from the dust, causing Terrell's laughter to falter. Before Terrell could react, a figure appeared before him, and in his horrified gaze, Rex's fist collided with his chest. Bang! A muffled thud resounded. In an instant, Terrell's form was sent flying through the doorway as if struck by a colossal hammer. Pathetic, Rex shrugged, having not exerted his full strength. Otherwise, Terrell would have been reduced to mere fragments. This area housed a congregation of lower-class warriors, and by now, a crowd had gathered outside, merely spectators to the unfolding spectacle. Fights were commonplace on planet Vegeta, akin to daily life, serving as one of their pastimes when not engaged in battle. However, upon recognizing the identity of the individual who had been launched out, astonishment rippled through the crowd. That I must be seeing things. Is that Terrell? Who was it that sent him flying? I recall Terrell boasting a combat level of 1253. Could it be a mid-tier warrior? As this statement resonated, silence enveloped the surroundings. The classification of Saiyans was exceedingly strict, and rank signified status. The intermediate warrior, though merely a rank above the lower warriors, found himself in a realm of stark contrast. The disparity between the two was utterly incomparable. Only one Saiyan, positioned uniquely, was able to clearly discern the figures within the room. Astonishingly, he had not only survived, but had also grown remarkably strong. Gary, do you recognize the person in that room? A nearby individual, having overheard his musing, gazed at him with a look of bewilderment. Well, he was originally my captain, Gary replied, his eyes fixed on the shadowed figure within the room. His name is Rex. You all should be familiar with him. Rex? The name, which had not been uttered for half a year, suddenly resurfaced in the minds of the gathered crowd. Gary, didn't you say he had perished in battle? Moreover, Rex's combat power was so low. How could he possibly have injured the elite lower warrior, Terrell? This notion garnered nearly universal agreement among the onlookers, except for Gary, having spent countless days and nights alongside Rex, fighting side by side. He could not be mistaken. A recollection struck him. On planet Sarah, Rex's combat power had inexplicably surged by over 100. Had he inadvertently unlocked his latent potential? Gary pondered, recalling instances where lower warriors experienced sudden spikes in strength, only to be deemed prodigies, yet perishing shortly thereafter for reasons unknown. Nevertheless, that was no longer his concern. Rex had joined a new team. Although still weak, it was undeniably stronger than the widely recognized trash teams. With just over 2 years remaining, Rex lay on the bed, silently reflecting. His combat power had now reached 15,000, yet this was evidently insufficient to confront Frieza. The Great Ape transformation, while undeniably powerful, had its limitations. For as long as the moon or an artificial moon existed, he would revert to his original form, a feat Frieza could accomplish with ease. The mere thought of Frieza's terrifying combat prowess left Rex with a throbbing headache. 530,000. No, that was merely Frieza's base combat power. In his second form, it soared to 1.4 million. In his third form, it reached 2.4 million. And in his final form, it began at 3 million, escalating to 60 million at full power. Such figures were enough to instill a sense of despair in any listener. If he could not transform into a Super Saiyan, achieving such heights within 2 years was nearly impossible. Furthermore, the Saiyans possessed a significant weakness. They could not survive in the vacuum of space. Regrettably, in the world of Dragon Ball, combat power was paramount. Concepts such as martial arts or divine techniques held little value. Rex closed his eyes and sighed softly, just as this thought crossed his mind. The voice of the great universe system resonated in his mind. When the Master's combat power reaches 100,000, the ability to traverse dimensions will be unlocked, allowing free travel to other worlds. Other worlds? Rex's eyes flew open, a fleeting glimmer of joy flashing across his features. What kinds are there? Currently indeterminable. It will be randomly selected by the master. Good. Rex abruptly sat up, clenching his fists as long as the world was not akin to Conan, where martial prowess held no relevance. Anything else, regardless of its nature, could potentially harmonize with the energy of the Dragon Ball world, thus unleashing even greater combat power. If he could enter a realm of ancient cultivation or magic, that would be nothing short of perfect. 100,000 combat power? Rex stood and gazed through the ceiling window at the vast starry sky, a fierce determination flickering in his eyes. This goal was not insurmountable. Chapter 9. Sister Camille. Bang. Bang. The heavy footsteps echoed as Rex slowly traversed the room, feeling as though he bore the weight of a mountain despite carrying no burdens that is 50 times gravity. Truly this arduous. Drops of sweat trickled down his cheeks as he gritted his teeth, his brow furrowing deeply. This was not a gravity chamber. It was merely an ordinary room. Yet, not long ago, the great universe system had activated the gravity function for him. The enhancement of gravity did not alter the room itself, but rather intensified Rex's own weight, leaving others oblivious to the change. Undeniably, training under doubled gravity proved effective. As depicted in the original work, Kakarot and others trained diligently in the gravity chamber for good reason. Engaging in this method of training during moments of boredom was indeed a viable option. Rex, suddenly, a melodious voice reached his ears, followed by the entrance of a graceful figure. Rex turned, his brow slightly furrowed, as a vague memory began to align with the newcomer. Camille? She was a young woman, her features exquisite, exuding an air of commanding presence. Though the coldness in her eyes marred that grace. I am your sister, the girl stated flatly, her voice devoid of emotion, her gaze upon Rex as if he were a stranger. Oh, so you are my sister? Rex replied with a smirk. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten I even had one. So, dear sister, what brings you to me? Engaging in banter held no value. Camille regarded Rex with indifference, letting out a cold huff. Rex, tell me, what is your current combat power? Are you blind? Rex retorted, ignoring her and continuing his slow pace as sweat dripped down. Camille's beautiful eyes flashed with icy anger. Yet she suppressed it, stating, it's merely 1,888 points of combat power. Do not let it go to your head, lest you attract someone you cannot afford to provoke. Are you reprimanding me? Rex replied coolly. Think what you will. With a dismissive remark, Camille turned to leave, seemingly unwilling to linger even a moment longer. Rex halted, watching her elegant figure fade from view, a slight smirk tugging at his lips. Cannot provoke? Huh. So far, aside from Frieza, I cannot fathom who else might warrant such caution. Those so-called elite warriors, or King Vegeta, absurd. However, it appeared that this sister of his was not entirely indifferent to him. Her demeanor, shaped by Saiyan nature, merely came off as cold. Rex. Another call rang out, this time markedly different from the previous icy tone, imbued with warmth. Your sister came to find you. Has something happened? The newcomer was Betty, her face etched with concern, evidently having encountered Camille. From what she understood, Rex's sister held a low opinion of lower warriors like them, visiting only once every few years. Betty instinctively feared that something must have gone awry. Nothing's wrong, Rex replied casually, shaking his head. What brings you here? Betty bit her pink lips, hesitating to speak. Just say what you wish to say, Rex remarked, casting her a sidelong glance before adjusting the gravity to 30 times. Instantly feeling a sense of ease that my parents wish to meet you. Betty's tone was somewhat conflicted, as if fearful of displeasing Rex, yet she hastily added, it's perfectly fine if you don't want to go. Meet me? Rex's expression turned peculiar, pondering whether this was the legendary encounter with the mother-in-law that he hadn't anticipated that Saiyans had such customs. Well, my mother expressed a desire to meet you. Betty gazed at Rex cautiously, reassuring him, rest assured, I haven't disclosed your secrets. I've merely mentioned our relationship. Rex observed Betty's demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. You needn't speak to me in such a manner. I won't harm you. Well, perhaps I might, but not at this moment. A faint blush crept onto Betty's face, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. So, does that mean you agree? Of course. Rex grinned broadly. It's merely a meeting with the parents, he declared with an air of calmness. Disagree. What does that matter to me? As long as I am fond of it, that's sufficient. In Rex's perspective, there was nothing on Vegeta that warranted his serious attention. Not even that ice-cold sister. Perhaps on a whim, he might take Betty away from Vegeta, disregarding its impending doom. Casually trailing behind Betty, the Saiyans they encountered were left in astonishment, followed by a flurry of whispers. After all, it was utterly extraordinary for two mere low-ranking warriors, merely 12 or 13 years of age, to possess combat powers of 1888 and 1666, especially considering they were once members of a team derisively labeled as the Trash Squad. Here we are. Before long, Betty halted, turning around with a hint of trepidation. Oh, Rex nodded, lifting his gaze towards the firmly shut door, a smirk suddenly gracing his lips. In the next moment, he wrapped his arm around Betty's slender waist, striding forward with determination, and delivered a swift kick to the door. Chapter 10. Betty's father. Ignorance breeds fear. Boom. The door shattered into fragments, scattering in all directions. Rex's abrupt action startled Betty, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at the splintered entrance. To keep me waiting while deliberately shutting the door? How rude, Rex scoffed, swaggering into the house with Betty in tow. Betty was speechless. She longed to retort that it seemed Rex was the more impolite one. Yet, truth be told, she had always harbored grievances against her parents for their neglect. Now they suddenly wished to meddle in her affairs. Moreover, she had complied with their request to bring Rex, yet they still chose to keep the door shut. It was clear they did not wish for Rex to enter their home. Upon stepping inside, a fierce gust met them, yet Rex remained unfazed, calmly extending his hand to intercept the punch aimed at him. Is this how you welcome guests? A glint of coldness flashed in Rex's eyes as he retaliated with a swift kick. Bang! The sound echoed as the assailant was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the wall and leaving an imprint of their form. Rex? No. Only then did Betty realize, rushing to grasp Rex's arm. After spending half a year together, she had come to understand just how volatile Rex's temperament could be, though he appeared composed most of the time. Once provoked, he became truly unrestrained, and no one could halt him. Otherwise, destruction would ensue. I didn't strike first, Rex shrugged. Not bad, quite impressive. A deep voice suddenly resonated, calm and devoid of discernible emotion. Flattery, Rex replied nonchalantly, making his way to a chair, where he sat down and lifted Betty onto his lap. The speaker was none other than the man Rex had just sent flying, Betty's father. He was a rugged-looking man with a beard, a wild mane of hair, and faint scars adorning his face. At first glance, Rex couldn't help but think of Bardock. They bore a slight resemblance, both marked by scars. Simultaneously, two figures flashed through his mind, Kakarot and Broly. Both were born on the same day, yet they existed at opposite ends of the spectrum. Kakarot, also known as Son Goku, had a combat power of merely 2 at birth, placing him at the absolute bottom among low-ranking warriors. Rex mused that had Kakarot not been sent to Earth and suffered a head injury that altered his temperament, he likely would not have achieved such greatness. In contrast, Broly was the legendary Super Saiyan, born with a staggering combat power of 10,000, causing Kakarot, who was nurtured beside him, to cry in fear. In the realm of Dragon Ball, Rex had always believed Broly was the most gifted Saiyan. As his power escalated with age, what a monumental advantage. Alas, he fell victim to the protagonist's halo, a thought that evoked a sense of regret. With less than 2 years until Broly and Kakarot's births, Rex pondered the implications. Broly was a promising talent that couldn't be left to his own devices. Otherwise, his mind, filled with thoughts of destruction and slaughter, would ultimately lead to his downfall. The identity of the one who might bring about his end remained uncertain. I am Betty's father. More you go by Rex, correct? The middle-aged man spoke, his lips twitching slightly as if attempting to muster a smile, though it was evident such expressions were foreign to him. Yes, Rex replied absently. Nodding, I have heard of your reputation. Moore fixed his sharp gaze upon Rex, the captain of the Trash Squad, whose parents perished in battle, and who has an elder sister of intermediate rank. Is that so? Rex, still lost in thought, merely acknowledged Moore's words. Betty's combat power was over 400 just 6 months ago, and you were only slightly stronger than her. Yet upon your return, both of you possess combat powers exceeding 1,500. Moore's eyes bore into Rex's, each word deliberate. This is astonishing for low-ranking warriors. Indeed, Rex conceded with a nod. Then may I inquire as to the reason behind this? Moore's tone grew serious. This. Betty's expression shifted, her concern evident as she glanced at Rex. Just as she was about to speak, Rex interrupted her. No, the two simple words were laced with an undeniable finality. In that instant, even Betty's father faltered, the momentum he'd built through his words dissipating entirely. Rex, you must understand. This is an opportunity for our Saiyan race to rise. Even the cosmic tyrant Frieza would have to bow before us. Moore's voice grew fervent as he stood, fixated on Rex. Why should I care? Rex let out a cold chuckle. Truly, ignorance breeds courage. If you were to indeed have all Saiyans consume the Chi blood pill, then before they could even grow strong, planet Vegeta would be obliterated by Frieza with just a flick of his finger. It is important to note that Frieza has always harbored deep-seated apprehensions regarding the legendary Super Saiyan. P.S. I apologize for the late update. I had been locked inside the word processing software and only emerged now, so I must once again update using a classmate's computer. Chapter 11. A Frantic Thought. Refining the Super Saiyan, the atmosphere grew thick with tension, a subtle unease permeating the surroundings. More fixated intently on Rex, his expression shifting constantly, alternating between shades of blue and white, as if he were grappling with a monumental internal struggle. Meanwhile, Rex appeared nonchalant, idly picking at his nails, exuding an air of indifference. Beside him, Betty's small face was taut with worry, her fingers gripping Rex's arm tightly, fearful that he might suddenly lash out. Given Rex's current combat prowess, he could easily annihilate her parents with a single move. Although she felt no sense of belonging to this family, she certainly did not wish for her parents to perish at Rex's hands. After a moment, Moore asked, Rex, do you have feelings for Betty? His previously fierce gaze softened, his voice losing its edge. Are you attempting to use Betty to threaten me? Rex raised his eyes, a semblance of a smile playing on his lips as he observed the shifting colors of Moore's face. Do not engage in such tedious theatrics. I believe you are more aware than I of how Betty might choose to do this. Moore's lips twitched involuntarily. Rex spoke the truth. In the lives of Saiyans, familial bonds were not of paramount importance, as loved ones could perish at any moment, leading to a general apathy towards such ties. The closest relationships were often those between spouses. Moore's intent was, in fact, quite straightforward. He merely wished for Rex to share his methods for enhancing combat power. After all, this would pose no detriment to Rex, and would instead earn him the respect of all Saiyans. Would it not? At that moment, a graceful figure emerged from another room, her visage strikingly similar to Betty's, so much so that one might mistake them for sisters. It was indeed Betty's mother. I suddenly feel that you all are quite foolish, Rex remarked coolly, disregarding the displeasure evident on Betty's parents' faces. What kind of person do you think Frieza is? Frieza, the tyrant. Betty's mother furrowed her brows, contemplating for a moment before uttering 4 words. Ruthless and merciless. An astute evaluation. Then, how does he regard our Saiyan race? Rex glanced at Betty's mother, recognizing her as a perceptive individual, just a weapon. Before she could respond, Rex interjected, his voice cold. Frieza merely regards us Saiyans as disposable tools. And should this tool ever pose a threat to its master, it will be eliminated without hesitation. Betty quietly interjected, her voice trailing off. The implications of Rex's words echoed in the minds of her parents, leaving them in a state of stunned silence. That's impossible. Although we Saiyans may not match Frieza's power, we cannot be that far behind. Can we? Moore spoke uncertainly, his status as a lower-class warrior leaving him without direct experience of Frieza's true strength. In truth, even King Vegeta was unaware of Frieza's actual combat capabilities. Otherwise, he would not have led other Saiyans into Frieza's ship. Ha! Rex scoffed, offering no further explanation. Beside him, Betty, her expression a complex mixture of emotions, spoke up. Frieza's base combat power is 530,000. Boom, like thunder crashing in their minds. Moore and the others were left utterly stupefied. 530,000. You must be joking. Such a combat power is impossible. Betty parted her lips, yet chose not to elaborate further, wondering if revealing Frieza's maximum power of 120 million would leave her parents utterly dumbfounded. After all, when she first heard Rex mention that despairingly terrifying figure, it took her a long while to recover from the shock. Lastly, a friendly reminder, Frieza has always harbored fears regarding the legendary Super Saiyan. Should anyone with abnormally skyrocketing combat power emerge, he would not hesitate to strike down planet Vegeta. Rex rose to his feet, casting a cold glance at the still-dazed couple, before wrapping his arm around Betty and striding towards the exit. Take care of yourselves. Betty glanced back at her parents with a sigh, then followed Rex out. I suppose I can no longer stay at home. What should I do? Betty pouted. Of course, you shall stay at my place. Rex grinned, his right hand wandering inappropriately over her graceful form. Humph, the moment I look at you, I can tell you have ulterior motives. Betty shot Rex a sidelong glance, her irritation laced with a hint of alluring charm. Ha. Rex laughed heartily but soon fell into contemplation, furrowing his brow. Time is drawing near. We cannot linger on planet Vegeta any longer. we should depart shortly. Must we leave so soon? Betty exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, for the next 2 years, I do not intend to return to planet Vegeta. If you have any matters to attend to, you should complete them swiftly. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Rex's eyes. This way, he could momentarily set aside concerns about Frieza, and Betty could elevate her combat power without hesitation. As long as they returned before the births of Broly and Kakarot, everything would be fine. As he thought of Broly, a wild notion suddenly struck Rex. Just if, one could refine a naturally born Super Saiyan into a Chi blood pill, what would happen upon consumption? Chapter 12. Encountering Vegeta, the mystery of the Super Saiyan. The outcome remains unknown. However, information suggests that a Super Saiyan is an unconventional transformation. Upon death, they revert to their initial state. The voice of the great universe system echoed in his mind, still as cold and mechanical as ever. Rex furrowed his brow. It was indeed the case. Unlike the transformations of other races, once a Saiyan sustains severe injuries, they cannot maintain their Super Saiyan form and revert to their ordinary state. What a pity, Rex mused, clicking his tongue. That if possible, I would genuinely like to experiment. Saiyans are truly unique, seemingly capable of transforming without limit, evolving from one of the original Super Saiyans to the later Super Saiyan God. Well, it would be more accurate to say, a Super Saiyan endowed with the powers of a Super Saiyan God. What a pity. Betty inquired curiously. It's nothing. Rex snapped back to reality. Oh, you have any matters to attend to? It seems I have nothing pressing, Betty replied, tilting her head in thought. Then let us set off now. Rex had initially contemplated returning home for a brief visit. However, upon reflection, he deemed such an endeavor to be utterly pointless and thus abandoned the thought altogether. The distance to the spacecraft was not great, and although the two walked at a leisurely pace, they soon arrived at their destination. Along the way, it was evident that the number of onlookers discussing them had significantly diminished. After all, they were merely lower-ranking warriors, and only fellow lower-class Saiyans would take note, albeit without investing too much energy in such trivial matters. Vegeta? Upon reaching the location of the spacecraft, Rex's steps came to an abrupt halt. A familiar figure approached, characterized by a mane of fiery hair and an air of haughtiness. Although he was merely 3 years old, he already possessed a battle power in the thousands, truly deserving of the title Genius Warrior. This character, one of the protagonists of Dragon Ball, nicknamed Tragic Tower, had always struck Rex as a mere foil to Kakarot, until the arrival of Golden Frieza, when he redeemed himself by transforming into a Super Saiyan and delivering a fierce beating to Golden Frieza. The presence of Rex and Betty elicited no response from Vegeta whatsoever. The prince of the Saiyan race. He lacked even the slightest interest in glancing at two lower-class warriors with battle powers barely exceeding 1,000. Following closely behind Vegeta were two imposing figures. One was tall and robust, sporting a prominent bald head, while the other had hair cascading down to his waist. It was Nappa and Raditz. What puzzled Rex was that Raditz had chosen to follow Vegeta so early, which was quite unexpected. Unlike Nappa, who hailed from a prestigious Saiyan lineage, Raditz was merely a lower-class warrior, and his battle power was quite lackluster. Indeed, it was very low. After pondering for a moment, Rex could not ascertain a reason for this anomaly. As they brushed past one another, Rex maintained a stoic expression, while Betty clung tightly to his arm. Watching Vegeta walk by without the admiration she once held, a battle power in the thousands. Was that truly impressive? Had circumstances been different, she would have undoubtedly surpassed Prince Vegeta by now. Rex, suddenly, Raditz halted as he passed by. Do you know me? Rex raised an eyebrow. He had always felt sympathy for this unfortunate child, who had met his end alongside his younger brother, and thus was inclined to engage in a conversation. Of course, your battle power. Raditz's eyes betrayed an unmistakable shock. As a lower-class warrior who walked in Vegeta's shadow, he had some knowledge of the so-called garbage team. Just half a year prior, Rex had possessed a mere few hundred in battle power. Yet now it had skyrocketed to 1,888. Such a terrifying rate of growth was something Raditz had only witnessed in Vegeta. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Nappa merely glanced at Rex and Betty without pausing. Continuing on their way, the status of Raditz in this hierarchy was all too apparent. Rex chuckled softly. Raditz was only around 7 or 8 years old, yet by the time he descended to Earth, his battle power was merely 1,500. which was rather unusual. He speculated that Raditz' constant proximity to Vegeta had shielded him from serious injuries. Otherwise, given a Saiyant's unique ability to enhance their battle power through recovery from wounds, he would not be so weak. Raditz chose not to elaborate further. He cast a complex glance at Rex before hastening to catch up with Vegeta and Nappa. Rex could read the emotions in that look. To be surpassed by someone once labeled as garbage was a feeling no one would relish. Rex turned to observe Vegeta's retreating figure, that insufferably arrogant individual. Although his demeanor was far from endearing, his potential was undeniably remarkable. Otherwise, he would not be making such strides along the path of the Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan, Rex murmured softly to himself, then turned and made his way toward the spacecraft. He was intrigued by how a child born of a union with Earthlings could possess such immense potential and so easily transform into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 13. Arrival at the high-level planet Boom. Two spacecraft descended, creating massive craters upon landing. They had finally arrived. Rex slowly floated out, his gaze impassively surveying the surroundings. They had reached a planet known as Karin, situated far from Vegeta's homeworld. They had spent a full month aboard the spacecraft to arrive here. Betty stood beside Rex, gently pressing the button on her battle power detector. Beep, beep, boom. After only 2 beeps, the detector exploded, falling from Betty's hands. There exceeds 10,000 in battle power. This is a high-level planet. Betty frowned, as her battle power detector had a maximum limit of 10,000. Indeed. Rex nodded, casually removing the shattered remnants of the detector, reducing it to fragments. He had previously overlooked this fact. Both of their detectors were quite outdated, and 10,000 was already their limit. Let's proceed. I shall assist you in enhancing your strength. Rex scanned the area and chose a direction at random. High-level planets were rife with uncertainties, as they could potentially harbor creatures of immense battle power. However, since they had already arrived, there was no thought of leaving immediately. In a flash, the 2 figures vanished into the horizon. Detection confirms the arrival of 2 creatures on our Karin planet. They are Saiyans. Almost simultaneously with Rex and Betty's descent, a group of peculiar beings in a certain location on Karin began scrutinizing them through a massive screen. Those belligerent monkeys dare to come here. What is their battle power? One of the apparent leaders sneered. Wait a moment. Soon, the results emerged, displaying 2 numbers above Rex and Betty's heads. A heavy silence fell over the group. After a long pause, someone could no longer contain their curiosity. There's no error in the detection. All readings are normal. Point 1 at 1,888, the other at 1,666. As far as I know, this is merely the level of lower-class warriors among the Saiyans. Surely, they do not intend to challenge us. Perhaps they are just a couple of lovebirds on vacation. Another chimed in with a chuckle. Enough? The leader suddenly spoke, his voice laced with cold mockery. These monkeys are becoming increasingly brazen. They seem utterly oblivious to their own insignificance. Send someone to eliminate them. Understood. Wait, something feels amiss. Suddenly, a strange figure in a white lab coat interjected, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, his expression icy. You all should pay close attention. Strange. There was an incessant feeling of being watched. Rex soared through the air. He furrowed his brow. That unsettling sensation of discomfort akin to a prickling sensation had begun the moment they arrived on this planet. It was an odd intuition. Regrettably, he had yet to master the Earthling's method of directly sensing chi. Otherwise, he would not find himself in such a passive position. Rex clenched his teeth in silence. With that thought, he suddenly halted, causing Betty beside him to look on in confusion. Get down. Rex spoke coldly, and then swiftly descended. Although Betty was bewildered, she closely followed him. But as soon as they landed, Rex unleashed a ki blast, obliterating a nearby mountain into fragments. Someone there. Betty's anxiety surged. Her combat power was only slightly above 1,000, and on this advanced planet, the pressure was immense. Rex remained silent, his gaze frigid, as he launched ki blasts in all directions. If you won't show yourself, I will force you out. Saiyans were capable of destroying planets, but it was challenging to sell them afterward. However, Rex harbored no such concerns. Boom. Boom. One peak after another crumbled, the earth shattered into countless ravines. And in an instant, the area was left riddled with destruction. Damn it. What is that accursed monkey trying to do? The Karin people observing them on the large screen were furious. This was their home planet. And if it continued to be ravaged, Karin planet would be doomed. Did you not notice the combat power of that male scion? A cold voice from a lab coat echoed upon hearing this. Everyone realized that the male scion's combat power was rapidly escalating, soaring to 5,000 in the blink of an eye. He could conceal his combat power. Only 5,000. Not worth panicking over. We must resolve this quickly, or our home planet will become uninhabitable. How do you know that this is his maximum combat power? Enough. A disdainful snort silenced the surroundings. The leader coldly surveyed the crowd before shifting his gaze back to the screen, his eyes glinting with menace. Masha, Jios, you two go together. Eliminate him swiftly. Yes, soon. A stout and a slender figure turned and departed. Damn Saiyan monkey. If it weren't for Frieza's relentless watch over Rex's rampage. The voice growled. They have arrived. As Rex continued his path of destruction, his patience waned. Suddenly, he lifted his head, fixating on the sky above. At last, two figures swiftly approached from the horizon. Betty, you should retreat and hide. Rex instinctively sensed that the newcomers would be formidable opponents, their combat power likely exceeding 10,000, capable of killing Betty with a mere strike. Understood. Betty recognized her inability to assist and complied. Hiding a short distance away, swish, the stout and slender figures landed before Rex. You ugly Saiyan monkey, do you dare to ravage our Karin planet? Are you seeking death? The stout one spoke icily, his eyes squeezed by excess flesh, gleaming with malice. Why waste words with him? Just kill him. The slender one sneered. Are you attacking, or am I? Fools, allow me to choose for you. A glint of cold light flashed in Rex's eyes. And in the next instant, he appeared behind the two, swiftly delivering kicks. What? Two startled exclamations rang out, clearly unprepared for Rex's astonishing speed. Bang! The stout and slender figures were sent flying, crashing into a mountain. Damn it! Boom! The mountain shattered, and the two figures soared into the air. Humph! Rex laughed coldly, not waiting for the Karin beings to regain their footing before appearing above them, striking forcefully on the stout one's head with both hands. The slender one's expression changed drastically, and he swung a punch at Rex. A mere combat power of over 10,000 dares to act arrogantly before me. Rex seized the slender one's fist, spun sharply, and hurled him towards the ground. Boom! The ground cracked widely, and both Karin beings plummeted down, engulfed in dust. Damn it! This Saiyan monkey's combat power has surged to 15,000. Masha, Jios, you are no match for him. Retreat quickly. Below, the stout and slender figures, their clothes tattered and bloodied, struggled to their feet. Upon hearing the voice, they exchanged glances and, without hesitation, took to the sky, fleeing in different directions. Trying to escape? Rex gathered ki in his hand and hurled it at the stout one. Then, he swiftly shifted and appeared before the slender one, gripping his neck and twisting forcefully. Crack! There was no chance to struggle. He perished instantly. In the other direction, the stout one was hit by the ki blast, exploding into fragments. What a waste! Spitting disdainfully, Rex refined the slender's corpse into a blood essence pill, which then transformed into a streak of light and landed beside Betty. It's a pity the stout one was obliterated. Otherwise, your combat power could have directly risen to 10,000. Rex handed the blood essence pill to Betty, a hint of regret in his tone. Why not keep it for later, to kill again? After all, he won't be leaving this planet, Betty questioned, recalling how things had been done previously. Rex shook his head. This is unavoidable on an advanced planet. The maximum combat power is incalculable, and those with combat power exceeding 10,000 are not numerous. We faced two this time, but next time it could be more. My only option is to minimize their numbers as much as possible. Betty, however, was astute and quickly grasped this point. She did not reach for the blood essence pill, but instead looked at Rex earnestly and said, This blood essence pill should be consumed by you. Only then can you confront even more formidable foes. There will certainly be more enemies ahead, and you can give it to me later. Rex frowned, considering her reasoning, and finally nodded, tossing the blood essence pill into his mouth. Whoosh! The crimson flame ignited. Unlike before, this time the blood flame, though still somewhat hazy, was considerably deeper in hue and burned for a longer duration. After several seconds, Rex opened his eyes, a fleeting crimson glimmer vanishing in his pupils. 20,000. As anticipated, his combat power surged, but what excited Rex even more was the augmentation of his physical strength. This blood essence pill had doubled the intensity of his physical body. Even standing still, he could withstand attacks without issue. That if he continually consumed blood essence pills, Would he be able to achieve a state of physical sanctification akin to the primordial world? This thought flickered through Rex's mind that it was not impossible. Blood essence pills could continuously enhance the physical body, and if all went well, there should be no upper limit. Furthermore, if he could learn celestial techniques or magic in the first world he entered, utilizing chi, what kind of effects would that produce? Would the power diminish, or would it become even stronger? This query can only be unraveled after achieving at least 100,000 combat power. What do you think? Beside him, Betty spoke with a radiant smile. Not bad. Rex grinned widely. Although the sensation of being watched still lingered, he felt considerably less anxious. His combat power of 20,000 and formidable physique instilled him with a great deal of confidence. However, one concern continued to gnaw at him. Betty's combat power was far too low. If anyone were to entangle him, Betty would be left with no escape. He needed to procure some chi blood pills as soon as possible. With this thought in mind, Rex wrapped his arms around Betty and transformed into a streak of light, soaring through the air. Chapter 15. Enemies with at least 30,000 combat power on Karin Planet. Within a certain underground base, everyone fixated their gaze on the large screen displaying two fleeting figures, their expressions grim. A combat power of 20,000, to my knowledge, is nearly the pinnacle among Saiyans. The man in the white lab coat spoke ominously. His eyes locked on Rex, glimmering with a peculiar light, as if he had laid eyes on a coveted toy. Damn it! How was I unaware that Saiyans possessed the ability to transform others into small orbs? The leader's face twisted with rage, wishing to devour Rex alive. He must be captured alive. The man in the lab coat clenched his fists tightly, declaring, "Did you not notice?" After he consumed that orb, his combat power surged from 15,000 to 20,000 instantly. This is a terrifying ability. If we were to harness it, the entire universe would belong to us. I shall personally lead the charge. Upon hearing this, excitement flickered in the leader's eyes. Hurry! The man in the lab coat fixated on the screen, where Rex was again refining a colonian into a chi blood pill. This time, he did not consume it himself, but offered it to the female scion beside him. The numerical value above her head drastically jumped from 1,666 to 3,500, truly a high-level planet. Although there was no combat power detector, each time Rex eliminated a colonian, he acquired data on their combat power. Thus far, he had not encountered any with a combat power below 500. Crack. With a casual motion, Rex snapped the neck of a colonian, the combat power information instantly manifesting in his mind. 200. What a pity. Rex shook his head. The restriction on chi blood pills was that they could not be lower than half the user's combat power. Naturally, he far exceeded this value, and Betty, now possessing 3,500 combat power, would gain no benefit from consuming it. Disposing of the corpse nearby, Rex had no interest in refining it. While it might prove useful in the future, such considerations were irrelevant now. Even if he were to refine it, he had no place to store it. If only he had a spatial ring or something of the sort. This thought flickered through Rex's mind at that moment. A voice from the Grand Universe system echoed. When the Master's combat power reaches 50,000, the backpack function will be activated, with an initial capacity of 10, increasing with the Master's combat power. 50,000, Rex's eyes brightened. This target was not far off and could likely be achieved swiftly. However, a capacity of 10 slots seemed rather small. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. Rex glanced back at the colony and corpse he had discarded. Contemplating not to waste it, a starry light shot from his fingertip. In the blink of an eye, a dimly colored chi blood pill took shape, slowly floating into his hand. Let us go. We must elevate your combat power to 10,000 before stronger enemies arrive. Rex placed the chi blood pill into his clothing, turning to speak. Betty nodded vigorously. She too wished to no longer be a burden, merely watching Rex fight from the sidelines. Suddenly, Rex's expression changed in the next instant. He grasped Betty and shifted his form, vanishing from the spot. Boom! A massive energy blast struck the ground where Rex had just stood, creating a deep crater. This guy. Rex stood atop a small hill, his gaze heavy as he fixated on several figures hovering not far away. The most imposing among them exuded an immense pressure. This individual's combat power must be at least 30,000. Rex gritted his teeth, an invisible aura erupting around him. This was the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered. Had it not been for his robust physique, which bolstered his confidence, he would have had no chance of contending with such a foe. Rex, do you need an artificial moon? Beside him, Betty felt a greater pressure than Rex. Speaking in a hushed tone. No. Rex shook his head. What a ridiculous notion. If these individuals could locate him so easily. It indicated not only their formidable combat power but also the existence of advanced technology. Such a high-level planet would undoubtedly have knowledge of Saiyan traits, transforming into a giant ape by the time you initiate the transformation. The artificial moon would have already been destroyed. Once weakened, he would be completely at their mercy. Betty, stay back. A cold glint flashed in Rex's eyes as he soared upward, appearing in front of the imposing figure. Launching a powerful punch. Humph. The leader did not evade, merely fixing his cold gaze on our EX.IT was only when Rex's fist drew near that he swiftly countered with a punch of his own. The speed was astonishing, arriving before Rex's strike, crashing into his chest. Boom. Rex was sent flying, crashing into a mountainside. Trash. The leader spat, a look of disdain evident in his eyes that he glanced at Betty, standing at a distance. Showing no interest before redirecting his attention to the rubble that had exploded, he had not exerted his full strength with that punch. The Saiyan would merely suffer some injuries. What is happening? After waiting for a moment, the debris remained still, causing the leader to frown in confusion. Be careful. Behind you. A voice echoed in his ear. Bang. Bang. Two muffled thuds sounded from behind. The leader's expression shifted as he abruptly turned, only to be met with Rex's fleeting, cold smile. Chapter 16. Crushing through physical might. Boom. Two resounding blasts rang out in unison, and the two individuals following the burly man were instantly struck down, crashing heavily to the ground. Damn it, the leader roared infuriated. In the mere moment it took to turn, Rex had vanished again, and had severely injured his subordinates. Such speed was utterly incongruous with his combat power. Suddenly, his gaze darted to Betty, as a sphere of energy rapidly formed in his palm, ready to be hurled. Just then, Rex appeared beside him, delivering a powerful kick to his arm. Bang! The energy sphere shot skyward. Got you. The leader flashed a sinister smile. His seemingly clumsy physique belied an extraordinary swiftness. He ensnared Rex with his powerful arms, exerting pressure as if intending to strangle him to death. However, his expression swiftly changed. How could this be so unyielding? It was well known that his combat power approached 40,000 points, yet as he tightened his grip around Rex, it felt as if he were constricting the hardest stone in the universe. Quite impressive, Rex grinned, for combat power was categorized by the strength of one's chi, yet in the realm of Dragon Ball, physical confrontations prevailed, thanks to the blood chi pill that enhanced his physique. Rex's physical strength far exceeded that of an ordinary individual. This guy, let alone Frieza, would find it difficult to completely dominate Rex in hand-to-hand combat. Of course, if he were to face Frieza directly, Rex would still be forced to endure a beating that a single energy blast would likely leave him in tatters. No matter, as long as I can take you back with me. Initially, the leader's expression darkened, but he soon began to smile, his gaze towards Rex akin to that of a treasure. Rex blinked in surprise, narrowing his eyes. What did that mean? The implication that capturing him would suffice suggested that he possessed something the leader coveted. The blood chi pill. Quickly, Rex grasped the situation, his expression turning grim. At first, he merely thought the opponent could track his location, but it became evident that there was something akin to a surveillance device. Meaning every move he made was under the leader's watchful eye. You brat, if you obediently divulge that method of transforming beings into spheres and pledge your service to me on Karin Star, I shall spare your life. What do you say? The leader chuckled coldly. The commendable proposition. Rex nodded, yet his eyes brimmed with mockery. However, I have no intention of sparing your life. So, his gaze suddenly glinted with murderous intent. Let me send you to your demise. Bang! Before the words could fully escape his lips, Rex lunged forward, crashing his head into the leader's jaw. A jolt of intense pain and dizziness caused the leader to release his grip, his hands instinctively clutching his forehead as drops of purple blood trickled down his face. Feeling comfortable? Rex's icy voice echoed from behind him. Before the leader could turn, Rex unleashed a powerful punch that landed heavily against his waist. Puffed. The Karin alien's body contorted as purple blood erupted from his mouth. Your gravest mistake was allowing me the opportunity to approach you. Rex's figure flickered, appearing before the Karin alien, his hands gripping the opponent's shoulders as he bent his right leg, unhesitatingly launching a knee strike aimed at the leader's vital areas. For most races, this was a significant weakness. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Frieza's race, the Frost Demons, which reproduced asexually. The unbearable pain rendered the Karin alien trembling, his eyes bulging, hands clutching his groin, his face contorted in agony. Seeing you in such torment, I almost feel pity. Rex crossed his arms over his chest, hovering in front of him with an expression of mock compassion. Allow me to liberate you. You bastard. The leader suddenly lifted his head. His face resembling pig liver, fury blazing in his eyes. That a glint of cold light flashed in Rex's eyes as he swiftly moved behind him and struck with a punch. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as his fist pierced through the leader's chest, halting the leader's struggles to eye in the next moment. A faint starlight enveloped him, and the leader's robust figure gradually diminished until it transformed into a blood-chi pill, resting in Rex's palm. The stronger the combat power, the more exquisite the blood-chi pill produced. Rex gazed at the pill in his hand, smacking his lips in appreciation. Unlike its predecessors, this blood-chi pill was crystal clear, resembling a blood-colored gemstone at first glance. A veritable ornament. Suddenly, his eyes glimmered, his form flickering as he vanished from the spot. Bang! Bang! Two muffled thuds followed. The two Karin aliens previously struck down by Rex fell lifeless, swiftly transformed into blood-chi pills. Yet their quality was markedly inferior, with combat powers just exceeding 10,000. That's strange. Could it be that on this advanced planet, only that one Karin alien with nearly 40,000 combat power existed? Rex furrowed his brow. Including those three just now, he had slain 5 Karin aliens with combat power exceeding 10,000. Yet only that most robust one surpassed 30,000. To be precise, aside from that individual, the others barely exceeded 10,000. With little variation, the sensation of being watched persisted. Rex's gaze flickered with cold light. That unknown observer hiding somewhere must be unearthed. Chapter 17. Another transformation of the Scion's huff. The crimson aura blazed, reminiscent of fresh blood flowing across his body, his long hair alternating between black and red in a restless rhythm. Rex's eyes widened, his pupils shimmering with a faint blood glow, evoking a sense of trepidation. After approximately a minute, this state gradually dissipated. The dim red in his hair reluctantly faded, transforming into a pure black. That sensation, Rex's blood glow vanished from his pupils, yet his brow slowly furrowed. Just now, it felt as though his combat power had surged momentarily, a force so overwhelming that it instilled in him the conviction that he could obliterate anything. What is happening in the universe? Rex silently pondered, convinced it was undoubtedly related to the blood-chi pill. The blood-chi pill concentrated the essence of living beings, capable of stimulating its owner's potential to a certain degree, with a minuscule chance of enhancing it further. The voice of the great universe system is mechanical and indifferent, stimulating potential. A glimmer of insight sparked in Rex's eyes. Was that the effect of temporarily activating his potential just now? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he silently mused. Super Saiyan? According to the analysis, it bore similarities to the strength of a Super Saiyan, yet was not identical. It was highly probable this represented another transformation of the Scions. The voice of the great universe system, surprisingly, displayed a rare flicker of fluctuation. Another form? Rex was taken aback. Did the Scions possess another transformation? As a seasoned Dragon Ball enthusiast familiar with the original storyline, Rex was certain there was none. Yet, he quickly reconciled with the notion. While this was indeed the Dragon Ball realm, it was not a virtual world. It was a tangible reality. The emergence of elements absent from the original narrative was entirely plausible. What might this other transformation of the Scions entail compared to the Super Saiyan? Rex felt a surge of excitement, for this was undoubtedly a monumental discovery. Perhaps it could pave the way for a path distinct from the Super Saiyan, yet equally formidable. Even mastering and merging both transformations. At that moment, Betty had already digested the 2 blood-chi pills, her beautiful eyes fluttering open. 19,500. Betty's excited little face flushed with a vibrant hue, a manifestation of combat prowess she had once only dared to dream of. Now effortlessly attained. It is worth noting that this surpasses even the greatest of Scions, King Vegeta. Undoubtedly, she now ranks as the second strongest among the Scions, with the first being Rex. Of course, that be why the way. If I were to traverse to another world, could I bring others along? Rex, observing the exhilarated Betty, suddenly recalled this inquiry within his mind. Yes, the response from the Grand Universe system was succinct and clear. Rex, I am no longer a burden. I can fight alongside you. Betty leaped into Rex's embrace, burying her small head forcefully against his chest. As a member of the battle-hardened Saiyan race, her inherently combative nature persisted despite her femininity. Each encounter with an adversary had relegated her to a distant spectator, silently watching without the ability to intervene, which left her feeling quite uneasy. When Saiyans cease to battle, they no longer deserve to be called Saiyans. Born to fight against the heavens and the earth, this indelible pride is etched deep within their souls and flesh. There shall be no burdens by my side. Rex, inhaling the fragrant scent of Betty's hair, murmured softly, light and confident, that useless Yuxius. In the underground base, the scientist in a white lab coat gritted his teeth, fixated on the image of Rex and Betty on the screen. 40300-19500. These two clearly displayed combat power values provoked a visceral reaction within him. This planet is no longer a safe haven. Otherwise, we will inevitably be discovered. The scientist possessed exceedingly low combat power, practically negligible, yet he had meticulously engineered the likes of Masan, Juicy, and the immensely powerful Yuxius. In truth, this planet was not even a high-tier world. Prior to his arrival, the highest combat power recorded was scarcely over 5,000. Initiate the destruction protocol. Hastily uttering this command, the scientist dove into a small spacecraft. The next moment, the vessel soared into the sky. Rex suddenly glanced up, his gaze fixed on a small dot rapidly ascending in the distance. Attempting to flee, a cold smirk crept across his lips as he slightly brought his hands together. Brilliant light swiftly coalescing between his palms. Whoosh, a blinding energy sphere, tinged with an almost imperceptible shade of crimson, shot forth, striking the spacecraft and erupting into a brilliant explosion in the sky. Warning, a powerful explosive device has been detected. This planet will be destroyed in 10 minutes. Please evacuate immediately. At that moment, the Grand Universe System's voice rang out urgently. What? Rex's expression shifted dramatically. With no time to ponder further, he swiftly grasped Betty and unleashed his energy, propelling himself towards the direction of the spacecraft at an unprecedented speed. Chapter 18. Monster Planet, Mysterious Little Beast. That scoundrel nearly took us down with him. It seems we must be more cautious in the future. Rex sat within the spacecraft, gazing through the window at the explosion of Corlin Planet. With his combat power, he could easily obliterate a planet, yet he would not survive the terrifying force of such an explosion. Frankly speaking, the destruction of a star is indeed the most dazzling spectacle in existence, mesmerizing in its splendor that I still need 60,000 combat power. What a hassle, Rex muttered to himself. The universe is vast, brimming with uncharted high-tier planets, and many formidable races exist beyond just the frozen demon clan. Furthermore, not all advanced planets harbor humanoid intelligent life. Indeed, some may lack high technology altogether. Elevating combat power is not inherently difficult. The sole dilemma is maintaining proximity to planet Vegeta. However, the fate of those Saiyans, whether they live or perish, seems of little consequence to me. Rex smacked his lips. According to the storyline, the primary characters would likely survive, such as Vegeta, Kakarot, and the legendary naturally born Super Saiyan Broly. The significance of other Saiyans appears to be minimal, perhaps with the exception of his half-sister, Camille. Never mind, I'll address that later. I'll try to return if possible. But if not, so be it. Rex shook his head, casting aside his somewhat chaotic thoughts that I need to find a high-tier planet devoid of technological presence. That a low murmur escaped his lips as the spacecraft streaked through the cosmos like a shooting star. While the flavor of the vitality pill is pleasant, roasting it truly enhances the taste. Rex sat cross-legged by the riverside, holding a massive fish over a fire, preparing to roast it. Beside him, Betty clutched a roasted pig-like creature, devouring it without a hint of decorum. In terms of size, it was only slightly smaller than the enormous fish in Rex's grasp. For Saiyans, combat is the foremost pleasure, with eating ranking a close second. If one were to consider the appetite of a girl from his previous life on Earth, Rex turned to observe Betty's voracious consumption, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. The scene was too beautiful to contemplate. Although this was not the first time he had witnessed it, Rex still felt a sense of peculiarity that it seems unlikely that an ordinary person could afford to sustain such appetites. He grinned widely. Having arrived on this unknown high-tier planet for 10 days, Rex and Betty had spent nearly every moment engaged in combat and evasion, leaving their clothing tattered. Their combat power had also risen to 85,000 and 40,000. Respectively, one could say they were quite fortunate. This high-tier planet teemed with various colossal beasts, lacking in intelligence. Rex even spotted an enormous creature resembling a dragon-like lizard. Yet, he merely glanced from a distance, refraining from approaching. The reason was simple. He could not defeat it. Rex had witnessed a bird with a combat power of around 50,000 escape from him just days prior, only to succumb to the lizard dragon's attack within seconds. Reduced to mere sustenance, rough estimations suggested the lizard dragon's combat power exceeded 100,000. Moreover, this was not even the highest recorded combat power on the planet. This planet is not very far from planet Vegeta. Approximately a 2-month journey, yet it has remained untouched by the Frieza force. The reason is straightforward. Apart from Frieza himself, the other members of the Force simply lack the strength to annihilate such a planet. And Frieza has no interest in such trivialities. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air broke his reverie as a tiny creature, no larger than a fist, darted towards him, fixated on the roasting fish, drooling profusely. Here it comes again. Rex, without a backward glance, rolled his eyes in exasperation. This marked the third time that this little monster had appeared, and each instance coincided with his attempts to roast something delicious. Strangely, it was remarkably swift, evading capture time and again. Oddly enough, based on Rex's observations of this planet over the past few days, one would expect that larger creatures possess greater combat prowess. However, this diminutive beast defied that expectation. Initially, Rex had assumed that this creature was merely fast and lacked fighting capability. Yet, during its second visit, a beast of comparable strength attempted to snatch away its meal, only to be sent flying by a single slap from the little monster, nearly causing Rex's eyes to pop out in disbelief. At that moment, Rex felt an overwhelming sense of relief that the little beast seemed disinclined to target him, perhaps out of consideration for his roasted meat. With speed so lacking and combat ability so inferior, there was no contest, was there? With a swift motion, Rex held up a roasted fish, only to witness a blur darting around the delectable meal. And in the blink of an eye, it vanished, leaving nothing but scattered bones behind. Glancing aside, he beheld the wretched little creature, its belly swollen as if it were pregnant, a look of utter satisfaction plastered across its beastly face. "Why do you always eat my food?" Rex seethed, feeling a sense of injustice. Betty was right beside him, yet this little fiend consistently chose to pilfer his meal, its sly little eyes evoking a sense of ridicule within him. "Once my combat power increases, I shall ensure you are served in a multitude of ways." Chapter 19. 100,000 combat power. The other world opens. It seemed the little monster sensed Rex's sentiments, tilting its head and rolling its large eyes, managing to produce a surprisingly human-like grin. Rex's lips twitched slightly, a gleam of ferocity flashing in his gaze, but it soon faded into resignation. "That I'll deal with you later," he muttered under his breath, casually tossing a ki blast into the river. Boom! A multitude of fish erupted from the water, and with a swift glance, Rex vanished for a brief moment, only to reappear in his original spot, holding a fish that was by no means smaller than the one he had just lost. "It seems that little creature has taken quite a liking to you," Betty remarked, stifling a giggle. Her demeanor that of a demure lady. Though, if she managed to wipe the grease off her face, she might resemble one a bit more closely. Suddenly, the little monster appeared perched on Betty's delicate shoulder, extending its soft, squirming tongue to gently lick her cheek. "Hee, that tickles," Betty squealed, quickly bursting into laughter. Rex, however, felt a surge of tension. A translucent aura surrounded him. The little monster was alarmingly close to Betty, and that seemingly innocuous tongue could transform into a lethal weapon in an instant. "Hey Rex, don't be so tense. This little guy is quite strong. If it intended to harm me, it would have done so already," Betty reassured him, noticing his unease with a playful chuckle. "Guggy," the little monster chirped in agreement, casting a glance at Rex. "Damn it. This little creature must be male." Rex glowered at the beast, his aura dissipating, and his gaze fell sulkily upon the roasted fish, lest he be further aggravated. "No, it's female," Betty said, lifting the little creature to inspect beneath it before addressing Rex. "Guggy." The little beast immediately grew incensed, easily wriggling free from Betty's grasp, and vanished in a flash. It's shy." Betty's eyes sparkled with delight. Rex, however, turned his gaze in a contemplative manner, Clearly pondering that it was evident that this little monster possessed a high level of intelligence, vastly different from the other creatures on this planet. Either it was an evolved species, or it did not belong to this world at all. To Rex, the latter possibility seemed far more plausible if it truly hailed from the cosmos, exhibiting such formidable combat strength at such a young age. Then the race to which the little monster belonged was undoubtedly extraordinary, perhaps rivaling that of the frost demons. Rex mused to himself. The emergence of a race not previously mentioned in the original narrative had prepared him psychologically. In the Dragon Ball universe, the frost demons were notorious for being cosmic pirates, perpetually plundering and conquering. Yet, even this exceedingly rare combat race had formidable entities to be wary of, such as Majin Buu and the God of Destruction. Beerus, Rex firmly believed that the universe still harbored powerful races, not all of which were as combative as the Saiyans. This was the universe he yearned for, filled with boundless excitement rather than just a handful of limited foes. A fierce glint flickered in Rex's eyes, his fighting spirit ignited. "Rex, your fish is burning." Betty's voice suddenly broke through his reverie. "Huh?" In an instant, Rex was pulled from his lofty thoughts. Flustered and disorganized, Betty erupted into laughter. Entirely unbothered by her appearance, this little girl was gradually revealing her true nature as a tomboy. 3 days later, 125,000. As the crimson aura around him dissipated, Rex clenched his fists tightly, his eyes brimming with barely contained excitement. Betty looked on, her curiosity piqued. While she was happy for Rex, she could not fathom why he was so elated this time. "Congratulations, Master. You have reached the threshold of 100,000 combat power, unlocking the ability to traverse dimensions." Simultaneously, a swirling mass of nebulous starry vortices materialized around Rex, rising and falling in a mesmerizing dance. "It's so beautiful," Betty murmured, her eyes gleaming with wonder. "Please, Master, select a random alternate world to enter. The countdown will automatically select upon completion." Countdown. 10, 9, 8. The mechanical, emotionless voice of the cosmic system resonated in Rex's mind, causing him to momentarily freeze. However, the countdown did not halt. It continued to decrease. 7, 6, 5. Suddenly, Rex snapped back to reality, a rare expression of panic crossing his face as he surveyed the swirling starry vortices around him, some dim, others radiant. Which one should I choose? 3, 2. Should he opt for the larger or the smaller one? Would he be eliminated upon entry? Rex was on the verge of losing his mind. The system offered him no opportunity for contemplation. How utterly shameless. 1. Countdown complete. Alternate world will be selected automatically. Rex's pupils constricted in alarm. Without a moment's thought, he reached out and pressed against one of the dimmer starry vortices. Automatic selection terminated. Manual confirmation of choice. Buzz. The surrounding vortices vanished, leaving only the one Rex had chosen. The alternate world officially opens. Specific information will be revealed upon your entry, with free access granted. Wishing you a pleasant journey, Master. Chapter 20. The Flying Snow and the White Deer. The laughter of the heroic scribe and the green swallow. What is this? Betty gazed at the swirling stars in the sky, a curious glimmer dancing in her beautiful eyes. How delightful. Rex inhaled deeply, calming his slightly agitated heart, and then grinned. "Betty, would you like to accompany me to a fascinating place?" "A fascinating place? How do we get there?" Betty blinked her large eyes. "This is how." Rex suddenly seized Betty's hand, and in the next moment, their figures shimmered and vanished into the starry vortex. "You have successfully entered the alternate world of Jin Yong's Wuxia. The Jin Yong Wuxia realm is a hybrid martial arts universe, integrating elements from the flying snow and the white deer and the laughter of the heroic scribe and the green swallow. Character designs may vary, and everything will adhere to the worldview of the realm entered. Please be advised, Master." The mechanical voice of the great universe system echoed in his mind. Rex furrowed his brow. Wuxia, such a genre seems evidently inferior, as those celestial techniques capable of defying heaven and earth will undoubtedly be absent. If only we were in a realm like the Tomb of God or the Great Covering of Heaven, where one could effortlessly manipulate the stars. Mastery and destruction are not synonymous in the Dragon Ball universe. Beings with combat power in the thousands can obliterate a planet, yet to wield the stars with a mere gesture is nothing short of a pipe dream. Since we are here, we might as well make the best of it. Martial arts in Wuxia, if combined with Qi, may still wield considerable might. Rex surveyed his surroundings, discovering that they stood atop a lofty peak, the horizon obscured by layers of clouds. Where is this? In the brief moment, Betty's eyes sparkled. She realized she was in an entirely unfamiliar place, and despite Rex's presence, anxiety crept in. Well, how to put it? I wonder if you can comprehend this. Rex stroked his chin, carefully choosing his words. This could be considered another universe. Another universe? Betty was momentarily stunned. This surpassed her understanding. Yes, Rex nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, as it was fundamentally inexplicable. What is the combat power like in this hybrid wuxia world? He silently inquired. Not beyond planetary scope. The great universe system replied mechanically. Not beyond planetary scope? Rex nodded slightly. It seemed the combat power was indeed rather low. Alas, this world does not cultivate through chi. Rex frowned. This posed some complications that if he sought something specific, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Come, let's explore, he declared, soaring into the air in a particular direction, with Betty hurriedly trailing behind him. Almost the instant Rex and Betty arrived in this world, several figures sensed their presence, awakening with expressions of astonishment. Is this the power I have long sought, the force that shatters the void? Could it be that an immortal has descended on the towering peak? A majestic figure stood proudly, silently poised as if he were an unparalleled sword piercing the heavens. Ba. In a secluded chamber, a monk sat with his back to the world, facing the wall, his voice tinged with a sigh. By a small stream, an elderly man with a weathered face, wearing a straw hat, sat fishing quietly, his lowered gaze seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, a splash, a fish was pulled from the water. The old man, holding the fish, hummed a tune, took a sip of wine, and ambled away. These individuals were the unrivaled masters of this world, traversing the land with few equals, some in seclusion for introspection, others retreating to cultivate, or journeying with sword in hand in search of the elusive path to transcendence. The attire of the people here is quite peculiar. Betty observed her surroundings with curiosity. To her, everything was astonishingly novel. Of course, it was the same for Rex, though having watched numerous dramas in his previous life, he did not find it particularly surprising. They now stood at the entrance of a city, surrounded by a bustling crowd. Most gazes were directed towards the two, particularly at Betty, with an inclination towards forming a gathering. After all, considering Betty's beauty, she could be deemed a rare gem, and her attire was notably revealing for this wuxia world. Such behavior made Betty uneasy. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. Do not be alarmed. Rex shook his head, gently grasping her hand. These are merely ordinary people. If placed in the Dragon Ball world, they wouldn't even be considered cannon fodder. Before long, a circle of onlookers surrounded them, predominantly men, their eyes burning with desire as they inched closer to Betty. Ignorant fools, a cold light flickered in Rex's eyes as he took a slight step forward. Boom! The ground shattered, fissures radiating outward from Rex's foot like the veins of a great beast. Do not force me to slay you. Begone! The terrifying murderous intent surged forth, the accumulated aura from Rex's slaughter of numerous planets now revealed, casting a dark shadow over the scene like ominous clouds pressing down upon a city. Monsters! Surely they are demons! Run! The crowd, now panicked, cried out and scattered in all directions, leaving the area desolate in an instant. Even the city gates slamming shut, the line of soldiers stood atop the city gate, anxiously watching Rex and Betty. Rex scoffed coldly, gazing up at the three large characters above the gate, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes as he strode forward, crashing through the gate and leaving two human-shaped holes in his wake. Xianyang City, Chapter 21. The Enchantment of the Jade Maiden Heart. News spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of Xianyang City. Essentially, every household barred their doors, the streets deserted, with overturned stalls scattered about, and traces of blood marking the path, clearly from those who had fallen in their hasty escape. What a pity. I had intended to introduce you to the local delicacies. Rex expressed a hint of regret. These people's cowardice seemed rather excessive. Delicacies? Betty's eyes sparkled with delight. What is there to lament? Just make them prepare it for us. If not, we can always resort to killing. Rex was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brows slightly. But they are ordinary people. And so what? Betty looked at him quizzically, a perplexed expression on her face. There are plenty of ordinary people on the planets we've cleansed. Right? Rex was momentarily speechless. After a moment, he grinned. realizing how absurd his previous thoughts had been. Indeed, killing is not contingent upon the nature of the victim. There are only two choices, to kill or not to kill. Who are you, barbarians? A voice, tinged with curiosity yet draped in indifference, suddenly echoed through the air. Rex arched an eyebrow, slightly tilting his head to discern the source of the sound. To his gaze, there appeared an ethereal old Taoist with a prominent nose, now glaring fiercely at the two of them. The Chuanjin sect? Rex chuckled, relieved to find someone when he was at a loss. This was a world woven from the tapestry of Jin Yang's martial arts, where aside from Chuanjin, the only other sect likely to be present was Wudong. Wang Chongyang, the foremost of the five absolutes, would undoubtedly bestow unique martial prowess upon the Chuanjin disciples. Rex narrowed his eyes. What is a barbarian? Betty, unable to grasp the meaning, inquired with a hint of confusion and no need to understand its meaning. It certainly isn't a compliment, Rex shrugged. Dare to insult us? Betty's gaze turned perilous as a flicker of light danced between her fingers. A ki blast beginning to coalesce. Hold on, I still have a few questions for him. Rex gently grasped her hand, extinguishing the ki blast. Not even this old Taoist, let alone the entirety of Xiangyang City, would stand a chance against a ki blast casually tossed by Betty. Who are you really? The old Taoist's eyes glimmered with trepidation. In that fleeting moment, he had felt an overwhelming pressure, as though death itself were looming nearby. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he fixated on the tails entwined around Rex and Betty's waists. Just moments ago, those two furry appendages seemed to have moved. It was certainly not a mere illusion. The more he looked, the more peculiar it appeared. Was it a belt? No, it resembled a monkey's tail. A horrifying thought surged into his mind, causing the old Taoist's complexion to pale and his lips to tremble. You truly are monsters? Monsters? Rex grinned widely, his form shifting as he materialized before the old Taoist, then pointed at the tail wrapped around his waist. Are you referring to this? You and I. The old Taoist's fear intensified. For despite being a martial arts master, he had never encountered such swiftness. Even the notorious Chingy Bat King of the Ming cult could not compare. Do not be alarmed. Rex crossed his arms over his chest, observing the old man with keen interest. You hail from the Chuanjin sect, do you not? Which of the 7 disciples are you? Qiu Chuji. The old Taoist responded candidly. He had no choice but to be honest. For this individual, appearing youthful yet enigmatic, exuded a terrifying prowess. Qiu Chuji surmised that even his master, Wang Chongyang, if resurrected, would merely be crushed beneath Rex's might. Perhaps only the legendary Dugu Qiubai or the elusive Zheyozi could match him in battle. Others, even the likes of Dong Xiao and Shidu, would likely fall short. Qiu Chuji? Rex was not unfamiliar with the name, and a graceful figure floated into his mind. Do you know the little dragon girl of the ancient tomb sect? You know of the little dragon girl? Qiu Chuji was taken aback. The ancient tomb sect was adjacent to the Chuanjin sect, and he was well aware of who the little dragon girl was. However, the issue lay in the fact that while the little dragon girl was undeniably formidable, she was still quite young and had rarely left the ancient tomb sect. He had only seen her once or twice. So how could this strange individual be aware of her? Of course, I noted a subtle smile graced Rex's lips, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. I have a keen interest in the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Qiu Chuji was momentarily taken aback. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra? Is that the heart method of the ancient tomb sect? He was not entirely certain. Yet, Rex's next statement caused his expression to shift dramatically. Oh. I am also somewhat intrigued by the Chuanjin heart method. Please do not jest, senior. Qiu Chuji's countenance changed several shades, ultimately settling into a bitter smile. With your power, I presume you would not find the martial arts of my Chuanjin sect to your liking. No, I do find it appealing. Rex flashed a grin, observing the increasingly ashen face of Qiu Chuji, and suddenly patted the old man's shoulder. There's no need to be tense. I won't pressure you just yet. I plan to gather all the masters together first, then examine them closely. Qiu Chuji opened his mouth, yet no words escaped. He could only smile wryly within. He understood that the other party indeed possessed such strength. I have memorized your aura. I shall seek you out in the future. Rex waved his hand dismissively, a look of disdain crossing his features. I have no habit of keeping old men around. Perhaps if it were the little dragon girl, that would be a different matter. Chapter 22. Journey to the Ming Cult. The Soaring Sword Chi. Is the little dragon girl a mother dragon? Betty tilted her head, regarding Rex with a somewhat peculiar gaze. Rex, do you have such a preference? The little dragon girl is not a dragon. She is a human. Rex replied, exasperated. Doe, that's a relief. Betty clapped her hands, seemingly relieved. After all, dragons are quite unsightly, and I can hardly imagine what your offspring would look like. Rex. Meanwhile, Chuji, astounded, felt a chill run down his spine that he was increasingly convinced that these two were indeed monsters or immortals. Did you hear that? Dragons are too ugly, and yet they have children. The tone of someone who has clearly encountered dragons left Chuji, who had only ever heard about them through legend, utterly befuddled. What are you staring at? Get on with your chores and stop being an eyesore here. Rex shot a glance at Chuji, a flicker of red light flashing in his eyes. I shall take my leave then. Chuji, keenly sensing the flash of red in Rex's gaze, was startled and quickly nodded, employing the golden goose skill to leap away, vanishing from sight. That I must relay news of this strange individual back post haste, lest we provoke him and incur undeserved calamity. That it was only after the figures of Rex and Betty disappeared from his sight that Chuji slowed his pace, pondering deeply. Suddenly, two familiar figures appeared before him, startling him from his reverie. Senior, do you have any further matters? Chuji was on the brink of tears. The speed at which they appeared and vanished was simply terrifying. Doe, nothing of great importance. I merely wish to inquire about the direction to the Ming cult. Rex flashed a grin, having just recalled the thought. Within the Ming cult, there are indeed numerous capable individuals. The Chingy Bat King's lightness skill stands unrivaled, and few can rival him. If one were to harness fate, perhaps there could be some extraordinary effects. And what of the renowned Qian Kuan de Nuai? I wonder if Xiao Zhao is currently in the Ming cult. Rex mused internally, reflecting upon that woman whose beauty was concealed beneath an unappealing exterior, ultimately meeting a tragic fate. The Ming cult? Chuji was momentarily stunned, a surge of joy blossoming in his heart. Could it be that this senior intended to seek trouble with the Ming cult? This was something he would gladly welcome. The name of the demonic sect was indeed reviled by the righteous path of the world, standing alongside the Sun Moon holy cult as a formidable force of evil. You do not know? Rex furrowed his brow. I know. Chuji snapped back to reality, hastily responding, but I cannot articulate it clearly. How about I guide you, senior? Rex cast a sidelong glance at him, a smile playing on his lips, instantly instilling a sense of dread within him. Very well. Chuji's face lit up with joy as he hastily nodded. Then shall we set off, esteemed elder? Indeed, a glimmer of mockery danced in Rex's eyes as he abruptly grasped Chuji's collar, and in the next moment, they soared into the air. Whoosh! Two streaks of light swept across the sky. Chuji was nearly petrified with fear. His meticulously arranged hair became a disheveled mess, and his face turned ashen as the fierce winds lashed against him, akin to blades slicing through the air. It was only due to his formidable martial prowess that he had not perished. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have succumbed long ago. At that moment, Chuji realized he had gravely underestimated these two eccentric individuals. Dugachobai, Zaidayozi, surely they cannot possess such abilities to fly. This was clearly a supernatural feat, entirely beyond his realm of comprehension. With this thought, Chuji silently warned himself to exercise utmost caution. He must not provoke these two oddities, for their wrath could obliterate not only him but the entire Chuanjin sect in an instant. Suddenly, Rex halted mid-flight, gazing down at a mountain peak below. Here, he sensed an extraordinarily sharp aura, as if a celestial sword were thrusting skyward. Where has it vanished again? Rex furrowed his brow. The previous sensation felt fleeting, like an illusion. Could there be a divine sword or something of the sort? Yet, from what he understood, the legendary weapons in Jin Yang's tale should not wield such immense power. Esteemed elder, what troubles you? Despite the distress, Chuji dared not express his dissatisfaction. Instead, he forced a smile and inquired. Nothing. Rex silently noted the location, casting a glance at Chuji before continuing in the direction of the Ming cult. Once Rex's figure disappeared, a person atop the mountain peak let out a long breath, their expression complex. Just moments ago, the incomprehensibly terrifying force had loomed above them. In an instant, he had suppressed his own presence, not daring to breathe a word. Who would have thought that Duguchiobai, would face such a day of trepidation? The middle-aged man sighed deeply, staring into the heavens. That overwhelming power rendered even this unparalleled swordsman devoid of the courage to draw his blade. Chapter 23. The King of the Blue Wingbats, Master of Lightness Techniques. Is this the bright summit, In the celestial expanse, Rex looked down upon the towering peaks, his eyes sparkling with intensity. In the next moment, he appeared atop the mountain, casually tossing the disheveled Chuji aside. Esteemed elder, this is the bright summit, the headquarters of the evil cult. Chuji spoke respectfully, his hair in disarray, completely devoid of his prior dignified demeanor. Resembling a disciple of a beggar's sect at first glance, Rex nodded nonchalantly, surveying his surroundings, and suddenly inquired, Chuji, do you have a disciple named Injiping? This unexpected question left Chuji momentarily stunned. But he quickly regained his composure, nodding vigorously. Indeed, Injiping is a rather incompetent disciple of mine. How does the esteemed elder know of him? I do not. Rex's expression remained impassive as he strode toward a specific direction. Chuji could not decipher Rex's intentions, uncertain whether to feel joy or anger, and could only manage a forced laugh. At that moment, Betty passed by the old Taoist, casting him a peculiar glance. Given her understanding of Rex, she knew that the one named Ping was undoubtedly doomed, with no chance of escape. That look sent Chuji into a spiral of despair. After decades of wandering the martial world, he was far from a naive greenhorn. He could fully interpret the mix of mockery and pity in her gaze. Wretched disciple. Without a second thought, Chuji branded his disciple with a label, vowing to expel him from the sect upon his return and to keep a close watch, awaiting the elder's judgment. Rex paused, turning his gaze to the left, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Ha, old Taoist Chio, you possess quite the audacity to come to my bright summit alone. A chilling voice echoed ominously. Chuji's expression changed. He recognized the voice all too well. It belonged to Wei Xiao, the king of the blue-winged bats. He glanced at the silent Rex beside him, cleared his throat, and declared loudly, Wei Xiao, do not be so arrogant. I am here in the company of these two esteemed elders. As he spoke, Chuji cautiously gauged Rex's expression, relieved to find no change. Esteemed elders? A figure clad in blue robes swooped down, pausing before Rex, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Then, licking his lips, he remarked, Old Taoist, do not try to deceive me. These two younglings, so tender and delicate, their blood must be fresh and delectable. His gaze fell upon Betty, excitement flashing in his narrow eyes, especially this little girl. A thought flashed through Chuji's mind. Self-inflicted calamity, no way to survive. He was well aware that the seemingly harmless beauty possessed formidable strength. He had nearly been defeated by her before. Sure enough, the exquisite maiden furrowed her brow, a murderous glint appearing in her enchanting eyes. In an instant, boom, the king of the blue-winged bats was sent flying, spitting blood, crashing against a tree. Meanwhile, the young girl remained rooted in place, as though she had not moved at all. To Chuji, it appeared she had merely swayed slightly. Were it not for Rex's need for your usefulness, Betty coldly regarded the struggling Wei Xiao, her beautiful eyes glimmering with menace. Who exactly are you two extraordinary figures? Wei Xiao's complexion turned pale as he wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze fixed on Rex and his companion. He now understood why the old Taoist referred to them as esteemed elders. Their power was truly terrifying. He knew that in his prime, he could be considered a top-tier master in the world, especially in lightness techniques, yet just moments ago, he had failed to even catch a glimpse of the girl-ass figure. I find your lightness techniques quite intriguing. Rex stepped forward, appearing directly before Wei Xiao, speaking in a calm tone. My lightness techniques. Although Wei Xiao had braced himself for this moment, he was still startled by Rex's sudden appearance, involuntarily taking 2 steps back. Yet upon hearing Rex's words, he could not help but scoff. Isn't this just a jest? Do you have a problem? Rex arched an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure crossing his features. Not that, esteemed elder. It is merely that you may be unaware. The lightness techniques I practice are not exquisite. They are merely a result of innate talent, though. Rex furrowed his brow, recalling the plot from the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, and realized it seemed indeed to be the case. In the original work, there was little mention of the lightness skill possessed by the King of the Bat. Rather, it was his extraordinary comprehension of it that was emphasized, a talent that is rare and elusive. Amongst the rivers and lakes, the Bat King's agility was undoubtedly unrivaled. At that moment, Chuji approached, solemnly stating, however, in terms of intricacy, he still falls short. With a senior present, how could one dare to claim the title of the best? Wei Xiao let out a wry smile, exchanging glances with Chuji, suddenly feeling a sense of shared plight. Rex fell into contemplation. That we shall discuss this later. After a moment, he shook his head. He resolved to first learn a lightness skill at random, utilizing his energy to see if it would yield any effect. If it did, he would learn all the lightness skills in this mixed martial arts world, blending them together. Perhaps it would produce miraculous results. Now, within the Ming sect, how many of the 4 great protectors remain? Rex inquired, seeking to ascertain the current state of the Ming sect. The Eagle King has established the Sky Eagle sect, while the Lion King and Dragon King are nowhere to be found. Currently, I am the sole protector of the Ming sect, Wei Yixiao answered candidly, casting a puzzled glance at Rex. This was common knowledge in the martial world. How could the senior seem unaware? Ah, Rex nodded. Then Yang Dingtian must have long since passed away. What a pity. Upon hearing this, Wei Yixiao's expression changed abruptly, staring at Rex in astonishment. Senior, do you know our sect leader? Hee. Rex chuckled softly, opting not to respond. But deep in thought. After all, this was a mixed martial arts world, and there were many evil sects beyond just the Ming sect. It was uncertain if the siege on the Bright Summit would still occur. Is Yangshao still present? Rex inquired again. Yang Zhuoshu is currently in the sect, Wei Yixiao replied earnestly. At this moment, he understood that this senior evidently had an intricate understanding of all matters concerning the Ming sect. Should he dare to fabricate a lie, he would not know how he would meet his demise. Take me to see him, Rex said. Yes, Wei Yixiao dared not refuse, nodding in acquiescence. Senior, please follow me. Beside them, Qiu Chuji secretly chuckled. How arrogant the Bat King usually was. Yet now he was so humbled. If word got out, it would surely shock many. He did not realize that he too had been pulled along by Rex. Having flown over in a most disheveled manner, perhaps even more so than Wei Yixiao, after turning several corners, they soon arrived outside a grand hall. From a distance, Rex spotted a young girl with a round face. Fair and tender skin, delicate features, bright black eyes, a slender figure, and a charming appearance. Uncle Bat King, what brings you here? You're not here to suck my blood, are you? The girl ran over with a beaming smile, directly revealing her identity. Yang Buhui. Wei Yixiao's expression shifted, cautiously glancing at Rex. Seeing that the latter showed no reaction, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully said, This young lady is named Yang Buhui, the daughter of Yang Zhuoshu. Afterward, he turned to Yang Buhui and exclaimed, Little Buhui, do not act recklessly. A distinguished guest has arrived. Why haven't you called your father out to greet him? Distinguished guest. Yang Buhui's large eyes twinkled as she scanned Rex and the others, lingering on Betty for a few seconds, captivated by her beauty. Finally, her gaze settled on Rex, and with a soft snort, she inwardly remarked, This man is quite handsome, but why is his attire so shabby? Rex's somewhat tattered battle garb revealed a portion of his thigh, rendering him almost worse off than a beggar in this world. Yang Buhui, Wei Yixiao, seeing her gaze fixated on Rex, felt a twinge of concern for her disrespect. He hastily admonished, How dare you be so rude? Go quickly and fetch your father to welcome our esteemed guest. Yang Buhui pouted, about to retort, but Rex's voice interrupted her. Yang Buhui, do you have a maid named Xiao Zhao? You know that ugly girl? Yang Buhui gazed at Rex curiously, her tone somewhat peculiar. Ugly girl, Rex chuckled inwardly, realizing that Xiao Zhao was indeed at the Bright Summit, still masquerading in her unsightly guise. Little did anyone know, beneath that ugly facade lay an unparalleled beauty. Bring her to me, Rex stated calmly. Yang Buhui immediately expressed her discontent. Who are you to command me? Silence. Wei Yixiao, alarmed, quickly rebuked. Do not be disrespectful to the senior. Otherwise, even your father may not be able to protect you. Hurry and bring Xiao Zhao to meet the senior. Rex cast a cold glance at him. You too, be silent. Wei Yixiao's expression shifted slightly, not daring to say more. Who am I? That is an excellent question. Rex smacked his lips, suddenly turning to Betty with a smile. Do you not think this girl resembles you from before? Was I like this? Betty rolled her eyes playfully, but soon became intrigued, studying Yang Buhui. Rex, are you implying you wish to have 2 boats to stand on? Wei Yixiao, standing nearby, could only smile wryly. Just from a few glances, he had taken a liking to Yang Buhui. Nevertheless, he found nothing inappropriate about it. This senior, though immensely powerful, seemed rather youthful. Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed his mind. Could it be that these 2 seniors were related to the Tianshan Tonglao? Yet their strength far surpassed hers. Perhaps they were contemporaries of Zaiyozi. Distinguished guests have arrived. Yang Shao has failed to greet you properly. Please forgive me. A clear voice resonated from within the grand hall, and shortly after, a handsome middle-aged man emerged. Wei Yixiao let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yang Xiao had come out. Otherwise, facing such immense pressure alone would be no simple task. No. I have no intention of standing on two boats. Rex ignored Yang Xiao, continuing to gaze at Betty with a smile. I am a man who intends to forge a fleet among the stars. Yang Xiao was taken aback, clearly perplexed as to why Rex sought out a maidservant. Having spent many years in the company of Wei Yixiao, he could discern much from a mere glance. The two peculiar figures before him, appearing to be a youth and a maiden, undoubtedly possessed formidable martial prowess. Could they possibly be friends of Xiao Zhao? It didn't take long for Yang Xiao to entertain a possibility, his expression shifting subtly as he discreetly scrutinized Rex's demeanor, before continuing, "May I inquire what brings you two to seek Xiao Zhao?" Rex furrowed his brow and cast a dispassionate glance in his direction. Yang was sure, "My senior seeks Miss Xiao Zhao for reasons that are certainly valid. Why do you ask so many questions?" Wei Yixiao, noticing Rex's displeasure, interjected hastily. Yang Zhao's heart sank at once. Wei Yixiao was conveying a message. The individuals before them were not to be trifled with, to attain the position of Zhuashi. Aside from possessing exceptional martial skills, one must also have a keen understanding of human interactions. Yang Zhao's thoughts raced, and he quickly donned a smile, adopting a respectful tone. "You are quite right, my esteemed senior. Please allow me a moment to summon Miss Xiao Zhao for you." With that, he turned to Yang Buhui and instructed, "Buhui, why don't you go and fetch Miss Xiao Zhao?" Yang Buhui pouted, feeling somewhat disgruntled. But upon meeting her father's stern gaze, she could only huff softly and sway her little waist as she departed. "My esteemed senior, would you care to step inside for a discussion?" Yang Xiao extended a hand, gesturing with an inviting posture. "No need." Rex replied coolly, turning his gaze towards a particular direction on Guangming Peak, which was likely the forbidden area where the Qian Kun de Na Yi resided. He remained silent, and the others dared not utter a word, maintaining an air of quietude. Only Yang Xiao and Wei Yixiao exchanged furtive glances. Moments later, Yang Buhui's voice rang out, "Father, Xiao Zhao has arrived." As her voice reached them, the sound of clanking chains accompanied it, and Rex looked toward the source to see a young girl trailing behind Yang Buhui. Hunched and limping, her face was undeniably unappealing. It was none other than Xiao Zhao. "I greet you, my lord, and you, king of bats." Xiao Zhao approached and spoke in a hushed tone. Xiao Zhao, allow me to introduce. Yang Xiao began to introduce Rex, but suddenly found himself at a loss for words, realizing he did not know the other's name, and thus turned to Wei Yixiao for assistance. Wei Yixiao met his gaze with an expression of helplessness. "There's no need for an introduction," Rex said. His interest peaked as he focused on Xiao Zhao. "Surely that face of yours is a disguise? It can be removed." These words, Yang Xiao and the others froze, staring intently at Xiao Zhao. A fleeting look of panic crossed her features, but it quickly vanished, replaced by a demeanor of utmost humility. "This gentleman is jesting. I was born thus, and do not wear a false mask." "Oh, is that so?" Rex replied, a smirk playing on his lips. "I in her prime, the purple-robed Dragon King possessed unparalleled beauty that captivated the world. How could her daughter possibly bear such a visage?" The moment those words escaped his lips, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Yang Xiao and Wei Yixiao widened their eyes, scrutinizing Xiao Zhao closely, yet failing to discern any resemblance. Yang Buhui's curious eyes roamed over Xiao Zhao. Though she had never seen the purple-robed Dragon King, she was aware of the legendary beauty and might of the Dragon King, and she held a sense of admiration. "This ugly creature is the Dragon King's daughter?" Yang Buhui could hardly believe it. For Xiao Zhao. She gazed at Rex in shock, equally incredulous. "My esteemed senior, when did the Dragon King have a daughter? Surely, you must be mistaken." Wei Yixiao could not restrain himself from speaking up. He and the purple-robed Dragon King were both among the four kings, having shared a deep bond in the past, though it was later severed due to the Silver Leaf Gentleman's involvement. Rex paid him no mind, maintaining his focus on Xiao Zhao as he said, "Remove it. With me around, no one can harm you." As he spoke, he gestured towards the chains binding her legs, and a flash of light flickered. Crack! The chain snapped apart effortlessly. Truly unfathomable. A glimmer of realization flashed in Yang Zhao's eyes. These chains were no ordinary iron, difficult to sever, yet they fell apart at this youth's command. "I also know the purpose of your visit." Rex continued, I have a certain interest in the Qian Kun de Nui. Yang Xiao and Wei Yixiao's expressions shifted dramatically as they exchanged glances, about to speak when they caught Rex's indifferent gaze directed at them. Suddenly, a bright orb shot forth from Rex's fingertips. Their eyes were irresistibly drawn to it, following the small sphere as it soared through the air. In the next instant. Boom! A distant, desolate mountain erupted in a spectacular explosion. Debris flying in all directions. The dust settled. There lay no trace of the mountain. Gulp! The sound of swallowed breaths echoed clearly, as Yang Xiao and the others stared blankly at the once majestic mountain. Now reduced to nothingness, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. This was undoubtedly beyond human capability. A collective thought resonated within them that Rex's expression remained unperturbed, as if he had merely performed an inconsequential act. Which, in fact, it was for him to. I have a certain interest in the Qian Kun de Nui. Oh, you have any objections? Rex's gaze was cold as he regarded Yang Xiao and Wei Yixiao. In no objections, Yang Xiao stammered, forcing a smile as he spoke. However, the Qian Kun de Nui is a technique that can only be cultivated by the leaders of my sect. Perhaps my esteemed senior could take on the role of my Mingjiao's leader? Wei Yixiao interjected eagerly. Rex frowned, about to decline, but hesitated momentarily. We'll discuss it later. Nearby, Xiao Chuji's heart sank, wishing to speak but holding his tongue. This esteemed senior's martial prowess was unparalleled, and even the combined might of all martial artists in the world would likely be insufficient to withstand such power. Should he become the leader of the Mingjiao, other sects would find it impossible to exist. Xiao Zhao, will you not remove that mask? Rex's gaze returned to her, his tone tinged with impatience. His curiosity was piqued. Otherwise, he would have more readily seized her, just as he would have done with others like Zhao Min. Upon hearing these words, everyone's attention shifted back to Xiao Zhao, their expressions filled with curiosity and confusion. Even Betty was fixated on her, eager to discern the beauty that had captured Rex's favor. Very well. Realizing she had no choice but to comply, Xiao Zhao nodded. In the midst of her words, she straightened her posture and removed the mask from her face. What was revealed was a countenance that could indeed captivate the world. Even when compared to Betty, she held a slight edge. As expected, Rex surveyed Xiao Zhao, nodding in satisfaction. Such beauty, within the realm of Jin Yang's world, could only be rivaled by a select few, such as Xiao Long and Wang Yuan. It was merely unfortunate that the purple-robed Dragon King, had she appeared 2 decades earlier, would have surpassed Xiao Zhao in beauty. Enough, from this day forth, you shall be mine, Rex declared, his voice leaving no room for dissent. What? Xiao Zhao stood there in a daze, staring blankly at him. Yang Xiao and the others were equally speechless. Was such directness truly appropriate? Yet Rex chose not to elaborate further, instead turning to stride towards the forbidden area of the bright summit. Yang Xiao and the others exchanged glances, aware of Rex's intentions but too apprehensive to intervene. Thus they could only closely follow in his wake. Only Xiao Zhao remained frozen in place, utterly at a loss. Xiao Zhao, is it? Betty appraised her from head to toe, clicking her tongue in admiration, her beautiful eyes reflecting astonishment. No wonder Rex was patient this time. She truly was striking. Are you the wife of that esteemed senior? Xiao Zhao queried with curiosity. Wife? What do you mean? Betty responded, somewhat puzzled, yet she brushed it off with a casual wave. Don't just stand there like a fool. Stick by my side. From now on, I, Betty, will protect you. Whoever bullies you, I shall deal with them. Well, except for Rex. Rex? Betty? Xiao Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Such names were rarely heard in the Central Plains, resembling those from the western regions. Observing their attire further confirmed their non-Central Plains origins. Betty nodded nonchalantly, suddenly grasping Xiao Zhao's shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished, reappearing beside Rex. Xiao Zhao was startled, tightly clutching Betty's arm. Behind them, Yang Xiao and the others exchanged glances, silently categorizing Rex and Betty as beings of celestial caliber. The group soon arrived at the entrance of the forbidden area, where Yang Xiao and the others came to a halt. Esteemed senior, you may enter. We shall await your return here, Yang Xiao respectfully stated. Already beginning to refer to himself as a subordinate, Rex showed no surprise. Indeed, the people of the Ming sect dared not casually enter the forbidden area. He turned to Xiao Zhao and said, You shall enter as well. Lead the way. Yes. Xiao Zhao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. How did this person know I was familiar with the secret chamber? It seems he knows everything. Could he possibly be a seer? Nevertheless, this development allowed her to fulfill the purpose of her visit. Xiao Zhao mused, her gaze towards Rex now tinged with intrigue. I shall not enter. I will grant you an opportunity for private conversation. Betty waved her hand grandly, embodying a spirit of selfless dedication as if to say, do what you must. I am but a bystander. Rex was both amused and exasperated. This girl's tomboyish persona was becoming increasingly pronounced. Without further ado, Rex led Xiao Zhao into the forbidden area. By the way, prepare some delectable food for me. I have heard from Rex that the cuisine here is exceptional. Once Rex's figure disappeared, Betty abruptly turned to Yang Xiao and the others, declaring, indeed, I shall command someone to prepare it. Yang Xiao promptly nodded, aware that this seemingly youthful girl possessed unfathomable martial prowess, akin to Rex. Both belonged to the category of individuals one should not provoke, but rather appease. 20 minutes later, Yang Xiao and the others stared in astonishment at the table littered with empty plates, feeling as though their entire worldview needed a revamp. The flavor was delightful. I finally felt somewhat full. Let us have another feast. Betty's voice rang out once more. Yang Xiao and the others collectively felt their hearts lurch. Truly, this was no ordinary person. Chapter 27. The Grand Shift of the Universe within the secret passage of the Forbidden Area. Xiao Zhao and Rex walked in silence, one in front of the other. The former kept her head down, her thoughts a chaotic swirl. She could hardly comprehend what she was pondering, overwhelmed by the rapid events of the day. Despite her cleverness, she found herself momentarily lost. As for Rex, he surveyed the surroundings, occasionally letting his gaze wander over Xiao Zhao's alluring figure. After a while, Xiao Zhao broke the silence, her voice laced with curiosity and caution. Sir, may I inquire if you hail from the Western regions? Western regions? Rex raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly. Not at all, but according to my knowledge, individuals from the Central Plains wouldn't bear names like yours. Xiao Zhao halted, slightly tilting her head, her exquisite eyes sparkling. Your curiosity is quite pronounced. Rex took a step closer, wrapping an arm around her slender waist, leaning in to whisper in her ear. Still pondering how to complete the task assigned to you by the Dragon King? The warmth of his breath tickled her earlobe, causing Xiao Zhao's face to flush crimson. Gently, she attempted to wriggle free, her voice barely above a whisper. Sir, might you release me? Although her martial skills were not insignificant. Having witnessed Rex's formidable prowess, she understood that her abilities were trivial in his eyes. As you wish. Rex teasingly brushed his lips against her delicate earlobe, not releasing her, but rather tightening his hold. Drawing her closer, inhaling her youthful fragrance deeply, Rex felt a stirring response. Sir, Xiao Zhao's voice quivered, her azure eyes shimmering with unshed tears, rooted in place, unable to move. For now, I shall let you be. Rex spun Xiao Zhao around to face him. Locking eyes with her enchanting gaze, he leaned down and pressed a deep kiss against her soft lips before releasing her to continue leading the way. Xiao Zhao's face burned like fire. Though Rex had embraced her, she found no repulsion, only a mix of shyness and unease. She lowered her head, silently walking ahead. A subtle smile graced Rex's lips, a flicker of concealed crimson flashing in his eyes. They proceeded onward until they arrived at a hidden chamber, where two skeletons lay on the ground. This must be Yang Zhao's remains, Xiao Zhao murmured softly. Rex nodded, affirming, indeed, it is the couple, Yang Dingtian and his wife. He scanned the area and noticed a piece of sheepskin beside Yang Dingtian's remains, recognizing it as the grand shift of the universe, and reached out to take it. Without hesitation, Rex's left hand shimmered with light as he sliced open a wound, allowing his blood to flow onto the sheepskin. Sir, you even know the secrets of this sheepskin? Xiao Zhao had intended to caution him, but was taken aback as Rex made the text upon it visible. Leaving her astonished. Is there anything I do not know? Rex replied casually, glancing at the script on the sheepskin, noting that the first line inscribed the Sacred Heart method of the Ming sect, Grand Shift of the Universe. Confirming its authenticity, there is also a letter here. Xiao Zhao glanced at the sheepskin, opened her mouth as if to speak, but refrained, redirecting her gaze to an object among the remains of Yang Dingtian. Rex cast a quick look, knowing the general contents of the letter but lacking interest. How does one cultivate this grand shift of the universe? Truly troublesome. One must first comprehend the operation of the martial arts. Rex perused it but found it perplexing, deciding to stow it away in his backpack. Yet, Yang Dingtian, though he accomplished nothing in life, died bearing resentment, having wounded his wife's heart. How laughable it is to boast of standing tall. Beside him, Xiao Zhao swiftly perused the contents of the letter, her gaze fixated on the final line. Yang Dingtian was indeed a remarkable figure. During his lifetime, the Ming sect thrived under his leadership. With the 2 envoys and the 4 guardians, all of whom were unparalleled figures in the martial world, alas, he was not the protagonist. Upon hearing that line, Rex's lips curled slightly in a faint smile. In this realm of martial arts, a fusion of 14 tales, did those protagonists still possess the so-called halo of the main character? Since I, Rex, have arrived in this world, the title of protagonist can only belong to me. Rex murmured softly, his eyes flickering with a fleeting crimson light. Having entered this world, Xiao Zhao vaguely caught the whisper of Rex, and her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. The implication of his words was clear to anyone not simple-minded. It dawned on her that he was not of this world. Could he be one of those legendary celestial beings? Thoughts raced through Xiao Zhao's mind as she gazed at Rex, her expression imbued with profound reverence and an inexplicable sense of strangeness. Yet, he was also a rather lecherous deity. Recalling Rex's previous actions, Xiao Zhao felt a flush creep across her cheeks as she defined him in her mind. "Let us depart," Rex declared, turning to leave. He had acquired the Qian Kun de Nui, but regrettably, he could not practice it just yet. He still needed to gather other martial arts techniques. "Wait," Xiao Zhao suddenly interjected. "The remains of the sect leader Yang and his wife should return to the heavens." Rex interrupted her before she could finish her thought. As Xiao Zhao pondered the meaning behind Rex's words, she was startled to see 2 beams of light emanate from his eyes, striking the remains and reducing them to dust. "How convenient," she remarked, having witnessed Rex's previous might, her expression now one of mild surprise. "Can we leave now?" As he spoke, Rex wrapped his arm around Xiao Zhao's slender waist and soared into the air, breaking through the ceiling of the secret chamber, creating a gaping hole. P.S. May I pose a question to everyone? When do you typically read? I shall endeavor to finalize the update schedule. Chapter 28. The Effect of Blood Chi Pills on Martial Artist Yang Xiao. Wei Yixiao and Xiao Chuji stood guard at the entrance of the forbidden area, occasionally glancing at Betty who sat not far away, whispering among themselves. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air. Yang Xiao and the others were taken aback. Turning to see 2 figures standing in the sky above the forbidden area, such lightness and movement, Yang Xiao's eyes widened in horror as he fixated on Rex, his heart overwhelmed with indescribable shock. The agility of the Qingyi Bat King was already legendary, yet in comparison to this elder, it was utterly incomparable. A celestial being, Wei Yixiao sighed. Xiao Chuji's lips twitched as he whispered, "I was captured single-handedly by him and brought here from Xiangyang City." The wind was simply, "No wonder you look so disheveled," Wei Yixiao remarked, casting a peculiar glance at Xiao Chuji, who still bore a disheveled appearance, his face pale. "What of disheveled?" Xiao Chuji responded, his eyes shimmering with determination. To have any interaction with such a celestial figure, even if it comes with some discomfort, is a stroke of fortune. Yang Xiao and Wei Yixiao exchanged glances, each understanding the other's thoughts. As the 3 conversed, Rex had already descended to the ground. Yang Xiao's eyes flickered with resolve as he stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, and respectfully stated, "Elder, I, Yang Xiao, dare to request that you assume the position of the Ming sect's leader." Rex turned to regard him, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "The Qingyi Bat King Wei Yixiao also dares to request that you take on the leadership role." At this moment, Wei Yixiao stepped forward and knelt. Only Xiao Chuji remained silent, his gaze revealing a complex array of emotions. He understood that with such a person in the world, the fierce rivalries between the major sects had become a mere farce. If Rex so desired, he could easily sweep through the entire martial world. It would be a hassle to seek out martial arts techniques from each sect individually. If he were to become the leader of the Ming sect, annihilating the other sects would indeed be a splendid idea. Rex pondered, already having made a decision in his heart. "The younger generation also supports your leadership of the Ming sect, but I implore you to spare my Chuanjin sect a path to survival. I will do my utmost to persuade my sect to ally with you." At this moment, Xiao Chuji took a deep breath, knelt on one knee, and made his heartfelt plea. "Very well," Rex replied with a casual nod. "Thank you, esteemed elder. Thank you, leader." Xiao Chuji's face instantly lit up with joy. Beside them, Yang Xiao and Wei Yixiao exchanged speechless glances. If one were unaware, they might believe that Xiao Chuji was a member of the Ming sect himself. However, they did not mock him, for they understood that this was the only choice available to the latter. Otherwise, the Chuanjin sect would face a dire fate. "By the way, Xiao Zhao, come here," Rex suddenly called out to the quietly standing Xiao Zhao. Young master? Xiao Zhao's face instinctively flushed as she hesitantly approached. Rex produced a lower-grade blood chi pill and handed it to her, saying nonchalantly, "Consume this." Xiao Zhao was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the seemingly unremarkable blood chi pill she had received. "But, esteemed leader, Xiao Zhao has committed an error." Wei Yixiao's expression darkened. Having once shared the title of the four great guardians with the Purple Robe Dragon King, he instinctively felt uneasy about the pill. Fearing it might be toxic and wishing to protect the Dragon King's daughter from harm. "Are you questioning me?" Rex shot him a cold glare that I dare not. Wei Yixiao's face paled as he hastily knelt. "Fear not, it is not something life-threatening. Quickly, take it. It will benefit you." Betty suddenly appeared beside Xiao Zhao, chuckling softly. Xiao Zhao hesitated as she glanced at Rex, then looked down at the blood chi pill. Gritting her teeth, she closed her eyes and swallowed the pill whole. In an instant, a crimson aura ignited around her, causing young Xiao and the others to take a step back in shock. Gazing at Xiao Zhao with trepidation, moments passed, and the crimson aura vanished, as if everything that had transpired was but a fleeting illusion. Xiao Zhao opened her eyes, clenched her small fist, and her expression was one of bewilderment. "Yang Xiao, engage in a spar with Xiao Zhao, using your full strength," Rex stated casually. "Leader?" Yang Xiao looked at him, puzzled. Rex, however, offered no further explanation. His interest peaked as he observed Xiao Zhao, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. The blood chi pill he had given her could enhance her combat power by approximately 1,000, but he remained uncertain whether it would be effective for the inhabitants of this world. After all, the enhancement pertained to both chi and physical strength. The latter was manageable, but chi was a concept exclusive to the Dragon Ball realm. Understood. Yang Xiao noticed that Rex had fallen silent and could only nod in acknowledgement. He stepped forward a few paces and said, "Miss Xiao Zhao, I dare not defy the will of the leader. Please forgive me." At that moment, Xiao Zhao seemed to grasp something. Her delicate lips merely pressed together as she cast a glance at Rex. Her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. Yang's was sure. "Please, do unleash your power. P.S. Alas, the previous chapter has yet to pass review. Everyone may revisit it tomorrow." Chapter 29, Wielding Energy to Sweep the Jianghu Boom. As soon as the clash began, Yang Xiao was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth, his complexion as pale as death. In stark contrast, Xiao Zhao remained rooted in place, motionless, staring blankly at her outstretched right palm. Unable to comprehend what had just transpired. How could this be possible? The Qingyi Bat King and the others were utterly astonished. Yang Xiao, with his formidable martial prowess, stood among the top two of the Ming sect, above the four great guardians. Yet now, he had been effortlessly struck down by the daughter of the Purple Robe Dragon King, a mere servant girl, Xiao Zhao, and gravely injured. Even the former leader Yang Dingtian could not have accomplished such a feat. Rex furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Xiao Zhao as he recalled the palm strike she had just executed. Unlike those from the Dragon Ball world, though her strike contained energy, it was employed in a manner entirely distinct and peculiar. However, Rex could ascertain that it was undoubtedly superior to that of an individual with equivalent combat abilities. Xiao Zhao's strike was not a transcendent martial art, but rather an instinctive utilization of the combat techniques from the martial arts world. Utilizing chi instead of internal energy. Although Rex lacked knowledge of martial arts, this distinction was apparent to him. "Can you sense my chi?" Rex asked, taken aback, his gaze filled with surprise. Yes, Xiao Zhao nodded vigorously, her face flushed with excitement. Was that truly called chi? It was overwhelmingly powerful, a stark contrast to internal energy. A glimmer of realization flashed in Rex's eyes. It was unexpected that Xiao Zhao could perceive the strength of his chi. Martial arts indeed possessed its unique intricacies. Were it not for the low level of internal energy, the martial world would not be so feeble. With this thought, a cold glint flickered in Rex's gaze as he abruptly turned to face Yang Xiao and the others. Speaking in a chilling tone, "Within 1 month, you shall lead the Ming sect to sweep through the entire Jianghu, gathering the world's unparalleled martial arts. None shall be omitted." At this moment, Yang Xiao had gradually regained his composure. Fortunately, Xiao Zhao had not yet become accustomed to the chi within her body. Otherwise, that blow could have cost him his life. Hearing Rex's words, however, Yang Zhao's lips twitched involuntarily. "A month? That is utterly preposterous. Within such a short time, not only would sweeping the Jianghu be impossible, but even the travel time would be insufficient. I shall reward you with chi blood pills." Rex's voice echoed once more. Yang Xiao and the others were momentarily taken aback. Chi blood pills. In an instant, they recalled the pill Xiao Zhao had consumed earlier, their expressions lighting up with joy. We shall not disappoint the leader. They all knelt on one knee, speaking in unison with reverence. In their view, the Qi blood pills were akin to elixirs, capable of elevating one's martial prowess to unimaginable heights. Excellent, Rex nodded, retrieving 4 Qi blood pills from his bag and tossing 3 of them to Yang Xiao and the others. These 3 Qi blood pills will empower you to sweep through the martial arts world. Furthermore, do not kill those martial arts masters like Zhang Sanfeng and Duga Qiubai. Bring them all back to me. Yes, Yang Xiao, Wei Xiao, and Qiu Chujai eagerly accepted the 3 Qi blood pills without hesitation, swallowing them as if fearing others would snatch them away. This one is for you, Rex said, handing the final Qi blood pill to Xiao Zhao. The one she had previously taken could only enhance her combat power by 1,000 and was the weakest of Rex's collection, merely for experimentation. The 3 given to Yang Xiao and his companions, however, could each amplify their strength by 5,000. The final pill for Xiao Zhao, however, would elevate her combat power by a full 10,000. Having distributed these Qi blood pills, Rex felt no regret for Xiao Zhao, as he had already regarded her as his own. Moreover, even the pill given to Xiao Zhao would hold no effect for Rex and Betty after consumption. Oh, how I envy you all, Betty remarked with a sigh. In the past, she had struggled in the throes of life and death, achieving merely a few hundred in combat power. Yet now, these individuals reach thousands in mere moments. Were it not for Rex, she would likely still possess only 500 combat power. How unlike her current staggering 40,000, a goal unattainable for any Saiyan. By the way, there is one more thing, Rex said, observing the exhilarated expressions of Yang Xiao and the others. I must depart for a period and may return at any moment. When I do, I hope to witness the Ming sect's accomplishments. Otherwise, a chilling glint flashed in his eyes. You shall cease to exist. Chapter 30. Return to Dragon Ball. Clash of Beasts. Yes. Yang Xiao and the others knelt on one knee, their faces set with determination. Resolved to achieve great things. Like Xiao Zhao, they felt a monumental transformation within their bodies after consuming the Qi blood pills, akin to a phoenix reborn, incomparable to their former selves. Simultaneously, they truly comprehended Rex's formidable strength. Even though they believed they could effortlessly obliterate a mountain at that moment, facing Rex, they remained as powerless as newborns, originally uncertain how to persuade their fellow disciples. This time, it would be straightforward. And that wretched disciple Yin Jiping, who had unknowingly offended the elder, would surely not survive. Qiu Chuji's downcast eyes gleamed with resolve. He had made up his mind to return and eliminate that wretched disciple to prevent any repercussions for the entire Chuanjin sect. Young master, what about me? Xiao Zhao softly inquired from the side. You? Rex smirked slightly. Your task is even more arduous. Please, young master, command me. I shall not refuse. Xiao Zhao's beautiful eyes sparkled, although she did not understand what combat power entailed. She sensed that even Yang Xiao and the others, after consuming the Qi blood pills, could not compare to her. Gather the most beautiful women from across the land for me, and train them accordingly. Those already married need not apply. Rex grinned. Xiao Zhao. Yes, indeed, he is quite the audacious fellow. In her heart, Xiao Zhao silently lamented, casting a resentful glance at Rex, though she still nodded in acquiescence. Yang Xiao and the others maintained their composure and averted their gazes. Yet inwardly, they were murmuring to themselves that moment. They suddenly perceived how fortunate those beautiful women were to receive the favor of such a divine being. Perhaps at any moment, should his mood strike him, they might ascend to the heavens. Not to mention, just by looking at Xiao Zhao. Before today, she was merely a maid, although her true identity was that of the daughter of the Purple Shirt Dragon King. Her martial prowess was not particularly remarkable, yet after today, she would become the foremost master in the martial world, unrivaled across the Jianghu. Of course, aside from Rex and Betty, such is the privilege of beauty. Well, let it be. Rex nodded. In a few days, I shall bring over some blood Qi pills. As soon as he uttered these words, a hazy vortex of stars materialized beside him. In the next moment, Rex grasped Betty's hand and stepped into it, causing the starry vortex to vanish without a trace, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded onlookers, including Yang Xiao. In the blink of an eye, the scenery had dramatically shifted. The pavilions and ancient-style architecture had vanished, and now lay before them only a meandering stream. We are back. Rex exhaled softly. For some inexplicable reason, he always felt a sense of oppression within that mixed martial world. As if some restrictions were placed upon him, unlike the boundless freedom he experienced in the Dragon Ball realm. Suddenly, Rex turned to look in the direction behind him, where a series of explosive roars erupted. Accompanied by furious growls that it was the lizard dragon. Let us go take a look. That a gleam of determination flickered in Rex's eyes as he soared into the air, racing towards the source of the commotion. From a distance, he beheld two colossal beasts clashing, one of which was indeed the lizard dragon, while the other bore resemblance to a rhinoceros, even larger than the lizard dragon. The sheer combat prowess of these two monsters caused Rex's pupils to constrict. Even when his battle power had been below 100,000, he had known better than to provoke the lizard dragon. Now, with his battle power soaring to 125,000, he still felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority. What could that possibly be? Rex's gaze turned peculiar as he spotted a diminutive creature nearby, watching them with keen interest, clutching an unknown fruit in one claw, nibbling occasionally, as if relishing the spectacle. Just how formidable is this little creature? Rex involuntarily twitched his lips. The two colossal beasts could not possibly be oblivious to the small creature's presence, yet they disregarded it entirely, either choosing to ignore it or fearing to provoke it. Clearly, the former possibility was nearly zero. At that moment, the small creature evidently noticed Rex and Betty, its large eyes sparkling with excitement, and in the next instant, it appeared right before them. Damn it, still can't see clearly. Rex couldn't help but curse inwardly. It was astounding. Despite possessing a battle power of 125,000, he still could not discern the form of this little monster. What on earth is this species? The small creature circled around Rex and Betty a few times before plopping down on Betty's shoulder. Considering you are a female, I shall not hold it against you. Rex crossed his arms over his chest and directed his gaze back to the two titanic beasts locked in a fierce struggle. Just then, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The lizard dragon suddenly retreated, turning its gaze towards Rex with a glint of ferocity in its eyes. In the next moment, a massive, blinding beam of light erupted from its mouth. Chapter 31. Ambushed by the rampaging giant ape. Damn it. Rex's expression shifted drastically. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized Betty's arm and vanished from his spot. Bang! A tremendous force struck from behind, and just as Rex regained his footing, he was sent hurtling against a mountain. In contrast, Betty remained unscathed, having already appeared in another location. The small creature's eyes flickered with a fierce light, though it quickly dissipated, resuming its languid perch on Betty's shoulder. Rex. Betty's face turned anxious as translucent flames surged around her, ready to rush over, when she suddenly felt as if the little creature on her shoulder had transformed into a mountain, weighing her down and rendering her immobile. Boom! That metaphorical mountain shattered as Rex, seething with rage, slowly levitated, his icy gaze revealing a hint of uncertainty. The entity that had attacked him from behind was the rhinoceros-like beast. What is happening? These two colossal beasts, who had just been locked in a fierce battle, now simultaneously turned their aggression towards him. But there was no time to ponder further. The two beasts, one in front and the other behind, fixed their fierce, massive gazes upon Rex. Roar. The furious roar resounded as the lizard dragon launched the first strike, its massive form surprisingly agile, appearing before Rex in an instant, its gaping maw descending upon him. Swish! A flash of brilliance sparked in Rex's eyes as he swiftly evaded, materializing above the lizard dragon, seizing hold of its colossal horn, his muscles tensing as the terrifying power of his physique manifested to its fullest. Get down! Boom! The lizard dragon crashed heavily to the ground, creating a tremendous crater. And Rex dodged an incoming energy blast, fixing his gaze on the rhinoceros monster, and with a sudden disappearance, he reappeared behind it, yanking its thick tail and spinning it around, hurling it skyward. Shockwave! Rex roared, energy converging between his hands as he unleashed it towards the flung rhinoceros monster. Almost simultaneously, the lizard dragon, having just been slammed into the ground, raised its head, two beams of light shooting from its dragon eyes. Swish! Rex dodged, appearing behind the lizard dragon, just as its enormous tail swung towards him, crashing into his chest. Boom! Damn it! I am furious now. Once again, he was sent crashing against a mountain, and Rex spat out two mouthfuls of blood-stained saliva, raising his hand to cast a radiant sphere into the sky. Artificial moon. A cataclysmic transformation occurred in an instant as Rex's dark fur sprouted, his form rapidly expanding, and within mere seconds, he had transformed into a giant ape. Before, all negative energy was absorbed by the system, leaving his mind clear and focused. Roar! Rex glared with crimson eyes, letting out a furious roar as he pounded his chest with his fists. Though he felt this action was rather foolish, he could not help but do so. You dare strike me with your tail? At this moment, Rex's size was comparable to that of the lizard dragon, yet his battle power had surged to a terrifying 1,250,000. He strode forward, one hand gripping the lizard dragon's tail as it swung again. I'll show you what it means to strike me. Boom! A howl erupted from the lizard dragon as its massive form was ruthlessly slammed against the ground, leaving profound fissures in its wake. You dare strike again? With a roar, Rex went berserk, seizing the lizard dragon's tail and furiously smashing it against the earth, the cacophony of the impact mingling with the creature's anguished cries. Thinking of fleeing? Suddenly, Rex lifted his gaze, fixated on the nearby rhinoceros beast. His previous assaults had barely inflicted any damage upon it, but witnessing the lizard dragon's plight, the creature instantly recoiled, tucking its tail and preparing to bolt. Come back here. In a flash, Rex materialized behind the rhinoceros beast, yanking its tail and pulling it back with force. The beast roared in distress, its four claws desperately clawing at the ground, terror evident in its enormous eyes. Yet, all efforts were futile. Rex effortlessly dragged it back and, with a violent heave, hurled it onto the lizard dragon that I had no intention of transforming into a giant ape. It's utterly grotesque. You two wretches have forced me into this state. A fierce glint flickered in Rex's eyes, his fangs bared. Suddenly, he turned his head, fixating on the diminutive creature perched on Betty's shoulder, his gaze ablaze with crimson intensity. That wretched little thing still appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, which was utterly intolerable, not merely for his uncles and aunts, but even for his ancestors. This was beyond bearable. Chapter 32. A formidable little beast, a million targets. Giggle. The little creature, undeterred by Rex's fierce stare, flashed a toothy grin to in the next moment. It pointed at the artificial moon hanging in the sky, then at Rex's tail. You little rascal. Rex halted, teeth gritted. This creature clearly understood the reason behind his transformation into a giant ape. It likely anticipated that before he could reach it, the artificial moon would be obliterated, and he would be the one facing the consequences, not that little pest. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, when I unleash my fury, I might just turn on myself. Rex cursed vehemently, redirecting his anger onto the two colossal beasts. Instantly, the resounding clash of flesh against earth and the pitiful wails echoed throughout the expanse. This lizard dragon possessed a staggering combat power of 200,000. Rex consumed a crystalline blood essence pill, glimmering like a ruby, and felt the crimson aura blaze for a full minute before it gradually subsided. Upon further reflection, his combat power had surged to 230,000. Without hesitation, he swallowed another blood essence pill. With another minute-long surge of crimson energy, Rex opened his eyes, the blood-red light flickering within his pupils, his dark hair resembling coagulated blood, exuding an aura both bewitching and terrifying. This transformation lasted a full 2 minutes before dissipating. 325,000. He was drawing ever closer to Frieza's base combat power of 530,000. Moreover, his physical strength had grown tremendously. Rex felt confident that even without utilizing energy, he could obliterate this planet with a single punch. Of course, the resulting explosion was beyond his current capacity to endure. Rex, you should now possess the strength to contend with Frieza. Betty approached, her delicate face adorned with a smile, while the little creature grinned mischievously from her shoulder. Indeed, Rex nodded. Although his combat power fell short, his formidable physique compensated for it. Soon, his gaze landed on the little creature, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes as he pondered. What was the origin of this audacious little being that remained so unperturbed? Lost in thought, Rex suddenly narrowed his eyes, unleashing two beams of light. Boom! The beams sliced through the air above Betty's shoulder, obliterating a small mountain behind her. Yet, the little creature remained seated, grinning widely at Rex, its gaze seemingly laced with subtle mockery. How swift! Rex's pupils constricted. In that fleeting moment, the little creature had vacated Betty's shoulder, only to return instantaneously, appearing as though it had never moved at all. Even Rex had barely caught a glimpse of its movement. Could this little being's combat power rival Frieza's? Rex felt unease creeping in. Is this a joke? Just a casually bouncing little creature can rival the so-called Emperor of the Universe. Frieza? What in the world is happening? Rex slapped his forehead, glancing down at his own tail wrapped around his waist, confirming he hadn't stumbled into the wrong scene. This was undoubtedly the Dragon Ball world. Gazing at the grinning little creature, Rex suddenly considered that even if it were to undergo a massive transformation, he would not be surprised in the least. What an impressive little fellow! Betty echoed his astonishment. Rex's sudden attack had startled her, yet the little creature emerged unscathed, which further astounded her. Giggle. The little creature turned to Betty, beaming with a smile, its large, clear eyes evidently more amiable towards her than towards Rex. By the way, universe, why do I require a combat power of 300,000 to unlock a new alternate world? Rex suddenly recalled this point and inquired mentally. The martial arts world was of a lower tier. To unlock a new alternate realm, the master needed to reach a combat power of 1,000,000. The great universe system responded with a hint of warmth in its voice, far less mechanical than before. 1,000,000. Rex's lips twitched. Does this mean that to unlock the third alternate realm, I would need 10,000,000? That's rather outrageous. To unlock the third alternate realm, the master need only reach 5,000,000. The great universe system clarified, cautiously reminding Rex that not all alternate worlds were as simplistic as the martial arts realm. Some contained formidable beings, so he should exercise caution. Well, that is somewhat reassuring. Rex nodded, deliberately ignoring the system's latter warning. Lost in thought, the two colossal beasts he had refined into blood essence pills were already dominant on this high-tier planet, but they were not the strongest. To his knowledge, deeper within the central region lay a far more formidable entity. Given that the lizard dragon and the rhinoceros beast both boasted combat powers around 200,000, this mysterious creature, which instilled fear in them, must possess at least 300,000. A cold glint flickered in Rex's eyes. This realization prompted him to consider attempting an encounter, for he might just be able to vanquish it. Should he succeed, he would gain an additional 150,000 combat power, bringing him even closer to the coveted goal of 1,000,000. Chapter 33. The formidable presence in the central region. On the path leading to the central region, Rex casually dealt with the various monsters he encountered, refining them into vital blood pills for Betty to consume. Some of these creatures had become of no further use to them, so he collected them. As they drew nearer to the central region, the small beast perched on Betty's shoulder grew increasingly restless, fixating on the distance ahead, its eyes betraying a mixture of conflict and profound dread. Suddenly, Rex's steps halted, an ominous sensation enveloping him. His brow furrowed deeply, and with each step, that unsettling feeling intensified, as if he were inexorably approaching an unfathomable abyss. Even the energy within him surged uncontrollably, every muscle and inch of skin taut with tension. I refused to be daunted. Betty, wait here. I shall scout ahead. Gritting his teeth, Rex's speed surged as he rushed forward. Boom! A terrifying pressure materialized out of thin air, forcefully pinning Rex, who was employing his aerial technique, to the ground. This oppressive aura, born from an immense force, engulfed the surrounding area, suppressing all who dared to enter its domain. Unless they possessed strength surpassing this force, they would be utterly subdued. Damn it. Rex's countenance darkened, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. What manner of creature was this? At that moment, he found himself laboring to move, as if mired in a quagmire, each step demanding tremendous exertion. In truth, this aura was not intentionally released by the monster, but rather a consequence of its inability to fully contain the energy within, allowing it to leak outward. How could such a powerful entity exist? Rex trembled, not from fear, but from the involuntary suppression of the aura. It was important to note that he currently possessed a combat power of 325,000, capable of standing against even Frieza. Yet now, he could not even glimpse the beast, which lay at least 10 miles away, and he found himself unable to move freely. What would happen when he drew nearer? The strength of his formidable physique was rendered utterly ineffective at this moment. Artificial moon. A fierce glint flickered in Rex's eyes as he raised his hand towards the sky, casting forth a luminous orb. Boom! The artificial moon had scarcely begun to ascend before it shattered violently. Unapproachable, Rex's pupils constricted, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled in the direction from whence he came. With each step, he felt as though an enormous mountain bore down upon him, and upon emerging from the aura's oppressive range, he was nearly left breathless. Rex, are you all right? Betty exclaimed, rushing to support him. The small beast on her shoulder displayed a peculiar gleam in its eyes, then glanced at the central region, a fleeting expression of terror crossing its features. I am fine. Rex exhaled deeply, turning his gaze back towards the direction they had come. His expression grave. He was genuinely curious about the kind of beings that resided there. For even the mere emanation of their aura had rendered him, with his combat power of 300,000, incapable of approaching. Even Frieza, should he refrain from transformation, would likely be swiftly dispatched. Rex's pallid complexion gradually regained a flush of color. As he began to recover, once my combat power increases, I shall return to uncover the truth of what lies in that central region. It is time to depart, Rex murmured softly. This advanced planet had been almost entirely ravaged, save for a few weak monsters and the terrifying presence in the central region. Meanwhile, Betty's combat power had also risen to over 200,000. He pondered the current state of the martial arts world. Having been away with Betty for over a month, simultaneously, in the martial arts world, Yang Xiao stood atop a mountain peak, fixated on the composed middle-aged man before him. Bai, I have always held you in high regard, and thus address you with such courtesy. Have you now considered whether to submit to my Mingjiao? Yang Xiao stood with arms crossed, coldly regarding the middle-aged figure. Is the Mingjiao's leader an otherworldly being? Bai gazed skyward, his expression complex, and sighed softly. When I first descended here, I sensed a presence. Yang Xiao's pupils narrowed slightly as he regarded Bai, astonished yet filled with respect. Bai, who had traversed the martial world for decades without defeat, was indeed unparalleled. Across the land, only two could be compared to him. One was Zaiyozi, and the other was the patriarch Bodhidharma. It was only now that Yang Xiao realized these three surpassed all other so-called martial arts masters by an extraordinary margin. The chasm between them was indeed akin to a vast chasm. Chapter 34. The heart of invincibility shattered. Defeat no longer isolated, which blind beast has destroyed our flying vessels, Rex fumed, glaring at the two small aircraft now reduced to scrap metal. His eyes nearly ablaze with fury. This is troublesome. How are we to leave? Betty's face was etched with worry. Without the flying vessels, they could not escape this planet, and venturing into space would lead to their swift demise. Unbeknownst to them, the small beast perched on her shoulder wore a peculiar grin, its eyes gleaming with the satisfaction of a scheme well executed. Taking a deep breath, Rex soon regained his composure, pondering for a moment before sighing helplessly. There is no other option. We must first venture into the martial arts world and devise a plan from there. Suddenly, he cast a sidelong glance at the small beast on Betty's shoulder, his brow furrowing. This little creature was far too swift, and when the starry vortex opened, it was accessible to all, beyond Rex's control. After some contemplation, he fixed his gaze on the small beast and spoke earnestly. Little one, I know you understand my words. Gigi, the small beast tilted its head, feigning ignorance with an expression of confusion. Rex pretended not to notice, continuing in a calm tone. If you accompany us to that place, it would be best not to cause me any trouble, otherwise you shall never return. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Do not doubt the truth of my words. The small beast froze for a moment, but quickly bared its teeth and hissed at Rex, its animalistic face contorted with anger. You can certainly try. Rex let out a cold laugh, choosing not to regard it further, and instead summoned the starry vortex leading to the martial arts world. In the next moment, he grasped Betty's arm and stepped inside. The small beast floated in the air, staring at the vortex for a long while, and just as it was about to close, it darted in with a flicker on the mountain peak. Yang Xiao remained face-to-face with Bai, though the latter now appeared disheveled, his clothing torn and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Bai, why must you be so obstinate? Yang Xiao felt a twinge of reluctance. Although he had triumphed over Bai, a sense of satisfaction eluded him, and instead, he felt a pang of regret for the fallen master. This was a true unparalleled grandmaster, a figure whose equal could only be found in one other person across the vast world. Throughout my life, I have wielded my sword without fear of anyone. I once wounded Xiao Yaozi on the Miao Miao Peak, later defeated Dharma, traversing the rivers and lakes with no rivals, yet I feel an overwhelming loneliness. Bai laughed heartily, though his voice carried a note of melancholy. Just a month ago, I encountered a being from beyond this realm, whose terrifying presence left me in awe. Amusingly, I did not dare to draw my sword, concealing my aura instead, until you arrived here. Bai, why must you be this way? Yang Xiao sighed, wishing to persuade him further, in more words. Defeat is defeat. I, can endure it. Bai spoke calmly. At that moment, a curious voice resonated from the heavens. Bai? Almost simultaneously with the voice, two figures appeared beside Yang Xiao, none other than Rex and his companion, We pay our respects to the leader and the leader's lady. Yang Xiao was taken aback. But soon his face lit up with joy as he knelt before Rex. Rise. Rex waved his hand casually, his gaze fixed on the stern-faced middle-aged man. When he departed from this world, he had anchored his aura upon Yang Xiao. So upon his arrival, he was directly transported to Yang Xiao's side. That sharp aura I sensed that day must have belonged to him. Rex regarded the middle-aged man with a hint of astonishment. Dugu Qiubai, indeed, deserved his reputation as one of the strongest figures in Jin Yang's martial arts realm. To cultivate martial arts to such a degree, where his inner strength almost transcended into a harmonious existence. Even Rex could not help but feel a flicker of admiration. That sharp aura must be the essence of his swordsmanship. This moment, Dugu Qiubai was also observing Rex, his eyes betraying unmasked astonishment. He had presumed that this being from beyond, the leader of the Ming sect, would at least be of his own age, yet upon seeing him, he realized he was merely a youth. This realization sparked a sense of defeat in Dugu Qiubai, who had traversed the world and prided himself on his exceptional talent. Where is your Xiantai heavy sword? Rex suddenly inquired, leaving Dugu Qiubai momentarily stunned. After a brief silence, he replied, I abandoned it at the age of 40. This was the first time Dugu Qiubai had referred to himself as junior, yet none present found it surprising. So you have now reached the realm of being without a sword yet surpassing one with a sword? Rex continued to inquire with keen interest, suddenly pondering whether his own understanding of swordsmanship would alter his internal energy. What use is a sword if one is without it? Dugu Qiubai replied with a bitter smile. He had already discerned the pinnacle of swordsmanship, yet facing this mysterious leader of the Ming sect, the natural aura radiating from Rex rendered him powerless. A chasm of difference. Very well, teach me your swordsmanship, and I shall bestow upon you an opportunity. How does that sound? Rex's eyes sparkled as he spoke. He did not press this martial arts master, having sensed Dugu's despondency from earlier words. Coercion would likely yield the opposite effect. Opportunity? Dugu Qiubai stared at him in disbelief. Indeed. Rex smiled gently, gesturing toward Yang Xiao. You must recognize him. Yes, a month ago, he was not your equal. Indeed. Yang Xiao nodded earnestly, stating, the leader is a celestial being descended to earth, granting me an elixir that has led to my current prowess, which continues to grow. Dugu Qiubai, your innate talent far surpasses mine. If you were to receive an elixir from the leader, your future would be limitless. Upon hearing this, a flicker of brilliance flashed in Dugu Qiubai's eyes as he scrutinized Rex closely. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon the tail wrapped around Rex's waist. Could it be that there truly exist supernatural beings in this world? Dugu Qiubai pondered, but soon a smile crept across his face. Yes, such power must belong to that legendary realm of celestial beings. Have you thought this through? Rex frowned. While he desired to learn swordsmanship, he was not solely reliant on Dugu Qiubai. However, the depth of understanding of swordsmanship possessed by Dugu Qiubai was unmatched by others. I have thought it through. Dugu Qiubai nodded, his eyes ablaze with determination. I am willing to follow the leader into battle across the three realms. He was inherently a gifted warrior. Otherwise, he would not have traversed the world, claiming invincibility. Being beside Rex, an enigmatic presence, would undoubtedly lead him to encounter even greater foes. Thus, growing ever stronger, Rex raised an eyebrow. Battle across the three realms? Such a novel phrase from Dugu Qiubai. Yet, he did not dwell on it for long, nodding as he produced a blood elixir and tossed it to Dugu Qiubai. Take this. Dugu Qiubai caught the elixir without hesitation, swallowing it whole. A crimson aura ignited around him. To Rex's surprise, the crimson flame took the shape of a sword, distinctly different from others. Truly extraordinary. Rex smacked his lips, casting a glance at the equally astonished Yang Xiao, and casually tossed him a blood elixir as well. A gift for you. Yang Xiao was initially taken aback, but then filled with joy, hastily kneeling once more, exclaiming, Thank you, leader, for the elixir. Rex nodded impassively. After sweeping through the high-ranking planet, he now possessed an abundance of blood elixirs, although many had been consumed by him and Betty to enhance their combat prowess. There remained plenty of lesser ones. However, lesser was relative. With Yang Xiao's combat power exceeding 5,000, the elixir would at least enhance him by over 1000 in a martial arts world where the average combat power did not exceed 100. An increase of 1,000 was nothing short of divine. Of course, Dugu Qiubai was an exception. Rex estimated this fellow's combat power to be around 200 soon. The crimson aura dissipated. Dugu Qiubai opened his eyes, and two small swords flickered briefly within his pupils. This scene was keenly observed by Rex. What the hell? This guy just acquired chi, and he already resembles a figure from a celestial fantasy, Rex mused. Even more astonishingly, the next moment, Dogu Chiobai slowly ascended into the sky, not through any flight technique, but as if he were stepping upon a staircase, walking step by step into the heavens, with a clang. A sound reminiscent of a sword echoed as Dogu Chiobai's right hand slightly clenched, forming an invisible sword deity that moment. Dogu Chiobai seemed to transform into an unparalleled sword, a transparent blade of energy erupting around him. A massive vortex unexpectedly formed around him, drawing clouds together above, turning what was once clear skies into a tempest of thunder and lightning. To the untrained eye, Dogu Chiobai appeared as if the god of thunder had descended upon the earth. Now that was an impressive act. I would give it a perfect score, Rex murmured to himself. Earlier, he had given the blood essence pill to Dogu Chiobai, which could only enhance his combat prowess by approximately 5,000. Yet, at this moment, Rex could assure that even with a boost of 10,000 combat power, Dogu Chiobai could still annihilate him in an instant. His aura was inexplicably rising. Beside him, Yang Zhao's astonished voice broke through the silence. Rex was momentarily taken aback at Yang's words and regarded Dogu Chiobai with an even more peculiar gaze. Could this truly be the distinction between an unparalleled genius and an ordinary person? It was as if he possessed an innate upgrade buff. A feeling arose within him that perhaps that individual was the true protagonist. Rex sighed deeply. Suddenly, an impulsive thought crossed his mind. What if he could refine Dogu Chiobai into a blood essence pill? However, shortly after, an even stranger notion emerged out of Dogu Chiobai's combat power were to reach a certain level. Who would be more monstrous in a confrontation with the legendary Super Saiyan Broly? Chapter 36. The Occupied Bright Summit. Truly, Dogu Chiobai lives up to his reputation. Yang Zhao marveled. Having consumed the blood essence pill, elevating his combat power from 5,000 to 15,000. However, feeling the overwhelming might of Dogu Chiobai, he harbored no confidence in defeating him. What day is it today? As the sky darkened, Rex felt an unease wash over him. He suddenly turned his head towards the unclear circular outline on the horizon and furrowed his brow. Today? It seems to be the moon viewing festival, Yang Zhao pondered before responding. Moon viewing? Rex stared intently at the moon, which was gradually becoming clearer in the sky, his eyes flickering with a hint of crimson. Suddenly, he turned to look at Betty beside him, as expected. Betty was staring blankly at the moon, her delicate body trembling slightly, her beautiful eyes with pupils that were beginning to dilate on her shoulder. The little monster was gazing at her, its large eyes sparkling as if deep in thought. This little creature had been remarkably quiet since arriving here, rarely causing any trouble. It seemed Rex's earlier threat had indeed taken effect. How fortuitous, Rex murmured, a sphere of energy slowly coalescing in his hand. Clearly, this moon could not be allowed to exist. Yang Zhao was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Rex's intent, but he quickly understood. The energy sphere in Rex's hand shot skyward, hurtling towards the moon that hung in the heavens. This is what I find troubling about Saiyans. They can't simply enjoy the beauty of the moon. For someone of my refined sensibilities, it is truly a lamentable affair. Rex whispered. In the next instant, the moon shattered explosively, radiating the most exquisite brilliance of its existence. The entire realm was plunged into darkness. Only Dogu Chiobai remained in the sky, akin to a glowing gas lamp, the sole source of light amidst the dim stars. Yang Zhao gazed blankly at the sky. Just moments ago, there had been a full moon, but now it had vanished. So, this is what the master meant. But why destroy the moon? Yang Zhao finally grasped Rex's inquiry about the day's festival, but still did not comprehend the intent behind obliterating the moon. With a snap of his fingers, Rex launched an energy sphere that floated lazily above him, serving as a makeshift lamp. At this moment, the changes within Dogu Chiobai were gradually dissipating. The swirling clouds in the sky dispersed, and the thunderclouds vanished. Thank you, Master, for this rebirth. In the next instant, Dogu Chiobai appeared before Rex, kneeling on one knee, his tone solemn. He could distinctly feel the transformation within him, the energy coursing through his body, unlike any internal force he had known, imbued him with an unprecedented sense of power, and all of this was bestowed upon him by Rex. Indeed, Rex nodded, observing Dogu Chiobai for a moment before inquiring, are Damo and Xiaoyao still alive? They are, Yang Zhao promptly replied. However, my subordinates have yet to seek them out. You know where they are? Rex raised an eyebrow. Both of them, like Dogu, are among the unparalleled powers of this world. Though their whereabouts are shrouded in secrecy, they cannot escape my current perception, Yang Zhao affirmed. Dogu Chiobai added, strangely enough, After consuming the pill given by the master, I can distinctly sense the presence of certain individuals. As if they were guiding lights in the darkness. Is that so? A glimmer of insight sparked in Rex's eyes. In that case, you both shall bring them to the bright summit. I will await your arrival there. After speaking, he wrapped his arm around Betty's slender waist, and with a flicker, they vanished from sight. Gurgle, the little monster, remained behind, casting a glance at Dugachiobai, displaying a hint of a human-like smile. The next moment, it too disappeared without a trace. Dugachiobai and Yang Xiao exchanged a look, both recognizing the astonishment in each other's eyes. They had initially assumed that Rex's pet was merely a decorative creature, only to discover that even a single pet could be so formidable that they couldn't even catch a glimpse of its shadow. After a prolonged silence, Dugachiobai finally broke the stillness. I shall seek out Damo. He was not particularly fond of Xiaoyao, as in their previous encounter, he had nearly fallen victim to the latter's schemes, leading him to inflict serious injury upon him in a fit of rage. Even after all these years, some animosity lingered between them. Very well. Yang Xiao was indifferent, nodding casually. The two figures swiftly soared into the sky, and the peak fell silent once more. Upon returning to the bright summit, Rex was taken aback. He couldn't help but ascend into the air, scrutinizing his surroundings to ensure he had not wandered into the wrong place. This was indeed the bright summit, certainly not the Amei sect. But what had transpired? Why were there so many women everywhere? Glancing around, he noticed that nearly every few steps, there was a woman, charming and graceful, most of them being reasonably attractive, while not breathtakingly beautiful. They could at least be deemed lovely to at this moment. Each of them held a lamp, transforming the bright summit into a true beacon of light. Could it be that the Ming sect has been overtaken by the Amei sect? Impossible. Rex was somewhat bewildered. Chapter 37. The Purple Shirt Dragon King. Dai Chisi Master. You have returned. Just as Rex was lost in confusion regarding what had transpired, a melodious voice reached his ears. The next moment, Xiao Zhao's graceful figure appeared before him, her smile gentle and warm. Xiao Zhao, what has happened during my absence? Why are there so many women? Rex inquired, perplexed. Has the master forgotten? Xiao Zhao's lips curled into a slight smile, imbued with a hint of mischief. Before your departure, you instructed me to gather the world's beauties. I have been diligently fulfilling your command. The world's beauties. Rex suddenly recalled that, upon departing from this world, he indeed uttered such a phrase. Yet, this is rather excessive, is it not? A rough estimation suggests that there are at least 3,000 to 4,000 women present here. One might mistakenly believe a selection contest for consorts is about to take place. Xiaoao, Rex felt a slight discomfort. While I do have an appreciation for beauty, I am not a lecher. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, all these individuals hail from ordinary families, do they not? Indeed. Xiaozhao nodded, her delicate brows furrowing as she softly remarked. Most of those disciples from various sects possess an inflated sense of self-worth and resist discipline. Hence I have confined them. An inflated sense of self-worth? A smirk danced at the corner of Rex's lips. Bring them all here. I wish to see what makes them so extraordinary. As he spoke, he turned and strode towards the grand hall. After a few steps, he paused abruptly, casting a sweeping glance at the surrounding women, and declared, as for these individuals, send them back. Yes, Xiao Zhao responded with a nod. Once Rex's figure vanished from sight, Xiao seized Betty's arm and teased, Sister Betty, do exercise caution. This batch of disciples from the sects boasts quite a number who could rival your beauty. Oh, Betty replied nonchalantly, her demeanor indifferent. It seems Rex will be quite pleased. Xiao Zhao, unable to comprehend Betty's attitude, thought it evident to anyone with eyes that Betty and Rex were a pair. Did Betty not fear her affection might be usurped? Though having multiple wives is common, the distinction between being favored and being overlooked is entirely different. By the way, let me remind you, Betty suddenly smiled, fixing her gaze on Xiao Zhao. I understand Rex's character better than you. He will go to great lengths to acquire something he desires. Yet similarly, once he loses interest, he will discard or destroy it without hesitation. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Xiao Zhao stared at her blankly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with contemplative light. This manner of speaking is truly quite unfamiliar. At that moment, Betty's voice rang out again. Xiao Zhao, please arrange for some food. I am famished. Speaking of which, the delicacies here are truly splendid. As her words fell, Betty had already vanished from her spot. Xiao Zhao stood in a daze for a moment, filled with thoughts, before departing. Who dares intrude? Upon entering the grand hall, a robust voice resonated. Rex turned towards the source, discovering that the speaker was a sturdy elder, whose prominent eyebrows instantly revealed his identity. By Meng Wang, Yin Tianzhong. You were the leader. Upon seeing Rex's countenance, Yin Tianzhong was taken aback, hastily kneeling on one knee. I did not know the leader had returned. Please forgive this old man. He had been brought back to the Ming sect by Wei Yixiao a month prior and had gained insight into the current state of affairs. Moreover, Rex's likeness had already spread throughout the entire sect. Rise. Rex waved his hand, though his gaze fell upon a young girl beside Yin Tianzhong. The term beauty seemed utterly unrelated to the girl before him. Her face was swollen with a mark, appearing exceedingly unattractive at first glance. Yet, her eyes sparkled with clarity and liveliness. Ollie, have you not yet greeted the leader? Noticing Rex's focus on his granddaughter, Yin Tianzhong was alarmed and quickly admonished. His granddaughter was inherently unruly, having stayed by Granny Jin's side since childhood due to past incidents. Had it not been for the recent turmoil in the Ming sect, she would not have been brought back. Yin Tianzhong feared she might utter something disrespectful, inciting Rex's ire.no need. With a swift movement, Rex had already vanished from the entrance of the grand hall, seated upon the throne above, and waved his hand, suggesting, the 1,000 spider and 10,000 venom hand should be disposed of at once. The leader's command shall be obeyed. Yin Tianzhong noticed that Zhu Er's expression was not favorable, as if she intended to speak, and hurriedly interjected. Rex nodded faintly. Is Dai Qixi back? Dai Qixi, the purple-robed dragon king. Rex was merely curious about how beautiful this Persian woman, once hailed as the foremost beauty in the martial world, truly was. It was said that even Xiaozhao inherited only 6 or 7 parts of her beauty. The Dragon King has returned to the sect, but Yin Tianzhong hesitated to elaborate. What is it? Rex frowned. Dai Qixi, I have come to see the leader. A melodious and clear voice emerged from behind the hall. Rex turned to look, only to be momentarily stunned. What manner of woman is this? Her skin was as white as snow, her features painted as if by an artist. As she walked gracefully, her flowing hair danced with her movements, and the purple dress she wore accentuated her exquisite figure. Anyone who beheld her would find it hard to believe she was Xiaozhao's mother, rather resembling her sister. Truly deserving of the title, the foremost beauty in the martial realm, Rex couldn't help but exclaim. Even in today's world, few could rival her, and her past allure had indeed captivated countless heroes and champions. The leader's praise is undeserved. Dai Qixi merely smiled faintly, her gaze locked onto Rex, her expression inscrutable. What Brother Ian mentioned earlier pertains to my identity. Your identity? The Persian saintess, perhaps? Rex grinned, a dismissive smile on his lips. Do you believe that the so-called Persian Holy Church poses any threat to me? Upon hearing this, both Yin Tianzhong and Dai Qixi fell silent. They had witnessed the formidable power of the Bat King and others, realizing they were not to be trifled with, and this mysterious leader, revered by the likes of the Bat King, surely possessed even more unfathomable abilities. What of Xies Sun? Rex did not dwell on the matter further, casually inquiring about the final guardian. The Lion King is blind and unwilling to return to the sect. Yin Tianzhong spoke this with trepidation, fearing Rex's displeasure. Rex, however, showed no concern, as it was merely an offhand question. He held little genuine interest in the golden-haired Lion King. How has the Ming sect been developing lately? Time was short. We have only managed to subdue a few sections. Moreover, recently, various sects, both righteous and sinister, have formed an alliance intending to besiege my Guangming Ding, with even some overseas sects participating. Yin Tianjing's brows furrowed deeply, displaying his distress. Although he knew the Bat King and others were extraordinarily powerful, he remained convinced that should they provoke widespread ire, they would still be unable to withstand the onslaught. Which sects are leading the charge? Rex absent-mindedly picked at his fingernails. The righteous sects are led by Shaolin, while the evil sects are spearheaded by the Sun and Moon Holy Cult. Yin Tianzhong reported candidly. The Sun and Moon Holy Cult? A flicker of intrigue danced in Rex's eyes. Is the leader Ren Wuxing or Dongfang Bubi? It is indeed Dongfang Bubi, that eunuch. In the words of Yin Tianzhong, there was a palpable disdain for the invincible Dongfang Bubi. A man of such stature, reduced to a eunuch in pursuit of martial prowess, what significance does being unmatched in the world hold? Moreover, despite Dongfang Bubi's formidable skills, he remained far from the true essence of invincibility. Quite intriguing, indeed. Rex stroked his chin, a hint of amusement gracing his features. He was genuinely curious if the peculiar training conditions of the Sunflower Manual were as bizarre as rumored. Rex distinctly recalled that the Sunflower Manual was a technique for cultivating energy, a pinnacle in the realm of martial arts. Yin Tianzhong was momentarily taken aback. Intriguing? That phrase sparked profound associations in his mind. Could it be that this esteemed leader not only favored women, but also had an inclination for men who transformed into women? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Not only Yin Tianzhong, but even Dai Chi-Si and Jura regarded Rex with increasingly peculiar glances. By the way, have you heard of the Island of Heroes? Although Rex noticed the odd looks from Dai Chi-Si and the others, he chose not to dwell on it. The Island of Heroes? Yin Tianzhong furrowed his brow, his expression turning grave. That it was a place shrouded in enigma, where the island's master had summoned numerous martial experts, yet none had returned, rendering it a forbidden zone. Rex nodded in acknowledgement. It appeared that Sherpa Ian had yet to comprehend the Taishin classic. Undoubtedly, it was the most powerful martial art within Jin Yang's universe, transcending the realm of mere martial skills, bordering on the mystical. A visit to the Island of Heroes was imperative at that moment. A shadow of azure streaked in from outside the hall, moving with such swiftness that it almost seemed to vanish before reappearing beside Yin Tianzhong, kneeling on one knee. I am the subordinate Chingy Bat King. I pay my respects to the leader. Rex nodded indifferently. He could discern that Wei Ishiao had made progress over the past month. This aroused his curiosity. Were all characters in this martial world exceptionally gifted? Suddenly, a thought struck Rex, and he spoke. Bat King, I have a task for you. Please command me, my leader, and I shall not hesitate. Wei Ishiao respectfully inclined his head, awaiting Rex's further instructions. Help me locate these individuals. Rex conjured several small orbs of energy in his hand, tossing them onto the floor of the grand hall. A neat array of names appeared upon the ground. Wei Ishiao lowered his head to scrutinize them, quickly committing them to memory. Have you memorized them? Rex inquired. I have remembered. I shall set off to find them at once. Without further ado, Wei Ishiao nodded in affirmation and transformed into a streak of azure, vanishing from the grand hall. My leader, forgive my boldness, but may I inquire what you intend to do with those individuals? Yin Tianjin cautiously ventured. He had clearly noted one name, though he had never seen it. It was etched in his mind. Zhang Wuji. Rest assured, I will not dispose of them indiscriminately, Rex replied, casting a sidelong glance at Yin Tianzhong, his tone measured. Not indiscriminately? Then what if it's not? Yin Tianjing's lips twitched. But upon meeting Rex's impassive gaze, he ultimately refrained from voicing his concerns. Jura, standing beside him, instinctively shrank back. This leader appeared to be a ruthless individual, and she felt fortunate that her previous words had been interrupted. Otherwise, who could predict the actions this leader might take? Wei Siggy's words were certainly not unfounded. This mysteriously appearing leader acted solely according to his whims, showing no regard for the thoughts of others. However, he possessed considerable strength. Dai Chi-Si lowered her gaze in contemplation. She was aware that her daughter, Xiao Xiao, had also attained remarkable martial prowess due to a bestowed elixir. Yet, it seemed this leader harbored intentions of taking Xiao Xiao as a wife or concubine, which filled Dai Chi-Si with unease. A heavy silence enveloped the grand hall. With Rex remaining mute, Yin Tianzhong and the others dared not speak further. After a brief while, a graceful figure strode into the hall, followed closely by a line of women. Reporting to the leader, the individuals have been brought. Xiao Xiao stepped forward, respectfully bowing before moving to stand beside Dai Chi-Si, exchanging a glance laden with unspoken significance. Rex nodded, his interest piqued as he observed the women who had gathered in the hall. The few in the forefront were strikingly beautiful, each possessing a unique charm, some elegant, some alluring, others frigidly aloof, leaving an indelible impression. Particularly captivating was the young girl, appearing no older than 14 or 15. Her beauty was ethereal, akin to a rare blossom in its prime, exuding an otherworldly grace. Yet, her complexion lacked the warmth of vitality, rendering her pale and seemingly frail, as if untouched by the mundane world. Though she was of this realm, she resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. Such an aura was possessed by no one else in attendance. And in that fleeting moment, even Rex felt a pang of reluctance to tarnish her purity, wishing only to observe in silence. What an extraordinary woman! She must be the little dragon maiden, Rex murmured, a sense of reverence washing over him as his gaze remained transfixed upon her. Devil, what do you intend to do with us? At that moment, a sharp voice interrupted Rex's train of thought. Who are you? Rex frowned, turning to face the speaker, a woman who could barely be considered attractive, and in comparison to the little dragon maiden, or even Xiao Xiao, she fell woefully short. The woman retorted with a cold laugh. I am Ding Minjun, the foremost disciple of the Amaze sect. Devil, how dare you commit such heinous acts? You are one of my most detested individuals, Rex replied, his expression unchanging as he flicked his fingers. sending a small orb of energy the size of a fingernail towards her. Before anyone could react, the orb struck Ding Minjun, and in the next instant, she vanished without a trace. This sudden turn of events left the onlookers in shock, their faces reflecting a mixture of horror and disbelief, with a few letting out shrieks. Merely for uttering a word of disdain towards the devil, she had been executed? Even those few who had maintained their composure throughout the ordeal were instantly stricken with fear, their gazes towards Rex now laced with trepidation. I truly do not comprehend the source of your misplaced superiority. Rex surveyed the room with a derisive smile. Is it because of your esteemed sects? You bicker over trifles like the heaven-slaying sword and the blood sword as if they were precious treasures, all while preaching righteousness and morality. In my eyes, you are no better than the so-called demonic sects you scorn. For at least they possess the courage to act on their beliefs. Why do I even bother engaging in discourse with you? He sneered. Do not gaze at me with eyes filled with loathing. I have merely eliminated a piece of refuse. The number of lives I have taken surpasses that of everyone in this world combined. Xiao, take them away, Rex said, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. Remember to compile a list for me. I wish to review it. Yes, my leader. At this moment, Xiao's gaze towards Rex had undergone a profound transformation. What had once been simple respect was now tinged with an unmistakable fear. Particularly striking was the statement, I have killed more people than all those in this world combined, which, upon first hearing, seemed exaggerated, yet Xiao harbored no doubts about its veracity. Soon, the grand hall fell into an eerie silence. Ying Tianzhong, Zhu Er, and Dai Chi Si all lowered their heads, each lost in their own thoughts. The atmosphere shifted swiftly. Rex suddenly raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the ceiling to the heavens above. Although he was not typically sensitive to the aura of others, for some inexplicable reason, he felt acutely the sharp sword energy emanating from Dugu Qiubai, almost simultaneously with the conclusion of his words. Several figures swept into the hall from outside. Among them were Dugu Qiubai and Yang Xiao, each accompanied by another individual. One was a bald man whose complexion, though somewhat pale, remained composed. The other was an elderly man clad in a raincoat, his disheveled hair and ashen face revealing a state of utter disarray. Chapter 40. Do you wish to savor this? Rex, upon hearing Yang Xiao's clear voice echoing through the hall, learned that Master Dharma and the Carefree One had been brought forth. Yin Tanzhong and Dai Chi Si exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment and wry smiles reflected in each other's eyes. Master Dharma and the Carefree One were unparalleled powerhouses of their era, having roamed the world decades prior. Their names known to all. It was rumored that their only defeat in life had been at the hands of the sword demon, Dugu Qiubai. Now, they had inexplicably been captured. Who, in this vast world, could rival the Holy Church? The aura I sensed that day must surely belong to this leader, truly a youthful hero. Though the Carefree One appeared disheveled, the demeanor befitting a grandmaster remained intact. He fixed his gaze upon Rex, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Having procured the timeless elixir of youth from the Valley of Eternally Young, he possessed a profound understanding of the aging process. And with a single glance, he discerned that Rex was quite young. Amitabha, Master Dharma intoned, his lowered eyes lifting slightly to regard Rex before once again bowing his head. Rex, intrigued, observed these two masterful figures. Both were individuals of extraordinary talent. One had developed the Northern Underworld divine skill and the supreme skill of 8 desolations and 6 harmonies, while the other had created the 9 Yang divine skill and the muscle transformation technique. All unparalleled martial arts. I shall not speak further. You have witnessed the transformation of Dugu Qiubai. Rex pondered for a moment before declaring, You shall impart your martial arts to me, and I shall bestow upon you opportunities. Along the way, Yang had already informed me. The Carefree One's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Rex, voicing his confusion. But why does the leader wish to learn martial arts? With your capabilities, our arts seem rather trivial in comparison. Do they not? Upon hearing this, all present regarded Rex with curiosity. They too were baffled. Having already attained unmatched power, why seek further martial prowess? A hobby. Is that explanation sufficient? Rex raised an eyebrow. Was he to disclose that although he was invincible here, in the Dragon Ball world, he was still far from it, not to mention that mysterious little creature posed a significant threat. Relying on chi blood pills for enhancement was precarious. For instance, Rex's combat power had already reached 300,000, and to consume more chi blood pills, he would need to seek out superior planets, specifically the higher tier ones. Such planets, while not rare, were certainly not abundant. Thus, apart from relying on self-cultivation, Rex also sought opportunities in this strange world to augment his combat strength. That will suffice. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in the Carefree One's eyes. You may consume this elixir. Rex tossed out 2 chi blood pills, both of a lower grade. He sought to ascertain the cause behind Dugachiyobai's previous transformation. Was it due to martial arts or innate talent? Nearby, Ying Tianzheng and Dai Qixi gazed upon the pills with envious eyes. They had already heard from Bat King and others about the blood-red pills that had catalyzed their transformation and yearned for them. However, since Rex did not offer them, they dared not ask. The carefree one received the chi blood pill and, without hesitation, swallowed it whole. His nature was unrestrained, oscillating between righteousness and wickedness, and he acted decisively. Decades ago, he had earned a notorious reputation as the blood-red aura ignited. An immense energy began to coalesce around him. With a resounding crash, the ceiling of the grand hall shattered, reduced to dust, transforming the space into a realm of chaos. What astonishingly rapid enhancement! Yang Shao gasped. Similar to Dugachiobai, the carefree one experienced a dramatic surge in his energy after consuming the chi blood pill, surpassing the limits that the pill itself could provide. Yet, the increase in energy within the carefree one outstripped that of Dugachiobai. This was not surprising. Dugachiobai remarked, "The northern underworld divine skill I practice inherently absorbs the power of others for my own use. Now, I merely shift the source of absorption to this realm." His tone dripped with disdain. Haha, this is the sensation of true strength. A sudden, wild laughter erupted as the blood-red aura dissipated. The carefree one's presence had transformed dramatically. Hovering in the air like a deity or demon. In the next moment, he fixed his gaze upon Rex, his eyes gleaming with unabashed greed. "Leader, you are truly formidable." As he uttered these words, a peculiar light flickered in the carefree one's eyes, akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. Rex's gaze shimmered slightly as he replied with a faint smile, "Would you care to partake?" Indeed, the carefree one unabashedly admitted his desire, his eyes locked onto Rex. Though uncertain if the leader would dare such audacity, Yang Shao bellowed, stepping forward to unleash a ray of light with a flick of his fingers. "Humph, Yang Shao, we shall settle our debts later." The carefree one effortlessly grasped the light and crushed it in his hand, casting a cold glare at Yang Shao. His journey with Yang Shao had not been without its tribulations. "Then let us proceed." Rex's expression remained placid, revealing no hint of emotion, as he extended a hand. Chapter 41. Northern Underworld Divine Skill, fully absorbed, seeking support and flowers. "Are you truly sincere?" The carefree one scrutinized Rex, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and resolve. He could undoubtedly sense Rex's immense strength. Despite having surpassed his former self countless times after consuming the chi blood pill, he still felt a lack of confidence when facing Rex. Of course, Rex replied with a smile. "Leader, you mustn't." Yang Shao displayed an anxious expression. This old scoundrel harbored sinister intentions, and the northern underworld divine art was exceedingly peculiar. Should an error occur, beside him, Yin Tianzheng and Dai Qixi exchanged furrowed brows, but remained silent. Dharma held the blood chi pill in his hand, seemingly deep in contemplation. Only Dugachiobai bore a faint, inscrutable sneer at the corners of his mouth. This Saiyayozi was strikingly reminiscent of his former self, while he had previously defeated him, even now. Despite being outmatched in combat strength, he still possessed ample confidence to utterly vanquish him. However, when faced with Rex, Dugachiobai felt a complete lack of assurance. Such was the disparity. "Very well, I shall fulfill the master's request." A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Saiyayozi's eyes as he swiftly appeared before Rex, grasping his arm. He then fixed his gaze upon Rex, seemingly gauging his reaction. "Inhale." Yet Rex merely smiled, his countenance serene, betraying no hint of joy or anger. "Does this old man truly believe I will not act?" Saiyayozi's eyes widened, a flicker of ruthlessness and greed flashing within. In the next moment, his sleeves billowed, and his hair stood on end. Simultaneously, Rex felt a pull emanating from Saiyayozi's grasp on his arm. Boom! The energy within him erupted, as if finding an outlet, surging wildly towards that palm, the northern underworld divine art. Could it genuinely absorb the energy of others for its own use? Rex mused silently, yet remained composed, eyes closed as he meticulously sensed the flow of energy. Observing Rex's lack of resistance, Saiyayozi was instantly elated, gathering his strength to unleash the northern underworld divine art in full force, enveloping both individuals in 2 invisible auras. Yang Zhao's face turned anxious, yet he was at a loss for what to do. Rendered helpless, even Yin Tianzheng and Dai Qixi's expressions shifted, having heard of the northern underworld divine art's might. Witnessing it firsthand was truly extraordinary. Only Dugachiobai maintained an impassive expression, a faint cold smirk gracing his lips. In a short while, Rex suddenly opened his eyes, nearly there. No, this old man sees there is still much to go. A frenzied and sinister glint flickered in Zaiyayozi's eyes. He sensed the strengthening energy within him, his greed swelling uncontrollably. The sole thought occupying his mind was to drain Rex completely. Oh, is that so? Rex's lips curled into a chilling smile. Then allow me to provide you with ample sustenance. In the next instant, boom, the energy throughout Rex's entire being surged forth, violently crashing towards Zaiyayozi's palm. How is this possible? The immense impact transformed Zaiyayozi's expression. While the northern underworld divine art could indeed absorb another's power, he had never fathomed that someone could actively channel their strength through the very meridians he sought to absorb. This was akin to a technique of imparting wisdom, yet theoretically, it should not occur. Bang, bang. I shall not absorb anymore. I shall not. The sound of muffled explosions emanated from within Zaiyayozi, his meridians rupturing, a trickle of blood oozing from his mouth, his face betraying a look of desperation. Your words are not to my liking. Rex's pupil shimmered with a crimson light, the aura surrounding him oscillating between blood red and transparent. You fancied absorption, did you not? I merely wished to facilitate your desire. At that moment, Yang Xiao and others finally grasped the situation, their gazes towards Rex transforming into expressions of terror. Master, he truly intends to forcefully make Zaiyayozi explode. Only Duga Chiobai revealed an expression of knowing. Evidently having anticipated this outcome, Master, I beseech you, spare me. In mere moments, Zaiyayozi began to swell, resembling a human-shaped balloon. How troubling. Why can you not comprehend my good intentions? Rex murmured softly. Suddenly shaking his arm, another surge of immense energy flooding into Zaiyayozi's body. In the next moment, boom, Zaiyayozi exploded like an inflated balloon, disintegrating into a fine powder, not even a drop of blood remaining. Now that truly embodies the name Zaiyayozi. Henceforth, he roams freely across the heavens and earth. Genuinely unrestrained. How splendid. The aura surrounding Rex gradually dissipated as he turned to smile at Yang Xiao and the others. The shiver ran through them all. Rex's gaze shifted to Dharma, who remained motionless, still gripping the blood chi pill, even in the wake of Zaiyayozi's demise. Dharma, will you partake or not? Do not waste my time. Chapter 42. The sword is Dugu's sword. The Buddha is the Buddha among demons. Silence enveloped the grand hall. All eyes fixed on Dharma, awaiting his response. Suddenly, Dharma lifted his gaze to glance at Rex, then smiled faintly, placing the blood chi pill in his mouth. Whoosh! The crimson aura ignited, Dharma's visage dignified, his demeanor tranquil. Akin to a revered Buddha, Amitabha, a resonant chant echoed, as Dharma's hands came together in prayer, his eyes firmly shut. Rex frowned slightly. Dharma exhibited no discernible change, a tad unexpected. Could it be that Dharma's innate talent is not remarkable? Yet, swiftly he dismissed that thought. A grand and imposing Buddhist chant reverberated through the air. Although Dharma's lips remained sealed, the sound not originating from him. And the next moment, golden light flooded the space. A colossal golden Buddha materialized above Dharma. Rex was taken aback, fixated upon the golden figure, only to realize it bore an uncanny resemblance to Dharma himself. Master Dharma's Buddhist teachings had evidently reached an incredibly high realm. Beside him, Duga Chiobai murmured in awe. Just then, the golden Buddha abruptly opened its eyes, gazing skyward, devoid of sorrow or joy. After a prolonged silence, it declared, I am indeed the Buddha. Dharma's soft, contemplative voice resonated, and almost simultaneously, the golden Buddha's illusory form underwent a monumental transformation. In an instant, it shifted from radiating golden light to pure darkness. When I am the Buddha, I vow to slay demons. When I am a demon, there exists no Buddha. Dharma remained dignified, yet his aura underwent a profound transformation. Enveloped in darkness, transmuting from a sacred Buddha into a Buddha of demons. A single thought manifest as Buddha, another as demon. Dharma's realm had reached the pinnacle. Dugu Chiobai's voice resonated with deep emotion. Yet his eyes sparkled with an indomitable fighting spirit. Once, his mastery of the sword had reached an unparalleled zenith, while the teachings of Dharma were fraught with imperfections, thus allowing him to emerge victorious. Should they meet again, the outcome would be nigh impossible to determine. The sanguine aura dissipated, and Dharma returned to his original demeanor, still exuding a serene detachment. However, the occasional brilliance that ignited within his gaze betrayed a transformation. His left eye gleamed like gold, while his right shone black, an embodiment of profound malevolence. Rex furrowed his brow in contemplation. He discerned that the true catalysts of the transformations in Du Gu Chiobai and Dharma were the unparalleled insights they had garnered on their respective paths of cultivation. In truth, the transformation into a Super Saiyan also constitutes a form of enlightenment, albeit one that Rex had yet to attain. Within half a month, summon all martial arts masters to this place. Rex commanded, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. There could be no further delay. Nearly 2 months had elapsed, and time was growing increasingly scarce in the face of Frieza's impending threat. Enlightenment cannot be achieved in haste. What Rex could do was to study every arcane martial art available and amalgamate them into one cohesive whole. Remember, I mean every last one, including those from overseas. Time sped by. With Rex's directives and the provision of vitality elixirs, the members of the Ming sect became invigorated, zealously sweeping through the martial world in a mere span of days. All who could be deemed martial arts experts were gathered atop the bright summit. And now, half a year had passed. The Ming sect had unified the realm. Rex sat cross-legged in the void, enveloped in a crimson aura, his hair subtly tinged with red, though not overtly so. Surrounding him were several ethereal phantoms, a sword, a Buddha, a dragon, and 8 celestial stars. The sword represented solitude, while the Buddha was a demon among demons. Rex's brow furrowed as he, under the collective guidance of numerous martial arts masters, had fused the world's sword techniques into one singular form, and the myriad teachings of Buddhism into a solitary essence. The dragon was primarily based on the 18 dragon-subduing palms, supplemented by countless other palm techniques. The 8 stars represented the myriad formations of the world, coalescing into the Big Dipper formation, but with an additional star, the North Star. Rex had recently been preoccupied with the endeavor of unifying these 4 distinct realms of understanding. How should he proceed? Rex found himself vexed. While it was straightforward to separate these 4 elements, their amalgamation posed a significant challenge, for they were fundamentally disparate entities. With a deep breath, the 4 phantoms vanished, and Rex rose to his feet. Taking a step forward, leaving behind a multitude of afterimages, the amalgamation of lightness techniques had rendered his speed exponentially faster than before. Suddenly, Rex halted, captivated by the sight of a graceful figure in a white dress not far from him. It was the little dragon girl, surrounded by several other women. The one particularly bothersome figure, Zhou Badong, was present among them. At that moment, her expression was serious as she held a branch in each hand, drawing a circle with one and a square with the other. Her demeanor was profoundly tranquil and captivating. Yet, what caught Rex's attention was not this serene tableau, but rather a sudden flash of insight in his mind. He had nearly forgotten about Zhou Badong's unique skill of mutual combat. Chapter 43. A race comparable to the frozen demons, a dark-hued Buddha, whose eyes shimmered with crimson light, sat cross-legged in the void, wielding a sword in his right hand while his left palm rested in a dragon-like pose, his feet grounded upon the 8-star formation. At first glance, this scene appeared discordant, yet upon closer scrutiny, an enigmatic charm emanated, captivating the spirit. Almost there, Rex suddenly opened his eyes, a vision of a colossal ape roaring towards the heavens reflected in his pupils. As the massive phantom behind him gradually faded, Rex's gaze shifted to a particular spot on the ground, where Betty stood. "Little one, I bear a grudge," he murmured to himself, his form flickering before he abruptly appeared on the ground. "Rex, have you succeeded?" Betty had been observing Rex's transformation closely. While his power did not seem to have significantly increased, the presence he exuded when that peculiar phantom appeared behind him was markedly stronger. It was only now that she comprehended why Rex had been so intent on mastering those seemingly inferior techniques. Indeed, Rex grinned, though his attention was fixed on the small creature perched on Betty's shoulder. Chirp! The little creature shrank back, sensing Rex's ill intentions, and attempted to flee in an instant. In a mere heartbeat, it vanished from sight. Humph! Rex chuckled coldly, raising his hand to summon a colossal palm that grasped at the empty air. Chirp! The creature's panicked cries echoed as it was forcibly pulled back by the enormous hand. "Little one, I recall not too long ago you looked down upon me, did you not?" Rex glared fiercely at it. "And you dare to eat my belongings? You must decide. Shall I roast you or fry you?" Chirp! The creature gazed up with its big, watery eyes, adopting a woeful expression. Its attempts at feigned innocence bore no fruit, as Rex remained unmoved. "Rex, you can't possibly be thinking of roasting it, can you?" Betty interjected. Frowning, the little creature, sensing salvation, looked at Betty with pleading eyes, tears welling up. However, the next words from Betty made it feel as though its entire existence was in peril. "Actually, I think steaming or deep frying would be delightful," Betty stated earnestly, a concept she had recently learned. "A splendid idea," Rex mused, stroking his chin. Then we'll deep fry it. Chirp chirp. The little creature suddenly panicked, struggling fiercely as its previously fist-sized form began to expand. Rex's pupils constricted slightly. Sure enough, this little creature was also of a species capable of transformation. This implied that its race was surely not inferior to that of the frozen demons. I shall spare you for now. After a moment's contemplation, Rex ultimately released the little creature. Should it unleash its full potential, its battle prowess might rival that of Frieza's geometric increases. With his current combat capabilities, he would not be able to subdue it. The world could very well face annihilation in an instant. Moreover, it was crucial to note that this little creature had shown him no hostility and appeared to share a close bond with Betty. This was not necessarily a bad thing. Perhaps it could provide some protection for Betty. Chirp. As the restraints upon him dissipated, the transformation of the little monster abruptly halted. It cast a glance at Rex, as if struck by a sudden thought, and once more swaggered onto Betty's shoulder, completely unfazed by her previous musings on whether to prepare it steamed or fried. When shall we return? Betty suddenly inquired. Feeling a sense of tedium in this place, aside from the exquisite cuisine, she felt no thrill of battle, as there was not even a worthy adversary to engage. Although Duga Chiobai and Daimo had shown remarkable improvement in their combat abilities after consuming the Chi blood pill, they still lagged significantly behind Betty. Once you master the turtle breathing technique, Rex replied with a shrug. Frankly, Betty's talent was rather mediocre, her comprehension of martial arts dismal. She had only grasped the most superficial aspects thus far. The turtle breathing technique, however, was imperative to learn. Without it, they would forever be unable to survive in the vastness of space. A critical vulnerability indeed. Rex had already mastered numerous martial arts techniques associated with the turtle breathing technique, enabling him to thrive even in the absence of air. Yet, Betty had not yet even perfected the simplest of the techniques. Very well, Betty pouted, her expression a picture of discontent. You go study, and I shall pay a visit to the little dragon girl and her companions. Rex flashed a grin, having devoted nearly all his time to rigorous martial arts training, rarely sparing a thought for the stunning women who had been captured. With that, he vanished in a swift motion. A fickle-hearted rogue, Betty muttered, setting off to find someone to teach her the turtle breathing technique, a new term she had recently learned from Xiao Zhao. After her departure, two figures silently emerged. One, with jet black hair and a long robe, exuded an air of cool detachment. The other, hands clasped together, had half-closed eyes, embodying an ethereal presence. The master shall break through the void. I shall follow in his wake, Duga Chiobai stated calmly. Amadba, Daimo intoned, his eyes reflecting a gold and black hue. Chapter 44. The great task of continuing the lineage following Rex's selection. Only a handful of women remained atop the bright summit, each surpassing the other in beauty, rivaling even Xiao Zhao. Among them, the one who captured Rex's attention the most was the little dragon girl. Still young and having spent her days in the ancient tomb, she had yet to encounter the world's perils. Her eyes, as clear as spring water, seemed capable of cleansing all sins. Although the little dragon girl regarded Rex as fierce, she felt no animosity towards him. Rather, her curiosity was piqued. In a flash, Rex appeared beside the little dragon girl. At that moment, she was intently sketching something in the dirt, her focus unbroken even by Rex's sudden arrival. What are you drawing? Rex casually glanced over, instantly taken aback, with hair that had never changed in form. A stern visage, slightly arched brows, and eyes gleaming with a fierce light, her lips were pressed together, hinting at a barely perceptible smirk. It was unmistakably Rex. Are you drawing me? Rex asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. It must be said, the little dragon girl's depiction was remarkably vivid. Though her strokes were few, they encapsulated Rex's essence perfectly, making him instantly recognizable. The little dragon girl turned slightly to regard Rex, her brows furrowing ever so slightly, her gaze tinged with dissatisfaction. As if reproaching him for interrupting her thoughts, Rex's lips twitched. This little dragon girl was indeed unlike any other. While others would become flustered or feign composure upon his arrival, avoiding direct eye contact, she remained unfazed and even dared to glare at him. Rex found himself puzzled by her inner world. Could it be due to her prolonged seclusion from the outside? Contemplating, he chose to remain silent and continued observing her as she sketched. Master, a soft voice called from nearby. Rex did not even glance in that direction, raising a hand to signal silence. The individual immediately quieted, refraining from speaking, and stood by, watching the little dragon girl as she continued to outline her drawing in the dirt. After a considerable time, she finally paused, turning to Rex and then directing her gaze to the person beside him. Sister Wang, Do you think I've improved in my drawing? The little dragon girl asked with a charming smile, her eyes sparkling with innocence. Very good, Wang Yuyin replied with a slight nod, though her response seemed somewhat distracted. Speak, what is it? Rex appraised the image of himself on the ground, nodding in satisfaction. The little dragon girl's drawing was indeed superb. At first glance, it felt as if one were gazing into a mirror. Sister Wang taught me how to draw. The little dragon girl beamed, her large eyes crescent-shaped with delight, her lips curving to reveal two delicate dimples. Rex looked at Wang Yuyin with surprise, not expecting her to possess such profound artistic talent in addition to her mastery of various martial arts. Wang Yuyin had indeed been of great assistance in blending diverse martial arts styles. Without her, achieving a harmonious integration would have taken considerably longer. You flatter me, Master, Wang Yuyin replied with a slight nod, letting out a gentle sigh, that I have come to seek your counsel on a matter. Rex's smile faded, replaced by an indifferent demeanor as he retorted, if you seek my assistance in restoring the Murong clan of Gusu, there is no need to elaborate. Master has misunderstood. Wang Yuyin, clearly having anticipated Rex's reaction, paled slightly but spoke softly. I merely wish to ask the Master to spare a path for the Murong family of Gusu. She had long recognized that in this world, only the Ming sect could prevail. During this time, Murong Fu had visited her, and his words had left her profoundly disheartened. This request to Rex was her final gesture for the Murong family. Thereafter, she would sever all ties. Rex fixed his gaze on Wang Yuyin, and after a moment's contemplation, he nodded slightly. In light of your previous assistance, I shall grant your request. However, the name Murong must never again appear in the realm of martial arts. Thank you, Master. Wang Yuyin expressed her gratitude with a nod. Sister Wang, Rex is often brusque in his speech, but his heart is not malevolent. Please do not take offense, the little dragon girl remarked, her expression one of understanding towards Rex. Wang Yuyin thought to herself how she longed to inquire of the little dragon girl, from where she derived the notion that Rex possessed a kind heart. He had obliterated countless sects, was capricious, and would kill at a whim, not to mention his penchant for abducting the fairest maidens of the land. Was this truly a benevolent heart? Ah, but the little dragon girl understands me. Rex chuckled, his gaze softening as he looked at her. So pure and adorable. I could simply devour her. Master, I shall take my leave now. Wang Yuyin displayed a flicker of anxiety, although her experience of the world was limited. She was undoubtedly more adept than the little dragon maiden. Rex's gaze towards the little dragon maiden was unmistakably tinged with possessiveness, a sentiment that only the little dragon maiden failed to comprehend. Rex casually nodded. His mind was preoccupied with the upcoming task of continuing the lineage. Chapter 45, The Long Spear Remains, Little Dragon Maiden. I have heard that the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra of your ancient tomb sect is exceptionally profound. Why not engage in a session of practice together? Rex proposed with a beaming smile, his eyes fixated on the little dragon maiden's flawless visage. Have you not already mastered it? The little dragon maiden cautiously retreated a step. Though innocent and inexperienced, she was far from foolish. Rather, she possessed remarkable intelligence. Over the past days, Rex had been gathering martial arts knowledge from across the realm, seamlessly blending and validating various techniques, including the martial arts of the ancient tomb sect. Ahem, Rex cleared his throat, feeling slightly awkward. I haven't fully grasped it yet, which is why I seek your assistance to delve deeper into the essence of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. There was an unsettling air about it, and the little dragon maiden scrutinized him with skepticism. Just say whether you will help or not. Rex felt a twinge of guilt. Despite having amassed numerous beautiful women, he was still a novice in real experience, having never engaged in the act himself in both his past and present lives. All right. The little dragon maiden gazed at Rex once more, her cheeks flushing, and ultimately acquiesced. Her impression of Rex was favorable. As she had remarked, though his words could be harsh, his heart was not wicked. For the little dragon maiden, who had seldom encountered men, Rex was undeniably unique, his myriad of enigmatic qualities igniting her curiosity. Even Rex himself was taken aback that the little dragon maiden would develop inexplicable feelings for him. Very well, let us proceed at once, Rex exclaimed joyfully, seizing the little dragon maiden's hand and vanishing from their location in an instant. In the next moment, they found themselves within a room. What do you intend to do? After a brief moment of confusion, the little dragon maiden's delicate face flushed crimson at that moment. Rex was pressing against her, his warm breath tantalizingly close, causing her to feel an overwhelming tension. Practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, of course, Rex stated boldly, his eyes revealing an unabashed fervor. But this is not how one practices it. The little dragon maiden felt on the verge of tears, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed moisture, evoking sympathy. Though, right? It is not practiced this way. Rex feigned realization, nodding solemnly. We should first remove our clothing. No, not that. What I mean is, before she could finish her sentence, Rex captured her lips, leaving her wide-eyed and flustered, her small hands instinctively pressed against her chest, attempting to push him away. Yet soon, her body softened, her breathing grew heavy, and her beautiful eyes fluttered closed, long lashes trembling, casting a shadow. After a long moment, their lips parted. Little dragon maiden, Rex knelt up, gazing at her exquisite face, still possessing a hint of youthful innocence yet undeniably enchanting. The little dragon maiden slightly opened her eyes, her gaze dreamy, responding like a gentle kitten. The inner tumult surged like a tidal wave, no longer able to be contained. Rex's hand exerted a gentle pressure, tearing her white dress into shreds. Her perfect form was laid bare to the cool air, smooth as white jade, with the beginnings of rosy contours adorning her skin, every inch radiating a captivating sheen. As if crafted by the heavens themselves, the sudden chill snapped the little dragon maiden back to clarity. She gasped softly, instinctively reaching for something to cover herself, but before she could act, two large hands swiftly enveloped her delicate curves. A soft moan escaped the little dragon maiden's lips. Rex could no longer contain himself, ripping apart his own garments with a growl, pressing forward. Hereafter, 1,000 words omitted as the deity of moderation approaches. In tender whispers, the small room transformed into a grand stage of performance. The little dragon maiden, inexperienced in such matters, could hardly withstand Rex's fervent advances and soon begged for mercy, tears staining her cheeks. Yet, after consuming a vitality pill, she was instantly rejuvenated. Rex, undeterred, resumed his fervent pursuits. It was unclear how many times they engaged in their passionate endeavor after consuming 3 or 4 vitality pills. The symphony of their encounter began to reach its conclusion. The little dragon maiden, utterly exhausted, had succumbed to slumber, curled up in Rex's embrace, her tear-streaked face resembling a fragile kitten. No wonder rulers become entranced by their harem. The experience is truly beyond comprehension without personal involvement. Rex mused, gazing at the little dragon maiden's delicate features, gently kissing her lips. This kiss proved to be a catalyst, igniting a resurgence of fervor within Rex, who believed he was to engage in battle once more. Instantly filled with vigor, the long spear remains. Rex could not resist turning the little dragon maiden over, positioning her back against him, and once again embarking on their adventure. Chapter 47. The Central Heartland. Still unapproachable. Is this the world of the leader? It seems rather similar. Dugachobai and Damo surveyed their surroundings with curiosity but could discern no notable differences. It resembled a desolate wasteland. Ascend, but do not fly too far. Rex, disinterested in elaborate explanations, merely gestured upwards. He had previously attempted to fly in the martial arts world, where an unusual force seemed to shroud the area, allowing energy blasts to reach the sky yet preventing any actual escape. As though an invisible barrier existed, without further ado, Dugachobai and Damos soared into the air. They relied on their lightness skills, not aerial techniques, yet their speed surpassed expectations, vanishing in an instant. Rex paid them little mind, instead turning his gaze toward the central heartland, his expression growing increasingly grave. By now, he had mastered the ability to sense energy. The terrifying aura emanating from the central heartland made even him feel a sense of trepidation. Is it truly a living being? Rex found himself questioning, as the fluctuations of that aura starkly contrasted with normal life, resembling something lifeless instead. Should he investigate further? Rex furrowed his brow, lost in thought. At that moment, Dugachobai and Damo descended from the sky, both unable to conceal their excitement. The vast starry sky was not new to them, but experiencing it up close was an entirely different sensation. You two wait here. In a swift moment, Rex resolved to investigate further, turning to address Betty and the others before transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon. Dugachobai and Damo exchanged glances, intending to follow. Are you all seeking death? A youthful voice suddenly chimed in, halting their steps. Oh, you can talk, Betty exclaimed, startled by the unexpected sound, but soon realized its source. Her beautiful eyes widening with astonishment as she focused on the little monster perched on her shoulder. I just learned how, the creature replied, its gaze fixated on the receding figure of Rex, its large eyes reflecting an unusual hue. In truth, it had been captured by Rex on that fateful day. and in its eagerness to transform, it had inadvertently acquired the ability to speak before halting mid-transformation. That place is one I wouldn't dare approach. Rex is a peculiar individual, defying all norms. If it were you, you would likely be crushed into a pulp before even getting close. What could possibly be there? Betty furrowed her brow with concern. I don't know. The little monster shook its head, baring its fangs. It's definitely something we cannot provoke. Is Rex going to be all right? The little dragon girl asked anxiously. He won't die. The monster grinned wickedly. But he will undoubtedly face some hardships. As Rex stepped into the previously dawning atmosphere, his expression shifted dramatically, a crimson aura igniting around him, while his dark hair transformed to a fiery red. How could it have grown so much stronger? Rex gritted his teeth, struggling to move as beads of sweat dripped from his brow. The immense pressure weighing down upon him was several times greater than the first time he had arrived. I refuse to accept this, Rex roared, his eyes flashing with blood-red light, as a colossal Buddha apparition materialized behind him. Boom! The apparition shattered in an instant, and an even greater pressure bore down upon him, as if the very gravity of the planet had multiplied exponentially, forcing him to the ground and creating a human-shaped crater. Damn it! Rex couldn't help but curse. He was adamant that no living being resided at the heart of this place. Otherwise, such a formidable presence so close to planet Vegeta would have surely been known to the Saiyans. Even Frieza, upon entering without warning, would be crushed instantly. Rex's survival was solely due to his formidable physique. I will return. Whatever you are, you will be mine. Rex clenched his fist tightly, casting a determined glance towards the depths of the central region, where a faint golden glow flickered within his crimson aura before vanishing. He forced himself to stand and trudged towards the exit. The moment he stepped beyond the confines of the oppressive atmosphere, the weight lifted immediately. Gravity enhancement. 100 times, Rex silently declared within his mind. A moment later, the immense pressure returned, descending upon him like a mountain. One day enter that central region with ease. He knew he must gradually acclimate to this overwhelming pressure and steadily increase his strength. He vowed that one day he would stride through the heart of that place as if walking on flat ground. It's time to leave, Rex announced as he rejoined Betty and the others. Where to next? Betty eagerly rubbed her hands together, having nearly gone stir-crazy in the martial arts world, now yearning for an adversary to test her skills against. Chobai, Damo, and the little dragon girl remained silent, listening intently. Planet Vegeta. Rex's eyes flashed with a cold gleam. Chapter 48, The God of Destruction. Beerus. When Rex and his companions arrived at Planet Vegeta, they attracted no attention whatsoever. They all possessed the ability to conceal their combat power, appearing to outsiders as merely a group of ordinary individuals. Although Chobai and the others were clearly not Saiyans, the presence of Frieza meant that Planet Vegeta was not exclusively inhabited by Saiyans. Thus, while they garnered some glances, none lingered too long on them. The leader isn't a monster, but an entire race with tails, Chobai murmured. Moreover, contrary to what he assumed, not everyone possesses formidable strength. At least here on Planet Vegeta, I sense no threat whatsoever. Why do these people look like they could be siblings? The little dragon girl whispered. Throughout their journey, she had observed many individuals who bore a striking resemblance to one another, as if cast from the same mold. Lower-class warriors are essentially disposable assets, so it's quite normal for them to resemble each other, Betty remarked nonchalantly, betraying no hint of emotion. Even she and Rex had some doppelgangers, albeit far fewer. Disposable assets. Chobai and Damo exchanged a knowing glance, beginning to understand why Rex treated human life so callously. It was simply the harsh reality of their environment. Here, the laws of survival were infinitely more unforgiving than those of the martial world. Life itself was the least valuable commodity. Suddenly, Rex came to a halt. Rex, where have you been during this time? A melodious yet cold voice echoed from ahead. Chobai and the others turned to see a young girl, arms crossed over her chest, staring icily at Rex. Her name is Camille, Rex's sister, Betty murmured, then paused before adding, though their relationship is rather strained. I need to report my whereabouts to you. Camille, Rex scoffed. Have you lost your mind, worrying about my affairs? I am your sister, Camille replied coolly. She often uttered this phrase, as if fearing others might not realize it, yet Rex had never felt any familial warmth from her. Even a comrade in battle felt more camaraderie than the bond they shared. A moment of silence passed. Rex leisurely approached Camille, towering over her as he peered down. I just returned, and you block my path. Surely, you aren't so bored as to come and chat with your brother? Rex maintained a blank expression. Speak, dear sister. What do you want? King Vegeta wishes to see you, Camille stated with a steely tone. It has been a month. With that, she turned on her heel to leave, seemingly unwilling to linger for even a second longer. Throughout their exchange, she had not once acknowledged Dugachiobai or the others behind Rex. Her status as a mid-level warrior granting her an inexplicable sense of superiority. King Vegeta. Rex contemplated the fading silhouette of Betty, a chilling smile creeping onto his lips. Perfect, for I too wish to meet him. Betty strolled around with the little dragon girl and others while Rex made his way alone towards the palace of Vegeta and Kati this moment. His attire, reminiscent of a martial arts world, starkly contrasted with the combat uniforms of this realm. Attracting numerous curious gazes along the way as he approached the entrance of the Grand Palace, Rex suddenly paused, taken aback by the sight of Vegeta cowering behind a pillar, trembling in fear. The scene was strikingly familiar. Rex furrowed his brow, recalling the events etched in his memory. Abruptly, his pupils contracted. This moment unmistakably mirrored the instance when Vegeta witnessed the god of destruction, Beerus, trampling upon his king. Beerus, the god of destruction. Rex hadn't anticipated encountering him so soon. A wave of nervous excitement washed over him. After all, this was one of the ultimate antagonists, a force of unparalleled might, only rivaled by the Super Saiyan God. The divine realm was a level of understanding far beyond Rex's current grasp. Cautiously, he shifted his steps, suppressing his aura to not reveal even a trace, silently advancing towards the hall, where he concealed himself behind another pillar to observe. Before him was a creature resembling a rabbit, yet with azure skin and striking yellow eyes. Indeed, it was he. Beerus, the god of destruction. Rex clenched his fists, sweat pooling in his palms as his gaze subtly shifted. Beside Beerus stood a handsome man wielding a long staff, adorned with a light blue ring around his neck. Whis, as if sensing Rex's gaze, Whis turned slightly, casting a serene smile in Rex's direction that Rex's heart skipped a beat, nearly compelling him to flee. However, Whis soon redirected his attention. No longer observing Rex, with a sigh of relief, Rex acknowledged the gravity of the situation. While Whis seemed manageable, Beerus was a true embodiment of capriciousness. He could obliterate a planet on a whim. If provoked, Rex feared he might not even have the chance to escape. Chapter 49. So this is what good footing feels like. Though he stood in close proximity, Rex felt utterly devoid of any awareness of the two powerful beings before him. As he scrutinized Beerus and Whis, they appeared merely as two wisps of air, seemingly non-existent. The mastery of divine beings over their own aura had reached an apex beyond comprehension. Although Rex had strived to conceal his own energy, he still failed to evade the perception of Beerus and Whis. It was merely that Beerus could not be bothered to glance his way. Before long, Beerus and Whis departed, leaving only King Vegeta alone in the Grand Hall. While the other pillars stood vacant, devoid of Vegeta's presence. King Vegeta, you wish to see me? Rex strode confidently into the hall. Who are you? King Vegeta exclaimed, startled. Upon seeing Rex, his eyes flashed with cold light. Having just been trampled by Beerus, the news of such humiliation would surely tarnish his reputation. A murderous intent surged within him. You summoned me, yet you do not know who I am? Rex raised an eyebrow. I summoned you. King Vegeta frowned, momentarily lost in thought, before recollecting. You are that lower-class warrior, Rex, whose power surged unexpectedly. Indeed, that is I. Rex grinned broadly. Impudent. Do you realize to whom you are speaking? King Vegeta's expression darkened, barely restraining himself from retaliating. Do my eyes appear bright enough to you? Rex stepped closer, pointing at his wide-open eyes, which shimmered faintly. Bright? King Vegeta replied instinctively. Then why the hell do you ask if I know who you are? Suddenly, Rex struck King Vegeta's face with a resounding slap, chastising. I am not blind. I certainly know who you are. Stunned by the slap, King Vegeta stared blankly at Rex, and after a moment, he exploded in fury. You dare strike me? Another slap echoed in the hall, and though King Vegeta braced himself this time, he could not evade it. Falling to the ground, that I not only dare to strike you, but I would also dare to kick you, Rex asserted, placing a foot firmly on King Vegeta's head, applying pressure. Do you believe me? Upon uttering this, he mused aloud. So this is what good footing feels like. No wonder Beerus enjoys stepping on your head. You've already kicked me, and you still ask if I believe you. King Vegeta's face flushed red with rage, nearly at the brink of madness, yet the weight of Rex's foot felt as if it bore the weight of 1,000 mountains, rendering him immobile. This sensation of helplessness instantly conjured thoughts of Beerus. You are not Rex. Who exactly are you? King Vegeta struggled to inquire. It seems it is not I who is blind, but you. Rex leaned down, scrutinizing King Vegeta's profile. You appear rather displeased, King Vegeta. You stated you wished to see me, and here I am. Shouldn't you feel elated? I am not elated, you insufferable fool. King Vegeta yearned to unleash a torrent of curses, but dared not do so. He could hardly fathom that the individual standing on his head was indeed Rex. After all, just months prior, Rex had been pathetically weak. How could he possibly possess such power now? It was unfathomable. Moreover, it appeared he was acquainted with Lord Beerus. Release me at once. We have matters to discuss amicably, King Vegeta urged, striving to keep his tone neutral, though his voice quivered uncontrollably. But I will not release you. I find this manner of speaking quite agreeable, Rex replied with a faint smile, casually gesturing towards a nearby chair as if gripped by an unseen hand. The chair flew directly behind him. This display sent a shiver down King Vegeta's spine, elevating his assessment of Rex's combat prowess even further. You may speak now. What business do you have in summoning me? Rex settled into the chair, one foot still firmly planted on King Vegeta's head. In nothing, really, King Vegeta responded cautiously. I merely heard of your rapid increase in power and was concerned for your well-being, wishing to check on you. You were worried that your throne might be usurped. Rex scoffed. He considered that the concern might indeed be genuine, but the underlying intention was likely to uncover the secret behind his swift ascension in strength, perhaps even to dissect him for research purposes. I dare not. King Vegeta's expression shifted, panic evident in his eyes as he quickly denied the accusation. Humph, naturally, you do not dare. Rex let out a cold smirk. At that moment, King Vegeta suddenly found himself interrupted by an unexpected visitor. The moment the stranger uttered a single word, he abruptly halted, swallowing the rest of his sentence. His eyes widened in horror as he beheld Rex and the subdued King Vegeta beneath his foot. Rendered speechless. In the next instant, a realization struck him, and he turned to flee. Stop right there, Rex commanded suddenly, his gaze fixed with keen interest upon the intruder. You are Paragus, are you not, Paragus? The father of the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Chapter 50. Let us vanquish Frieza, my lord. Do you have any commands? Paragus inquired, his expression stiffening as he forced a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. Inside, he was crumbling. Paragus understood King Vegeta all too well. Having witnessed him being trampled, he knew that resentment would undoubtedly follow, and the days ahead would be fraught with difficulty. Moreover, he felt an even deeper fear towards the one who had subdued King Vegeta. Was there truly a Saiyan on planet Vegeta whose power far surpassed that of King Vegeta? He had been utterly oblivious. Nothing much, merely an appreciation of your capabilities, Rex remarked, scrutinizing Paragus but finding no remarkable qualities. His combat power, quite ordinary. How could this man have fathered such an extraordinary being as Broly? It was truly an honor. Paragus forced a dry laugh, his gaze evasive, unwilling to meet the eyes of the vanquished King Vegeta for fear of deepening the animosity. You may leave now. Oh, by the way, do inform me when your son is born. I intend to adopt him as my godson, Rex said with a wide grin. Godson? Paragus stood frozen, then his face blossomed with joy. The nameless lord was willing to adopt his son. It felt like a pie falling from the sky, nearly knocking him unconscious with delight. My lord, are you serious? Paragus stammered, overwhelmed by excitement. When I say I will, I certainly mean it, Rex replied impatiently, waving his hand. I have matters to discuss with King Vegeta. Now be off with you. Yes, I shall take my leave at once. Please, do converse. Paragus exhibited no sign of displeasure. At that moment, he had entirely forgotten about King Vegeta, his mouth stretching towards his ears as he hurriedly exited. King Vegeta felt an eruption of fury, casting a cold glare at Paragus's retreating figure. What are you staring at? Rex pressed down harder, forcefully embedding King Vegeta's head into the ground. Enough. Now, let us have a proper discussion. Rex mused, stroking his chin as he drifted into thought. King Vegeta struggled, muffled sounds escaping his lips. Strange, why can't I remember? Rex frowned, repeatedly tapping the top of King Vegeta's head with his foot until it sunk further into the ground, leaving only his prominent hair visible. Oh, right. Suddenly, enlightenment washed over him, and he extracted King Vegeta with his foot, a devilish smile gracing his lips. Shall we go and slay Frieza? King Vegeta appeared somewhat dazed, although Rex's words echoed his own desires. He had always harbored a fear of Frieza, too intimidated to act. Could one simply kill Frieza at will? The title of Cosmic Emperor was not merely for show. King Vegeta reluctantly acknowledged that Frieza's power was undoubtedly superior to his own. What's the matter, afraid? Rex raised an eyebrow. No, That's not it, King Vegeta replied, his expression torn. But how should we go about killing him? Isn't that simple? How could you be so foolish? Rex replied, exuding an air of exasperation. You lead a group of Saiyans into Frieza's ship and engage in a full-on brawl. King Vegeta's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization as he muttered, why didn't I think of that? Because you're foolish. Rex smiled. Such a ridiculous idea could only originate from your mind. King Vegeta's mouth twitched, yet he dared not retort, merely murmuring, and what about you, my lord? As for me, I shall remain in the shadows, devising strategies for you. Rest assured, I have no interest in the throne. Once Frieza is dealt with, you will be the one in charge. Rex patted King Vegeta on the shoulder gravely. I have faith in you. Really? King Vegeta regarded Rex with suspicion. Smack. Rex struck him without hesitation, exclaiming, do you think if I wanted the throne, I would require your assistance? I simply wish to avoid dirtying my hands with Frieza. Why yes. King Vegeta cursed Rex's ancestors in his heart but dared not argue, only nodding in agreement. However, he did indeed recognize the soundness of Rex's logic, given Frieza's overwhelming strength. He could easily eliminate him and seize the throne for himself. Perhaps even Rex was stronger than the suddenly ascended Frieza. Reflecting on Rex's casual mention of Beerus, King Vegeta couldn't help but place Rex on a pedestal comparable to that of Beerus himself. Is that settled then? King Vegeta's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as he clenched his fists, eager to charge into Frieza's ship and dismantle it piece by piece. Go forth. Rex smiled. I believe you can do it. Rest assured, I will handle the cleanup. Huh? King Vegeta stared blankly at him. What do you mean, huh? I meant I would deal with the minions. Rex's voice echoed throughout the hall, but he had already vanished. King Vegeta gazed at the now empty hall, inwardly marveling at Rex's prowess. Truly, he was extraordinary. Chapter 51. Under Beerus's gaze calculating the time, it was nearly a year until Frieza would obliterate planet Vegeta. Rex lay on his bed at home, his eyes closed in contemplation. His incitement of King Vegeta to confront Frieza would undoubtedly accelerate the destruction of planet Vegeta. Yet, Rex was curious to observe what would transpire should he alter the existing timeline. Although the sensation of having everything under control was comfortable, it was also rather dull. Only through embracing unknown challenges could Rex experience true exhilaration, igniting the combative spirit within him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, regarding Betty and the others with a calm demeanor. When Frieza arrives, keep your distance and focus on dealing with his subordinates. Understood, Betty nodded, though concern lingered in her beautiful eyes. But can you truly defeat Frieza? I do not know, Rex replied, gazing at his right hand, clenching it tightly as a flash of crimson flickered in his gaze. One must first attempt to know if it were the final form of Frieza. With a staggering battle power of 120 million, Rex would undoubtedly feel no assurance. However, this is not an anime, but rather reality. Would he foolishly wait for Frieza to change forms? Rex is not so naive. Moreover, he has already confirmed that he has attained the level of a pseudo-Super Saiyan. With his crimson hair and eyes, he bears a striking resemblance to the form of a Super Saiyan god. Yet there remains a significant disparity existing somewhere between an ordinary Saiyan and a Super Saiyan. This is what one might call a mimetic Super Saiyan, with a 40-fold increase in battle power. Rex's current base power of over 300,000 could soar to more than 12 million. As long as Frieza does not transform into his final form, Rex can easily obliterate him in an instant. Coupled with his martial prowess, he might very well hold his ground against Frieza's 120 million battle power. He wonders when King Vegeta will gather his forces to approach Frieza's spaceship. Sitting up in bed, Rex reflects that although King Vegeta has resolved to act under his encouragement, his cautious nature likely means he will take some time to prepare. Remaining on planet Vegeta is exceedingly dull. He ponders whether Bardock's team has conquered planet Canasher. If not, he murmurs to himself, Canasher is one of the few planets in the Dragon Ball universe endowed with mystical powers, predictive abilities. Boom. 5 figures descend from the sky. Landing on Canasher. Has it already been destroyed? Rex frowns as he surveys the surroundings, where remnants of walls and numerous corpses of Canasher inhabitants lay scattered about, though it appears their deaths are relatively recent. Suddenly, his gaze shifts toward a particular direction. In the distance, several spacecraft descend, darting into the starry expanse. Are they Saiyans? Bardock's team? Perhaps? Rex shakes his head, realizing he has indeed arrived too late. Yet, he does not feel disheartened. His visit was spontaneous, and the predictive ability is not infallible. Bardock acquired it after being struck by a surviving warrior from Canasher. Furthermore, such foresight reveals imminent danger, but does not allow one to alter the future. Otherwise, The Kanisharians would not have met their demise, nor would planet Vegeta have faced a similar fate. Regrettably, planet Yardrat is somewhat distant. Otherwise, he could have gone to investigate. Rex murmurs that instant transmission is an incredibly useful ability that he must acquire. Without lingering on Kanashar, Rex swiftly departs with Betty and the others. In the vast expanse of space, the 5 figures race forward, akin to 5 shooting stars streaking across the heavens. Suddenly, 2 figures halt at a distance, turning their gaze toward Rex and his companions. How peculiar, those Scions can survive in the vacuum of space. One figure, resembling a rabbit, squints its lizard-like eyes and speaks. Isn't that the little voyeur? Whis remarks with a charming smile. Exuding an air of elegance and harmlessness. I find myself quite intrigued by the individuals accompanying him. Lord Beerus, shall we go take a look? I am somewhat interested as well. Beerus's eyes gleam with curiosity. Realizing they are not from Universe 7. As the god of destruction of Universe 7, he can distinctly sense energies that do not belong to his universe. In the next moment, 2 streaks of light surge toward Rex and his companions. What is this? Suddenly halting in his tracks, Rex experiences an inexplicable sensation. After a moment of careful attunement, his heart skips a beat, and he swiftly turns to fixate on the approaching figures. Is that Beerus? Upon recognizing the figures within the light, Rex's expression changes to "It seems the target is us." Gritting his teeth, Rex's mind swirls with uncertainty. Though he harbors trepidation towards Beerus, he does not feel fear, with the martial world as a fallback. Even if he cannot contend, he can still preserve his life. Chapter 52. The 2 current unapproachable entities. Wait, do not speak, Rex instructs Betty and the others, taking a deep breath as he prepares to calmly await Beerus's arrival. Almost in the blink of an eye, the 2 streaks of light close the distance. Greetings, allow me to introduce you. This is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. No sooner had they stopped than which cheerfully began. His gaze clearly fixed on Rex, yet his demeanor suggested a lack of focus. God of destruction, Donggu Chiobai and the others displayed astonishment, while they sensed the extraordinary nature of their visitors. They had not anticipated encountering a being of legend. No wonder, given their battle power, they could not perceive the energy of the newcomer at all. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Beerus. Rex cautiously replies. I am Rex, a Scion. May I inquire if you have any business with us? Betty and the others feel a chill run down their spines. This marks the first time they have heard Rex speak with such gravity, indicating just how formidable this Lord Beerus must be, as even Rex regards him with apprehension. I am aware that you are a Scion, but how is it that you can survive in the vacuum of space? Beerus inquires, his curiosity piqued as he regards our It is a fortunate ability acquired by chance, though it is not sustainable. Rex muses briefly before responding. Beerus nods, suddenly shifting his focus to Donggu Chiobai, Damo, and Xialong. Did you learn this from them? Rex is taken aback, his thoughts racing. Yet before he can speak, Beerus continues, from which universe do you hail? How did you arrive here? With Rex's earlier instruction, Donggu Chiobai and his companions naturally remain silent. Beerus mistakenly assumes they are from another universe. Rex, however, feels a wave of relief. He had feared the secret of the grand universe system had been uncovered, leaving him anxious. I am asking you a question. Noticing the silence, Beerus's eyes narrow, a purple aura flickering ominously around him, exuding a dangerous presence. Rex's heart races as he subtly steps back, instinctively releasing his aura under the immense pressure emanating from Beerus. Transforming into his red-haired, red-eyed form, the ominous presence surrounding Beerus dissipates, and he regards Rex with keen interest. Fascinating, your battle power has suddenly surged. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? As soon as the words leave his mouth, he shakes his head, muttering to himself. No, a Super Saiyan should have golden hair. Is this a new breed? Whis interjects with a smile. It is possible, but still too weak. Beerus stroked his chin, nodding in agreement. Yet a hint of disappointment lingered in his tone. What brings the 2 of you, Lord Beerus? Rex's voice was low and somber. He swore that had he not been outmatched, he would have undoubtedly pummeled these 2 rascals who dared to discuss his lineage into new breeds. Do not be alarmed. We harbor no ill intent, Whis said with his ever-present smile, stepping forward and circling around the trio of Donggu Chiobai for a few moments. How peculiar. They do not seem to belong to any other universe. Ah well, considering their weakness, they are hardly worth my concern. Beerus soon lost interest in Donggu Chiobai and his companions, yawning nonchalantly. I shall return to my slumber. Very well, since Lord Beerus has stated so. We shall take our leave, Whis smiled, casting a meaningful glance at Rex, which seemed to carry hidden significance. yet appeared casual than my friends. I have a premonition that we shall meet again in the future. Farewell. In the blink of an eye, the two transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the cosmos. Is that destroyer truly a god? Only when Beerus and Whis had completely disappeared from sight did Betty curiously inquire. Indeed, Rex replied, his aura dissipating, his hair returning to its normal hue, fixating on the vast expanse of the universe, lost in thought. Moments later, Rex turned his head, speaking softly. There are two individuals you must avoid should you encounter them in the future. One is the aforementioned destroyer, Beerus. He is the god of destruction, mostly asleep. If you do not provoke him, there should be no issue. And the other is Majin Buu. Majin Buu. Is he also a god? Betty questioned, perplexed. No. Rex's eyes briefly glimmered with intensity, but he is stronger than most gods. As he spoke, he extended a hand, a faint luminescence flickering as a shadowy figure began to coalesce above his palm. In the next instant, the figure morphed into various forms, shifting repeatedly. Majin Buu's appearance is ever-changing, adapting to the beings he consumes. Though typically recognizable, Rex's gaze turned serious, his fist clenched, shattering the illusion into fragments as he murmured. Before you truly become powerful, you should hope to never cross paths with him. Otherwise, you may end up as his next meal. Chapter 53. Departure. Frightened Frieza stronger than a destroyer. Dugachobai interjected. Not quite. Rex shook his head, his expression becoming somewhat enigmatic. The Majin Buu is formidable. He has yet to reach Beerus's level. However, his extraordinary learning capabilities, voraciousness, and that immortal body are indeed unsettling. A peculiar thought suddenly crossed his mind. If Majin Buu were to master martial arts, he might just rival Beerus. Perhaps one day I could refine him into a blood chi pill. Rex mused aloud. He had realized that the blood chi pill could not only enhance one's energy and physical prowess, but could also absorb the essence of the refined individual, transferring it to the consumer. While complete absorption was impossible, even a fraction would suffice. Buu's learning ability, devouring prowess, immortality, and either black or white magic were immensely powerful. Acquiring any one of them would be advantageous. Where to next? Betty glanced around. Her brow furrowed. My energy is quickly dwindling, and I want to be able to sustain my presence in space much longer. Rex cast her a sidelong glance, remarking nonchalantly. The three of the little dragon girls possess combat power inferior to yours. That's different. Betty rolled her eyes flirtatiously. I can only perform the turtle breathing technique. It's remarkable that I've lasted this long. Indeed, her energy was on the verge of depletion. Dugachobai, Damo, and the little dragon girl were characters from a martial arts world, having trained in internal cultivation since childhood. Thus, although their combat abilities paled in comparison to Betty, their mastery and control over energy surpassed it significantly. How dare you say that? Rex's lips twitched in exasperation as he rubbed his temples. Never mind. I have no desire to linger idly. Let's head to planet Vegeta. Master, wait. Dugachobai suddenly spoke, hesitance evident in his tone. Rex halted, turning to face him. Noticing his indecisive demeanor, he impatiently urged, speak your mind already. Dugachobai took a deep breath, gazing earnestly at Rex. Given the combat power of Damo and myself, we lack the qualification to assist you against formidable foes. Thus, we wish to venture alone in this universe for training, seeking your approval. Oh, Rex nodded noncommittally. Dugachobai was momentarily taken aback. What does this all imply? Is that a consent? Then we shall take our leave. Rex casually gestured. Just come find me in a place called Earth in the future. Thank you, Master. Dugachobai rejoiced, decisively bidding farewell to Rex before soaring into the void alongside Damo. Are we really just allowing them to leave? Betty frowned. What else should we do? Rex shrugged. Had it not been for their request, I would have had no intention of bringing them here. Two grown men lingering in my presence is bothersome. Their departure is quite welcome. He had one more thought unspoken. He was curious to see how far Dugachobai and Damo could progress while traversing the universe. When they reunited, would they have grown to a level that astonished even him? It was not impossible. A faint smile graced Rex's lips. Let us return to AT that moment. Aboard Frieza's spaceship, an alien was reporting to Frieza about the situation on planet Vegeta Do. That foolish monkey, King Vegeta, dares to rebel against me? Frieza cackled, finding amusement in the notion. Indeed, King Vegeta is rallying a number of elite Saiyan warriors, intending to assault your ship directly, Lord Frieza, the reporting alien remarked with a peculiar grin. Humph, that useless King Vegeta. With a power level barely exceeding 10,000, cannot even best me. How does he dare to challenge Lord Frieza? Truly a death wish, a corpulent alien scoffed. Lord Frieza, I believe you should exercise caution, a handsome alien. Resembling a human, interjected, offering a differing opinion. I heard from one of my subordinates that he inadvertently encountered Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, on planet Vegeta. What? Frieza abruptly turned, fixing an intense gaze upon the speaker. Mr. Zabo, are you certain of this? He still remembers his father's warning. Never provoke two individuals. One is the demon mage in Bu, and the other is the god of destruction, Beerus. Indeed. King Frieza. You are aware that Lord Beerus possesses a rather distinctive appearance, making him easily recognizable. A flicker of dread passed through Zabo's eyes as he spoke earnestly. I fear that if King Vegeta dares to strike against you, it may well be at the behest of Lord Beerus. Impossible, Frieza vehemently denied, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. If Beerus wished to kill me, he would do so himself. He would never delegate such a task to another. However, why has Beerus appeared here? Perhaps he is merely passing by, Dodoria suggested. Frieza fell silent, gazing into the cosmic expanse, lost in contemplation. So, how shall we deal with King Vegeta? Zabo inquired softly, after a prolonged pause. Frieza coldly uttered a single word: eliminate. Chapter 54. Frieza's assault. King Vegeta's speed in taking action took Rex by surprise. Initially, he had assumed that King Vegeta would wait at least a month before confronting Frieza, but unexpectedly, the latter's arrival had instilled immense confidence in King Vegeta, prompting him to rally his subordinates into immediate action. Upon returning to planet Vegeta, Rex was immediately informed of this development. At that moment, the entire planet Vegeta was on high alert, as King Vegeta boldly declared his intent to oppose Frieza in front of a large crowd, causing all Saiyans to feel a palpable tension. Courage deserves commendation, but this is indeed a foolish act. They are quite eager to seek their own demise, he muttered to himself, frowning, and without waiting to steady himself, he plunged back into the cosmos with Betty and the little dragon girl. Regardless of the circumstances, remaining on the planet was the most perilous option. Even now, Rex could not survive the catastrophic force of a planet's destruction. As King Vegeta already perished, the moment Rex stepped off planet Vegeta, he sensed a violent aura rapidly approaching. This energy could belong to no one other than Frieza. Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of a figure beneath the atmosphere. Fists clenched in rage, surrounded by numerous lower-ranking warriors, the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the Kakarot he remembered, yet there was an added layer of malevolence. Most of the elite and mid-tier warriors had accompanied King Vegeta to their doom, leaving the pinnacle of Saiyan combat prowess to be represented by Bardock and his fellow lower-ranking warriors. Would Bardock still partake in this endeavor, even if it were premature? Rex raised an eyebrow. At this moment, Kakarot had yet to be born. In that fleeting moment, Frieza's spaceship came into view. So, it has arrived, Rex murmured, a sly grin spreading across his face as he extended a hand and struck forward. Boom! A massive hand materialized out of thin air, crashing down upon the spaceship. With a resounding explosion, the vessel shattered into countless pieces, and numerous figures were torn apart amidst the cacophony of anguished cries. This scene left the assembled Saiyans utterly astounded. Who is that person? Do we have such a warrior among us Saiyans? They felt an odd sense of familiarity, yet could not immediately recall who it was. Is it Rex? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, calling out the name. The surroundings fell into a sudden silence. No, it can't be. When did Rex become so formidable? Someone questioned, unable to suppress their disbelief. It truly is Rex. I used to be in the same squad as him. There is no way I could mistake him. Another voice cried out, belonging to Gary, a former member of Rex's team, but the most astonished were Betty's parents and Camille. They could hardly believe that the individual who had once belonged to the lower echelons of the Saiyans had now risen to such heights. It was unfathomable, especially for Camille. Her expression turned complex as she grappled with the irony that her brother, whom she had long regarded as a disgraceful failure, had now far surpassed her, igniting a burning shame within her. Is Rex truly the captain of the so-called trash squad? Taking in the surrounding whispers, Bardock stared blankly at the sky. Though he shared the same cold demeanor as most Saiyans, he possessed a touch of humanity, often aiding weaker lower-ranking warriors, thus earning considerable respect. Rex, of course, was among those he had helped, albeit Rex himself remained unaware that one stubborn lad had grown to such an extent. Bardock smiled, suddenly feeling that the catastrophic visions that had haunted his mind might not necessarily come to fruition. Who are you? Frieza's countenance darkened as he stepped from the wreckage of his spaceship, a few drops of blood staining his form. The explosion had claimed the lives of many of his subordinates, leaving only a handful alive, and even he had sustained minor injuries from the unexpected assault. Guess, Rex replied with an enigmatic smile, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight. So fast, Frieza's pupils constricted in shock. And before he could react, he was struck in the head by a powerful kick, sent flying. Just as he steadied himself, Rex appeared behind him, delivering a devastating punch. Puffed. Blood spewed forth as Frieza's body bent backward. Contorted like a shrimp, his entire being trembling from the impact, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Not far away, Zabo and Dodoria stood dumbfounded. Who was this person? How could they overpower the mighty King Frieza? When did such a formidable warrior emerge among the Saiyans? They had never heard of him. Before they could gather their thoughts, two graceful figures appeared before them. Hello, the little dragon girl beamed, her delicate hand waving lightly. Zabo instinctively attempted to retreat, yet could not evade the strike, which hit him squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward, blood gushing from his mouth, on the brink of death. Betty was even more straightforward, obliterating Dodoria with a single punch. Below, the gathered Saiyans were left in shock. They could not identify the little dragon girl, but they recognized Betty. While there were strong female Saiyans, their numbers were few, and they were generally outmatched by their male counterparts. But what they witnessed now was astonishing. A female Saiyan had utterly annihilated one of Frieza's commanders, Dodoria. Could she truly be our daughter? Betty's parents murmured to themselves, their minds utterly blank. Chapter 55. The expression on that face became even more compelling. The thoughts of the numerous Saiyans below were, of course, unknown to Betty and Little Dragon Girl. The two of them swept through Frieza's minions. One floated gracefully like an ethereal being, while the other raged like a demon, each strike inevitably claiming a life in a mere few seconds. Those who had survived the explosion of the spaceship were all slaughtered, their corpses and crimson mist littering the cosmos. In another direction, Rex was mercilessly pounding Frieza into submission, never facing him head-on, but instead relying on his extraordinary speed to leave Frieza battered and bruised. The expressions of the watching Saiyans shifted from shock to daze. Doubts began to creep into their minds. Could it be that Frieza's combat prowess was not as formidable as rumored? Suddenly, Rex delivered a powerful kick that sent Frieza hurtling through the air. How dull, too weak. Frieza, transform and show me what you've got, Rex scoffed, arms crossed over his chest. Damn it. Damn Saiyan monkey. Frieza's face was a patchwork of bruises, nearly unrecognizable, as he glared fiercely at Rex, his rage boiling. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. The next moment, his muscles began to swell, and his energy surged rapidly. In an instant, Frieza had transformed, appearing significantly larger and more muscular than before. He fixed a cold stare on Rex. Saiyan monkey, prepare to endure the wrath of this king. Smack. A slap landed on Frieza's face with lightning speed, effectively silencing his words. The blow left Frieza dazed, blood spilling from his mouth as he stared blankly at Rex, momentarily unable to process what had occurred. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Rex frowned, but then broke into a grin. Honestly, Frieza, your face now has a far more striking effect than before. Frieza's fury flared as he barely managed to utter a word. Smack. Such a delightful sensation. It could serve as a massage device. Rex nodded in satisfaction. You bastard, I will kill Smack. Unfortunately, it's not hard enough to train my palm's strength. Rex feigned disappointment, extending his hands and launching a barrage of slaps. Smack. 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 A relentless series of slaps rained down on Frieza's face, the speed rendering him utterly defenseless, his face swelling visibly. No matter how he tried to evade, those hands found their mark with unerring precision, never deviating from their target. Enough. Suddenly, Frieza unleashed his hidden potential, instantly pushing Rex back with a furious roar. His gaze fixed on Rex, revealing a deep-seated hatred and fury. I will make you die. Frieza's veins bulged, muscles oscillating as his form rapidly shifted. Simultaneously, his energy soared, swiftly surpassing the limits of his third form. So, he transforming directly into his final form. Rex's expression grew serious as a flicker of crimson appeared in his eyes, and he erupted into a state of red-haired, red-eyed Super Saiyan. In truth, he could have easily obliterated Frieza at this moment, and that had indeed been his initial intention. However, he had changed his mind. 120 million combat power. Let us see what you've got. In his Super Saiyan form, Rex boasted over 12 million in combat power, augmented further by his martial prowess, allowing him to stand toe-to-toe with Frieza. Most importantly, Frieza could not maintain the full power of his final form for long. But Rex could. Thanks to the blood essence pills refining his physique, he could sustain the Super Saiyan transformation almost indefinitely, and even during intense battles, the toll was merely modest. Damn monkey, brace yourself for the fury of this king. Frieza had completed his transformation, his figure shifting as he appeared directly above Rex, arms crossed, preparing to strike down upon Rex's head. You dare to mock me without reaching 100 combat power? Rex looked up with a cold smile, not even flinching, as two small swords abruptly shot forth from his eyes. What is that? Frieza's pupils constricted as he quickly withdrew, retreating several paces into the air. How amusing. Rex grinned, pointing at the two small swords. With a whoosh, the swords merged into one, rapidly growing in size to become a massive blade that loomed in the void. You think you're the only one who can do this? Frieza sneered, extending a finger as a bright sphere formed at his fingertip, expanding rapidly. Heh! A glimmer of mockery flashed in Rex's eyes, and in the next moment, he clenched his right hand as if gripping his sword and casually waved it toward Frieza. Boom! The colossal sword followed suit, as if held by an unseen hand, descending upon Frieza. Yet, Frieza remained unfazed, his finger twitching as the planet-destroying blast surged forward. The clash of sword and blast was thunderous. Chapter 56. Final Form 100 Combat Power. Fool. Rex's lips curled into a slight smirk, laced with derision. Whoosh! The colossal sword, upon contact with the planet-destroying blast, sliced through without resistance, effortlessly cleaving it in two, continuing its trajectory towards Frieza. How can this be? Frieza's face contorted in horror as he swiftly dodged, the massive sword slicing through a nearby planet. Subsequently, the sword shattered, scattering into countless starry specks. How can this be? Rex's calm voice resonated behind Frieza, who turned in shock, only to see a hand magnifying in his vision. Smack. The familiar sensation, just a tad firmer. Rex marveled, moving swiftly to follow the trajectory of the slap back Frieza, the rhythmic sound of slaps echoing behind him. This king is furious. Frieza roared in anger. Smack. So what if you're angry? Why shout it out? Rex murmured, watching Frieza, who had been sent flying onto a nearby planet, Planet Vegeta. Betty and Little Dragon Girl did not linger within the battlefield, acutely sensing that although it appeared Frieza was being overwhelmed, the immense power emanating from him was terrifying. Merely the residual energy from the battle could severely injure or even kill them. Meanwhile, the assembled Scions regarded the two girls with a mix of awe and curiosity. They held no doubts about Betty and Little Dragon Girl as combat abilities, as their power detectors had exploded nearly simultaneously, including those with a maximum threshold of 50,000. In other words, not only the Scion known as Betty, but even that seemingly delicate girl clad in a flowing white dress possesses a combat power exceeding 50,000. This is utterly unimaginable for them to as for Rex, who is fiercely battling Frieza amidst the stars. No, it would be more accurate to say he is thoroughly overpowering Frieza. They cannot fathom just how immense his strength truly is. Just moments ago, when that colossal sword and the planet-destroying energy bomb appeared, the terrifying aura emanating from afar nearly suffocated them. The legendary Super Saiyan. Someone whispered this phrase, and it was met with universal agreement. Surely only the mythical Super Saiyan, said to appear once every 1,000 years, could possess such strength. Below, the discussions were lost on Rex.at this moment. He fixed his gaze upon the planet where Frieza had landed, feeling a tremendous surge of energy erupt, and his expression gradually turned grave. Has it finally reached 100? The crimson hue in Rex's eyes faded, replaced by a chilling whiteness devoid of pupils, while the blood-red aura enveloping him was now tinged with a faint golden hue. The next instant, he extended his right hand and struck the planet. Whoosh! A beam of light shot forth, transforming mid-flight into a fearsome dragon that roared skyward. Boom! The planet was pierced through and exploded. Damn it! A low growl suddenly erupted from behind Rex. His pupils contracted as he barely managed to turn around before being sent flying by a single punch. Before he could stabilize himself, a kick landed squarely on his abdomen. Indeed, he has grown considerably stronger. Rex stumbled a few steps, wiping the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. I will shatter you into pieces. Frieza sneered menacingly, appearing above Rex, hands clasped together, ready to strike down with immense force. Rex abruptly looked up, grinning widely. Haven't you eaten today? Arrogant. Frieza roared in fury as he slammed his hands down onto Rex's head, forcibly sending him crashing through the cosmos and onto planet Vegeta. The next moment, he followed Rex's tumbling figure like a laser projectile. Almost simultaneously as Rex hit the ground, Frieza arrived, delivering a punch that sent clouds of dust billowing. Rex, Betty, and the others' expressions changed drastically. The situation had turned on its head. Their revered warrior Rex was now at a disadvantage, severely wounded by Frieza. Could it be that even the Super Saiyan cannot defeat Frieza? Is it truly the end for our Saiyan race? Bardock gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on the cackling Frieza in the sky. Rage surged within him, and faint golden glimmers began to manifest around him. But everyone was too engrossed in Rex's plight to notice. Suddenly, a cry of astonishment rang out. Rex is unharmed. Bardock froze, his transformation halting as he turned to look at the ground. The dust had cleared. At that moment, Rex stood beside the massive crater, his clothing tattered, his expression eerily calm. Meanwhile, Frieza slowly ascended from the pit. P.S. To clarify, Chapter 46 has been deleted. Friends who find the narrative disjointed can reach out to Ju Young for clarification. The contact is available in the work's details. Chapter 57. I await the day of your resurrection. The so-called Super Saiyan is nothing more than this. Frieza crossed his arms over his chest, fixating his gaze on Rex with a cold sneer. Rex's expression was somewhat peculiar as he regarded Frieza, akin to a connoisseur admiring a delectable dish, and remarked oddly, "How long can you maintain this state?" "Long enough to tear you apart," Frieza responded with a sinister grin, though a hint of trepidation flickered in his eyes at Rex's words. Rex nodded in understanding. Then his gaze turned icy. "Then I shall rest easy." In the next instant, a starry array rose beneath his feet, a colossal Buddha figure wielding a sword in one hand and supporting a dragon in the other, vanishing in a flash, while the blood-red aura enveloping him transformed into a deep black. This was a transformation Rex had discovered himself. To be precise, it was not a transformation but rather a fusion of his combat skills based on the mysterious Super Saiyan form. It created an illusion of transformation on the surface. One could say it was an enhanced version of the mysterious Super Saiyan. In that moment, his combat power surged to a level comparable to Frieza's, albeit not sustainable. What? Frieza's expression changed dramatically, revealing shock as he instinctively took a step back. This overwhelming sensation of power, though fleeting. Rex twisted his neck, his previously white eyes now entirely black, a smile spreading across his face. "That's enough." Crack. In the instant those words fell, Rex materialized before Frieza, seizing his neck and lifting him off the ground. "Give it to me." His pupils flashed with darkness, and a tremendous pulling force emanated from the hand gripping Frieza. "No, this is impossible," Frieza exclaimed, feeling his energy rapidly depleting, his face turning pale with fear as he unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks against Rex's arm and body. Yet, the hand constricting his neck remained unyielding. Not only that, Frieza sensed that his attacks against Rex were being absorbed by an inky black dragon, as if he were plunging into a black hole. The dragon subduing 18 palms, a technique amalgamating various martial arts, now possessed the characteristics of Qinkuan Dajiao and Tai Chi, rendering it immensely powerful with comprehensive capabilities. "Frieza, since you cannot fully control your own strength, then allow me to take it." A surge of darkness radiated from Rex's eyes. Unlike the Super Saiyan, Frieza's transformation would not revert due to the loss of power. This meant that as long as Rex absorbed without restraint, the vast majority of Frieza's formidable energy could become his. Whoosh! The dark aura blazed like a flame, almost taking on a corporeal form. The ground shattered, and fragments of rock began to levitate, with massive fissures radiating outward from beneath Rex's feet. 100 million, 110 million, 130 million as he sensed his energy continuously amplifying. Rex felt an urge to laugh maniacally. Yet, Frieza, trapped in his grip, grew increasingly feeble, his eyes dimming to a lifeless gray. "How is this possible? How can I be dying?" Frieza murmured, overwhelmed by the maddening sensation of his energy waning. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. "You will join me soon. My father and brother will avenge me." "Ha ha ha. Enough." Rex's eyes flashed coldly, tightening his grip around Frieza's neck, abruptly silencing the maniacal laughter. Nevertheless, Frieza continued to glare with his dull, lifeless eyes, fixated on Rex. "Fear not. I shall not reduce you to ashes." Rex gazed into Frieza's eyes, a slight smirk forming at the corners of his lips. The notion of turning him to ashes seemed rather wasteful at this moment. Frieza's energy was nearly depleted, while Rex's combat power surged to a staggering 200 million. "I await the day of your resurrection," he remarked with a chilling smile, casually tossing Frieza into the air. His gaze flickered, and a multitude of sword lights shot forth, instantaneously slicing Frieza into countless fragments. "Golden Frieza, now that is the target I wish to refine," Rex mused, fixated on the scattered remains. The reason he had refrained from refining Frieza into a blood essence pill was precisely this point, akin to raising pigs. As one might say in a previous life. As the inky flames gradually subsided and his pupils returned to normal, Rex's expression shifted abruptly. What is happening? My energy? He had distinctly absorbed Frieza's energy. Yet now his combat power had only increased by a mere 200,000. Suddenly, Rex furrowed his brow. Could it be due to my transformation into a pseudo-super Saiyan? With this thought, blood-red flames erupted from his body once more, causing his combat power to soar to over 20 million, an increase of more than 8 million from his previous 12 million. Oh, that's how it is. He pondered as the crimson flames receded, plunging him into deep contemplation. Chapter 58. The King of the Saiyans Frieza is dead. After a brief silence, the multitude of stunned Saiyans gradually regained their senses. Their eyes ablaze with excitement as they looked upon Rex, akin to deities. This is the captain you once derided as part of the trash squad. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically as they turned towards the source of the voice, only to lower their heads in shame upon recognizing the speaker. The one they had once deemed worthless had now saved their lives, even rescuing the entire Saiyan race. This stark contrast ignited an intense sense of shame within them. Betty scanned the room, her beautiful eyes glinting with a cold light. Finally, she let out a derisive chuckle and turned to approach Rex. Lady Betty, please wait. At that moment, Bardock suddenly interjected. Betty halted, glancing back at Bardock, her icy gaze softening slightly as she replied, Bardock, is there something you wish to say? She was aware that Bardock was among the few who had never mocked the trash squad and had even offered assistance. Lady Betty, please convey our apologies to Lord Rex. Bardock's expression turned serious as he saluted her in the Saiyan manner. Additionally, I hope you can persuade Lord Rex to become our king. I beseech you. The other Saiyans were momentarily taken aback, but soon they too bowed to Betty in agreement. Indeed, the throne rightfully belongs to Lord Rex. Please, Lady Betty, Lord Rex will undoubtedly lead our Saiyan race to dominance in the universe. Voices of fervor echoed throughout. Betty's delicate brows furrowed as she regarded the overly excited Saiyans with hesitation before responding coldly. I cannot make decisions for Lord Rex. With that, she strode purposefully towards Rex. The crowd fell silent, redirecting their gaze toward the little dragon girl. Hello, she greeted, offering a gentle smile and a wave to the Saiyans before turning to leave. Everyone looked to Bardock, evidently at a loss. A bunch of fools. What are you looking at me for? Bardock internally cursed, recognizing that most Saiyans were singular-minded, with only a rare few, like himself, capable of critical thinking. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to a striking figure within the crowd. Isn't that the mid-level warrior, Camille? She seems to be Rex's sister. At that moment, Camille noticed Bardock's gaze and offered a wry smile. Don't look at me. My relationship with Rex isn't particularly amicable. Bardock rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Well, I suppose if everyone remains respectful, Lord Rex will likely not forsake us. It seemed that only by unleashing his full potential could he elevate his combat power to 200 million. Rex quickly reached this conclusion. While absorbing Frieza's energy, he had not only transformed into a pseudo-super Saiyan, but had also amplified his combat power several times through his martial skills. However, upon reverting to his normal state, the immense energy he had absorbed would subsequently diminish. The combat power that truly manifested externally was merely over 500,000. Indeed, even with external enhancements, one could not simply don a divine armor and obliterate everything in an instant. Rex mused with a shake of his head. It was only logical. If the 100 million combat power he had absorbed translated directly into his normal state, then his combat power as a pseudo-super Saiyan would skyrocket to 4 billion. And coupled with the amplification from his martial skills, it would indeed be a significant transformation. Rex. Betty's voice called out from behind him, pulling him from his reverie. Turning around with a faint smile, he asked, Did you enjoy yourself? Not really, Betty pouted. Those people were far too disappointing. It was quite dull. Haha, there will be opportunities in the future. Rex laughed heartily as he pulled her into an embrace. Betty nodded, her brows furrowing. Rex, those individuals wish for you to be the king of the Saiyans. What are your thoughts? Oh. Rex's smile faltered slightly, an unusual glimmer flashing in his eyes. In truth, he had entertained the notion of cultivating these Saiyans, refining them all, and thereby enhancing their bloodline concentration. However, upon further reflection, having already ingested blood essence pills refined from other races, it was clear that the bloodline concentration of the Saiyans could never reach great heights. Thus, he abandoned that plan. If you do not wish to take on that role, you need not feel pressured, Betty said, perceiving Rex's silence as reluctance. Why not? Rex's lips curled upward. A peculiar light suddenly shone in his eyes. Perhaps leading the Saiyans to conquer various other realms could be a splendid choice. P.S. This chapter was originally intended to be released yesterday. However, the previous chapter did not pass review until midnight last night, leaving me hesitant to publish it. There were two so-called dangerous words still awaiting approval, which left me speechless. Chapter 59. The fruit of the spirit tree. As Rex approached the multitude of Saiyans observing from a distance, all but Bardock knelt on one knee. Even the remaining few intermediate warriors displayed complex expressions, bowing their noble heads. Among them was Rex's sister, Camille. The already scarce advanced warriors had perished, leaving only a handful of weaker intermediate warriors. It could be said that the current Vegeta star was now ruled by the lower-class warriors. Lord Rex, Bardock requests that you become the king of the Saiyans. Bardock stepped forward, kneeling on one knee before Rex and speaking with utmost respect. Rex raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing this remarkable individual. Bardock, the father of Kakarot. While everyone else had overlooked the changes in Bardock during Rex's battle with Frieza, Rex sensed the powerful aura emanating from the scar-faced man in an instant. Undoubtedly, Bardock was on the brink of achieving Super Saiyan status, perhaps just a step away. After a lengthy pause, Rex slowly nodded. His gaze briefly lingered on Camille. I must warn you all, I detest rebellion. Do not attempt to provoke me. With that, Rex suddenly broke into a smile, though it carried a chilling undertone. Of course, I welcome challenges from those with strength. Should you triumph, the throne shall be yours. But should you fail, regrettably, your life will be the price of your challenge. A shiver ran through everyone as they met Rex's gaze, instinctively lowering their heads again. It appears no one opposes my decree. Thus, it is settled. Rex nodded in satisfaction that he understood that these Saiyans, inherently rebellious and combative, would perceive kindness as weakness, thereby lacking the requisite respect. What shall we do if Prince Vegeta returns? Suddenly, a discordant voice broke the silence. Rex frowned and turned his gaze towards the source. It was an intermediate warrior who, upon noticing Rex's attention, grew flustered yet mustered the courage to continue. Prince Vegeta possesses noble blood. Boom. A ki blast struck him directly, obliterating him to smithereens. Blood and flesh splattered onto those nearby, yet no one displayed panic or fear. Instead, they revealed expressions of delight. Noble blood? Ha! Rex retracted his finger, sneering as his gaze swept across the remaining intermediate warriors. Do you share this sentiment? Not at all. The few intermediate warriors exclaimed in shock, hurriedly voicing their disapproval, internally cursing the one who had spoken. Are you foolish enough to mention Prince Vegeta's noble lineage in the presence of the new king? Implying Rex's bloodline is inferior? While it may be true, it is not something one can openly declare. When Vegeta returns, bring him to me. Rex turned towards the palace, his tone indifferent. Also, ensure the safety of Paragus' wife. His child, Broly, must be born safely. Understood. Though Bardock was puzzled, he nodded in compliance. By the way, Rex suddenly halted. Turning his head, I asked there anyone named Dales. No one responded. Rex furrowed his brow and was about to leave when someone spoke up. I know Dales. He resembles Lord Bardock closely, but is currently not on Vegeta's star. Upon his return, have him meet me immediately. Rex continued walking, his tone devoid of emotion. Dales looks identical to Kakarot, only slightly darker and seemingly stronger. The reason Rex recalled this individual was due to the spirit tree fruit. In some respects, the spirit tree fruit serves a function similar to that of the chi blood pill, albeit the latter is more potent. Once Rex departed, Betty surveyed the surroundings and declared, informed the scientists to commence construction of a gravity chamber starting today. A gravity chamber? Bardock questioned, looking at Betty with confusion. What purpose does it serve? To enhance combat power, of course. Training will occur within the gravity chamber, Betty casually stated before turning to leave with the little dragon girl. Enhancing combat power. This phrase illuminated the eyes of all the Saiyans. They instinctively believed that Rex and Betty's formidable strength was a result of the gravity chamber mentioned. Initiate mass construction of the gravity chambers. Bardock spoke earnestly, in the absence of Rex and Betty. He assumed the role of temporary leader. Combat power was one aspect. The accumulated prestige over time was another. After a moment of contemplation, recalling Rex's words, Bardock proceeded toward Paragus' home without hesitation. The unborn child is named Broly. Is it? Although unaware of the child's unique qualities, the special instructions from Rex indicated something extraordinary. Speaking of which, his wife was also pregnant. What should they name their second son? Kakarot seems like a splendid name. Chapter 60. For the sake of childhood. Boom. A small spacecraft landed on Vegeta's star, and a boy with hair like flames slowly floated out, his face displaying unabashed arrogance. Vegeta, you have finally returned. Come quickly to meet King Rex. A Saiyan rushed over, speaking fervently. What did you call me? Vegeta seethed in rage, then suddenly paused. What king? Rex? Has my father changed his name? What father? King Rex is our new king. The Saiyan's eyes sparkled with fervor as he seized Vegeta's arm, insisting, Come, King Rex wishes to see you. How dare you? A fierce glint flashed in Vegeta's eyes as he shook off the Saiyan's grip, sending him flying. Stop spouting nonsense. My father is the strongest. Who could possibly defeat him? Vegeta scoffed, utterly disbelieving the Saiyan's words. Vegeta, what he says is true. A voice filled with bitter laughter came from the side. It was an intermediate warrior. King Vegeta has perished. King Rex avenged him by defeating Frieza. Vegeta's pupils dilated in shock as he stared at the speaker, tumultuous waves rising within him, while he might not have believed one person. Two declarations forced him to confront the reality. Could it be that his father was truly dead? Vegeta trembled, fury surging within him as he roared. No, even in the event of the king's demise, the new ruler should rightfully be none other than the illustrious Prince Vegeta. With a resounding roar, he erupted with fury and soared towards the royal palace. Barely had Vegeta's figure vanished when another spacecraft descended, from which emerged a Saiyan strikingly reminiscent of Kakarote.is. This formidable energy indicative of Vegeta's return. Rex sat within the grand hall, sensing a significant power manifesting on planet Vegeta. Significant, that is, in comparison to other Saiyans. Indeed, Vegeta was a prodigious warrior, possessing an astounding battle power of 10,000 at merely 4 years of age. Of course, when juxtaposed with the likes of Broly, who was born with an innate battle power of 10,000, he seemed rather insignificant. Crash. In no time, that energy burst into the grand hall. Vegeta, panting heavily, glared menacingly at Rex seated at the head of the table. Rex, the throne rightfully belongs to me. Prince Vegeta, you shall vacate it at once. Silence ensued. After a brief moment, the little dragon girl inquired curiously, Rex, who is this foolish individual? She scrutinized Vegeta, particularly fixating on his distinctive hairstyle. Vegeta, veins bulging on his forehead, seethed at the audacity of this woman who dared to insult the great Prince Vegeta. A simpleton, no need to pay her any mind. Rex replied with a faint smile, not even sparing Vegeta a glance. You scoundrel, Vegeta shouted, launching himself toward Rex with a fierce determination. Rex, maintaining a stoic expression, extended a single finger and with a gentle flick, sent Vegeta hurtling backward at several times the speed at which he had approached. Crashing against the wall, before Vegeta could collect himself, Rex appeared before him, gripping his neck with a leisurely motion and lifting him off the ground. Were it anyone else, they would have met their end by now. Rex gazed intently into Vegeta's eyes, which reflected a mix of astonishment and defiance. Out of consideration for your youth, I shall spare your life. However, do not let there be a next time. At that moment, a figure entered the grand hall from outside, instantly freezing upon witnessing the scene. Rex turned, and in that fleeting instant, it was as if he glimpsed Kakarot. Are you Darius? He soon realized, releasing Vegeta and regarding the newcomer with keen interest. Indeed, my king. Darius suppressed his shock and promptly knelt on one knee. Initially, he had harbored doubts regarding the news of Prince Vegeta's death, but now those doubts evaporated. The so-called prodigious warrior, Prince Vegeta, was effortlessly subdued by Rex, confirming the veracity of the rumors he had heard. But do you know of the Tree of Might? Rex turned back to his throne, fixing his gaze on Darius. He had no intention of consuming the tree's fruit. Rather, he sought to refine the tree into a blood essence pill, uncertain of its potential effects. The Tree of Might, Darius exclaimed, his expression revealing genuine confusion. Rex furrowed his brow, discerning that Darius's lack of understanding was sincere. It appeared the lad had yet to uncover the existence of the tree. Never mind, you may depart. He gestured dismissively. Yes, Darius nodded, perplexed, casting a furtive glance at Vegeta before exiting the grand hall. It seemed that to swiftly elevate his battle power to 1 million, he must seek out higher-ranking planets, particularly the central region of the monster planet, where he must acquire certain resources. A cold glint flickered in Rex's eyes. Yet, departing planet Vegeta was not an option at present. He was uncertain when King Cold and Cooler might arrive. King Cold's battle power was slightly inferior to Frieza's, yet still exceeded 100 million. Should he arrive on planet Vegeta in Rex's absence, the consequences would be catastrophic. As for Cooler, he possessed an additional transformation beyond Frieza. Chapter 61. Objective: Planet Yardrat transporting to a martial arts world. That was not feasible. It remained a trump card for Rex. A sanctuary for dire situations. Allowing this group of Scions to enter might lead to unforeseen chaos. Leaving planet Vegeta? After much contemplation, Rex concluded that this was the more prudent course of action. Complete migration, he decisively declared. They could no longer linger on planet Vegeta. He already had a splendid alternate destination in mind, the monster planet. It was a planet even larger than planet Vegeta, boasting a highly favorable environment for habitation, and its central region served as a potent deterrent. Rex was confident that even Cooler would struggle to withstand the overwhelming pressure of that energy field once the order for migration was issued. A wave of commotion rippled through the Scion populace. They were bewildered as to why they were to abandon their long-standing home planet. However, Rex's response was succinct. Those who do not wish to migrate may speak with me personally. Ironically, there were indeed some headstrong individuals who approached Rex, their words rife with discontent and inquiries, only to be swiftly silenced by a single slap from him, with a pioneer of folly leading the way. The remaining Scions fell silent, dutifully packing their belongings and preparing for relocation. Migration was no simple endeavor. Accommodations were manageable, as the Scions were accustomed to sleeping on the ground and beneath the sky during their many battles. However, the handling of high-tech equipment required utmost care. The Scions lacked scientific aptitude. Thus, the scientists residing on planet Vegeta were all extraterrestrial beings. Devices such as battle power detectors and spacecraft had been designed and manufactured by them to cater to the Scions' needs. Therefore, it was imperative that none of the high-tech apparatus be left behind. Soon, the grand migration commenced. Massive spaceships traversed the cosmos, with Rex leading the way ahead of the fleet. Strangely, the scientists reported an inability to detect the monster planet as Rex had described, as if it were automatically shielding itself from their scanning signals. Initially, Rex and his companions had stumbled upon it entirely by chance. Before long, the monster planet came into view, dwarfing planet Vegeta by 3 to 4 times its size. What lay within that central region? While on the planet, Rex had not made any immediate observations, but from the expanse of space, he could clearly discern that the central area was enveloped in a hazy energy, distinctly demarcating it from the surrounding landscape. From a distance, it appeared as though a lid were placed atop that region, freezing everything within its confines. That a flicker of realization struck Rex. He suddenly recognized that the degree of depression in the central area mirrored the shape of that energy field, forming a perfect spherical combination. Your Majesty? The spaceship came to an abrupt halt at Rex's sudden pause, as Bardock's puzzled voice echoed from the battle power detector. "Do you see that circular energy mass on the planet?" Rex's calm voice resonated through the battle power detector, reaching every ear. "Remember, no one is to approach it." Subsequently, he transformed into a streak of light and dove downward. The spacecraft followed suit, piercing through the atmosphere of the monster planet and entering its depths. On this planet, the elite fighting forces had been decimated by Rex, leaving behind only a handful of insignificant little monsters that the other Scions could easily dispatch. The central region had been designated as a forbidden zone, off limits to all. In fact, Rex was utterly unconcerned about others accessing whatever lay within. The terrifying pressure there was beyond what ordinary beings could endure. The Scions were unable to engage in battle amidst the stars, a weakness that needed addressing. After much contemplation, Rex ultimately activated the stellar whirlpool, entering the realm of martial arts, bringing with him a host of martial arts masters such as Wei Ishiao and Dai Chi-Si, who would impart their skills to the Scions. Furthermore, the turtle breathing technique was established as a foundational internal skill that must be learned. Naturally, he did not forget to bring Wang Yuyan, Xiao Zhao, and others along to keep Xylong company. Once everything was arranged, a month had elapsed. During this time, Rex made another trip to Vegeta planet, discovering it to be in good condition, indicating that King Cold and Gula had yet to arrive. For the time being, they should remain unaware of the monster planet's existence. After issuing a few directives, Rex boarded his spacecraft and ventured into the cosmos to confront the increasingly formidable Gula, as well as future adversaries. He needed to rapidly enhance his combat prowess and unlock new dimensions in the shortest possible time. His first destination was also to ensure a swift return in the future. Rex's objective was set. Adrathstar, Chapter 62. Arrival at Adrathstar. At long last, he had arrived. A spacecraft descended upon Adrathstar, and Rex slowly emerged from the sunken ground, surveying his surroundings. The combat power was indeed quite low. Rex raised an eyebrow. His combat power detector was the latest innovation, capable of detecting up to 1 million in combat strength. Yet, the highest reading displayed now was merely in the thousands. However, in relative terms, A draft star could still be classified as a high-level planet. Who are you? A figure suddenly materialized before Rex, staring intently at him. Is this instantaneous movement? A fleeting glimmer of surprise flickered in Rex's eyes. He had not sensed any disturbance in the air, indicating that this person had appeared out of nowhere. Who are you? Seeing Rex remain silent, the individual spoke again, his tone noticeably more severe than before. Is this how the inhabitants of a draft star welcome guests? Rex smiled faintly, spreading his hands to convey his lack of malice. I am Rex, a Saiyan. Saiyan, the person visibly stiffened, his gaze fixating on the tail coiled around Rex's waist. He took a step back, saying, I have heard from my father that Saiyans are a combative and highly aggressive race. What brings you to a draft star? Rua, do not be rude to our guest. A gentle voice interjected, and a noticeably more mature figure appeared beside the individual named Rua. Welcome, distant traveler. I am Supa, representing all the inhabitants of a draft star. We are pleased to welcome you. Supa offered Rex a unique gesture of greeting. How is King Vegeta, deceased? Rex scrutinized the newcomer, a faint smile gracing his lips. As of now, I am the king of the Saiyans. Supa's expression shifted in surprise as he observed Rex more closely. You are Prince Vegeta, but I recall that Prince Vegeta should still be quite young. He is not called Vegeta. He is called Rex, Rua interjected. Oh, Supa frowned momentarily but quickly donned a smile, albeit with a cautious tone. Might I inquire, King Rex, what brings you to a draft star? He felt compelled to tread carefully. Supa was well aware of the Saiyans' reputation for belligerence, especially given their subjugation under the cosmic pirate Frieza in recent years. Notorious for their relentless invasions. Moreover, this individual claiming to be the new king of the Saiyans possessed an astonishing level of combat power. Should he provoke Rex, the entire draft star could be obliterated in an instant. Nothing much. I am simply intrigued by your instantaneous movement. Might you teach me? Rex spoke with a genial demeanor. Impossible. Before Supa could respond, Rua interjected once more, glaring at Rex with indignation. Rex's eyes narrowed. Rua, do not act disrespectfully. Apologize to King Rex at once, Supa exclaimed, startled by Rex's displeasure. Afterward, he hastily turned to Rex. Rua is still young and lacks understanding. I hope King Rex will not take offense. Of course, Rex replied casually. Reaching out to pat Rua's head, Rua attempted to evade using instantaneous movement, but at the very moment he was about to vanish, he was horrified to discover he could not move, as if bound by an unseen force. Children are prone to tantrums. I bear no ill will, Rex remarked, his hand resting firmly on Rua's head as he gently patted it twice. Meanwhile, Supa, witnessing this scene, felt his heart race. He could sense that when Rua attempted to use instantaneous movement, a peculiar energy had suddenly emanated from Rex's palm, effectively solidifying the space around Rua. This change occurred in an instant. Without careful observation, it could easily go unnoticed. What an unusual ability. Supa's gaze towards Rex now held a touch of reverence. So, Mr. Supa, might I be fortunate enough to learn instantaneous movement? Rex's smile was evident, yet to Supa, it seemed a blatant threat, especially with Rex's hand still resting on Rua's head, with a mere flick of his wrist. Rua's head could be crushed like a watermelon. Certainly, another voice chimed in, carrying a faintly aged tone. Lord Husu, you have come as well? Supa looked on in surprise at the elder who had appeared beside him. Feeling a wave of relief as he introduced Rex, Lord Husu is the sage of our draft star. We will heed his words without question. Excellent, Rex nodded, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. I have little time. Let us commence swiftly. Once I have learned, I shall take my leave. Chapter 63. The Opening of New Worlds. Journey to the West. 1 month later, Rex had mastered instantaneous movement and departed a draft star. Arriving at a high-level planet deep within the universe, according to the interstellar map, this was indeed supposed to be a high-level planet, yet why could he sense no presence of energy? Rex furrowed his brow. Extending his hand to press the power detector, which immediately emitted a series of beeping sounds. It was a warning, indicating the presence of combat power exceeding 100,000. The ability to detect combat power was astonishingly not reliant on ki. He murmured softly, acknowledging that it was not entirely impossible. The combat power detector measured an individual's capabilities rather than detecting ki itself. When Raditz descended upon Earth, he had referred to a gun-wielding farmer as a worthless being with a power level of merely 5. A term that had since become synonymous with the phrase Battle 5 trash. Yet now, it was evident that the inhabitants of this planet possessed formidable combat abilities, with Rex detecting levels as high as 400,000. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, and Rex turned to see an astonishing sight. What in the world was that? towering like a mountain. Its physique was as robust as a block, its surface cloaked in layers of rock-like material. No, wait. Rex jolted, realizing that this was unmistakably a stone being. His gaze shifted, revealing towering stone giants resembling colossal trees, forming a stone forest. Goodness. Rex's lips twitched slightly. He had inadvertently landed among these stone beings, initially mistaking them for mere boulders, never considering they were living entities. However, his astonishment was fleeting. The universe was vast, and the emergence of unique life forms was not entirely unexpected. What Rex contemplated now is whether these beings could be refined into key blood pills for consumption. The stone beings exhibited relatively low combat power, appearing sluggish and utterly oblivious to the presence of an additional individual among them, either sleeping or wandering aimlessly. After a moment's contemplation, Rex suddenly hurled a key orb. Bang! The struck stone shattered into countless fragments that scattered across the ground. This action roused all the stone beings, who stared blankly at the disintegrated figure before erupting into a collective roar, marching toward Rex in unison. Huh, what was that? Rex frowned, fixating on a glowing small stone amidst the debris. Ignoring the furious roars of the surrounding stone beings, he beckoned with his hand, and the luminous stone flew directly into his palm. Such potent energy. Could this be the core of the stone being? Rex mused, a spark igniting within him as he let a glimmer of starlight emanate from his fingertips, enveloping the small stone. Moments later, a crimson pill materialized in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. Enormous fists rained down upon him. Yet just as they were about to make contact, a star array erupted from beneath his feet, encasing him within its protective embrace. The refining function could indeed be applied here. The system had previously stated. Rex's eyes gleamed with newfound clarity, refining all things. However, his brow soon furrowed. This seemed illogical. The cores of these stone beings could be refined due to their combat power. But how could a celestial body like this be refined, one that inherently lacked combat power? The refining function was still in its nascent stage, thus limiting the items eligible for refinement to those possessing combat strength. As the master's combat power increased, the refining function would likewise advance, ultimately allowing for the refinement of all things. The long-awaited voice of the great universe system suddenly resonated in his mind. Indeed, Rex nodded, recognizing the correlation between the teleportation feature, the backpack function, and his own combat power. This refining function was no different. Casually tossing the key blood pill into his backpack, Rex finally lifted his gaze to the stone beings surrounding him. Brandishing their fists a bunch of weaklings, Rex shook his head. Their combat power was far too feeble. Even if refined into key blood pills, they would be of no use to him. In the next moment, he stomped the ground with fervor. Swish! A circular blade of ki surged forth from Rex's center, rapidly extending outward, cleaving the stone beings asunder in its wake. Debris littered the ground as Rex reached out, gathering all the larger glowing stones into his grasp. Subsequently, he directed his attention toward the location of the strongest detected combat power, his figure flickering as he instantly appeared there. Before him loomed a towering giant peak, almost piercing the clouds. What a massive sight! Rex whispered, hesitating not a moment longer as he transformed into his Super Saiyan form, obliterating the gargantuan stone being in the blink of an eye. Cradling a glowing stone the size of a house in his hands, starlight cascaded from his fingertips, swiftly coalescing into a crystalline key blood pill. Two more remained. The stone being planet was swiftly swept clean, with the mightiest of the colossal stone beings refined into key blood pills that Rex consumed. His combat power surged past the 1 million mark, reaching an impressive 1,050,000. Almost simultaneously, the voice of the great universe system echoed in Rex's mind. Congratulations, your combat power has reached the threshold of 1,000,000. A new alternate world has been unlocked. Please make your selection. Just like the last time, swirling starry vortices appeared beside him, varying in size and brilliance. Rex reached out, selecting a vortex that appeared neither too large nor too small. Selection complete. The alternate world has been opened. The world of Journey to the West, Chapter 64. I am your senior brother. Journey to the West. Rex exhaled in relief, grateful that this time it wasn't another chaotic martial arts world. The Journey to the West realm belonged to a higher echelon of worlds. Not to mention, the Saints alone were beings that Rex could not contend with at present. It was essential to recognize that the Saints were the most formidable entities beneath Pangu and Hongjun. In the blink of an eye, the scenery around him transformed. The cacophony of sounds flooded his ears, causing Rex to feel a wave of dizziness as he glanced to the side. Before him was a troop of playful monkeys. Wagwa Mountain. Rex quickly realized his current location, the birthplace of the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. At that moment, the group of monkeys noticed him as well, showing no fear whatsoever. Instead, they encircled him, their gazes akin to those of spectators at a zoo. Surrounded by monkeys as if he were one of their own, Rex's lips twitched, unable to articulate his thoughts. "Hey, you hairless monkey. Where do you come from, you monster?" A long-armed ape suddenly called out. "Hairless monkey." Rex paused, instinctively glancing at the tail wrapped around his waist, and then giving it a flick. He almost forgot that Saiyans had deep-rooted connections to monkeys. Rex couldn't help but chuckle softly. They must be here to gather intelligence. Capture him for our great king's disposal. Another monkey exclaimed, scratching its head. The horde of monkeys promptly closed in, each extending their claws to tug at his clothing. "Get away!" Rex's gaze instantly turned icy as he sent the swarm of monkeys flying with a single glare. "This monster is fierce. Hurry and summon the king." A group of monkeys clamored loudly, calling for help, while another faction watched Rex with intense scrutiny. Rex stood expressionless, arms crossed over his chest. He felt a flicker of excitement upon seeing the figure reminiscent of Sun Wukong, a character who had accompanied him throughout his childhood. The prospect of encountering a real monkey stirred a tinge of exhilaration within him. Suddenly, a massive staff descended from the heavens, accompanied by a thunderous roar. "Who dares to trespass on the territory of your grandfather's son? Seeking death, are you? Such a ferocious monkey?" Rex looked up, his pupils constricting slightly. The strike seemed unremarkable, yet it felt as if the very cosmos were collapsing alongside it. What peculiar power is this? Boom. Before he could ponder further, Rex instinctively reached out, grasping the enormous staff with a single hand, then flung it away with tremendous force. What incredible strength! With a strange cry, the staff shrank instantaneously, sending a figure hurtling through the air. In the next moment, a dark dragon erupted from Rex's palm, emitting a resounding roar as it soared towards the figure. Only then did Rex take a closer look at the figure, who wore a phoenix-wing golden crown, donned a shimmering golden armor, and stepped into cloud-like shoes crafted from lotus silk, brandishing the iconic golden staff of the sea-calming needle with an imposing demeanor. What a formidable display! With a thunderous shout, the monkey swung the golden staff, obliterating the dark dragon in one fell swoop, then charged towards Rex once more, proclaiming, "Prepare to face my might." Rex smirked. The golden staff weighed an astonishing 13,500 pounds. Though his own physique was robust, he knew he could not withstand a direct confrontation with such a weapon. Should they clash, it would likely result in broken bones. He pressed a button on his power level detector. Beep beep. A series of fluctuating numbers appeared, oscillating erratically and failing to stabilize. Uncertain, Rex furrowed his brow but quickly relaxed. After all, Journey to the West is a realm where deities and Buddhas roam. Power levels could vary dramatically due to a weapon or a spell. At that moment, the golden staff was upon him. Rex smirked, vanishing from sight, only to reappear behind Sun Wukong, delivering a swift kick to his backside. "Dare to kick my rear?" Sun Wukong roared, spinning around furiously, swinging the golden staff. Bang! Rex reappeared behind him, delivering another kick. Sun Wukong stumbled, shouting with fury as he transformed into a three-headed, six-armed figure. "Come and try kicking me again." Rex's eyes lit up. This transformation was a form of divine power, and with other abilities like the 72 transformations, mastering them would prove immensely beneficial. Perhaps he could seek out Patriarch Bodhi on Mount Lingtai and Feng Xiyuan, or at the Crescent Moon and Three Stars Cave. Yet, he knew that the great beings in Journey to the West possessed vast powers, and Bodhi's true identity was shrouded in mystery. Deep down, Rex felt no assurance that he could defeat the Patriarch. "Sun Wukong, do not be so quick to anger," Rex said, a smile crossing his face. "I am your senior brother." "Nonsense," Sun Wukong retorted, his eyes glinting with suspicion. "When have I ever had a senior brother like you?" Rex smiled serenely. "Did you not study under the Patriarch Bodhi at the Crescent Moon and Three Stars Cave? How do you know?" Sun Wukong gasped, realizing that Bodhi had warned him never to disclose such information, making it seem no one should know. "I told you. I am your senior brother," Rex continued, his gaze fixed on Sun Wukong. "However, I departed the sect before you were initiated. Is that true?" Sun Wukong's skepticism remained. "How did you learn of me?" "I returned to the sect not long ago," Rex replied, sensing Sun Wukong's wavering conviction. He added, "The master foretold that you would soon face great tribulation and specifically sent me to assist you. If you doubt me, come back to the sect with me, and you shall see." The Patriarch had warned Sun Wukong never to speak of his sect, so Rex was certain that the monkey would never accompany him to the Crescent Moon and Three Stars Cave. As expected, Sun Wukong soon found himself believing Rex's words, especially after Rex recounted the tale of how the patriarch had struck him thrice upon his head. There was no doubt left. Such knowledge could only come from Bodhi himself. Senior brother, you say that the master predicted I would encounter great peril. Do you know what kind of peril it is? Sun Wukong asked, munching on a large peach as he spoke. Rex, holding a banana, glanced at the sky and pointed. The celestial beings are seeking trouble with you. Oh, Sun Wukong discarded the peach, a grin spreading across his face, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Perfect. I was just looking for a chance to confront that old Jade Emperor. A few days ago, that old fool Tai tricked me into ascending to the heavens, only to send me off on some ridiculous errand. Does he truly believe I am so easy to fool? Rex raised an eyebrow. It seems an uproar in heaven is imminent. If I am not mistaken, Sun Wukong is about to claim the title of the great sage equal to heaven, and the bull demon king and others will likely soon appear. With that thought, Rex smiled and said, Wukong, do you know I possess a title known as the Great Sage of the Saiyans? Though he did not fully comprehend, it sounded impressive to Sun Wukong. Senior brother, why not help me come up with a title too? Certainly. Rex thought to himself, waiting for this very moment. How about the Great Sage equal to heaven? The Great Sage equal to heaven. What a splendid name, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he leaped into the air, performing a somersault. From now on, I shall be known as the Great Sage equal to heaven. In the Western Paradise, a colossal golden Buddha seated upon 12 golden lotuses suddenly furrowed his brow, gazing toward the east, his eyes emitting beams of golden light that seemed to tear the sky apart. Bah, how strange, how has the predetermined fate of that spirit-brilliant stone monkey changed? After a moment of contemplation, the golden Buddha rose, his immense form shrinking to that of an ordinary man in an instant. He took a step and vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, across the world of Journey to the West, several powerful beings opened their eyes, frowning in deep thought as they calculated. Above the 9 heavens, a pair of unseen colossal eyes appeared, fixated on the location of Flower Fruit Mountain, cold and devoid of emotion. An existence that should not be, they murmured. In the next instant, the colossal eyes vanished from sight. On Flower Fruit Mountain, as Rex engaged in light-hearted conversation with Sun Wukong, he suddenly furrowed his brow, seemingly sensing something ominous. Alarmed, he raised his gaze to the heavens. What a terrifying sensation in that fleeting moment. Rex felt a tingling throughout his body, his hair standing on end. A visceral response to an impending crisis. An immortal, impossible, the celestial beings of the heavenly court, whom even Sun Wukong could not possibly evoke such a profound sense of peril. But then, who could it be? A sage, perhaps. Yet, why would those exalted sages take notice of him? A cascade of questions flooded his mind, and Rex became acutely aware that this world of Journey to the West, while brimming with opportunities, harbored crises far beyond his imagination. Brother, what troubles you? Sun Wukong inquired, noticing Rex's prolonged silence. Curiosity etched upon his face. Nothing, suppressing the dread within. Rex's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Wukong, were you not seeking to cause trouble for the Jade Emperor? Allow your brother to assist you. Together, we shall overthrow him completely. Excellent, Sun Wukong exclaimed, springing to his feet, his golden staff appearing in his hand. Let us turn him upside down. Not so hastily, Rex replied, remaining composed as he gazed out at the boundless sea. Do you know the various demon kings? Brother wishes to enlist them. Sun Wukong, quick-witted as he was, understood immediately. Just days prior, the bull demon king from Shinyo Hajo had sent a minor demon to convey a message, expressing an interest in forming an alliance. If that is the case, let us notify the demon kings that we shall assault the heavenly court. Rex clenched his fist, a fleeting glimmer of crimson flashing in his eyes. The great sage, the beautiful monkey king, summoned the myriad demons at Flower Fruit Mountain, intent on attacking the heavenly court. As news spread, the demon realm erupted in excitement. Various demon kings, both great and small, hastened to Flower Fruit Mountain with their minions, traveling day and night. Within a few short days, all 6 demon kings, aside from Sun Wukong, had gathered. With Rex's addition, they formed a coalition of 8 demon kings. Brother, do we have a solid plan for this assault on the heavenly court? The bull demon king inquired, raising a massive wine jar and gulping down a few swigs, his eyes fixed intently on Rex. Although the ranking of the 8 demon kings was based on age, their abilities were equally significant. The bull demon king and others had sparred with Rex and found themselves outmatched, thus accepting him as their elder brother. With our brothers here, what are the celestial beings to fear? Rex declared, waving his hand dismissively, appropriating Sun Wukong's words. As the saying goes, the emperor takes turns. Next year, it's my turn. The Jade Emperor is incompetent and should step down. Indeed, the Jiao Demon King sneered. Why should the celestial beings monopolize the heavenly court while we demons, equally formidable, are forced to suffer in this mortal realm? The Jiao Demon King was indeed a formidable figure. Ordinarily, a Jiao is considered inferior to a dragon. However, Sun Wukong, with an air of authority, could command the Sea Dragon Kings while regarding the Jiao Demon King as his second elder brother, indicating the latter's considerable prowess. My lords. The white-bearded elder who visited last time requests an audience with the beautiful Monkey King. Drag him away and execute him as a sacrifice. The Bull Demon King waved dismissively with his imposing horns. Wait, Rex interjected. Let us hear what the Tai-Bai Jinxing has to say this time. Perhaps he brings valuable intelligence. A fleeting cold glimmer passed through his eyes. The heavenly court was indeed beginning to feel uneasy. If this trend continued, it would undoubtedly spark a cataclysmic war between immortals and demons. The Tai-Bai Jinxing's arrival surely aimed to placate Sun Wukong, offering him a meaningless position in the heavenly court as the great sage equal to heaven. Rex was curious to test whether he could refine the celestial energy into a vital essence pill and discern its effects. Before long, a white-bearded elder was pushed forward by the crowd of monkeys. At first glance, he appeared to possess an ethereal presence, holding a whisk. Yet he trembled visibly upon encountering the formidable Bull Demon King and the other great demons. It was well known that the demons present were notorious figures, each capable of tearing him to shreds. Little immortal, I pay my respects to the great sages, Tai-Bai Jinxing said cautiously, stealing a glance at Rex. According to his intelligence, this creature known as the Saiyan Great Sage was the instigator of this gathering of demons, yet he had never heard of such a powerful demon before. However, observing the demeanor of the Bull Demon King and others towards Rex, it was evident they regarded him as their leader. When had such a powerful demon emerged, the heavenly court had received no prior intelligence regarding him. Tai-Bai, I know you are eloquent. What message do you bring this time? Do you intend to placate us? Rex scoffed. Let me warn you not to attempt to deceive us with meaningless titles. Sweat instantly streamed down Tai-Bai Jinxing's brow. He glanced at Rex, perplexed by how this demon had obtained such knowledge. For a moment, Tai-Bai struggled to comprehend Rex's true nature, his usual eloquence failing him. You, immortal, truly do not know your place. Last time, you deceived my eighth brother with that nonsense about being the stable master. And now you come to fool us again. Do you truly wish to court death? The Bull Demon King snorted, releasing 2 jets of steam from his nostrils, his furious roar nearly toppling Tai-Bai. I have yet to settle the score from last time. At the mention of the stable master, Sun Wukong's temper flared. He brandished his golden staff, which expanded to the thickness of a bowl, and struck Tai-Bai Jinxing on the head. Ah, great sage, spare me, Tai-Bai Jinxing cried out, collapsing to the ground in agony. Wukong, hold your hand. Rex's gaze flickered as he halted Sun Wukong's intent to strike again. Great sage, Saiyan Great Sage, I am but an innocent messenger. Tai-Bai Jinxing clutched Rex's leg as if he had found a savior. I am merely a messenger. Great sage, please understand. Fear not. Rex smiled slightly. Yet a cold intensity radiated from his eyes as he slowly pressed his hand upon Tai-Bai's head. I shall advocate for you. Thank you, Saiyan Great Sage. Thank you. Tai-Bai Jinxing's face lit up with relief, only to swiftly morph into a scream far more pitiful than before. What transpired? Rex's pupils constricted as he quickly withdrew his hand. Staring at the now limp Tai-Bai Jinxing, his expression shifting. He had suddenly recalled the absorption power of the Biming divine art and intended to experiment. However, at the moment of absorption, the energy within him began to surge violently, as if confronted with something incompatible, forcing him to expel the energy he had just absorbed. Could it be that the chi from the Dragon Balls differed from the celestial energy in this world of Journey to the West? This was the only possibility that Rex could conceive. In the next moment, he pointed with a single finger, and a beam of sword light shot forth from his fingertip, piercing through the center of Tai-Bai's brow. Simultaneously, a golden figure screamed as it flew out from Tai-Bai Jinxing's body, soaring into the sky. Rex abruptly looked up. Moo! Before he could act, a deep, resounding bellow echoed through the air. The golden figure was immediately sent tumbling back, transforming into a streak of light that flew into the mouth of the Bull Demon King. Burp, the primordial spirit of a celestial being, is indeed a great tonic. The Bull Demon King grinned widely, his copper bell-like eyes revealing an unabashed thirst for blood. The primordial spirit. Rex pondered for a moment, then reached out to grasp Tai-Bai's corpse. Starlight swirled, and within a matter of seconds, the body vanished, transforming into a vital blood pill. This scene left Sun Wukong and the others wide-eyed with astonishment. The art of alchemy is not particularly rare. What surprised them was Rex's ability to refine a celestial being into a pill in such a short span of time. Such prowess would likely leave even the supreme old lord in awe. Instantly, A greater sense of reverence filled their hearts. Brother, although Tai Jinxing possessed ordinary magical powers, he nonetheless occupied the ranks of the celestial beings. With his death, the heavenly army will likely arrive soon. The Bull Demon King rumbled in a deep voice, asserting that the first move is crucial. In my view, we should take the initiative and attack. Bull Brother speaks wisely. The Flood Dragon King grinned maliciously. Baring his fangs, the heavenly beings have grown complacent. Even though there are a few formidable figures among them, with us present, they need not be taken seriously. Once we breach the heavens, we shall take turns ruling over the Jade Emperor. My two brothers have truly voiced the sentiments of this old monkey. Sun Wukong sheathed his golden staff, seized a peach, took a few bites, and tossed it aside, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Brother, my golden staff is waiting. The Rock Demon King also chimed in, sneering. Big brother, the million demon soldiers are all on standby. At your command, we shall charge straight to the heavenly court and annihilate those celestial soldiers. Since my brothers can hardly contain themselves, let us engage in battle. Rex stowed the vital blood pill into his backpack, grinning widely. He had already inquired of the great universe system and learned that this vital blood pill, derived from refining a celestial being, could not enhance one's own energy, but could condense the physical body's vitality, even creating an immortal form. However, it required an exceedingly vast quantity of these pills. Rex could not help but glance at the Bull Demon King and the other Demon Kings. These Demon Kings would indeed make excellent materials for refining vital blood pills. He licked his lips, feeling an impulse to immediately refine all the Demon Kings. Struggling to suppress this thought, Rex took a deep breath and turned his gaze to the heavens to eye in this world of journey to the west. There were still many entities that instilled a sense of dread within him, not to mention those transcendent saints. Even the quasi-saints were far beyond Rex's current capabilities. In fact, even Sun Wukong, with his indestructible body, posed a challenge he could not easily overcome. The earlier contest with the Bull Demon King and the other Demon Kings, in which he triumphed, was primarily due to his instantaneous movement, leading them to subconsciously believe that Rex possessed boundless powers. Chapter 67. The giant ape roars with Tai Bai's demise. The heavenly court was enraged. The Jade Emperor commanded the heavenly King Li Jing to take the lead and dispatch someone to the Guanjianku to summon the illustrious Erling Shun. The heavenly soldiers assembled, their spirits high, manifesting above Huagua Mountain. Bold and reckless monkey, you refuse to heed discipline and dare to slay the celestial official Tai Jinxing. Surrender at once and come with me to the heavenly court to face the Jade Emperor's judgment. A thunderous roar echoed from the skies as a rugged figure with a stern expression emerged from the clouds, adorned with a golden winged crown and holding a golden pagoda. It was none other than the heavenly King Li Jing. Beside him stood two figures, one smaller in red attire, and the other tall with a third eye on his forehead, accompanied by a divine hound. It was Neza and Erlang Shun. Humph, if you wish to capture my grandfather's son, you must first consult my golden staff to see if it agrees. Sun Wukong scoffed repeatedly. You must also ask my brothers if they consent. The Bull Demon King brandished a mixed iron staff. Grinning menacingly, he was a notorious figure from the demon realm, historically at odds with the heavenly court, and had long harbored intentions to strike against it. However, he had always held back due to reservations. Now, with Rex and Sun Wukong leading the way, the Bull Demon King was eager to join the fray. Is this all you have? It hardly seems sufficient for a slaughter. Rex smiled lightly, knowing that aside from the exquisite pagoda, the heavenly king was rather weak. While Erlang Shin and Neza were formidable, each of the demon kings present possessed extraordinary powers and would not fear them. So you are the so-called Saiyan Great Sage? Although the heavenly king initially referred to Sun Wukong, his gaze remained fixed on Rex. The entire incident began with this unexpectedly emerging Saiyan Great Sage. Even the unfortunate Tai Jinxing fell victim to this unknown demon. Do not utter the words so-called. That a flash of crimson flickered in Rex's eyes as he appeared in the skies. Nearly nose to nose with the heavenly king, I am indeed the Saiyan Great Sage. The heavenly king was taken aback, hastily retreating as the golden pagoda in his hand gleamed brightly. Meanwhile, Erlang Shin's third eye flashed with brilliance as he scrutinized Rex. I cannot discern his true form? Erlang Shin was evidently surprised. His heavenly eye could reveal the true essence of creatures, discerning their fundamental nature and unveiling illusions. Yet, when he gazed upon this Saiyan Great Sage, he still saw only a humanoid figure. Could it be that this fellow simply appears this way? Doubts flooded Erlang Shin's mind, but upon catching sight of the monkey's tail, he dismissed that thought. incomprehensible. He categorized Rex as a being of unfathomable depth, and a hint of wariness crept into his heart. You, demon, are exceedingly arrogant. Behold my spear. Neza, being a headstrong individual, was infuriated to see Rex approaching without regard for decorum that he stomped on his windfire wheels. Thrusting his fiery spear towards Rex. Boom, Neza, I know you've always harbored discontent towards your father. Why not join me and rebel against the heavenly court? Rex chuckled softly, effortlessly retreating a few steps to evade the thrust. A flicker of hesitation flashed in Neza's eyes, causing him to momentarily pause with the fiery spear in hand. This rascal has indeed held a grudge against me. The heavenly king, noticing this, exclaimed urgently, My son Neza, step back. Allow your father to subdue this ungrateful demon. As he spoke, the exquisite pagoda in his hand soared into the air, rapidly enlarging as it descended upon Rex and Neza. This old fool intends to suppress me as well. A glint of ferocity briefly flickered in Neza's eyes, and his displeasure grew, prompting him to hastily evade. Rex looked up, fixated on the descending exquisite pagoda. His pupils narrowing slightly. He distinctly sensed a peculiar binding force manifesting in the space around him, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Boom! In the next moment, the exquisite pagoda enveloped Rex entirely. Ha ha ha! This Saiyan great sage has been subdued. You wretched demons should not resist. The king of Tota laughed triumphantly. Brother, Sun Wukong's expression suddenly changed, brandishing his golden cudgel and preparing to charge forward. Do not panic. Eighth brother, my elder brother possesses extraordinary skills and immense power. How could a mere exquisite pagoda possibly contain him? The bold demon king chuckled, blocking his path with an air of indifference. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow yet halted, gripping his golden cudgel tightly, ready to smash the pagoda into fragments at the slightest misstep. At that moment, the king of Toda's laughter abruptly ceased. His expression shifted dramatically as he fixated on the pagoda, which fluctuated in size. The next instant, boom, the pagoda exploded, and a massive dark dragon coiled out, roaring in fury as it charged straight towards the king of Tota. Humph! Erlang Shun's eyes sparkled with cold light, and he finally moved, swinging his three-pronged blade violently, dispersing the dark dragon with ease. The foremost figure beneath the quasi-saint, indeed remarkable. Rex squinted, his form flickering as he returned to the side of the bull demon king and the other demons. The ease with which Erlang Shun had sliced through his power was more impressive than even Sun Wukong. With Yang Jian here, who dares to challenge me? Erlang Shun strode forward, casting his gaze upon the bull demon king and the other demon kings below. I believe you have made a mistake. Before the bull demon king and the others could respond, Rex spoke first, a cold smile gracing his lips, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. This is war. With a hum, as his words fell, a radiant sphere materialized in his palm, which he then hurled into the sky. This inexplicable action bewildered Erlang Shun and the king of Tota, as well as Sun Wukong and the other demon kings, who frowned in confusion, unsure of Rex's intentions. But in the next moment, they understood. A cataclysmic transformation unfolded around Rex. The great ape roared. Is this truly my elder brother's true form? Sun Wukong's eyes glimmered with excitement. He had confirmed that Rex was indeed a monkey demon. Elder brother has not invoked the celestial and terrestrial powers. His true form is astonishingly vast. The bull demon king and the other demon kings were left astounded. They could hardly fathom how many years of cultivation Rex must have undergone to attain such an immense physique. Chapter 68, Summoning all demon clans to resist the immortals and Buddha's a peerless great demon. The million heavenly soldiers and generals took a collective step back, frightened by the sudden manifestation of Rex's colossal ape form. After the battle of the investiture of the gods, such a great demon should no longer exist in the world. Moreover, during the investiture, I had never heard of such a ferocious ape. From whence did he come? Even Yang Jian, the celestial sage, wore a grave expression, his third eye blinking incessantly. When Rex's giant ape with its scarlet eyes scanned the surroundings, even his steadfast heart felt a flicker of fear. Boom! At that moment, the giant ape suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a massive beam of light that incinerated everything in its path, reducing the heavenly soldiers to ashes. Yang Jian's face displayed a peculiar expression. He sensed that while the attack appeared formidable, it might not be capable of harming him. Could it be that this ferocious ape was merely a fade? Doubts began to arise in Yang Jian's mind, yet caution lingered, for his celestial eye had failed to discern Rex's true form, which was exceedingly unusual. After all, even the great demon Kong Xian had not evaded his celestial eye's scrutiny. My elder brother has made his move. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Mu, the bull demon king, stirred by Rex's ferocity, let out a mighty bellow, employing the celestial and terrestrial powers to transform into a giant bull. Charging into the ranks of the heavenly soldiers, trampling them mercilessly. Vile creature! Erlangchen glared, wary of Rex yet unafraid of the bull demon king. He too transformed into a giant, brandishing his three-pronged blade. Ready to confront the bull demon king. Yang Jian, your opponent is Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong roared, transforming into a giant ape himself, appearing quite similar to Rex but even more ferocious, wielding his golden cudgel as he engaged in battle with Erlangchen. The bull demon king, the dragon demon king, and the other demon kings exchanged glances, each transforming into their true forms. A serpentine dragon stretching for miles, a gigantic rock obscuring the sun, a fierce and savage lion, and two uniquely shaped giant apes. All 8 titanic beings rampaged freely, the heavenly soldiers scattered in terror, fleeing in all directions. The king of Toda turned pale, daunted by the 8 colossal demons, and fled towards the heavenly court. Useless. Nez's eyes gleamed with disdain as he cast a glance at Rex, his gaze flickering before he ascended into the air. Ultimately, even Yang Jian sensed the dire situation, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon. Ha ha ha! The demon kings erupted in laughter, while Rex remained silent, gazing at the heavens. The battle between immortals and demons would surely lead to devastation. It seemed the Western Paradise would soon intervene. Alone, the demons of Flower Fruit Mountain could not match them. Summon all demon clans to unite against the immortals and Buddhas. Only in this way can the materials for refining the blood essence pill flow endlessly. A fleeting madness sparkled in Rex's eyes. In the wake of the battle at Flower Fruit Mountain, the demons emerged victorious, and word of their triumph spread throughout the 3 realms in a matter of moments. The demons hidden in various mountain peaks and caves felt invigorated upon hearing the news. And many of the previously observant great demons hurriedly led their subordinates to Flower Fruit Mountain. Soon, a true great demon arrived at Flower Fruit Mountain, the golden-winged Great Ping, a close relative of the Ping Demon King. But even stronger, even the likes of Tathagata had to resort to trickery to subdue him, especially renowned for its unparalleled speed. None could compare. Rex pondered whether consuming a blood essence pill refined from it would grant him its flight capability. Shortly thereafter, a stunningly beautiful female demon arrived. It was the Scorpion Demon. Remarkably, she was a formidable spirit herself, having once attended sermons by Tathagata at Ling Mountain, even managing to sting him, causing him considerable pain. Thus, the 8 great demon kings established the 10 great demon kings, with Rex at the helm. Even the golden-winged Great Ping, after racing against Rex, conceded defeat. In truth, Rex's ability to teleport meant that if he were to truly race against the golden-winged Great Ping, it would be left far behind. Elder brother, do you have someone in mind? The Scorpion Demon, with her enchanting figure and captivating eyes, immediately attached herself to Rex, refusing to leave his side. Hey, little sister, why do you cling to my elder brother every day? If you're lonely, I, the old bull, can keep you company. The passionate seed of the bull demon king immediately struck his chest, creating a resounding thud. Curse you! The scorpion spirit let out a delicate huff, casting a disdainful glance at the bull demon king. What if Sister Iron Fan gets jealous? If she unleashes the banana fan, I, dear sister, would be utterly defenseless. The bull demon king instantly became disheartened. Indeed, he was the king of the demon realm, formidable in strength, yet he was also rather timid. It would have been manageable if Princess Iron Fan were absent, but now that she had come to Flower Fruit Mountain, claiming she would keep an eye on the bull demon king to prevent him from straying. Brother, what exactly are you waiting for? Nearby, Sun Wukong munched on a peach, his face a mask of confusion. In my opinion, we should strike the heavenly court swiftly and eradicate those deities. Upon hearing this, the other demon kings, who had been drinking and reveling, paused, furrowing their brows as they turned their gazes towards Rex. Nearly 2 months had passed since the battle at Flower Fruit Mountain. Rex had been seeking their counsel on various supernatural abilities daily, and aside from that, it seemed he had forgotten about attacking the heavenly court altogether. What the monkey says makes sense. The golden-winged rock appeared before Rex in a flash. Brother, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you are far too cautious, overly concerned. It is not that I am overly concerned. A cold glimmer flashed in Rex's eyes as he replied coolly, you must understand, the heavenly court is not something that can be easily breached. Although Haotian is incompetent, the Tathagata from the Western Paradise possesses the strength of a quasi-saint. He swept his gaze across the assembly of demon kings. Tell me, who among you can contend with him? The demon kings exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Even Sun Wukong, with his notoriously rebellious spirit, fell silent when saints do not emerge. Quasi-saints reign supreme. What shall we do? The bull demon king spoke in a muffled tone. We cannot allow this to drag on indefinitely. It would be better to disband and return to our respective homes. Thus, we must seek out some allies. Rex responded nonchalantly, a fleeting crimson glint passing through his lowered gaze. Chapter 69. The anomaly in the central region. The demon race has never been weak. With Nuwa the saint overseeing, the other saints would naturally exercise caution and refrain from acting recklessly. When saints do not emerge, quasi-saints claim the throne. From the ancient times of the demon master Kuenping to the battle of investiture of the gods featuring Kong Xian, these great demons have been extraordinarily formidable, their supernatural abilities and innate talents nearly unparalleled. Even among quasi-saints, they stand as the elite, particularly Kong Xian, who wielded the innate five-colored divine light, rendering him invincible. Even the likes of Ran Ding and Lu Yu could only flee in his presence. This mighty demon still exists in the world today, currently revered in the Western Paradise as the Great Ming King Peacock. However, a demon is still a demon. Although Kong Xian has long resided in the Western Paradise, his inherent demonic nature cannot be erased. He is a powerful ally that must be secured. Furthermore, many great demons of the demon race have been subdued by the Heavenly Court or the West. Should they find an opportunity, their ferocious nature will inevitably resurface. One of Rex's goals is indeed those great demons. Oh no. After revealing the plan to the Demon Kings, Rex suddenly recalled something, his heart sinking. He had been here for 3 to 4 months, continuously seeking knowledge from Sun Wukong and the other Demon Kings regarding supernatural techniques, and while there had been intermittent skirmishes with the Heavenly Court, he had temporarily forgotten about the Dragon Ball world. Suddenly remembering, his expression darkened. Whether it is King Cold or Gula, if they find the monster planet, it would spell catastrophic consequences. With that thought, Rex could no longer remain idle. Brothers, I have a matter I must urgently attend to. Rex abruptly rose from his seat. You continue to parley with the Heavenly Court, avoid direct confrontation, and seek opportunities to persuade the great demons who have previously surrendered to the celestial beings. I shall return shortly. With that, a vortex of starlight appeared before him, and he stepped into it, vanishing from sight. This scene left the Demon Kings astonished once more. Truly, my brother possesses great power. The Bull Demon King's eyes sparkled with realization. If he remains this cautious, we cannot afford to be complacent. Indeed, the golden-winged rock nodded. I have certain connections with the Western Paradise. I shall take charge of the persuasion efforts in the West. I will accompany you. The Scorpion Spirit spoke up, having previously heard the Tathagata expound upon scriptures at Ling Mountain and had some connections with the demons residing there. The Bull Demon King and the other Demon Kings nodded in agreement, each setting off to seek familiar demons. Leaving the matter aside for the moment, in the Dragon Ball world, Rex returned to the place he had departed from, the Stone Man planet. Without lingering, he pressed his fingers to his forehead, sensing the life force emanating from the monster planet, and heaved a sigh of relief. In the next instant, he vanished in a flash. When he reappeared, he found himself beside Betty. Bang! Startled by his sudden appearance, Betty instinctively swatted at the side. Rex raised an eyebrow. After several months apart, Betty's combat power had indeed surged, now nearing 500. It's you. Rex, you have finally returned. Upon recognizing him, Betty exclaimed joyfully, throwing her arms around him in an embrace filled with delight and excitement. Yes, Rex gently caressed Betty's hair, his gaze sweeping around. It was then that he noticed Betty was near the central region, where a group of Scions were gathered, all seated in a meditative posture. What has transpired? Why are they all here? Rex frowned, noting the Scions were in a state of cultivation. Their cross-legged position seemed somewhat incongruous, as if taught by martial heroes. 2 months prior, the central region had suddenly emitted waves of energy, shaking the entire planet. Betty furrowed her brow, explaining, I personally investigated and found that the area of influence had expanded, yet the pressure upon us has diminished significantly. Thus, this place has become a natural gravity chamber. Oh, a glint of intrigue flickered in Rex's eyes. He had been under gravitational enhancement all along, so upon returning, he did not notice the subtle shift in gravity. The area is gradually expanding. This implies that eventually, this pressure will envelop the entire monster planet. Should that happen, the gravity of the entire planet will be altered. Let us set this matter aside for now. Rex shook his head, for his purpose in returning was not solely this. Have you noticed any signs of King Cold or Gula recently? Yes. The super detector registered a powerful energy spike half a month ago. Afterward, I dispatched someone to investigate, only to find that Vegeta planet has been destroyed. As soon as she mentioned this, Betty's expression grew grave. Vegeta planet has been destroyed. A cold glint flickered in Rex's eyes. This means King Cold or Gula has already arrived. Indeed. Betty nodded, her beautiful eyes filled with hope. And suddenly said, Rex, could you take me to that world of Journey to the West? No. Rex replied without a moment's hesitation, that world possesses an overwhelming combat power capable of annihilating numerous beings like you in an instant. All right. A hint of disappointment and regret crossed Betty's face, but she could only nod in acceptance. She understood that Rex's words signified that the journey to the West was fraught with peril at every turn. Send all the Saiyans out. Find the King of Kurd and Gula. Rex's gaze hardened. I must eliminate them swiftly. Otherwise, the threat will persist. Meanwhile, in the world of Journey to the West, the heavens loomed high, and several imposing figures sat cross-legged, enveloped in an ethereal aura. The intervention of unknown beings in the conflicts of the three realms is unusual. How should we conduct ourselves in light of this? A long silence ensued before a detached voice broke the stillness. The Jade Emperor of Heaven has been inactive, and now calamities arise. This may not be entirely detrimental, a gentle female voice chimed in. Are you suggesting we endorse this celestial demon conflict? The earlier detached voice queried again. Having resided in the celestial court for too long, one inevitably becomes sluggish. From my perspective, it is time for the demon race to reclaim the celestial court. Suddenly, a figure scoffed. The detached voice sighed. Indeed, chaos is destined amidst the celestial and demon realms. Instantly, the figures fell silent. After a while, one by one, they vanished. Chapter 70. Entering the central abyss, seizing the opportunity as Rex's command echoed. All the Saiyans sprang into action. They had all learned the turtle breathing technique, allowing them to survive in the cosmos. Although they could not sustain it for long, it was sufficient. Before long, the signal from a Saiyan's combat power detector vanished. Such an occurrence could only indicate one thing, death. In the next instant, Rex erupted with rage and shot forth from the monster planet, carving a visible trail across the sky. This aura must belong to the King of Kurd. Rex furrowed his brow, realizing that this energy was not particularly strong, even weaker than Frieza's final form at a power level of 100. Yet, the one he truly wished to confront was Gula, whose final form boasted a staggering combat power of 470 million, far surpassing that of the King of Kurd. 470 million, a formidable figure. Currently, Rex's peak combat power could reach 200 million, still inferior to Gula. However, that was when he refrained from employing his mystical techniques. In the journey to the West, Rex had diligently sought the guidance of Sun Wukong and other demon kings regarding mystical arts for several months, and he had almost mastered them all. Of course, this was limited to ordinary techniques. He had yet to fully grasp the transformation of the earthly fiend's 72 changes. Lost in thought, he sensed the approaching energy. Now less than 1,000 miles away. Soon, a figure materialized before him, standing proudly amidst the stars. It was none other than the King of Kurd. You are the Saiyan who killed Frieza, aren't you? Upon sensing an approach, the King of Kurd turned, coldly fixing his gaze on Rex, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Do you dare seek me out? I have no time for your nonsense. A cold glint flashed in Rex's eyes as he transformed into his simulated Super Saiyan form, blood-red flames igniting around him. In an instant, these flames twisted into a deep black hue. Boom! He appeared before the King of Kurd, delivering a punch that pierced straight through his chest. Ugh! Coughed. The King of Kurd's eyes widened in shock as blood spewed from his mouth, staring at Rex in horror. You and I, we are unwilling, the King of Kurd stammered. Unable to fathom the sheer strength Rex possessed, he had thought that Frieza's defeat was due to his untransformed state, only to realize how laughable that notion truly was. Before long, he gasped his last breath, transforming into a translucent blood essence pill that could enhance combat power by 50 million. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Rex's eyes as he reverted to his normal state and swallowed the blood essence pill. Boom! The surging energy instantly filled his body, causing his complexion to flush crimson, blood surging within him. Damn it! I can't handle this. Rex's expression morphed in alarm. The power was overwhelming, and his normal form could not withstand it. In the blink of an eye, he felt as though he were an inflated balloon, swelling larger by the second. No. I'm going to explode. Deep fear welled in Rex's eyes as he gritted his teeth, the blood-red flames swirling around him. With a whoosh, his inflated body returned to normal. I knew it wouldn't be so easy. Rex exhaled, feeling a mix of relief and exasperation. This moment, his simulated Super Saiyan form had reached a combat power of 80 million. While in his normal state, it stood at 2 million. If that additional 50 million were added to his normal state, once Rex transformed into his simulated Super Saiyan, the resultant power would be terrifying. With the King of Kurd dead, when would Gula arrive? Rex pressed his fingers to his forehead, and in the next moment, he appeared on the monster planet. The situation in the journey to the west was tense. A celestial demon conflict could erupt into a cataclysmic battle at any moment. His position among the demon race was unparalleled. Calling him the leader would not be an exaggeration that he needed to take command. Having learned some mystical arts, while he could not claim to be a match for beings like the Thagada, he could manage to defend himself. Upon returning to the monster planet, Rex directly stepped into the central abyss. The pressure in the central abyss had significantly diminished. It was no longer as terrifying as before, allowing even some ordinary Saiyans to cultivate at the periphery. What on earth is this mysterious entity? Rex's curiosity about the enigmatic force grew stronger. He walked step by step deeper into the central abyss. Although the pressure was much weaker than before, it still intensified as he approached the center, causing beads of sweat to trickle down his forehead. Boom. Suddenly, the pressure multiplied several times, forcing Rex to kneel on the ground. At this moment, he was still 10,000 meters away from the center. Whoosh! The blood-red flames blazed fiercely. Rex sprang up, pressing forward against the immense pressure that he suddenly understood why such a vast semicircular depression had formed here. The closer one got to the center, the greater the pressure became. And the ground had been forcibly compressed downwards, which explained why it appeared as the central abyss from a distance. Each step was laborious, and the flames surrounding him gradually shifted from blood red to a deep ink-like black. His eyes also turning pitch black. At first glance, he resembled an unparalleled demon emerging from the underworld. Only 100 meters left, Rex murmured. Beads of sweat as large as soybeans fell from his brow. He lifted his foot, desperately trying to move, but it felt as though he were stepping on the hardest stone in the universe. Immovable no matter what, I refuse to believe that this mere 100 meters can hinder me. Rex, his complexion transformed into an ominous visage, shrouded in a dark aura that blazed fiercely, rising to a height of dozens of zhang, as if it were a tangible entity. The 72 transformations, with a low growl. Rex's form flickered and morphed directly into a black sword, its surface ablaze with ethereal flames. In the next moment, the sword began to spin wildly, coalescing into a whirlwind that surged toward the center. Time stretched like an eternity. The terrifying pressure bore down upon the sword's body, causing fissures to appear, only to slowly mend themselves. It must be noted that this black sword was, in essence, Rex himself. The sensation of his physical form cracking and healing was maddening. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the black sword finally approached the central position. Simultaneously, Rex's true form manifested, and through blurred vision, he discerned an object ahead, which he grasped firmly in his hand. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. Chapter 71, The Return to Journey to the West, The Battle of Immortals and Demons. Chapter 71, The Return to Journey to the West. The Battle of Immortals and Demons, 8th Update. Please subscribe automatically. In absolute darkness, Rex trudged through the void, his gaze vacant, like an ancient well untouched by time, devoid of ripples that he was oblivious to his surroundings and the duration of his passage. Only aware that any glimmer of light was devoured by the shadows, including the radiance of energy blasts. He had surrendered to the numbness, mechanically placing one foot in front of the other. Suddenly, a faint glimmer of white light materialized before him, and in an instant, it erupted into a brilliant radiance, dispelling the darkness that shrouded the world. In the next moment, that white light shattered into countless fragments, revealing a sky filled with stars. Rex was momentarily stunned, gazing upwards at the celestial expanse. That moment, the realm of darkness transformed drastically. Dazzling starlight cascaded from the heavens like luminous curtains of jade. Breathtakingly beautiful. Then, a small spherical object appeared before Rex, hovering in place. Furrowing his brow slightly, he sensed a familiarity about this orb, yet could not recall where he had seen it before. After pondering for a time, a spark of realization ignited within him as he murmured, "This is the object from the central hinterland." No sooner had he spoken than the entire world collapsed around him. Rex jolted awake, finding himself lying in the very center of the central hinterland, clutching a spherical object in his hand. An illusion. No, that's not right. He scrutinized the orb in his grasp, his gaze turning peculiar. In this realm of Dragon Balls, such an object existed. If he was not mistaken, what he had just experienced was the evolution of worlds. He pondered where this orb had come from on this monstrous planet, astonished by its advanced nature. "Universe, do you know what this is?" he inquired within his mind. While specifics eluded him, Based on its characteristics, he decided to name it the Chaos Orb. The voice of the great universe system carried a hint of peculiarity, revealing its rare emotional fluctuations. Chaos Orb, quite an apt name. Rex nodded, contemplating. In the world of Journey to the West, whether among immortals or demons, there are magical weapons that I seldom wield weapons, but this Chaos Orb could be refined into my life as treasure. Its power undoubtedly extraordinary. He had already mastered the method of refining his life as treasure. With that thought, Rex hesitated no longer. He seated himself cross-legged, his fingers poised as a wisp of tiny black flame emerged, cascading down to the ground. In the next instant, the Chaos Orb began to levitate, suspended above the black flames. Whoosh! The Chaos Orb was instantly enveloped, with not a single gap remaining. Rex sat cross-legged, focusing intently on the Chaos Orb, channeling all his energy to nurture it. He remained in this meditative state for an entire month. When Rex finally opened his eyes, the Chaos Orb had transformed, its surface continually ignited with faint black flames, hovering in the air, exuding an ominous aura. It would be more fitting to call it the Chaos Demon Orb now. A smile involuntarily crept across Rex's face, but he quickly reined in his expression, muttering, "It's time to return to the Journey to the West." A vortex of stars materialized. He stepped forward into it. Boom! The moment he entered the world of Journey to the West, a tremendous roar resonated in his ears. Rex's expression shifted slightly as he vanished from his original position. Looking back, he saw a massive bolt of lightning cleave through the very spot where he had stood. Rex's pupils contracted slightly as he surveyed his surroundings. The first sight that met his eyes was a colossal ape, towering and bloodied, wielding a massive club that resembled a pillar of heaven, smashing down upon countless celestial soldiers with a thunderous roar. Shifting his gaze, he beheld a gigantic bull treading upon rolling black clouds, its bellowing nearly drowning out the thunder. Another glance revealed a pair of immense wings spanning the sky, stretching an astonishing 36,000 miles, as it violently tore apart a dragon. Demons revealed their true forms, engaging in battle against the celestial immortals. The cries of war shattered the heavens, inundating his eardrums. The Flowerfruit Mountain had undeniably transformed into a battlefield of immortals and demons. I was gone for just over a month, and yet a great war has already erupted. How could it escalate so swiftly? Rex's heart raced. If Sun Wukong and the others had adhered to his instructions, this conflict between immortals and demons could not possibly have ignited in such a short span. What had gone wrong? He could never have anticipated the intervention of the sages, directly propelling the war between the immortals and demons. Big Brother, not far away, a massive scorpion detected Rex's presence, instantly repelling several nearby monks as it transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman, her face lighting up with surprise. It was the scorpion demon. At this moment, she was smeared with blood, surrounded by the corpses of monks, yet despite the siege, she bore significant wounds. A cold glimmer flashed in Rex's gaze as he swiftly appeared before the scorpion demon. Boom! The monks besieging her were sent flying by an enormous hand that had suddenly emerged. Little sister, what on earth is happening? Rex's expression darkened. The situation was not as he had calculated. With the immortals and Buddhas joining forces, the demon race was evidently at a disadvantage, lacking the necessary high-level combat power. The sages intervened. The scorpion demon replied with a bitter smile, her face splattered with the blood of the monks, enhancing her already tragic beauty. Fourth brother and sixth brother have fallen in battle. My demon race is retreating under the relentless assault of the immortals and Buddhas, were it not for the extraordinary strength of second brother, third brother, eighth brother, and ninth brother, we would have already been defeated. The second brother, third brother, eighth brother, and ninth brother she mentioned referred to the Bull Demon King, the Flood Dragon King, Sun Wukong, and the Golden-Winged Great Pung, all of whom were immensely powerful and had gained notorious reputation since the onset of the war between the immortals and demons, especially in his berserk state. Sun Wukong's name struck terror into the hearts of the immortals and Buddhas wherever he went. Was Kong Xian not summoned? Rex's expression turned grim as he murmured. Naturally, he was summoned, but as a quasi-saint, he cannot easily intervene. Otherwise, the likes of the Western Tathagata or the Earth Immortal Patriarch Shen Yuan would become involved. The scorpion demon explained, her voice tinged with frustration. A quasi-saint cannot intervene. A fierce glint ignited in Rex's eyes. This battlefield of immortals and demons would become his hunting ground. Chapter 72. The compassion of my demon, alas! That fiend still does not submit to punishment. Several golden-bodied arhats encircled the two, wielding their demon-subduing staffs, striking down with overwhelming force. Sister, take a moment to rest. and observe your elder brother's prowess." Rex appeared oblivious, continuing his conversation with the scorpion spirit, but as the demon-subduing staff drew near, a crimson aura suddenly erupted from him. Boom. The Arhats were instantly knocked back. And the next moment, Rex, like a phantom, materialized before one of the Arhats, delivering a punch that pierced through its chest. Golden-bodied Arhat. Ha. Rex sneered repeatedly. For the so-called golden body of these Arhats pales in comparison to Sun Wukong's indestructible form by countless degrees. Why don't you take a look at the Buddha I cultivate? His pupils flashed with a blood-red light, and a colossal phantom of a Buddha emerged behind him, not radiant with gold, but swirling with an inky blackness. What? The golden-bodied Arhats were all taken aback. Not far away, a Bodhisattva and Buddha turned their gaze toward him, their expressions shaken. "The compassion of my demon." Rex mimicked a pious gesture, his face adorned with a semblance of benevolence. Yet, as his words fell, countless dark palm imprints surged forth from the Buddha's phantom, instantly filling the sky with black Buddha palms. Boom, with a single strike. Dozens of golden-bodied Arhats spat blood, and the weaker ones were obliterated entirely. Such a waste. Rex smacked his lips, a devilish smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Why not all of you convert to my demons? And I shall impart the supreme teachings. What do you say?" The Arhats stared at him in horror, bewildered by such a display of power that seemed to straddle the line between Buddha and demon. Have they not been adversaries since time immemorial? Why then do these two forces coexist so harmoniously within a single fiend? Suddenly, atop the celestial heights, a colossal golden Buddha appeared, gazing coldly at Rex. Its pupils bursting forth with myriad golden rays, nearly shattering the heavens. But soon, a five-colored divine light emerged, causing the golden Buddha to vanish. This transpired in the blink of an eye, yet Rex felt it vividly. The sage does not step forth. The Tathagata in the world of Journey to the West is among the mightiest of beings. Upon closer inspection, he realized the depths of its power were indeed unfathomable. His brow furrowed, recognizing the considerable gap between himself and the quasi-saints. The subsequent five-colored divine light must be Kong Xian. This unparalleled great demon had swept through the Fengshen War, a being beyond comprehension. Had he not restrained the Tathagata, the demon race would surely have faced utter defeat. Rex's gaze inadvertently shifted to the golden-winged rock battling in the sky. This creature, a brother to Kong Xian, possessed formidable strength, yet fell short in comparison. More fearsome beings must emerge. A glint of cold light flashed in Rex's eyes. In the Fengshen War, many who faced defeat, though enshrined as deities, still harbored immense resentment. Take, for instance, Shen Gongbao. That phrase, "fellow Taoist, please stay," has ensnared countless souls. Rex knew. Shen Gongbao had been enshrined as the general of water dividing in the Eastern Sea, but his physical form was filled with the eye of the North Sea. For many years, he must have nursed a grievance. Consider also the ancient figure of Xing Tian. Such a powerful being still existed in the world, waiting to be found. Elder brother, be cautious. In the midst of his contemplation, the scorpion spirit's urgent cry rang in his ears. Rex abruptly lifted his gaze, and a bolt of furious lightning descended from the heavens, illuminating the air. In an instant, the lightning transformed into a figure, riding a dark jade Qilin, enveloped in violet electric currents. Jinrin of universal thunder. Rex's pupils contracted slightly. The newcomer bore a vertical eye upon his brow, emanating an aura of authority that surpassed Yang Jian's righteousness. This was Wen Zhong, known as the Grand Master One from the Fengshen War, a paragon of integrity capable of discerning good from evil, renowned as the Thunder Ancestor. With a swift motion, Wen Zhong's piercing gaze fixed on Rex, his vertical eye suddenly shining with brilliance. The next moment, he glared fiercely. "You beast! Are you the one who deliberately instigated the war between immortals and demons?" "Deliberately instigate? What a preposterous claim!" Rex replied, his face devoid of expression. "Master One, you are well aware that the animosity between immortals and demons has persisted for ages, from ancient times to the present. The outbreak of war now is merely a matter of timing." "Nonsense." Wen Zhong fumed, brandishing his dual whips and striking down with ferocity. "Wen Zhong, if I recall correctly, you are a disciple of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. Are you aware of how your master, the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, met her demise?" Rex dodged nonchalantly, speaking with casual indifference. Wen Zhong fell silent, his attacks becoming increasingly violent, transforming the area within several dozen meters into a hell of lightning. "She perished because of the scheme orchestrated by the primordial heavenly sovereign," leading to her being devoured of all her essence by the demon mosquito. Rex chuckled softly. You claim to be just and incorruptible. Yet why do you not confront the primordial heavenly sovereign and see how he responds? When Zhong's movements faltered instantly, his pupils constricting. Ha ha, ha! Rex laughed maniacally, his form trembling as the surrounding lightning dissipated. He soared into the air, charging toward the battlefield above. Meanwhile, at the zenith of the heavens, several figures sat in meditation. My poor disciple perished because of this. A cold laugh echoed, belonging to the Tongtian patriarch. Brother, your schemes are truly remarkable. How can one take the fiend's slanderous words seriously? The primordial heavenly sovereign's voice was calm, betraying no emotion. Though his words were placid, he could not help but feel astonished within. He had meticulously calculated to allow the demon mosquito to consume the turtle's spirit Holy Mother, thereby siphoning 3 out of the 12 golden lotuses of the Zhuani Taoist, all to weaken the fortunes of the West. This matter should have remained undisclosed. Even when Junti and others calculated their fates, they could only attribute it to the will of heaven. Who, then, is this fiend capable of discerning the hidden truths? Junti, unusually silent, fixated his indifferent gaze on the figure of Sun Wukong, who was brandishing the golden cudgel below. P.S. There will be 5 updates today, so do not worry. I am diligently typing away. Chapter 73. Sweeping away the heavenly troops. The 9 spirits Yuan sent. The emergence of a high-tier force has immense implications, especially when that force possesses the power to overshadow others of its kind. Such is the case now. When Rex appeared on the battlefield, the chaotic situation was swiftly brought under control, and the demon's decline was remarkably reversed in an instant, with a flash of his eyes. Countless heavenly soldiers were instantly reduced to ashes. With a proclamation of the compassion of my demon, the sky filled with shadowy palm imprints transforming into ink dragons, sweeping across the battlefield, overwhelming even the celestial beings and arhats. Rex's desire for slaughter could not be thwarted, not even by the Shinran of universal thunder. That ghostly figure was unstoppable. Furthermore, when Zhang remained entranced by Rex's words, still lost in thought and turmoil. Thus, Rex pressed forward without hesitation, effortlessly obliterating his foes while refining their slain bodies into vital blood pills, unperturbed by the scrutiny of saints and quasi-saints. After all, he was a great demon now. As for the demonic arts, they are inherently capricious and inscrutable, as well as exceedingly vicious. On this battlefield, many powerful demons are capable of devouring their foes whole. Take the Dragon Demon King, for instance. With a single gaping maw, he devoured dozens of celestial warriors, leaving behind a gruesome spectacle of blood. In contrast, one like Rex, who refines his essence into a blood elixir before consuming it, appears infinitely more benevolent. With my elder brother's return, victory is assured for our demon clan. My subordinates, unleash your wrath and slay them. Upon witnessing Rex's return, the Bull Demon King was overwhelmed with joy, his roar echoing through the heavens as he trampled upon the rolling black clouds, smashing a celestial general into a bloody pulp. Meanwhile, both the Dragon Demon King and the Golden-Winged Great Ping were equally stirred, their battle fervor igniting instantaneously. Soldiers matched soldiers, generals met generals. Yet, there was one exception: the great sage equal to heaven. The Monkey King. Initially, celestial generals like Yang Jian could contend with him, even suppressing him. But this monkey grew ever more valiant with each battle, his strength escalating in tandem with the conflict. This day, even the illustrious Yang Jian cannot hope to rival him, forced to rely on the encirclement of numerous celestial soldiers, roaring. At this moment, Sun Wukong remained in his colossal ape form, his eyes gleaming with a chilling bloodlust. Fighting with unrestrained fervor, even surrounded by tens of thousands of celestial soldiers, he showed no signs of faltering. With his golden staff, he struck down celestial warriors, sending their armor flying. Conversely, the celestial side was shaken by the sudden emergence of Rex, their morale plummeting as they retreated in disarray. This battle had already raged for 3 days and nights, yet with Rex's arrival, it concluded abruptly in less than 2 hours. The celestial and Buddhist forces withdrew, leaving countless corpses in their wake. This battle marked a resounding victory for the demon clan. Furthermore, it was the first true victory for the demons since the onset of the war between immortals and demons. Brother, Sun Wukong transformed back into his human form, descending from the skies, his body splattered with blood, none of which was his own. Elder brother, you have finally returned. The Bull Demon King and the other demon lords also landed, each exuding an unmistakable aura of menace. Rex cast a sweeping glance, a sardonic smile curling at the corner of his lips. You truly are remarkable. Who was it that instigated the conflict? Even the intervention of the saints would not lead to an inexplicable declaration of war. Based on Rex's understanding of those saints, they would never personally appear to issue such orders, under Rex's scrutinizing gaze. The demon lords felt a twinge of guilt and lowered their heads. Only Sun Wukong spoke candidly. Brother, you are unaware. The celestial beings have been taunting us day and night. It was truly unbearable. In a fit of rage, I smashed that insolent creature into a pulp, and thus the battle commenced. Indeed, elder brother, the bull demon king chimed in, exhaling white vapor from his nostrils in evident fury. Our demon clan could have easily overpowered those celestial beings, but one day, a horde of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas suddenly arrived, and that was when we faltered. Even our fourth brother and sixth brother were slain. The fourth brother and sixth brother refer to the great sage of the mixed heavens, the Pung Demon King, and the Wind-Through Demon King, respectively. They were indeed unfortunate when reinforcements from the Western Paradise arrived. It happened to coincide with their battle outside, leading to their untimely demise. On that very day, Sun Wukong, infuriated, wielded his golden staff, earning a fearsome reputation that made the Celestials tremble. So that is the case. Rex mused, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he grasped the situation. The Demon Clan, known for their capricious tempers, particularly Sun Wukong, who was notoriously restless, responding with aggression to the incessant taunts was entirely within reason. Yet, this inadvertently aligned with the Celestial Court's intentions. Suddenly, Rex's gaze shifted to an unfamiliar face, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Pray tell, who might this brother be?" This demon exuded an extraordinary demeanor, clearly standing alongside the Bull Demon King and other lords, demonstrating considerable strength. I am the Nine Spirits Primordial Sage. I have long heard of the extraordinary powers of the Saiyan Great Sage, and today, I see that it is indeed true. The old demon spoke with a jovial tone. Nine Spirits Primordial Sage. Rex raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a genuine ancient demon, his true form being a nine-headed lion, possessing tremendous magical prowess. In Journey to the West, he could effortlessly abduct Tang Seng and his companions without their awareness. It is worth noting that even the Devouring requires keen insight to observe certain situations, whereas the Nine Spirits Primordial Sage could ascertain the outside conditions with merely a slight exertion of his power. His strength is thus evident. However, Rex recalled that this ancient demon served as the mount of the Supreme One. The Supreme One sent you. Rex's eyes flickered as he posed the question. The Supreme One, also known as the Heavenly Sovereign who rescues from suffering, was a formidable figure during the War of Gods. One of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. He was of a similar caliber to the Tathagata and possessed numerous powerful artifacts. Did that lion servant drink the Supreme One's wine, prompting the Nine Spirits Primordial Sage to emerge? Rex found it hard to believe such a coincidence. The Nine Spirits Primordial Sage's expression shifted slightly. After a moment of silence, he fixed his gaze on Rex and slowly replied, "Might the Saiyan Great Sage doubt the old lion's credentials? Brother, how could you entertain such thoughts?" The Lion Trojan King interjected, furrowing his brow in displeasure. "Our ancestor has been fighting alongside us against the celestial beings, even personally annihilating a bodhisattva and dozens of arhats. Without our ancestor's presence, we would hardly have endured until your return." In a strict sense, the Lion Trojan King was a descendant of the Nine Spirits Primordial Sage, holding him in high esteem. Indeed, the Bull Demon King nodded in agreement. The Nine Spirits Primordial Sage was summoned by our fifth brother and has achieved remarkable feats. Elder brother, you must have misunderstood. The other demon lords also nodded in concurrence, having witnessed the Nine Spirits Primordial Sage's slaying of celestial beings and Buddhas over the past few days. If he were sent by the Supreme One, how could he have fought so fervently? "Oh, then it seems I was overly cautious," Rex remarked, his gaze subtly shifting as he offered a respectful nod to the Nine Spirits Primordial Sage, given the current volatile situation. "My caution was warranted, and I hope the Nine Spirits Primordial Sage will not take offense." While speaking, he kept a keen eye on the Nine Spirits Primordial Sage's eyes, perceptibly catching a fleeting moment of conflict and unease. This ancient demon indeed harbored some issues. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Rex's eyes. Earlier, he had noticed that while the Lion Trojan King mentioned the Nine Spirits Primordial Sage's slaying of a bodhisattva and dozens of arhats, he made no mention of the celestial beings. During the War of Gods, several of the 12 golden immortals under the Primordial One had been drawn to the Western teachings. Therein lay a deep-seated grudge. If his suspicions were correct, the Nine Spirits Primordial Sage was undoubtedly acting on the Primordial One's orders, and behind the Primordial One stood the Primordial Celestial Lord. Those accursed saints treat the lives of beings as mere pawns in their games. Now, they dare to regard me as just another piece in their chess match. Rex gazed up at the heavens, his heart swirling with murderous intent. Then I shall see what strategies you can devise when this game of chess has but one remaining piece me. In the celestial court, the Jade Emperor sat upon his throne, surveying the assembly below with an icy demeanor. Can someone explain how this battle transpired? How could one mere Saiyan great sage cause such chaos among you? The gathered celestial beings remained silent, heads bowed in shamed eye. In truth, they longed to voice their grievances. Why do you sit here and criticize? Why don't you try it for yourself? Just one Saiyan great sage. How absurd. The celestial powers at play are undoubtedly more formidable than even the great sage equal to heaven. Have you not witnessed how swiftly the Western Arhats were vanquished? Humph, with no one daring to respond. The Jade Emperor seethed with pent-up rage, letting out a cold hum as his gaze fell upon the venerable Taishang Laojun seated at the forefront. He endeavored to temper his tone, asking, Laojun, what are your thoughts on this matter? Alas, Taishang Laojun merely shook his head with a sigh, choosing silence. The corners of the Jade Emperor's mouth twitched, nearly bursting forth with a tirade. What is there to sigh about, in truth? The Jade Emperor knew all too well that this chaos between deities and demons was undoubtedly orchestrated by several of the saints. His inquiry was but a means to gauge Taishang Laojun's perspective. Who would have thought this old fellow would dismiss him with a mere sigh? The Jade Emperor was consumed by anxiety. Reclining helplessly against his chair at the eastern sea's edge, an elderly man sat cross-legged, holding a fishing rod, resembling a statue, utterly motionless. This peculiar old man had a face turned entirely backward, twisted a full 180 degrees, creating a decidedly eerie appearance. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him, silently observing. After a long pause, the stranger spoke. Friend, why not open your eyes and take a look at me? The newcomer was Rex, wearing a faint smile as he addressed the old man. The heavenly mandate is no more, and fate does not belong to this world. The old man, whose head was turned backward, opened his eyes and regarded Rex with a measured gaze. I presume you are the Saiyan saint who instigated the celestial and demonic conflict. Rex's pupils slightly contracted. The heavenly mandate is no more, and fate does not belong to this world. Does this imply that he ought not to exist in this realm, that even the heavenly order has forsaken him? If even Shun Gongbao could calculate this, then surely the saints would be aware as well. I shall not waste words. Shun Gongbao, I know you have harbored resentment since the conclusion of the investiture of the gods. Rex scrutinized him intently. Nay, Shin Gongbao replied with a calm smile, his eyes as tranquil as a still pond. I have made grave mistakes and have sought atonement since then. What resentment could I possibly harbor? Though his tone was placid, Rex discerned the underlying discontent within. However, he dared not voice it. In this time of upheaval across the three realms, with saints vying for dominance and war rekindled, it echoed the events of the past investiture of the gods. After a moment of silence, Rex slowly spoke. Shin Gongbao, have you never considered stepping onto the stage of the three realms once more? How would one ascend? Shin Gongbao scoffed. My physical form lies ensconced in the eye of the North Sea. I am but a wisp of spirit now. What use is there in venturing forth? I shall retrieve it for you. Rex declared boldly. A faint smile played on Shin Gongbao's lips. That is a method employed by the saint. Yuan Shi Tianzuan, do you dare to pursue it? What is there to fear? A glint of cold light flashed in Rex's eyes. Saints, yet again, that name looms like an insurmountable mountain, pressing heavily upon all living beings. Yet while others tremble before saints, Rex feels no such fear. Although, in terms of pure strength, he could not match the saints collectively. He is not of this world. Should a saint intervene, he could merely return to the Dragon Ball realm and later return without consequence. Who could thwart him? Rex brimmed with confidence. Even the supreme heavenly order of this world could not bind him. Given sufficient time to grow, what are saints to him? He would slay them like mere dogs. Shun Gongbao stared intently at Rex for a long while before gently shaking his head and closing his eyes in silence. Then, forever shall you remain here, observing the Eastern Sea, serving as your water division general. Rex waved his hand. He was not a patient man. Seeing Shun Gongbao's stubbornness, his brows knitted in frustration as he turned to leave. Yet, just a few steps away, Shun Gongbao's voice suddenly echoed behind him. Friend, please halt. Chapter 75. Not averse to a full dragon feast. Rex halted abruptly, not out of genuine desire to stop, but rather due to an inexplicable, peculiar force impeding his steps. He turned sharply to face Shin Gongbao. The phrase "please halt, friend" was the harbinger of misfortune, leading countless celestial beings to their doom. Initially, Rex had thought this was merely Shin Gongbao's catchphrase, spread through repetition, but now he realized it was no such thing. This strange force, could it be the so-called laws? His brow furrowed as he pondered. It appeared that Shingongbao was indeed extraordinary, having nearly reached the realm where words manifest as laws. In the Dragon Ball realm. There were no such things as laws. In a sense, Dragon Ball belonged to a high-tech world, but it also featured beings capable of wielding ki. Yet, the journey to the West is different. This is a world of mythology. But why can I not grasp the power of the laws in the slightest? Rex gazed down at his hands, a sphere of ki forming in his palm, yet it remained purely ki. Is it because I am not a denizen of this world? Friend, can you truly retrieve my physical form? Shingongbao, oblivious to Rex's thoughts, fixed his gaze upon him, enunciating each word carefully, though I am not a virtuous man. I must caution you. The power of the saints is not to be trifled with. That is not your concern. Rex suppressed his thoughts, raising his head and speaking coldly. I can extract your physical form from the eye of the North Sea without demanding your allegiance to the demon clan. All I require is for you to stand against the celestial beings. If you can retrieve it. Shingongbao nodded slightly, then closed his eyes and resumed his fishing. There was a sentence he did not voice. If I could attain my freedom. What harm would there be in joining the demon clan? Above the northern sea, Rex stood upon the surface, scanning below as he sought Shingongbao's physical form. What a hassle, after a long time. His brow furrowed. This method of search was futile. He knew not where the eye of the North Sea lay. After a moment of contemplation, a spark of brilliance flashed in Rex's eyes, and he stomped his foot. Boom! The entire northern sea trembled, waves soaring into the sky like furious dragons striking the heavens. Moments later, several colossal dragons surged from the depths, transforming into human forms before Rex. Great sage. What offense has the old dragon committed? The Dragon King of the North Sea wore a look of distress as he bowed to Rex. He had been resting in the Dragon Palace when the earth shook and the sea roiled, akin to the onset of doom, prompting him to rush out to assess the situation. Yet, he was met with the sight of Rex, this formidable demon. In the conflict between celestial beings and demons. The Dragon Clan found themselves in an awkward position. In terms of identity, they were indeed demons, yet they held a place among the celestial ranks, having been conferred godly titles. Both sides had approached them for assistance. Yet after deliberation, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings resolved to remain neutral. Old Dragon King, I ask you, where is the eye of the North Sea? Rex spoke coldly, without the slightest hint of politeness. Ordinarily, dragons are synonymous with formidable power. And when it comes to strength, they undoubtedly rank among the foremost. Yet, in the world of Journey to the West, despite their role as rain deities, the Dragon Clan holds a rather lowly status. They're might quite ordinary, and when confronted by celestial beings, they invariably refer to themselves as mere minor deities. The Dragon King of the North Sea was taken aback, glancing cautiously at Rex, uncertain of the great sage's intentions concerning the eye of the North Sea. Rex cast him a sidelong glance, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. What do you think? Could it be that he was referring to Shingongbao? The Dragon King of the North Sea struggled to muster a semblance of a smile. Though it appeared more grotesque than sorrowful, the bitterness in his heart intensifying. That great deity, Shingongbao, was under the decree of the sage Yuan Shirtian Zun, having been entombed within the eye of the North Sea. Yet here stood this audacious sage of the demon clan, utterly unafraid. But he was terrified, should Yuan Shirtian Zun lay blame upon him. Although he had not rescued the corporeal being, he would still be regarded as an accomplice, inevitably facing punishment. He was completely foolish after all. A sly smile curved Rex's lips as he regarded the Dragon King of the North Sea, pondering why he could not see the precariousness of the situation. In the conflict between the celestial beings and demons, did they truly believe that the 4 dragon clans would remain unscathed? The Dragon King of the North Sea was at a loss for words. Enough of this idle chatter. Quickly tell me where the eye of the North Sea is. Otherwise, a deadly glint flashed in Rex's eyes. I shall lay waste to your North Sea. The Dragon King of the North Sea's countenance quivered, his face a mask of despair. Great sage, why must you make things difficult for this humble dragon? That great deity Shingongbao is suppressed by the sage. If I reveal it to you, I cannot escape punishment. Oh, so you mean to say you will not tell me? Rex nodded, his gaze upon the Dragon King akin to that of a fool. No wonder the 4 Dragon Kings decided to remain uninvolved. Such a lack of intellect was indeed hopeless. Should the heavenly court prevail, or if the demon clan emerged victorious, given the nature of the demon kings, the 4 dragon kings would likely find themselves as nothing more than a pot of dragon stew. With this thought, Rex envisioned the Dragon King of the North Sea and the little dragon behind him transforming into various dishes of dragon meat. Roasted dragon spine, braised dragon head, fried dragon claws, and charcoal grilled dragon tendons. I advise you to think carefully. Rex licked his lips, an unusual glint in his eyes. My band of Demon King brothers would certainly relish a grand feast of dragon. Upon hearing this, both the Dragon King and the Dragon Mother shuddered, their faces filled with terror. The Dragon Mother tugged at the Dragon King's sleeve, signaling frantically. The Dragon King of the North Sea's lips twitched for a long moment before he sighed. Speaking in a pained voice, "Great Sage, do not take offense. Please, follow this old dragon. At least he was somewhat sensible." Rex chuckled lightly, yet the curve of his lips bore a chilling sharpness. The 4 Dragon Kings were not particularly formidable, but their transformation into blood essence pills might yield some benefit. However, their offspring were utterly useless. A grand feast of dragons, Rex had already set his sights upon. Chapter 76. A body ached all over standing atop the sea. Rex gazed downward, his eyes ablaze with intensity as he pierced through the layers of waves to the ocean floor. There, in the deepest depths, he discerned a humanoid coral structure, found it, with a swift motion. He unleashed a surge of energy, cleaving the ocean in two as he dove downwards. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside the coral. What a pity, reduced to this state. Rex clicked his tongue, extending his right index finger to poke at the coral. It did not budge. Rex's gaze sharpened. Though he had merely poked it casually, he had channeled his formidable energy, yet it remained utterly unmoved. This was clearly unusual. Was it due to the Eye of the North Sea? Soon, Rex pondered further, glancing beneath the corporeal form of Shin Gongbao seated cross-legged. In the next moment, he transformed into a mimetic Super Saiyan. Stepping forward to seize Shin Gongbao's head with both hands, bellowing, "Rise, boom," the entire North Sea erupted, the seabed churning into a massive whirlpool, the center of which marked the location of the Eye of the North Sea. Rex gripped Shin Gongbao's head tightly, his blood-red aura flaring intensely, elevating his presence to its zenith. Yet, Shin Gongbao's corporeal form merely swayed slightly, remaining firmly anchored. How can this be so difficult? Rex's eyes reflected disbelief, soon replaced by a flicker of madness as he released Shin Gongbao's head, muttering defiantly, "I refuse to believe it." Boom. He swiftly kicked out, striking the waist of the corporeal form, still quite solid. Rex grinned, though an air of savagery tinged his expression. As the blood-red aura abruptly transformed into an inky black, the ethereal image of a Buddha and a colossal black dragon swirled around him, his pupils darkening to an abyssal depth. In the next instant, a tempest of punches and kicks rained down upon Shin Gongbao's body. The North Sea was in turmoil. The already raging whirlwinds expanded hundreds of times due to Rex's frenzied actions, swiftly engulfing the entire North Sea, even spreading towards the other 3 seas. "Fourth brother, what is happening?" The tremendous commotion startled the other 3 Dragon Kings, who hastily soared to the North Sea, their expressions frozen in astonishment, only to behold the North Sea Dragon King hovering above. With a bitter smile, the North Sea Dragon King remarked, "It is all the doing of the Saiyan Great Sage." Saiyan Great Sage? The 3 Dragon Kings displayed expressions of shock, incredulous at having incurred the wrath of such a fearsome demon. "Fourth brother, how did you provoke him?" The East Sea Dragon King furrowed his brow, for he was the leader of the demon clans, even revered by the likes of Sun Wukong as Big Brother. "I did not provoke him." The North Sea Dragon King shook his head, which slightly reassured the 3 Dragon Kings. However, his next words transformed their expressions once more. "He has come for the corporeal form of the great deity Shin Gongbao." "Fourth brother, how could you be so foolish?" The East Sea Dragon King smote his thigh in dismay, lamenting that great deity Shin Gongbao is suppressed by the sage. "How could you reveal this to the Saiyan Great Sage? Do I have any choice?" The North Sea Dragon King laughed coldly. "If I do not tell him, we will all become the blood meal for those great demons." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 Dragon Kings darkened considerably. He dared to be so audacious. Did he not fear that we might ally with the Heavenly Court? The South Sea Dragon King's gaze shifted. "Is he afraid?" The North Sea Dragon King countered, leaving them speechless. Indeed, did he harbor any fear? Since he dared to threaten them so brazenly, he had already conveyed a clear message. To him, they were utterly insignificant. In an instant, the 4 Dragon Kings fell into a profound silence, their gazes cast downwards upon the tumultuous North Sea, enveloped in a sense of despair. The Yusu Palace. The primordial supreme being was engaged in meditation with his eyes closed, when suddenly a flicker of awareness stirred within him. Upon opening his eyes and calculating with a flick of his fingers, he discerned that the fiend was attempting to seize the physical form of Shin Gongbao. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated for a moment before shaking his head, muttering, "Enough, it seems that Shin Gongbao's time of reckoning has come." Amidst the chaos of immortals and demons, he shall serve as a disruptor. With that, the primordial supreme being snapped his fingers and closed his eyes once more. Meanwhile, in the North Sea, a beam of ethereal light, imperceptible to all, silently descended upon Shin Gongbao's corporeal form, unnoticed even by the nearby Rex. In the next moment, Shin Gongbao's body was sent flying with a single kick. Simultaneously, the upheaval in the North Sea abruptly ceased, the winds calming as if the apocalyptic scene moments ago had been merely an illusion. Rex stood in bewilderment, that all it took to emerge. He gazed down at the eye of the North Sea beneath him, his brow furrowing slightly, sensing an underlying dissonance. Yet upon further reflection, he found no apparent fault. Shaking his head, Rex flickered and appeared at the location where Shin Gongbao's body had landed, lifting it with a sigh. Truly, it seems one only stirs when met with force. Extending 2 fingers of his free hand, he pressed them against his brow, then vanished from sight. Fellow Taoist, Rex materialized behind the still fishing Shin Gongbao. Behold, this is your corporeal form. With a sudden flash, Shin Gongbao opened his eyes wide. Fixating on the tattered humanoid rock in Rex's grasp, an unmistakable excitement radiating from him. Indeed, in the next instant, his spirit disappeared. Boom! Rex's hand jolted, involuntarily releasing Shin Gongbao's form, which crashed to the ground. Crack! The surface of the rock displayed numerous fissures before shattering explosively. Hiss! Shin Gongbao's puzzled voice rang out, as he materialized amidst the dispersing dust, looking identical to his spiritual form. What transpired? Rex inquired, suspecting something had gone awry. Nothing of concern, Shin Gongbao replied, shaking his neck and twisting his waist. He felt an inexplicable sensation, akin to being struck by a heavy object, leaving him achingly sore all over. I believe it is simply due to my prolonged inactivity. Rex, adopting a serious demeanor, suggested, perhaps you should slay a few Buddhas to loosen your muscles? Shin Gongbao stiffened, the corners of his mouth twitching as he turned to Rex, retorting, I do not fancy engaging directly in battle. Given your familiarity with the War of the Gods, you should understand this. Is that so? What a pity, Rex replied with a shrug, fully aware of Shin Gongbao's inclinations, yet having made the remark casually. In truth, he never regarded Shin Gongbao as a warrior. Rather, he epitomized the role of a strategist in the War of the Gods. Fellow Taoist, if you have any tasks for me, please do not hesitate to command. Shin Gongbao suddenly spoke earnestly. Should you wish for me to join the ranks of the demon clan, I shall not object. Excellent. A glint of determination flashed in Rex's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Shin Gongbao, enunciating carefully, I require you to sow discord among the celestial and Buddhist factions, enlisting old acquaintances to join our demon clan. Shin Gongbao furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before nodding. I shall do my utmost. With that, he turned and stepped forth, vanishing from sight. Rex stood silently for a prolonged moment, contemplating the direction Shin Gongbao had departed, before his form flickered as he set forth toward another destination. At Chang'an Mountain, the head of Xingtian. After Pangu's primordial creation, 3 significant calamities transpired: the War of the Wu and Yao, the War of the Gods, and the struggle between Buddhism and Taoism. Although the ancient Wu and Yao conflict was a distant memory, the Wu clan had nearly vanished. The head of the great Wu Xingtian was severed by the Yellow Emperor, who, despite being affiliated with the Heavenly Court, claimed the title of Central Celestial Emperor, thus evading the authority of the Jade Emperor, remaining elusive to this day. Yet, ultimately, he belonged to the Heavenly faction. Suddenly, Rex's swift form halted mid-air, his thoughts coming to an abrupt stop as astonishment filled his eyes. He gazed downwards, questioning, what is that? Just moments ago, a surge of ferocity and bloodlust ascended, far exceeding that of any demon king. In that instant, Rex felt as though he were confronted by a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, his heart momentarily halting. It should be noted that he had slaughtered countless planets, accumulating a terrifying aura of death, yet this feeling was evoked by a mysterious being below, hinting at its formidable nature. Strangely, amidst the sanguine essence, there lingered a faint warmth. I must see what manner of fierce creature exists in this world that can instill within me such fleeting dread. A crimson glint flickered in Rex's pupils as he descended. This place was a continuous stretch of mountains. Relying on his keen perception, Rex soon located a nondescript small hill harboring the source of that ominous aura, a pitch-black cave. Standing before the cave's mouth, his gaze momentarily dazed, he envisioned the entrance transforming into a vast maw of blood, poised to devour him as he stepped inside, revealing its jagged fangs. What a potent ambience! Rex murmured, yet his resolve remained unshaken as he strode forward. Crack! The sound of bones being crushed underfoot resonated. Rex flicked his fingers, casting a small orb that hovered in the air, providing illumination. Before his eyes lay layers upon layers of white bones. forming a thick carpet, the majority belonging to beasts, with only a scant few of human origin. Many of the skeletons had decayed, crumbling to dust upon contact, evidently having perished eons ago. Rex maintained an impassive countenance as he ventured deeper into the cave. Before long, the tunnel reached its end, revealing a sight that astonished Rex. Before him stood a coffin forged of bronze, adorned with intricate, enigmatic patterns depicting soaring dragons and phoenixes, ferocious beasts roaring, surrounded by a mound of bones. As if guarding an emperor, could it be? A shiver ran through him as he contemplated a peculiar form of being, which could be termed a creature of death. Zombies. Moreover, within this verdant coffin, the being in slumber was certainly no ordinary zombie. It was likely the legendary progenitor of zombies. Otherwise, such a fierce aura would be inexplicable. Yet, he pondered, which of the 4 ancient zombie progenitors could it be? Rex took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within his heart, and stepped forward cautiously. He placed his hand on the coffin lid, hesitated for a moment, and, for the sake of caution, transformed into his Super Saiyan mode. With a surge of strength, he forcefully pushed open the coffin lid. Peering inside, he was momentarily taken aback. It was not that there was no one inside. On the contrary, a figure indeed lay within the coffin, an exquisite young woman, a beautiful zombie, exuding an otherworldly allure. The moment of astonishment was fleeting, and Rex quickly regained his composure. Among the 4 great progenitors of zombies, only one was female, the female drought demon, also known as the drought spirit or fire spirit. As the saying goes, when the drought demon appears, the land turns to desolation. The bloodthirsty aura Rex had sensed earlier was now understandable, carrying a faintly scorching sensation. Legend has it that this female drought demon was the daughter of the Yellow Emperor. Originally named Saiyan One, she had contributed significantly during the war between the Yellow Emperor and the great shaman Chi, but eventually faded from existence. Rex was aware of such a being but had believed her to be lost to time. Little did he expect to encounter her here today. Steeling his nerves, Rex scrutinized the drought demon within the coffin. Dressed in azure garments, her expression was serene, with a fair complexion that bore a hint of youthful softness. And her long, dark hair was neatly arranged. A single glance was enough to stir one's spirit. Beautiful she was, yet alas, she was a zombie. Rex shook his head in lamentation, and before he could finish his thoughts, the drought demon suddenly opened her eyes, crimson as blood, blazing like flames, fixing her gaze upon him, revealing sharp fangs at the corners of her mouth. Startled, Rex instinctively took a step back. At that moment, the drought demon no longer appeared serene. Her fiery, blood-red eyes and gleaming fangs exuded a sinister aura, as if she were ready to devour him. What's wrong with zombies? The drought demon slowly sat up, her gaze still locked on Rex. Her voice was melodious, like the tinkling of a spring. Do you harbor a prejudice against zombies? Of course not, Rex replied, raising an eyebrow as he appraised the drought demon with keen interest. After all, in certain respects, zombies could indeed be considered as monsters. Initially, he had merely stepped back instinctively at the unexpected awakening of the drought demon, but upon regaining his composure, he felt unfazed. Monsters? The drought demon let out a cold laugh, the bloodlight in her eyes gradually fading, and her fangs retracting. Zombies are but the remains of the dead that have attained enlightenment. To call them monsters is not entirely unjust. But what of you? Rex narrowed his eyes, responding nonchalantly. My dear, your manner of speaking is rather unappealing. Surely you have not encountered a man before. As soon as the words left his mouth, the drought demon erupted with fury. Her former zombie visage re-emerged, enveloped in an intensely deep red light, and a terrifying wave of heat and malice filled the cave. Boom! The drought demon unleashed a ferocious attack, her long hair billowing wildly, and claws glistening ominously. Humph! Rex's gaze grew icy. Maintaining his Super Saiyan form, he stood resolute against the drought demon's violent assault, not budging an inch as he clenched his fist, colliding with her claws. Bang! The immense force propelled him backward by a step. Zombies were indeed formidable beings with extraordinary physical strength. A cold smile crept across Rex's lips, his blood-red eyes flickering before gradually fading, replaced by a pair of pupilless whites. Are you truly a monster? The drought demon suddenly halted her onslaught, gazing at Rex with confusion. Those who attain the sanctity of flesh are exceedingly rare. Since the ancient battle of the deities, such beings have become nearly extinct. And yet, zombies, born with formidable physicality, are not easily surpassed, even by saints of flesh. The only entities that might rival them are the nearly extinct shamans and the waning demon clan. What puzzled the drought demon was that this peculiar individual, despite having a tail, seemed devoid of any monstrous aura. Rex's transformation ceased, and he gazed intently at the drought demon, noting the peculiar allure of her otherworldly beauty. Enhanced by an enigmatic charm, her skin, as smooth as mutton fat, made it hard to believe she was a zombie, especially one as infamous as the drought progenitor, yet a sense of disquiet lingered. The drought demon furrowed her brows, retracting her fearsome visage, her enchanting eyes scrutinizing Rex from head to toe. You have been absent from the world for too long, otherwise you would surely have heard my name. Rex leaned forward, his breath nearly brushing against her face, and grinned. How about we step outside and see if anyone knows the name of the great Saiyan? Half an hour later, the drought demon finally believed Rex's words. Though her expression remained somewhat grim, why do you instigate the battle between the celestial beings and the demons? Do you not realize it will lead to untold suffering? The drought demon glared at him, her beautiful eyes flashing with bloodlight, as if she might transform into her fearsome zombie form and pounce at any moment. What did you say? Rex stared at the drought demon in astonishment. To his knowledge, this drought demon was a great calamity, and wherever she went, desolation followed, of course. This was true when she unleashed her aura. Nevertheless, she was still a progenitor of zombies. The notion of causing suffering was something he would expect from the Yellow Emperor. Her father, but to hear it from her lips felt rather incongruous. That I ask you, why do you provoke the war between celestial beings and demons? The drought demon's long, dark hair swirled wildly, the scorching aura beginning to spread outward. Rex felt a pang of annoyance. He suspected his entry had been poorly timed. Perhaps returning to the Dragon Ball world and re-entering would restore normalcy. Hold your anger. Allow me to confirm one thing first. Rex stroked his chin, gazing at her with a conflicted expression. Were you not the daughter of the Yellow Emperor, known as Saiyan One? That is merely a past life. The drought demon snorted coldly. Yet her aura remained tempestuous, the ground beneath her visibly drying up. That is indeed correct. You are the drought demon. Rex rubbed his forehead, feigning exasperation. It truly baffles me that you would consider the plight of living beings. What do you mean? The drought demon's expression shifted, her fangs slowly extending. Nothing of consequence. Rex's gaze abruptly turned icy. Drought demon, you were once a great calamity, with countless lives lost at your hands. And yet, you now speak of suffering? Do you not find it laughable? A flicker of panic flashed in the drought demon's eyes as she attempted to defend herself. What about you? Rex shot back with a cold smile, suddenly reaching out and grasping the collar of the drought demon, pulling her close and locking eyes with her. Your kind has been relentlessly hunted by the heavenly court. And yet you hide away in this small cave like a turtle, calling yourself a progenitor of zombies. Oh, and I recall how you aided the Yellow Emperor in his battle against Chi-Yu, only to be exiled due to your own powers. Shut up, the drought demon shrieked, a fierce and bloody aura mingling with a scorching heat, erupting in an instant. Boom. Rex's hand was violently shaken off, causing him to stagger back a few steps. In an instant, a radius of several hundred miles was engulfed by the aura of the female spirit, transforming the land into a desolate wasteland. Parched and cracked. A fleeting glimmer of unusual colors flashed in Rex's eyes. This female spirit was indeed formidable. Her strength was impressive, and her innate burning aura was unparalleled. He believed that the unique flame power possessed by the female spirit was not inferior, even when compared to Zhu Rong, one of the 12 ancestors of the primordial era. I have no time to discuss profound principles with you. Should you come to a realization, seek me out at Huagua Mountain. Rex let out a low chuckle, disregarding the frenzied female spirit, and soared into the air, heading toward the direction of Chang'an Mountain. After his figure vanished, the female spirit gradually calmed down. Her enchanting eyes, akin to flowing water, revealed a hint of complex emotion, as her crimson lips parted slightly, murmuring softly, Huangdi, does the life of my father truly hold more significance than my own? Chapter 79. The arrival of the fearsome Lushun Buddha. How could it be absent? Rex stood amidst the clouds, his brow furrowed in confusion. He had nearly overturned Chang'an Mountain and scoured the surrounding peaks, yet he had not encountered the head of Xing Tian. After a prolonged contemplation, Rex ultimately shook his head, abandoning the pursuit of Xing Tian at present. He found himself more intrigued by the other 3 ancient zombie progenitors beyond the drought spirit, Ho Qing, Ingo, and Jiang Chun. Coincidentally, with the exception of Jiang Chun, the other 3 zombie progenitors, including the drought spirit, all had varying degrees of connection to Huangdi. The drought spirit, needless to say, was Huangdi's daughter, who, despite her military accomplishments, was exiled by Huangdi due to her peculiar circumstances. It would be impossible to claim that she harbored no resentment. As for Ho Qing, he had once been a general under Huangdi, who perished in battle, leaving his body unclaimed, ultimately becoming a corpse king. Harboring immense bitterness toward Huangdi, it is rumored that he was later vanquished by Anhua, though the truth of this remains uncertain. Regarding Ingo, he too was a great general under Huangdi, who, after a defeat, was dispatched to guard the Yellow Springs, and by a twist of fate, became a zombie, having once clashed with Huangdi in battle. Although he was ultimately defeated and his corpse destroyed, his soul managed to escape, whereabouts unknown. In the heavenly realm, there indeed exist true powerful deities, alongside the likes of Tathgata and Avalokitesvara from the west. Should they take action, the current demon race would likely be unable to withstand their might. Rex mused quietly to himself. He extended his right hand, and a small sphere of black flame began to drift slowly from his palm. This was the Chaos Orb, which he had refined into his personal magical artifact. However, he had yet to fully master its perfect application, currently only employing it as a projectile. The Chaos Orb may be diminutive, but as a throwing artifact, it was remarkably sturdy, beneath the quasi-saint level. Few could withstand the force of its impact. A few days prior, Rex had attempted to use it, directly smashing a small hole into the iron rod of the Bull Demon King, vividly recalling the resentful gaze of the Bull Demon at that moment. As he pondered, an unforeseen sense of crisis surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, Rex vanished in a flash. Yet the next instant, he collided with an invisible barrier, his entire being rebounding backward. His expression shifted slightly as he pressed his hand against his forehead. Realizing that his teleportation was now rendered ineffective, Amit Bha, a resonant chant of the Buddha echoed from nowhere. Rex's pupils constricted sharply as he abruptly looked up, witnessing a golden light descending from the heavens, only to discover it was a colossal hand. The Buddha, to be able to set up barriers around him without his awareness, rendering his teleportation futile. The newcomer was undoubtedly a figure of quasi-saint level. If something is lurking in the shadows, then come forth. With a powerful punch, Rex shattered the golden giant's hand, showing no fear, his gaze cold as he scanned the skies. Amit Bha, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Benefactor, why not take refuge in my Buddha and enter the Western paradise? Would that not be a splendid affair? The grand voice resonated from above, imbued with a tone of seduction. What nonsense! Rex sneered coldly. Though he could not see the speaker, he could surmise their level of cultivation. Sun Wukong, why must you remain hidden? The voice fell silent for a moment before it leisurely responded. Benefactor, you are attached to forms. Though such words were spoken, as the voice faded, a figure enveloped in swirling golden light appeared before him. Indeed, it was you, Tathgata. A sudden flash of cold light pierced Rex's eyes. How curious of you to personally come to intercept me. This Tathgata was not the one who suppressed Sun Wukong in the journey to the west. Tracing back his origins, he was the fearsome Lushun from the War of the Gods, hence also known as the fearsome Lushun Buddha. Your words are misguided, Benefactor. The Tathgata smiled, radiating Buddha's light. I perceive a bond between you and my Western realm. Begone. Do you think you are the Taoist patriarch? Rex unceremoniously interrupted. I say, fearsome Lushun, you were once a disciple of the primordial supreme, yet you went to the west to teach and became a Buddha, betraying your master without a shred of shame. How dare you show such audacity? The Tathgata's smile faltered, revealing a hint of unusual color in his eyes. The name fearsome Lushun had not been spoken for an eternity. He had nearly forgotten it. This unknown great demon before him seemed to possess extensive knowledge of the old tales from the War of the Gods. Yet he had never heard of him, nor did he appear in the heavenly secrets. It was truly perplexing. However, the Tathgata quickly regained his composure, not displaying any anger, and spoke with a smile. Did you come to Chongyang Mountain in search of the head of the great Witch Xing Tian? How do you know that? A sudden glimmer of cold light flashed in Rex's eyes. This matter was known only to a few demon kings. The Tathgata had evidently come to intercept him long before. Having already received the news, soon, he recalled an old demon, Juling Yuansheng, that audacious old lion. His heart boiled with murderous intent. Originally, he had hesitated to kill that nine-headed lion out of concern for the opinions of the other demon kings. Now it seemed he had been too lenient. The Tathgata smiled enigmatically, maintaining an air of inscrutability. I have no time to waste with you. Rex snorted coldly. He could not kill this Tathgata. Nor could the Tathgata do anything to him. With that, he turned, unleashing his aura, condensing sword intent in his fingertips, and darted off in a certain direction. Benefactor, why not return with me to the Western paradise? The Tathgata smiled faintly, his eyes brimming with confidence, evidently believing Rex incapable of breaking through the barrier. Are you incessantly vexatious? Rex abruptly turned, the chaos orb ablaze with black flames, hurled directly at the Tathgata. P.S. I am truly exhausted today, so there will only be 3 updates. Tomorrow we'll still have 5. The worlds of Journey to the West and Dragon Ball are inherently different, with distinct power systems. It is indeed challenging to ascertain which is stronger. Furthermore, a significant portion of Rex's strength does not solely stem from Dragon Ball but is a blend from other realms. In this regard, I hope everyone does not become overly fixated. Apologies for the lengthy discourse. Chapter 80. Deceive the Huanglong True Man. Chapter 80. Deceive the Huanglong True Man. What on earth is this? The great Sun Tethagata initially wore a serene expression, unperturbed by the chaotic sphere hurtling toward him. However, in an instant, his demeanor shifted to one of alarm as he instinctively evaded. Yet, the chaotic sphere traveled with astonishing swiftness. Despite his timely maneuver, it still grazed his arm, leaving a trail of injury. Hiss! A black flame seared the wound. The great Sun Tethagata's expression oscillated between calm and stormy as he gazed down at the injury. The black flame was inconsequential. He could easily dispel it. What truly instilled fear within him was the realization that this peculiar sphere, merely brushing against him, could breach his indestructible golden body. Such a treasure was unheard of. Among innate spiritual treasures, none should possess such power. Yet what else could rival this? A golden radiance flickered upon the great Sun Tethagata's arm, and the wound instantly healed. He lifted his gaze, fixated on the chaotic sphere that had returned to Rex's palm. His heart laden with suspicion, suddenly, he trembled. Could it be the primordial pearl? The primordial pearl, one of the 3 innate spirit pearls, wielded immeasurable power. Yet, this object was evidently in the possession of the Huanglong True Man. Rex's cold laughter pierced the air. In truth, he too was somewhat astonished. Although he recognized the extraordinary nature of the chaotic sphere, he had not anticipated its capacity to effortlessly penetrate the quasi-saint golden body. Moreover, this was without Rex fully comprehending the chaotic sphere's capabilities. He had merely relied on brute force to strike it. What is your connection to the Huanglong True Man? The great Sun Tethagata discarded his previous line of questioning, his eyes gleaming with golden light, yet laced with chill. How did this primordial pearl come into your possession? The primordial pearl. Rex paused momentarily, casting a glance at the chaotic sphere, his gaze flickering. In truth, while the primordial pearl was indeed remarkable, it paled in comparison to the chaotic sphere. Could the primordial pearl evolve the cosmos? However, this thought led Rex to recall a rather unfortunate individual, the Huanglong True Man. It must be said, he is a peculiar existence, a rare sociable entity among the 12 golden immortals, yet also a notable failure. Furthermore, due to his association with the Huanglong, he garners little favor from the celestial Taoist. The primordial supreme being. In the words of the primordial supreme being, a figure plagued by severe racial bias, the Huanglong True Man is akin to a creature clad in fur and armor. Unworthy of his attention. Is the Huanglong True Man weak? Not particularly. After all, he is a great Luo golden immortal. How weak could he possibly be? The true reason for his perceived weakness lies fundamentally in his origins. In an instant, myriad thoughts coursed through Rex's mind as he toyed with the chaotic sphere, chuckling softly. I killed the Huanglong True Man. Do you believe me? Impossible. The great Sun Tethagata snorted coldly, while he too regarded the Huanglong True Man with disdain. He acknowledged that the latter was, at the very least, a great Luo golden immortal. If he were truly dead, it would not escape his notice. Hee. Rex smiled faintly, nonchalantly stating, then perhaps you could enlighten me on how I came into possession of this primordial pearl? The implication of his words was crystal clear, practically stating, of course, it was given to me by the Huanglong True Man. The great Sun Tethagata fell silent. His expression fluctuated as he scrutinized Rex. And after a moment, a flash of golden light appeared before he vanished without a trace. One can only hope the Huanglong True Man possesses some fortitude, Rex murmured to himself. At this moment, it was highly likely that the great Sun Tethagata had gone in search of the Huanglong True Man, perhaps even requesting to inspect the primordial pearl. Should the Huanglong True Man refuse, it would undoubtedly lead to entertainment. The 9-headed lion, having dared to divulge my whereabouts, I trust you are prepared to transform into a blood essence pill. As his faint voice faded, Rex's figure had already vanished from sight. Flower Fruit Mountain. The various demon kings were indulging in revelry, for this was their only opportunity for relaxation amidst the tumult of battle. Boom. Rex landed on the ground, casting his gaze around. Brother, you have returned. Did the Shinwan leopard agree? Sun Wukong, tipsy and jovial, brandished a jug of wine as he leaped before Rex. Indeed, Rex nodded, a smile playing on his lips. However, while I was seeking that Xingtian, I was ambushed by the great Sun Tethagata. Upon hearing this, the 9 spirits Yuanqing seated above shuddered slightly. Brother indeed possesses remarkable capabilities. The bull demon king, with his large horns, spoke in a resonant tone, filled with admiration. The great Sun Tethagata, in his time, was a disciple of the saints, his cultivation unfathomable. Had it been the old bull, he might not have returned. That is of little consequence. Rex smiled lightly. What matters is how the great Sun Tethagata came to learn of my intentions. The demon kings exchanged puzzled glances. Is your meaning that there is a traitor among us? The scorpion demoness furrowed her brow, her beautiful eyes flashing with a deadly glint as she surveyed the other demon kings. That is impossible. We brothers have fought side by side. How could anyone betray us? The bull demon king's eyes widened in disbelief. Nothing is impossible, Rex scoffed, his figure flickering as he appeared before the 9 spirits Yuanqing. Wouldn't you agree, old lion? Brother, it absolutely cannot be our ancestor. The lion Trojan king rose abruptly, bewildered. I fail to understand why you consistently suspect our ancestor. Silence. Rex turned, coldly fixing his gaze upon the lion Trojan king. The glint of blood in his eyes fleeting. He then turned his attention back to the 9 spirits Yuanqing, his gaze piercing. I had no intention of killing you, but your actions have left me profoundly disappointed. Great sage Saya, it would be wise not to speak recklessly. The 9 spirits Yuanqing feigned calmness, yet a flicker of panic danced in his eyes that a person of the great Sun Tethagata's caliber could easily discern your whereabouts. Upon hearing this, the other demon kings regarded him with strange expressions. Humph, the scorpion demoness sneered, her eyes glistening with danger. Sun Wukong, his drunkenness evaporating, brandished his golden staff, glaring at the 9 spirits Yuanqing as if poised to strike him down at any moment. Even the lion Trojan king displayed an expression of disbelief, murmuring, Ancestor, could it truly be you? The 9 spirits Yuanqing was momentarily stunned, utterly unaware of what he had said incorrectly. Chapter 81. The Birth of Broly. Chapter 81. The Birth of Broly. Old Lion. Do you not comprehend that without my brother's presence in the heavenly secrets, who could possibly predict the outcome? The bull demon king laughed coldly, the dark aura flickering around him as he prepared for action. Ancestor, how could you be so foolish? The lion Trojan king lamented, his heart heavy. He is not foolish in the slightest. Rex's gaze turned frigid as he stared at the 9 spirits Yuanqing. If I am not mistaken, the reason he consented to your presence here is entirely due to the command of the Tai True Man. The 9 spirits Yuanqing fell silent. After a long while, he let out a soft sigh. The great sage Saya possesses extraordinary wisdom. It seems he has seen through it all. The voice of the 9 spirit primordial saint was calm, devoid of any anger from being exposed. Indeed, I have come at the behest of the Great One, Tai, to stir the waters. But do you all understand that this is under the auspices of the heavenly Tao Saint? The demon kings were all taken aback. The mention of the heavenly Tao Saint instilled trepidation in each of them. Yet, what of the heavenly Tao Saint? I, the old sun, am unafraid. Sun Wukong, fueled by ferocity, swung his golden staff, transforming it into a size akin to a bowl, and brought it down upon the 9 spirit primordial saint with force. After all, he was merely a monkey, unencumbered by knowledge. The 9 spirit primordial saint shook his head, and with a sweeping motion of his grand sleeves, a surge of demonic energy rolled forth, repelling the golden staff. The might of the heavenly Tao Saint is not something you can fathom. I do not wish to watch our demon race perish before my very eyes. Nonsense. The scorpion spirit also rose, her form enchanting, yet her gaze was sharp as blades, exuding a chilling aura. If the heavenly Tao Saint were to intervene, would our demon race's revered lady, Miwa, merely stand by? Why waste words with him? Let us strike him down directly. The golden-winged roc sneered coldly. You lot, I doubt you can even keep me here. The 9 spirit primordial saint, undaunted, ascended into the air, preparing to depart. Just then, Rex, who had remained silent, suddenly looked up, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. That a faint stellar vortex appeared without warning before the 9 spirit primordial saint, and with no time to prepare, he was drawn into it. In the next moment, Rex's figure vanished as well. Before the gazes of the demon kings, the stellar vortex abruptly disappeared. In the Dragon Ball world. Where is this place? The 9 spirit primordial saint stood upon unfamiliar ground, surveying his surroundings in bewilderment. Of course, this is your burial ground. My apologies for forgetting. Rex's voice drifted from beside him. You will be refined into a pill upon your death, thus there shall be no remains. With a swift motion, the nine-spirit primordial saint retreated several paces, staggering, and then stared in horror at Rex. You brought me here? You can construct a small world. He felt an immense weight pressing upon him. As if he bore the weight of a mountain to D. Oh, you feel your steps are heavy. Rex grinned. Precisely. The gravity here is 50 times that of the journey to the West world. What? The nine-spirit primordial saint looked utterly confused. Entirely at a loss for Rex's words. Alas, I only spoke further because you are the first character from Journey to the West to arrive here, but it is a pity that you are so dim-witted. Truly a waste of breath. Rex extended his right hand, and the chaos sphere floated from his palm, engulfed in black flames. A cold, cruel smile curved his lips. Do not be hasty. I shall send you to meet Yama now. After uttering this, Rex suddenly paused. Yama? He abruptly remembered that this world also had a realm of the dead. If the nine-spirit primordial saint were to perish, where would his soul go? Back to the realm of the dead in Journey to the West? Or to the one here? He suddenly felt intrigued. It seemed he might want to die someday. Rex murmured to himself. With the existence of the Dragon Balls, resurrection would be exceedingly simple at that moment. A graceful figure appeared from afar, swiftly approaching. The nine-spirit primordial saint immediately noticed the newcomer, and upon seeing the tail identical to that of the Saiyan great saint in his eyes, he froze momentarily. Suddenly, it dawned on him, pointing at Rex. So, you are a foreign demon. Almost simultaneously with his words, the chaos sphere was already less than a yard away from him. The nine-spirit primordial saint's expression changed drastically. Evasion was no longer an option, and he could only extend his claw, enveloped in demonic energy, to shield his forehead. With a dull thud, the chaos sphere pierced through his palm and brow. What a fine treasure. Rex observed the chaos sphere as it returned to his hand, before stowing it away. Without this chaos sphere, dealing with the nine-spirit primordial saint would have required considerable effort, and he might have even sustained injuries. Rex, you have returned. At this moment, Betty had arrived, not even casting a glance at the fallen nine-spirit primordial saint, as she leaped into Rex's embrace. I haven't been gone for long, have I? Rex looked at Betty curiously. A smirk playing on his lips. Were you lonely? Betty lifted her small head, rolling her eyes at him, and huffed. You always come and go in a hurry, and you don't allow us to leave this planet freely. I am nearly bored to death. Previously, Rex had ordered that until Gogeta's arrival, they were not to leave Monster Planet at will. If Gogeta arrived and he was absent, this planet would meet its demise. And the Saiyan race would be extinguished. Give it a little more time. I suspect Gogeta should be arriving soon. Rex stated with a smile. Very well. Betty pouted. Suddenly her eyes brightened as if she recalled something. By the way, I forgot to tell you, the wife of Paragus, whom you instructed us to take special care of, has given birth to. When Rex's eyes sparkled with interest, he had been preoccupied with matters in the Journey to the West world, nearly forgetting about Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Just a couple of days ago, excitement danced in Betty's eyes. Rex, do you know, that little fellow you named Broly was born with a staggering battle power of 10,000. Chapter 82. The Saiyan's Arrival. The Battle Immortal Buddha. This Broly. Rex stood before the infant incubator, gazing at the baby sleeping soundly within, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. After a moment, he shifted his gaze to another incubator beside it. The baby inside was wailing loudly. That Kakarot. Indeed. Bardock, standing nearby, nodded somewhat awkwardly. Kakarot is my son, and he possesses only a power level of 2. This undoubtedly filled him with shame. 2 children born on the same day, with Broly boasting a power level of 10,000, while his son barely reached 2. The disparity was as vast as the sky and the earth, especially since he was even frightened to tears. Take him to Earth, Rex stated nonchalantly. Bardock was taken aback. Though confused, he nodded. He understood that Rex did not appreciate others defying his wishes. Obedience was the only option. After a brief silence, Bardock hesitantly asked, what about Broly? Do not concern yourself with him. Rex turned and walked outside, his indifferent voice echoing, I wish to see how strong the legendary Super Saiyan can become. Oh, by the way. Suddenly, he halted, turning to Bardock. Can you transform into a Super Saiyan yet? No. Bardock shook his head earnestly, expressing his frustration as he spoke. There is a severe lack of genuine combat to truly awaken our potential. Due to Rex's orders, the Saiyans rarely ventured beyond the monster planet. Although they engaged in sparring among themselves, they held back their true power, unable to unleash their full capabilities. This posed a significant issue. Rex furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before inquiring, what is the current combat strength of our kin? Bardock replied after some thought, in a normal state, most are between 20,000 and 50,000. However, if we utilize the techniques passed down by our masters, we could surpass 100, excluding Lady Betty. Still so weak, Rex exclaimed in surprise. Realizing that he had been so focused on his own training that he neglected the Saiyan warriors, Bardock offered a wry smile. In truth, this was already a source of great joy for many Saiyans. It is important to note that even a combat power of 20,000 was once an unattainable dream for them. After a brief moment of contemplation, he produced a collection of vitality pills and handed them to Bardock, saying, "Distribute these among your people that I shall take you to a new place." "Yes," Bardock exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice as he accepted the vitality pills. He understood that Rex had been residing in a mysterious world far beyond their comprehension. And although he yearned to accompany him, he hesitated to voice his desire. As Bardock's figure faded from view, Rex turned his gaze towards Broly and Kakarot, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he stepped outside. A sudden epiphany struck him. Saiyans were inherently a warrior race, and without experiencing true combat, they could never achieve their full strength. The perilous realm of Journey to the West, while fraught with danger, would serve as the perfect crucible for the Saiyans. Despite the formidable beings present, they could certainly contend with ordinary celestial soldiers. Rex believed that it would not be long before these natural warriors, after enduring fierce battles and injuries, would unleash their true potential and sweep through the celestial armies. Half a day later, in the Journey to the West world, the demon kings of Flower Fruit Mountain stared in astonishment at the figures emerging from the swirling stars, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. "Master, are they all monkeys?" Sun Wukong murmured, holding a half-eaten peach. "Indeed," Rex nodded. "Do you not believe? Doubt me, and I shall transform into a colossal ape before your very eyes." "Brother, what kind of monkey are you exactly?" Bull Demon King inquired, visibly perplexed. "I have roamed the demon realm for many years and have never once encountered such a being." "Saiyan monkeys," Rex replied with a raised eyebrow and a grin. "It is understandable that you are unaware. We have always lived in a secluded world. As for our ancient lineage, it traces back to the very beginning of chaos." He spoke without a trace of hesitation, leaving the Demon Kings momentarily dumbfounded. In the end, they could not help but exhibit expressions of admiration. "No wonder my brother possesses such formidable abilities. He is indeed of the legendary chaotic race." Bull Demon King laughed heartily, observing the Saiyans floating in the air, curiously surveying their surroundings. "With the support of your kin, what could even the combined forces of Celestials and Buddhas possibly achieve?" "Do not overestimate my kin," Rex cautioned, shaking his head. "They are still young. Despite their immense potential, their current strength is not particularly formidable and can only contend with ordinary Celestial soldiers." Betty, standing beside him, couldn't help but scoff at that statement. "Still young? Any Saiyan present here is likely not much younger than you, Rex." "However," Rex continued earnestly, "my kin possess a unique trait. They grow stronger with every battle. Each time they recover from an injury, their strength increases." The Demon Kings exchanged glances, their expressions contorting in disbelief. "So, you mean to say that as long as they do not perish, they will only grow stronger from their wounds? Such a monstrous race leaves no room for others to thrive. I begin to wonder if your Saiyan monkeys were driven into this small world by the combined forces of other races." Jin Shi Dapeng sighed, once proud of his own bloodline, now feeling insignificant in comparison to these Saiyan warriors. The other Demon Kings nodded in agreement, clearly resonating with his sentiment. Just then, the sky erupted in golden light, war drums echoing as celestial soldiers and arhats appeared in the heavens. "What impeccable timing!" Jiao Demon King sneered. "Surely your kin can hardly contain their anticipation." "Indeed," Rex replied, casting his gaze upward, a fleeting coldness flashing in his eyes. "They have long been eager for this." Chapter 83. The Transformed Saiyans. How could this be? The moment the Saiyans materialized in the Journey to the West world, the previously meditative saints sprang to their feet, their gazes fixated on Flower Fruit Mountain. In an instant, how could so many beings outside the predetermined fate appear? Almost instinctively, they recalled the sudden emergence of the Saiyan Great Sage from earlier. There must be a crucial connection between the two events. This matter is far from simple. For the first time, the saints felt an unsettling sense of anxiety. Previously, with only Rex's presence, they had been confident in their ability to control everything, assured that even if a battle erupted, they could manage it. But now, the presence of so many beings outside the predetermined fate created an overwhelming sense of uncertainty. Soon, the heavenly Tao saints convened once more to deliberate on the situation. Meanwhile, high above where no one could see, a pair of cold eyes emerged, gazing intently at Flower Fruit Mountain. In the skies above Flower Fruit Mountain, the army of Celestials and Buddhas coldly scrutinized the demon horde below. But even more so, they focused on the multitude of Scions suspended in the air, their expressions grave and tinged with tension. The likeness of these figures to the fearsome Saiyan Great Sage was uncanny. Their explosive hair and the monkey tail wrapped around their waist had always been the distinctive marks of the Saiyan Great Sage. Yet now, such a vast number of these peculiar beings had appeared, each gaze directed at them brimming with fervent battle intent, as if they were gazing upon a delectable feast. What are we waiting for? Rex's voice resonated throughout the heavens. The battle you have yearned for has arrived. No sooner had the words left his lips than, boom, all the Scions erupted with fervent energy, charging wildly towards the celestial soldiers and Buddha generals in the sky. Not only were the celestial soldiers taken aback, but even the demon horde was left in shock. Your kin truly are ferocious, Bull Demon King exclaimed in awe. Rex wore a faint smile, but it quickly faltered that moment. A cacophony of explosive roars filled the air. Xianming Divine Palm, 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, 6 Pulsed Divine Sword. Rex turned his head stiffly, gazing at the Scions displaying their prowess in the sky. That moment, Bardock was laughing maniacally, unleashing a flurry of dragon-shaped energy blasts, wreaking havoc among the celestial soldiers. With each wave of her hand, Betty enveloped the battlefield in an icy chill. 7 Scions even formed the Big Dipper formation. It was an utterly disconcerting sight. Rex muttered to himself, doubting whether it was wise to have those martial artists impart their skills to the Scions. Although it appeared that their combat prowess had indeed escalated, there was an inexplicable oddity to it all. He himself fared somewhat better, as he had at least amalgamated those martial arts, making it seem relatively normal most of the time. Yet now, this group of Scions was beyond description. When Rex witnessed one Scion bellowing the Luohan fist and sending a dazed opponent flying with a single punch, he couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Just then, a Scion suddenly plummeted from the sky, surrounded by arcs of electricity, his body convulsing. Rex's gaze turned cold as he looked up, spotting an ugly creature with wings, brandishing a golden staff, utterly unmatched by the Scions. Legenzi. This was also a sage with a corporeal form, his strength rivaling that of Neza. Just as Rex was about to ascend, the golden-winged rock beside him spoke up. Brother, leave this bizarre creature to me. No. Rex shook his head, fixing his gaze on him. You are the fastest. Your task is to bring back my severely injured kin. The golden-winged rock furrowed his brow, seemingly reluctant, yet under Rex's stern gaze, he begrudgingly nodded and focused on the battlefield. His speed was indeed extraordinary. Whenever a Scion was gravely injured, he would whisk them away in an instant. That unparalleled velocity rendered him nearly invisible to the naked eye. Rex nodded slightly, and in the next moment, he appeared directly before Legenzi. Are you the great sage of the Scions? Legenzi paused momentarily, then quickly sneered. Just a hairless monkey that you're no better than that ugly birdman with wings. Rex replied with an expressionless demeanor. You Legenzi, stung by the remark, erupted in fury, flapping his wings as he swung the golden staff toward Rex's head. It seems you harbor a strong dislike for those wings. With a swift motion, Rex evaded to the side, a cold smile tugging at his lips. A good person, I have decided to assist you with this predicament. What? Legenzi was taken aback. Just like that, and the next instant, Rex appeared behind him, seizing the tempestuous wings with both hands, fierce determination flashing in his eyes. Screech. A blood-curdling scream erupted as Legenzi plummeted from the sky, his wings brutally torn away by Rex. The body of a sage with a corporeal form, what peculiar qualities might it possess after refinement into essence blood pills? Casually discarding the severed wings, Rex landed beside the writhing and anguished Legenzi, pointing a finger that pierced through the latter's brow with a surge of sword energy. Legenzi, meet your end. The destructive force of the Dragon Ball universe was indeed formidable. A fleeting thought crossed Rex's mind, yet he did not dwell on it. As starlight radiated from his fingertips, bold transgressor, a furious roar echoed from above, accompanied by a crack of purple thunder descending from the heavens. Oh, isn't this one Taisher? Rex did not bother to dodge, summoning a star array beneath his feet to shield against the lightning. As he refined Legenzi's corpse, he looked up with keen interest at the elder with hair standing on end. So, have you gone to seek out the primordial heavenly venerable for a discussion? P.S. This is the 4th update. My writing speed is quite slow. There will be another chapter shortly, but it may be rather late. For those accustomed to an early bedtime, you may wish to read it tomorrow. Chapter 84, Super Saiyan 1. When Zhong goes mad, vile creature, the actions of a sage must hold profound significance. How could we mere mortals presume to fathom it? The thunder god Puhua, Tianzuan glared fiercely, arcs of electricity swirling around him, his battle robe shimmering with a cold luster, exuding an imposing presence. Fool, Rex scoffed derisively. Although Wen Zhong did not comprehend the meaning of those two words, the contemptuous expression on Rex's face made it clear that it was an insult. Without hesitation, he lashed out with his dual whips. Boom! In an instant, lightning surged forth, battering the surrounding lesser demons and sending them flying. Humph! Rex had already refined Lei Zhenzi into essence blood pills, stowing them in his backpack, and did not flinch, standing his ground. Buzz! A black Buddha phantom emerged behind him, malevolent energy enveloping the area. Though it was merely an illusion, it seemed to possess a divine form. Its cold, piercing gaze fixated on Wen Zhong as it slowly extended a palm. In the next moment, countless palm prints descended. Wen Zhong staggered, his entire being forced back. Zing! A white light shot from the vertical eye on his forehead. Rex swiftly extended a finger, unleashing sword energy that shattered the clouds above. With a thunderous explosion, the white light collided with the sword energy, both disintegrating in the process. Wen Zhong, you have yet to attain quasi-saint status, yet you dare to contend with me? Rex's gaze flickered as he discerned Wen Zhong's power. Realizing he was but a hair's breadth away from quasi-sainthood, yet that slight margin was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Your capture is sufficient. Wen Zhong bellowed in anger, the lightning enveloping him becoming increasingly fierce. As if he stood amidst a tempest, casting a shadow over Rex. Wait until you have cultivated the purple sky divine thunder before you dare to challenge me. Boom! A golden aura erupted around Rex. His jet black hair transforming into a brilliant golden hue. Super Saiyan One. Ever since transforming into the mimicry of a Super Saiyan, he had been exploring the true state of a Super Saiyan, gradually mastering its secrets that in truth. The distinction between the two was merely a translucent membrane. Once grasped, it could be pierced with a gentle poke. Thus, transforming into Super Saiyan One was nearly second nature for Rex. Wen Zhong was taken aback, retreating several steps as he scrutinized Rex's current form, his mind abuzz with uncertainty. He had witnessed Rex's transformations before, yet that had been the mimicry of a Super Saiyan, which appeared otherworldly and would instantly be deemed as a malevolent entity. However, now, the golden aura enveloping Rex exuded an entirely different sensation. Though still fierce, it carried a faint hint of the divine. What manner of creature are you? Recalling the black Buddha phantom that had appeared behind Rex, Wen Zhong's suspicions deepened as he spoke in a serious tone. Though your question vexes me, I shall indulge you. Considering you are about to become a part of me, Rex mused, stroking his chin with a half-smile as he fixed his gaze on Wen Zhong. Do you think I am a creature simply because I possess a tail? Isn't that the case? Wen Zhong instinctively disregarded Rex's initial words, letting out a cold snort. What about you? Rex raised an eyebrow. Wen Zhong was momentarily taken aback. He subconsciously touched the vertical eye on his forehead, his gaze turning somewhat vacant. Such a complex question. Perhaps it is best left unpondered. I shall rescue you from your torment. Rex smirked coldly as the chaos sphere floated into his palm, then gradually drifted onto the back of his hand. In the next instant, he clenched his fist with a sudden force. Whoosh! Pitch-black flames ignited upon the chaos sphere, flowing like water along Rex's right hand. In just a fleeting moment, it transformed into a flame gauntlet that adhered closely to his skin. Meanwhile, the chaos sphere remained firmly positioned at the knuckle of his right index finger. Boom! A punch was unleashed, and the searing black flames surged forth. A chilling smile lingered at the corner of Rex's lips as he struck heavily at Wen Zhong's chest. Bang! A muffled thud echoed, accompanied by a scream. Yet, the sound did not emanate from Wen Zhong, but rather from his steed, the Ink Qilin. In that fleeting moment, the Ink Qilin shielded its master, enduring the fatal blow for Wen Zhong. As a creature of the demon race, it was one thing not to assist its kin, but to exhibit such unwavering loyalty to a divine master was truly beyond redemption. Rex shook his head in lamentation, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. However, I have never tasted Qilin meat. It seems I shall be fortunate this time. Wen Zhong regained his senses, staring blankly at the lifeless body of the Ink Qilin, suddenly letting out a piercing wail. Beast, I shall make you pay with your life. Thunder roared, shaking the heavens, as violent arcs of electricity coursed around Wen Zhong, transforming the area into scorched earth in an instant. In this moment, Wen Zhong resembled a deity or a demon, casting aside his twin whips and charging at Rex like a madman. Oh, have you become enraged? Rex raised an eyebrow slightly, effortlessly evading while chuckling softly. When Zhong, with your heavenly eye discerning good from evil, and your reputation for integrity, yet you are nothing more than a foolish simpleton. A sage has harmed your master. Why do you not question them? You incessantly cry out against beasts. Have I ravished your wife, or defiled your daughter? When demons kill, do humans refrain from slaying demons? When Zhong, however, seemed oblivious, appearing as if possessed, unleashing a torrent of punches towards Rex. What a pitiful creature. Rex ceased his evasive maneuvers. Bang! When Zhong's fist struck heavily upon him, and electricity surged throughout Rex's entire being. You deliver a punch, and I shall send you to the afterlife. Rex spoke coolly, his expression devoid of emotion as he retaliated with a punch. P.S. This is the 5th update. I kindly ask for automatic subscriptions, flowers, and all forms of support. Following the suggestion of a fellow reader. Let us establish conditions for additional updates. Calculating from now, 1 extra chapter for every 5,000 flowers. 1 extra chapter for every 10,000 points of donation. Ahem, I apologize for setting the bar high. Writing is indeed exhausting. Just consider these conditions. Additionally, I have decided to unleash a barrage of updates on one of the days this weekend, with a minimum of 6 additional chapters. Chapter 85. Saints should not exist in this world. Bang. A muffled thud resounded as when Zhong's indestructible body was pierced through by Rex's punch, a blinding beam of light shooting through his chest. Amidst the swirling thunder and golden flames, their figures appeared as eternal sculptures. When Zhong grimaced, the earlier fury completely dissipated. He gazed deeply at Rex, his lips moving slightly. Then, he succumbed to death. Rex furrowed his brow momentarily, then expressionlessly withdrew his hand. Saints should not exist in this world? He looked down at his palm, a fleeting glimmer of unusual light flickering in his eyes. When Zhong, it seems you are not entirely foolish. It is a pity you realized it too late. However, allow me to assist you in fulfilling your wish. As starlight flickered at his fingertips, shortly thereafter, both the ink Qilin and Wen Zhong's bodies had been refined into blood essence pills. First, let us test the effects. After a moment's contemplation, Rex consumed the blood essence pill refined from Lei Jinzi. Boom! The violent power of wind and thunder surged within him. However, upon encountering the energy within his body, it suddenly recoiled, as if meeting something dreadful. This scene was vividly felt by Rex. The energy from the Dragon Ball world indeed possessed formidable destructive power. Rex suddenly recalled the thought that had flashed through his mind when he had slain Lei Jinzi. He was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that the quality of the energy was exceptionally high, causing even the wind and thunder to retreat? In the journey to the Westworld, there are 3,000 paths, of course. This number is merely an approximation, not a literal count of 3,000 doctrines. Nevertheless, regardless of their nature, all these paths ultimately return to the heavenly Tao. Is energy also a form of path? Rex murmured to himself. At this moment, the power of wind and thunder was enveloped by the energy within him, gradually being consumed until it completely vanished. Upon observing the energy, it seemed to carry a faint trace of wind and thunder. The quantity of energy did not increase, yet its intensity had markedly risen. Simultaneously, his physical form felt significantly more robust, akin to donning a layer of close-fitting armor. Such an unexpected effect. Rex's eyes shone brightly. The enhancement of his physical form was anticipated, yet the alteration in his energy completely surpassed his expectations. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the other 2 blood essence pills in quick succession. As expected, the blood essence pill refined from the ink Qilin bore no exceptional properties, though it did considerably enhance his physical form. However, the other pill, refined from Lei Xing Pu Hua Tianzuan, once again caused a transformation of the energy within him. Buzz! An energy orb condensed in Rex's palm, yet it was distinctly different from before. Tiny arcs of electricity danced around it, albeit faintly, yet clearly visible, resembling a thunderous energy orb. Crack! Rex squeezed with force, causing the energy orb to burst open. He abruptly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the celestial beings above, his gaze revealing unmasked fervor. In the next instant, golden flames soared, erupting violently as an onslaught commenced. Rex refrained from unleashing another energy orb, for that would obliterate the corpses of his foes, rendering the refinement of blood essence pills impossible. Yet even with mere strikes, each flicker of his form sent a heavenly soldier or an Arhut plummeting from the skies. Some Bodhisat was even met their demise. In the heavens, the observing celestial beings wore expressions of sheer horror. Among them, the celestial generals watched in dismay as the great General Lei Jinzi had his wings torn asunder. And Lei Xing Pu Hua Tianzuan was also slain. Amidst their fury, an uncontrollable fear began to swell within them. Such a ferocious demon, who besides the saints or quasi-saints could possibly subdue him? This wicked creature is indeed uncommonly ruthless. The open-mouthed bodhisattva held a jade purity bottle in her hand, her gaze fixed coldly upon the descending Rex, a flicker of icy light evident in her eyes. It was none other than Guanyin Bodhisattva. Though she did not possess the Buddha's fruit position, her prowess was by no means inferior. She was once the compassionate navigator during the investiture of the gods, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Although famously known as the Great Compassionate and Great Merciful Guanyin, in truth, she was the most ruthless among the 12 golden immortals, having once forced Qi Jingzi to weep as he dealt with his own disciple. Guanyin, do you see the object in that vile creature's hand? Beside her, the great sun Tathagata spoke softly. That treasure is extraordinary. It once effortlessly wounded my arm. Guanyin was momentarily taken aback, her gaze intensifying as she peered closer. And she let out a soft gasp. Did it not evoke a sense of familiarity? The great sun Tathagata continued. Without the black flames, it bears a striking resemblance to Huang Longjinren's primordial pearl. Guanyin nodded, her brow furrowing. Could it be that I sought out Huang Longjinren to view the primordial pearl, only to be refused by that scoundrel? The great sun Tathagata sneered. After all, they are creatures clad in fur and horns. Indifferent to past loyalties, likely entangled with that Saya great sage below. Guanyin fell silent. Unlike the great sun Tathagata, she did not possess such thick skin that in fact, even now, many secretly mocked her association with the likes of the great sun Tathagata. Primarily due to her conversion to Western teachings following the investiture of the gods. If scrutinized deeply, they were regarded as traitors to their sect, a status looked down upon by both immortals and Buddhas alike. After a brief pause, Guanyin finally spoke. I shall confront that vile creature. As her words fell, the jade purity bottle in her hand shimmered with brilliance, droplets of celestial dew falling from the willow branch towards the ground below. Rex's gaze sharpened. He had just punched through the chest of the Arhut before him, only for the wound to heal in the blink of an eye. He abruptly looked up, fixated on Guanyin. Descending gracefully from above, vile creature, cease your actions. Guanyin coldly regarded Rex, her aura radiating with the light of the Buddha, a murderous intent palpable, yet her tone remained gentle, laced with an alluring undertone. Ha! Rex appraised Guanyin with a slight smirk, casually uttering 2 words, human, demon. Instantly, Guanyin's expression darkened. Who was she? Renowned as the great compassionate and great merciful Guanyin Bodhisattva. Even the demon kings would respectfully address her as Guanyin assured. Of course, that was in the past. Yet even now, demon kings like the bull demon king would not dare to be so disrespectful. However, this individual, calling himself the Saya Great Sage, had no reservations, brazenly labeling her as a human demon. Undoubtedly, this was one of Guanyin's sore points, and to have it so casually articulated by Rex was an immense humiliation to her. What's this? You seem rather unconvinced. Rex raised an eyebrow at her. Were you not once the compassionate navigator among the 12 golden immortals under the primordial one? Vile creature. Guanyin's face contorted in fury, struggling to maintain her usual composure, nearly bursting into a tirade. Beast, do you dare to retort? Rex suddenly bellowed, his entire being engulfed in a radiant golden aura, appearing even more sacred than Guanyin. I am the embodiment of demonic compassion. He then assumed a solemn expression. Hands clasped together, a black Buddha emerging behind him, entwined with the golden flames, creating an oddly surreal scene. Guanyin was genuinely taken aback that it was the first time she had witnessed the black Buddha's apparition radiating from Rex, casting doubts about his origins in her mind. Pick up the slaughtering knife and become a demon. Rex spoke earnestly, his tone solemn, yet paired with his golden locks, it seemed utterly incongruous. Guanyin's lips twitched involuntarily. This was something she ought to have said, yet it had been twisted into his words, altering the phrase put down the slaughtering knife and become a Buddha. What manner of demon are you? Guanyin furrowed her brow, her wise gaze unable to penetrate his facade. She had long noticed that the creature with a long tail engulfed in flames was of the same race as the Saya Great Sage. Yet such beings had never been seen in the 3 realms. Presumptuous. Rex roared, his eyes wide with fury. I am of the Chaos Demon Buddha lineage. I am here to guide you towards the supreme path. And yet you remain oblivious. Not far off, the Bull Demon King and others exchanged glances. This fellow truly had a knack for fabricating tales. He was clearly a Saya monkey yet insisted on claiming to be a Chaos Demon Buddha. However, upon further reflection, the golden aura surrounding him, coupled with the black Buddha apparition behind him, did lend him an air of authenticity. Indeed, even Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared momentarily taken aback. Chaos Demon Buddha, despite her profound wisdom. Guanyin was momentarily perplexed. Did such a race truly exist? It seemed she had never heard of it. The term chaos was associated with the legendary chaos race. Was it not said that the chaos lineage had long been extinguished? A cascade of questions surged within Guanin's mind as she scrutinized Rex, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, her steadfast Buddhist heart began to waver at that moment. A grand voice resonated from the heavens. Amit Ba. The powerful intonation reverberated with authority. Guanin Deshur, why do you not awaken? Guanin instantly regained her composure, realizing she had nearly been swayed by the Saya great sage's words, her face flushing with embarrassment. Thank you, world-honored one, for your awakening. She made an effort to calm herself, nodding slightly towards the heavens. In truth, Guanin would not have been so easily convinced by Rex's fabrications, but her initial fury, coupled with Rex's golden aura and the black Buddha apparition behind him, had indeed caused her Buddhist resolve to falter. Alas, what a pity! Rex clicked his tongue, lifting his gaze towards the sky, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. World-honored one, the only being worthy of such a title is the supreme ruler of the Western Pure Land, the Tathagata Buddha. This is a truly formidable existence. In his previous life, he was one of the 4 great disciples of the Tongtian sect leader. Known as the Duobao Taoist, possessing immense power, having only been flipped over by the Fan Tian seal of Guangqingxi, upon his incarnation as Shakyamuni Buddha, his cultivation has surpassed that of his former self. To this day, it would not be an exaggeration to call him the foremost under the saints. Boom. A colossal golden Buddha emerged in the heavens, its pupils aglow with golden light, gazing intently at the black Buddha apparition behind Rex. Yet in the next instant, a languid voice echoed, Duobao, my son, if you are to engage in a game of chess, do not be distracted. A somewhat indistinct figure materialized before the Buddha, with a black and white chessboard positioned between them. Unlike many treasures Tathagata, Kong Xian showed no concern for appearances, casually seated upon the ground, his gaze merely casting a fleeting glance downward. It was evident that a flicker of anger and helplessness passed through the golden Buddha's eyes before he concealed his Dharma body. Haha, great sage of the Science, I find you quite intriguing. Let us play chess together when time permits. With a hearty laugh, Kong Xian vanished from sight. Witnessing this, Guanin inwardly cursed, recognizing that Kong Xian, although referred to as the Peacock King, was ultimately a demon, incapable of changing his true nature. You wicked being, your nonsense disturbs my Buddhist heart. Today, I shall show you no mercy. Subsequently, Guanin directed her gaze towards Rex, cold light flashing in her eyes. With a shake of her jade bottle, a myriad of radiant light erupted, the bottle's mouth aimed at Rex. How could one blame others for their wavering Buddhist resolve? Rex scoffed, turning his palm as the chaos sphere hurtled directly towards the jade bottle. The primordial pearl is not something you can wield in such a manner, Guanin sneered internally, placing no importance on the chaos sphere. Her using the primordial pearl as a mere blunt weapon was an act of utter foolishness. Yet, in the next moment, she was taken aback. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Under Guanin's watchful gaze, the jade bottle collided with the chaos sphere, only to be pierced by a small hole. The jade bottle was destroyed. Chapter 87. Guanin's retreat. Lu Ya's appearance. With a soft thud, the jade bottle fell from Guanin's grasp, now resembling nothing more than an ordinary shattered vessel, devoid of luster. How could this be? Guanin felt a wave of confusion wash over her. She sensed that in all her years of cultivation, she had never felt so bewildered as she did in this moment. How could the jade bottle have shattered? It should have been said, how could the primordial pearl possess such overwhelming power? Moreover, it was used like a blunt weapon, without any invocation of spells or techniques. Guanin could not fathom that what had been shattered was not the primordial pearl at all, but rather the chaos sphere, which possessed the ability to evolve the universe. Just moments ago, it seemed something had entered the chaos sphere. Rex's eyes flickered. At the moment the chaos sphere had shattered the jade bottle, he vaguely perceived a glimmer of spiritual light slipping into the sphere, as if the essence of the jade bottle had been absorbed. As the chaos sphere returned to his hand, Rex glanced down, but discerned no change. It remained unremarkable. Without its surrounding black flames, it resembled an ordinary bead. Was it merely an illusion? Rex furrowed his brow but quickly shook his head. It could not be an illusion. It must be due to my insufficient cultivation. He murmured to himself. The notion of evolving the universe sounded grand, yet he was still far from that level. This moment, Guanin suddenly transformed into a streak of light, swiftly vanishing without a fight. Rex looked up to find Guanin had disappeared, his lips twitching in disbelief. However, he could understand her reasoning. Whether celestial, Buddhist, or demon, when the disparity in strength between two parties was not substantial. Magical artifacts became the sole determinant of victory. Sometimes, a powerful artifact could prove more beneficial than mere cultivation. This principle was well illustrated during the Battle of the Gods. Now, with Guanin's jade bottle shattered, should she choose to engage again, the outcome would surely be her defeat. I shall refine you all later, Rex chuckled softly, redirecting his gaze to the surrounding celestial beings and Buddhas, who were presently embroiled in fierce combat with the Scions. After a moment of contemplation, he refrained from engaging further, retreating back to Flower Fruit Mountain. These celestial soldiers and Buddhist generals were excellent training partners for the Scions, though the battles were somewhat challenging at present. It would not be long before the Scions experienced a surge in power. As a naturally combative race, the Scions only grew stronger through bloody warfare. I am but a guest from Kunlun, with an old residence south of the Stone Bridge, after attaining the Tao through the primordial unity. I have come to understand the essence of life and death. At that moment, a melodious chant resonated through the air. Rex paused, slowly turning around. Before him stood an elderly Taoist with kind eyes, smiling as he bore a long sword on his back. An unusual flicker danced in his eyes, as if a flicker of flame lay hidden deep within his pupils. Taoist Luya. Rex squinted, a faint smile gracing his lips. Has the Taoist come here today to assist my demon clan? Luya, shrouded in mystery, had appeared during the Battle of the Gods, claiming to be neither celestial nor sage, but a wandering individual, possessing vast abilities. With a single needle of 7 arrows or a blade of immortal sling, he had never missed his mark, always ensuring death. He had once proclaimed that before there was Hongjun, there was Luya. Though he was only 18 years old, claiming 1 year in chaos equated to 1 year in the mortal realm, such statements, while somewhat exaggerated, were not entirely unfounded. In truth, Luya was a refined essence of fire. An incarnation of the three-legged golden crow, having emerged beyond the 3 realms, unbound by the 5 elements. To call him a demon was not entirely inaccurate. The Taoist is here at my behest. The figure of Shin Gongbao also appeared nearby, transformed from his former self during their time in the Eastern Sea, now radiating vitality, though his head still faced backward, creating a rather comical sight. Oh, Rex was somewhat surprised to his knowledge. Luya had never truly aligned with any faction, merely offering assistance when necessary. The name of the great sage of the Scions has recently echoed throughout the realms. Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary, Luya spoke with a smile, his eyes aflame, scrutinizing the golden aura enveloping Rex, seemingly captivated. Yet, he quickly shifted the subject, saying, however, despite my long existence, I have yet to hear of this war between the celestial beings and demons. My master is of the chaos race, having lived in a small world. It is only natural you have not heard of him. At this point, Sun Wukong leaped forward, holding a banana and grinning mischievously. I see. Luya's expression shifted to one of realization, though a hint of skepticism lingered in his eyes. Clearly, he did not fully believe in the so-called chaos race. He turned to glance at Sun Wukong. Chuckling, you, monkey, have quite an impressive lineage, being the remnant of the 5 colored stones left by Nuwa when she mended the heavens, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. I wonder how you plan to assist my demon clan? Rex smiled faintly, directly interrupting Luya's words. There existed a notable figure within the Buddhist realm, known as Master Wu Chao. In his past life, Rex had come across records suggesting that Luya was indeed Master Wu Chao. While he could not ascertain its truth, Rex felt an uncanny connection between the two. Jin Wu, Wu Chao, and Luya. The connections between these 3 names are rather too conspicuous. Upon contemplating this, Rex could not help but cast a glance at Shin Gongbao. He could never believe that, with Shin Gongbao's cunning intellect, he would fail to discern such a truth. P.S. By the way, I unintentionally overslept today, so there will definitely be a 4th update, and I will strive for a 5th. If I cannot manage the 5th update today, rest assured there will be 6 updates tomorrow. Moreover, I must clarify that the explosion I mentioned refers to the weekend. The school will cut off the internet during the week at night. Thus I can only stay up late to write on weekends. Chapter 88. Go Wu In, roll. Chapter 88. Go Wu In, roll. Luya, a Taoist brother, possesses unfathomable cultivation. Even the Tathagata Buddha would not dare to underestimate him. Shin Gongbao noticed Rex's meaningful glance and smiled faintly. Moreover, Taoist Luya holds another identity. A glimmer of intelligence flickered in Rex's eyes. He remained silent, yet his mind was already formulating a conjecture. As expected, Shin Gongbao spoke again. Taoist Luya is also the Zen master Wu Chao of the Buddhist sect. Rex rubbed his forehead, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his aura, and continued, perhaps it is better for Taoist Liu to speak. However, Shin Gongao shook his head, taking a small step back. In truth, the Zen master Wu Chao is one of my incarnations. Liu showed no concern for Rex's hostility. Chuckling merrily, I come here with no ulterior motive. I simply wish to resolve the grievances between the immortals and the demons. He is both a demon and an immortal, as well as a Buddha. This triple identity allows Taoist Liu to navigate effortlessly among any faction. Furthermore, his cultivation is exceedingly formidable, with each incarnation on par with the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school. Do you share this sentiment? Rex raised an eyebrow slightly. Glancing at Shin Gongbao. I merely introduced Taoist Liu. Shin Gongbao shrugged, distancing himself from the matter. I believe that all living beings, Taoist Liu began, evidently intending to embark on a grand discourse about profound principles. Oh, then I shall not delay you. Rex interjected, his tone indifferent. Taoist Liu paused, his smile fading slightly as he frowned and said, My friend, perhaps you should hear my insights before making a decision. Do you not understand? Rex turned away, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, and his golden aura intensified. Please observe my lip movements. Go Wu in. Roll. You are truly oblivious. Taoist Liu's expression instantly turned icy, and with a sweep of his sleeve, he declared, Then do not blame me. With that, his form flickered and vanished like a streak of light atop Huagua Mountain. Rex gazed at the direction in which Liu had disappeared, a fleeting chill flashing in his eyes. This being is an ancestor of flames, the essence of fire. Should he be refined into a blood-chi pill? Consuming it would undoubtedly surpass the power of the Thunder Sovereign's lightning. The quality of my energy will be elevated once again. Shin Gongbao, are you bringing me allies or foes? Rex turned to glare at him, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. My friend has misunderstood. Shin Gongbao shook his head, a regretful expression crossing his face. Taoist Liu has long been renowned since the Fengshan War. Few in the demon race can compare to him. Saying this, he gazed toward the west, murmuring, aside from the great demon Kong Xian, he is likely unparalleled. Yet you still have not disclosed the reason for bringing him. Rex's expression remained impassive as he set aside his Super Saiyan form, casually picking up a peach and taking a bite. I must certainly try the peaches of immortality and the ginseng fruits when the opportunity arises. The peaches of immortality and ginseng fruits in the journey to the west not only extend one's lifespan but also enhance cultivation. They are indeed treasures. Speaking of ginseng fruits, he suddenly recalled the fruit of the tree of spirit in the Dragon Ball world. While that too is a rare item, it pales in comparison to the former. In truth, my intention was to see if my friend could persuade Taoist Liu, yet I did not expect that my friend would outright drive him away. Shin Gongbao sighed. He genuinely did not anticipate Rex's temperament to be so volatile. His original intention was indeed to seek Liu's assistance for the demon race. Rex scrutinized Shin Gongbao for a few moments and could discern he was speaking the truth. This matter ends here. Rex casually spat out a peach pit, which, like a cannonball, pierced through the head of an immortal soldier in the sky. Taoist Liu is prime material for crafting a blood-chi pill. Rather than drawing him into the demon race, Rex would prefer to transform him into such a pill that be by the way. Shin Gongbao, are you a demon or a human? Rex suddenly asked with keen interest. Shin Gongbao is indeed a mysterious character. The only hint regarding his origins came from a conversation with Jiang Zia. Shin Gongbao fell silent for a moment and did not provide a direct answer. Yet his head suddenly transformed into that of a leopard. So you truly are a leopard spirit. Rex could not help but chuckle. In that case, you might as well be considered a great demon. Joining my demon race would indeed be a wise choice. As he spoke, a thought struck him. Shin Gongbao, what is your relationship with Huang Longjinren? Somewhat strained, Shin Gongbao furrowed his brow. During the Fengshan War, our stances were opposed, yet there are no direct grievances. Very well. Rex grinned widely. Go and see if you can bring Huang Longjinren over. I have heard that your master, Yuan Shi Tianzun, has never held him in high regard. Upon hearing the name Yuan Shi Tianzun, a complex expression flickered in Shin Gongbao's eyes. As a disciple of a saint, he understood Yuan Shi Tianzun's methods far better than the average person. If it were not for Yuan Shi Tianzun's intervention, Rex would never have been able to extract his physical body from the eye of the North Sea. That much was certain. However, Rex remained oblivious to this fact. My master, what scheme are you hatching this time? Shin Gongbao thought to himself with a wry smile, nodding to Rex before vanishing from sight. Brother, can we trust Shin Gongbao? After Shin Gongbao departed, Neo Wang approached with a frown. Do not place full trust in him. A cold glint flashed in Rex's eyes. He sensed that Shun Gongbao surely knew of some matters that he was unaware of, clearly concealing something. "Brother, I am so bored. Could you possibly switch places with me?" The golden-winged Great Ping approached, wearing a distressed expression. He had been traversing the battlefield, tasked with bringing back severely injured Saiyans, and found it exceedingly dull. Rex shot him a glance, the corners of his mouth curling upward. "Not possible." Chapter 89. Entering the Netherworld, examining the Book of Life and Death. This fierce battle persisted for an entire day and night, ultimately concluding in a stalemate, with neither side emerging victorious. The elite forces from both factions tacitly refrained from further engagement, leaving the battlefield populated by ordinary heavenly soldiers, Saiyans, and minor demons. The heavenly realm, wary of Rex's formidable strength, hesitated to initiate any reckless confrontations. Conversely, the demon clan was compelled to act under Rex's orders. In the days that followed, skirmishes erupted every 3 days, with major battles occurring every 5, leading to a noticeable enhancement in the Saiyans' prowess. This development was acutely felt by their adversaries, the celestial soldiers, who initially matched them in strength, incurring losses on both sides, but now found themselves overwhelmed, struggling to retaliate. This alarming shift sent the heavenly court into a state of disarray. The Celestial Emperor, Jade Emperor, sought counsel from the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor to deliberate on the pressing situation. Unbeknownst to Rex, the turmoil within the heavenly court was unfolding beyond his awareness. At that moment, he was immersed in a secluded cavern on Flower Fruit Mountain, diligently cultivating his mystical arts, including the 8-9 profound skill and the technique of astral projection. In fact, the 8-9 profound skill was synonymous with the earthly fiend's 72 transformations, with the number 8 and 9 resonating with the essence of 72. Previously, Rex had sought instruction from Sun Wukong and Yoimo Wang, acquiring some knowledge but lacking mastery. The technique of astral projection, prevalent among deities, demons, and immortals in the journey to the west, was a skill possessed by those with considerable capabilities. In a fleeting moment, a faint, ethereal figure emerged from Rex's corporeal form. So this is the astral spirit. Rex observed his translucent self and then glanced at his identical, motionless physical body. Breaking into a smile. It seemed that the astral spirit was indeed the essence of the soul. He ascended into the air, wandering above Flower Fruit Mountain. Suddenly, a rhythmic chant reached his ears. "The king calls me to patrol the mountain. I shall turn the mortal realm around." This phrase was strikingly familiar. One of the famous sayings from the journey to the west. Following the sound, Rex beheld a small demon banging a gong, swaying and meandering about the mountain. It was none other than the patrolling demon, Little Drill Wind. This imp had accompanied the king of the golden-winged Duping bird to Flower Fruit Mountain. But now, the green lion and white elephant were still the steeds of the bodhisattvas Manjushri and Samantabhadra. Intrigued, Rex watched Little Drill Wind for a moment when his ears suddenly perked up, catching the sound of chains dragging along the ground. Glancing in the direction of the noise, he was taken aback. Before him stood 2 ominous, ghostly figures, brandishing iron chains, advancing toward the inebriated Sun Wukong. Would the chaos in the underworld be rekindled? Rex raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as he observed the drunken Sun Wukong ensnared by the soul-reaping chains, being dragged into the netherworld. Subsequently, he flickered and followed closely behind. Interestingly, although Rex was currently in the form of an astral spirit, he still felt capable of transforming. In fact, he could even wield the chaos sphere. As he proceeded, he soon arrived at a city shrouded in sinister energy, with a plaque above the gate inscribed with the 3 characters, Netherworld, SO. This is the realm of the dead. Rex concealed his presence, surveying his surroundings. At that moment, Sun Wukong also regained consciousness. In a familiar turn of events, after a brief struggle, the monkey's ferocity ignited, and he brandished his golden staff, scattering the Soul Reapers into disarray before storming into the city. However, the subsequent events were not entirely as he remembered. According to the original narrative, the 10 kings of hell should have been present to receive him, yet Rex saw none, silently trailing behind Sun Wukong. He watched as the monkey wreaked havoc, with no ghostly soldier daring to confront him. Before long, he spotted a man with a black face, a beard, and clad in a dark royal robe. It was none other than the king of hell, Yanluo Wang, great sage equal to heaven. What brings you to such fury? Yanluo Wang's eyes flickered with concealed anger, though his expression remained affable. The sovereign of the underworld. He was well aware of the ongoing celestial demon conflict and recognized Sun Wukong's extraordinary prowess. The netherworld had refrained from intervening, For although they were deities of a sort, they governed the 6 realms of reincarnation. The heavenly realm could be in disarray, but chaos in the underworld was intolerable. Should any errors arise in the cycle of reincarnation, it would result in upheaval across the 3 realms, a phenomenon even the saints could not meddle in. Why do you bind my soul? Yet question my wrath. Sun Wukong sneered, his eyes flashing with menace, the golden staff poised to strike at any moment. Yin Luowang's mouth twitched in frustration, mentally cursing the already scattered Soul Reaper. Recently, the great sage had been in high spirits. And yet, someone dared to capture his soul. What foolishness was this? Do not hold this against me, great sage. Surely it was the oversight of the lesser spirits below. Yin Luowang forced a smile, adopting a subservient demeanor. Spare me your platitudes. Fetch the book of life and death? I wish to see how many years of life it has allotted me. Sun Wukong interrupted, his golden staff expanding to several zhang in width. I too have a vested interest. At that moment, Rex's figure suddenly materialized beside Sun Wukong. Until now, he had been concealed nearby, unnoticed by both the monkey and Yin Luowang, the Saiyan great sage. Yin Luowang's expression soured again. Once Sun Wukong was already enough of a trial for him, now a figure of even greater renown had arrived. What madness was this? Were he not Yin Luowang, he might have doubted his own past deeds. Brother? Sun Wukong paused in surprise, then exclaimed, You too were captured by that Soul Reaper. Rex shook his head slowly, replying with a calm smile, No, I followed in your wake. With that, he turned his gaze toward the flustered Yin Luowang. Raising an eyebrow as a glimmer of fierce light flickered in his eyes. Yin Luowang, why do you hesitate to retrieve the book of life and death? Do you wish for my brother and I to upheave your underworld? Chapter 90. The destruction of the earthly records, turmoil in the 3 realms. Before long, Yin Luowang dispatched an underworld judge to retrieve the book of life and death. Sun Wukong snatched it eagerly, flipping through its pages until he reached the entry for soul number 1350, where he found his name inscribed, Heavenly Born Stone Monkey, destined to live for 342 years. I scarcely recall how many years I have left. Let us just erase the name. The judge quickly took a brush, saturating it with ink, as Sun Wukong seized it and swiftly marked through every name associated with the monkey lineage. Suddenly, he looked up at Rex and said, Brother, let us find your name as well and strike it out. No need, Rex replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. My name is not inscribed here, with a sudden exclamation from Sun Wukong. He did not dwell on it further. However, the silent Yama beside him instantly displayed a look of astonishment. It is important to note that all beings in the 3 realms are inscribed in the book of life and death, including the deities and Buddhas, who merely enjoy extended lifespans and partake in celestial elixirs to prolong their existence. The venerable Xinyuansi once boldly claimed to share the same longevity as the heavens. Such audacity is indeed rare. Just then, Rex's countenance shifted, and with a flick of his right hand, the Chaos Sphere emerged. Moments ago, the Chaos Sphere had reacted unexpectedly, seemingly responding to something nearby. In the next instant, boom! The book of life and death erupted, a streak of black light shooting forth as if in desperate flight. The Chaos Sphere immediately followed suit, swiftly pursuing and absorbing the dark radiance. This sequence of events unfolded with startling rapidity. Not even Yama or Rex could comprehend it in time. When they regained their senses, the Chaos Sphere had returned, hovering above Rex's palm. Yama stared vacantly at the Chaos Sphere in Rex's grasp, then lowered his gaze to the shattered book of life and death, his mouth agape, utterly bewildered. The only thoughts echoing in his mind were 2 words. It's over. Truly over. He knew that the book of life and death is one of the 3 crucial tomes of heaven, earth, and humanity, an essential treasure for maintaining balance among the 3 realms. That a few names being erased was a mere trifle, unlikely to incite chaos. Yet, should the book of life and death be destroyed, the order of the 3 realms would inevitably collapse in an alarmingly brief span of time, leaving no chance for restoration. Yama could scarcely fathom how the book had suddenly cracked open. What was the nature of the black light that had emerged? More importantly, what in the world was that orb in the hands of the Saiyan great sage? Yama felt a surge of despair. If the heavenly Tao were to impose punishment, although the principal culprits would be Rex and Sun Wukong, he would be inextricably linked to the matter, perhaps even facing the wrath of the divine thunder. If fortune were to abandon him, his very soul could be scattered. These thoughts consumed him. Sorrow enveloped his heart, and he found himself squeezing out a few tears. The primary source of his distress was the sheer injustice. A matter that had no bearing on him had ensnared him nonetheless. Almost simultaneously, the powerful beings of the 3 realms were shaken. the Book of Life and Death was destroyed, calculating the implications. The mighty beings trembled in unison, even the saints lifting their gazes to the sky. This was a momentous disruption of the balance within the three realms. The cycle of reincarnation had effectively lost its purpose. Who amongst them possessed such audacity to annihilate the Book of Humanity? At this moment, the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, Saiyan One, stood in a daze above Wuzhuang Temple, murmuring to himself, the interconnectedness of heaven, earth, and humanity was profound. As soon as the Book of Life and Death was shattered, his Earth book, the Earth's embryonic membrane, responded accordingly. Thus,